My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 3577 to chapter 3750. It dissipated like an illusory smoke. This caused Xianxia to be slightly stunned. When she turned her head to look, she saw that there were 4 forks in the road in front of her. There seemed to be a trace of Prince Mo's figure at each intersection. But when she reached out and touched it, it dispersed into the wind like a cloud of mist. Not even a trace of his aura could be found. Xianxia looked at everything in front of her with a stupefied expression. She couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness in her heart, as well as a monstrous wave of anger. This Crown Prince Lian was really ruthless. In order to prevent her from figuring out which path he took, this guy actually used such a mean method. He spread out a bit of divine sense at each intersection. It felt like every path had his aura, but Xianxia couldn't figure out which path he took. In this way, she couldn't determine where he went, let alone which path he took to chase after him. This man was simply hateful. Xianxia couldn't help but bite her pearly white teeth. Could it be that she was so disliked by others? This Prince Mo didn't hesitate to do so many things in order to deceive and mislead her. Was she so hard to accept and loathed? A trace of anger appeared in Xianxia's heart, but it was more resentment. She also inexplicably felt a trace of jealousy towards the little crown princess. In the past, she would never be jealous of anyone. Because she was so outstanding, at such a young age, she was already a famous divine-grade alchemist in the 3 provinces. Who did she need to be jealous of? But now, she was inexplicably jealous of the little crown princess. Because she was actually treated so wholeheartedly by the divine province's crown prince, such an unparalleled figure. For the sake of the little crown princess, the divine province's crown prince was simply unwilling to be alone with her in a room. Xianxia clenched her fists and said to herself resentfully, "The better you are, the more I want to make you mine." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a determined light. She waved her hand, and 4 small snakes came out from her sleeves. They slithered into the 4 tunnels in a crooked manner. A light green jade flute appeared in Xianxia's hand. Along with the sound of the flute, the 4 small snakes slithered around in the tunnel as if they were sensing something. After half an hour, Xianxia revealed a smile on her face. Her figure abruptly darted into the 3rd tunnel. "Man, let's see how you can escape from my palm." At the same time, Mo Lian dodged and suddenly dodged a row of stone pillars that fell from the top of the stone wall. These stone pillars were all artificially sharpened. If they were really pierced into one's body, wouldn't there be a row of bloody holes? Mo Lian patted her chest and looked back. She tilted her head and thought for a few seconds. Then, she returned to the row of stone pillars and moved her hands and feet a little to rearrange the stone pillars. After doing this, she shouted at the dull-witted number 2, "Hurry up and lead the way." This dull-witted thing was not as smart as Debao at all. This mechanical puppet too was made from Nanny Fan's flesh and blood, which was refined into a puppet. She didn't expect that the golem was still so stupid. What a useless thing. She could only leave it to explore the way. Prince Mo followed the long tunnel and finally came to the end. Looking at the tall stone door, he blinked slightly. Looking at the carving on the door, he knew that he had arrived at Tianyun's lair. A strong human-headed lion beast, a mighty steel rhinoceros skin man, and a human-headed eagle beast with a slender neck. Previously, in the underground base of Xingfu village near Xianxia Peak, he had seen the same carving. Xingfu village, Huiping village, the same carving, the same organization. Tianyun had scattered many strongholds on the divine land. At this moment, he was probably planning to activate those strongholds one by one. Mo Lian raised his hand and punched a diamond-shaped stone platform on the left. With a rumbling sound, the 2 thick stone doors that were closely connected to the stone walls slowly opened inwards. When Mo Lian was about to walk inside, he heard a loud sound behind him. He turned his head and narrowed his cold phoenix eyes. A trace of mockery flashed across his lips. Time turned back to a few minutes ago. Xianxia chased Prince Mo all the way to the place where Prince Mo had escaped the attack of a row of stone pillars. When Xianxia saw the stone pillars on the ground, she knew that the crown prince must have triggered the mechanism when he passed by. Since the mechanism had been triggered, she didn't need to worry about being attacked. So, she didn't pay attention to her feet. When she hurried forward, she stepped on a hard stone. At that time, she heard the rumbling sound of a spring above her head. Xianxia knew that something bad was going to happen. Just as he was about to leave, another row of rocks came tumbling down from above his head. Suddenly, the beautiful alchemist Dan was smashed into a pile of rocks, instantly burying her. With her cultivation, she didn't suffer any external injuries, but the shock was certainly not small. When she got out of the pile of stones with a dusty face, it was already half an hour later. At this time, Xianxia's face was bruised and swollen. She couldn't see anyone. She quickly looked at herself in the mirror and screamed. She dressed up, applied medicine, and changed her clothes. After a long time, she chased in the direction of the Crown Prince. But at this time, the Crown Prince had already entered the main room of the Tianyun lair. In the main room, she could still see the bottles and jars used for the previous experiments, and the big jar tiles were all placed there. But now, it was naturally empty. Prince Mo walked around the main hall of the stone room, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary, so he walked towards the side room. This side room had long been cleaned up, and there was nothing left in the room. Mo Lian circled around the stone rooms, and when he carelessly touched the stone wall, he heard the sound of a spring. A small stone door opened on the stone wall beside him. Just as the Crown Prince entered the stone door, Xianxia's exasperated cry came from behind him. "Your Highness, I am Susu. I'm Susu." Mo Lian turned a deaf ear to her. He couldn't be bothered to care who that woman was. At this moment, when he heard the single-robed Su introduce himself, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Turning around, he entered the small stone door. He raised his hand and tapped on the mechanism beside him. The stone door slowly slid down. "Your Highness." Xianxia was anxious, angry, and unable to calm down. She didn't expect that the Crown Prince didn't even bother to say a word to her. After entering the stone door, he even sealed her escape route and directly closed the door. He just didn't want to go with her. What kind of person was this? At least the two of them could discuss and go out together. Wasn't that better? This Crown Prince of the Divine Land was simply sick. Xianxia chased after him, flustered and exasperated. Without thinking, she threw out a handful of medicinal powder, which floated straight into the stone door. Prince Mo couldn't help but fly into a rage. She had already attacked him. Although he didn't know what medicinal powder this woman threw out, it clearly wasn't anything good. Thus, Mo Lian raised his hand, and a bundle of surging black flames rushed out of the stone door. When the stone door fell heavily to the ground, he only heard Xianxia scream. Following which, that voice was completely covered by the stone door that fell down. This D*MN woman really got off easy. Mo Lian couldn't quell his resentment. He retreated several steps before looking down to check his body. Fortunately, he had always been cautious. When he saw this woman chasing after him, he immediately activated his defensive spiritual weapon. With the defensive barrier blocking him outside, no matter what kind of poisonous powder that woman threw at him, it was useless against him. Mo Lian turned around and walked up the passageway. However, he abruptly turned back, and his phoenix eyes hardened as he threw out two balls of black flames. With two sudden bangs, two small snakes were blasted into pieces by his black flames above the stone wall, and their mangled flesh flowed down. Mo Lian's gaze landed on the black blood flowing down the stone wall, and the murderous intent in his eyes rippled faintly. "You really are alive." Sick. Mu residents in Dragon Flame City Arbor's earlier commotion at the Mu residence's mountain gate had clearly alarmed everyone in the Mu residence. Old Master Mu also rushed over after hearing the news. After seeing his little granddaughter's expressionless stoic face, he keenly sensed that this little stoic's attitude seemed to be a bit different from before. "Family head Mu wrote me a letter and told me to come collect Chaoyang Pavilion's reward." Arbor nodded indifferently at Old Master Mu. "Sorry to disturb you." Old Master Mu's heart involuntarily skipped a beat when he saw her cold and desolate expression. He seemed to be able to sense that his little granddaughter was even more distant and apathetic than before. He still remembered that his little granddaughter didn't have this iceberg appearance on the day of the birthday banquet. At that time, whether it was the way she looked at people or the way she spoke, it was not as sharp and cold as it was now. It was as if everything had returned to the starting point overnight. This little fellow seemed to have returned to the past. When he looked at the Mu family, there was no warmth in his eyes. The old man couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and nodded at Arbor. "I'll take you there." Arbor responded faintly. He moved and followed the old man for a few steps before stopping in front of Huasher, who was watching the commotion. The little crown princess took out a debt note from her inner world and tossed it to the fifth branch's wife. Without saying anything, she left with the old man. "Fifth sister-in-law, what did the crown prince consort give you?" Mudoni leaned over to take a look curiously. Then, she cried out in surprise, "Pink House's debt." Huasher also pursed her lips and abruptly raised her head to look at the little crown princess's departing figure. But at this time, the little crown princess had already left with the old man, leaving behind only the corners of her moon-white clothes, which glided past the flower bushes at the corner. Mudoni looked at Huasher with a complicated expression and muttered to herself, "Hey, what kind of person is this crown princess?" She clearly didn't speak more than 2 sentences to fifth sister-in-law Huasher, but she actually came forward to resolve such a troublesome matter as the pink house for Huasher. But say, she really cared about kinship. Why was she so indifferent to Mu Jingfeng and Grandpa Mu? She was really a little girl with complicated thoughts. Mudoni shook her head, feeling a little upset. Right now, everyone in the family was saying that the crown prince consort was a woman who was unreasonable and had little affinity with family. However, she could see some clues from Ms. Hua's matter today. Perhaps, it was just that her family didn't know this young crown prince consort well. Mudoni and Ms. Hua looked at each other and said nothing in the end. On the other side, Arbor, led by Grandpa Mu, passed through the garden and came to a very secluded place. At a glance, there was nothing in front of her. There was neither a small building nor any flowers or trees. It was just a flat ground with a wide view. Xiaomu only felt a slight heat on her wrist, and when she looked down, she saw that the verdant pine and cypress jade bracelet that she had been wearing all this time seemed to be emitting a faint light that disappeared in a flash. When she looked down again, the jade bracelet didn't respond. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the bracelet, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Elder Qing." Grandpa Mu called out, but the other party didn't respond at all. Arbor turned to look at Grandpa Mu, only to see a rare trace of awkwardness in his expression. "What's the problem?" Arbor asked indifferently. Every time the Chaoyang Pavilion is opened, several elders have to work together to open a small gap in the defensive barrier. Of course, every family disciple has to get the approval of Ancestor Chaoyang to pass through this gap. Otherwise, even if they go in, they will still be kicked out. Arbor made an "oh" sound and looked at Grandpa Mu, waiting for him to continue. "Jojo, wait here for a while. Grandpa will go find Elder Qing and the others." Grandpa Mu cursed Elder Qing and the others in his heart. How could he not know by now? Elder Qing and the other elders must be unwilling to help Jojo open the Chaoyang Inn, so they must have found an excuse to hide somewhere. While they were talking, a head popped out from the door of the courtyard. The head shrank back when it saw Old Master Mu. "Xiao Tang, I can already see you. Come out." After Old Master Mu shouted, the young man named Xiao Tang came out from the corner. He lowered his head and did not dare to look into Old Master Mu's eyes. "Where are your grandfather and the others?" Grandpa Mu asked with a sullen face. Grandpa and the others, yesterday, they worked together to help Ro Yan, Miss Ro Yun, and the others open the door to Chaoyang restaurant. So they're a little tired today. I went back to rest just now." Grandpa Mu's face darkened. He was also someone who had once been the patriarch, so how could he not know the weight of these elders and disciples in the clan? If opening the door to Chaoyang restaurant was enough to tire these elders out and make them go back to rest, then the Mu clan would have been uprooted long ago. Among these elders, at least 2 were in the godly realm, while the rest were at the peak of the 15th level of the spirit realm. How could they be tired from opening a door with such cultivation? Wasn't that a joke? To put it bluntly, they were not willing to help Xiao Qiao spend another effort to open the barrier of the Morning Sun restaurant. Old Master Mu turned around to look at his granddaughter's cold and indifferent expression. He felt slightly uncomfortable, so he said, "Jojo, don't worry. Grandpa will go find someone now and help you, no need." Arbor coldly refused. Her gaze circled the empty space in front of her before finally landing on the stone tablet at the side of the courtyard. This stone tablet was very inconspicuous. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it erected here. She curiously walked over and stood in front of the stone tablet to take a look. 99 horizontal lines were clearly engraved on the stone tablet. At this moment, the 3 horizontal lines at the bottom were glowing red, and there were actually small words flashing next to them. Arbor took a closer look and saw that the small words next to the horizontal lines were actually the names of a few people. They were Mu Ro Yen, Mu Ro Yun, and Mu Jiating. Arbor had heard of this Mu Jiating before. It was said that he was a genius talisman master from a branch family. He was only 23 years old and was already a perfected yellow-level talisman master. This Mu Jiating, who was only a step away from becoming a black-level great talisman master, was able to obtain a spot to enter Chaoyang Pavilion. But Mu Ro Yan and Mu Ro Yun, with their advanced-level talisman master standards, they could enter Chaoyang Pavilion? How could there not be anything fishy about this? When old Master Mu saw his granddaughter's gaze carefully landing on the names, his old face couldn't help but redden slightly. He couldn't help but lightly cough and say, "These two children have made great progress recently. Especially Ro Yun. She, is about to enter the yellow-level talisman master realm." Arbor meaningfully glanced at the old man and mockingly said, "This Mu Ro Yen, it seems that she hasn't even reached the advanced-level talisman master standard, right? If such a person could obtain the qualifications to enter Chaoyang Pavilion, then there wasn't much interest in whether she could enter Chaoyang Pavilion or not." Old Master Mu instantly felt a slight burning pain on his face. Mu Ro Yan's talisman drawing standards weren't that great, but the candidates to enter Chaoyang Pavilion were ultimately decided by his son, Mu Jingfeng. The old man hadn't been in charge of anything for many years, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that his granddaughter had pointed it out, his old face burned. He heard that when Mu Ro Yan entered Chaoyang yesterday, she was holding a rare purple talisman message talisman, which actually made old ancestor Chaoyang look at her in a new light. It was rare that he did not kick her out. Although the old man was also a little surprised, the matter had already been settled, and there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he could rush in and beat Mu Ro Yan out and accuse her of cheating? Arbor turned around and was about to leave. In that case, it doesn't matter if we enter or not. Hey, wait, Jojo. Grandpa Mu hurriedly stopped her and said, "I'm going to find him now. You wait here for a while. You definitely have the qualifications to enter Chaoyang restaurant. No one in the family can stop you from going in. You've already given these 3 places to others. It seems like the previous competition was merely a formality." Xiaomu gazed at this old geezer mockingly. "Back then, you were the one who said that only 3 people could enter Chaoyang Pavilion every year, right?" "Yes, that's true, but Jojo, you. This was the rightful winner of the family competition. If she couldn't enter Chaoyang Pavilion, who else in the family could?" Old Master Mu glared at Xiao Tang with an ugly expression and said, "Jojo, don't go. Stay here and wait for Grandpa. 15 minutes, no, 15 minutes, 15 minutes will be enough. Wait for me." Old Master Mu flew up and disappeared from Arbor's sight in a few leaps. Xiaomu knew in her heart that this old man had gone to find those elders, but there was still no ripple of interest in her eyes. She stared at the 3rd horizontal line on the stele and walked to the back of the stele to take a look. She realized that there were many names floating behind the stele. For example, Mu Xingchen's name indicated that he had broken through to the 58th floor. Mu Yuanyuan was on the 29th floor. It seemed that each horizontal line represented a floor, and this Chaoyang Pavilion probably had 99 floors. Now that the horizontal line on the 3rd floor was lit up, did that mean that one of the 3 people had reached the 3rd floor, but she heard that they had already entered the Chaoyang Pavilion yesterday? They only reached the 3rd floor after a day and a night. Didn't that mean that Mu Xingchen had to stay on the 58th floor for 2 to 3 months? Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. She turned around, and anger flashed through her cold eyes. "Why are you still standing here? Scram." That youth called Xiao Tang was currently cowering on the side while keeping an eye on Xiaomu. When he heard the young crown prince consorts shout, he also got a fright, and he retreated a few steps. Arbor was about to leave when she suddenly felt the cypress jade bracelet on her wrist heat up. "Huh? What's up with the bracelet today?" She looked down and saw that the bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a soft light. "This light? Why does it look like it?" Arbor's heart skipped a beat. Before she had time to think, she felt the scenery in front of her flash past her. The space changed. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a vast grassland. Arbor stared blankly at the dark green grassland in front of her. She blinked and closed her eyes, chanting 3 times in her heart, "Illusion array, break." When he opened his eyes again, he was still in that vast grassland. Behind her came the sound of a herd of animals running. Sir Jojo turned around to take a look and quickly flew into the air. She looked at the large herd of antelope spreading like a flood under her feet with a dumbfounded expression. Damn, this green grass and blue sky is too realistic. By the time the large herd of antelopes ran over, 15 minutes had already passed. Xiaomu floated down to the ground in exasperation. She looked around her in a daze as she surveyed the boundless grassland around her. What was she doing? Did he enter Chaoyang restaurant? Arbor looked down at the bracelet in his hand. This bracelet was the key to opening the Holy Water Sect's Maple Pavilion's secret location. What did it have to do with Morning Sun Pavilion? The only connection was, back then, the talisman matrix outside the Holy Water Sect's Maple Pavilion was also set up by Patriarch Chaoyang. Could it be the key? Could it be used? Enter all the talisman arrays set up by old ancestor Zhao Yang, so to speak. The seemingly empty yard outside was actually set up with multiple layers of concealment and defense rune arrays. It was just that she couldn't see through them with her current talisman energy level. Sir Jojo blinked. Was there such a coincidence? Outside, old Master Mu hurried over with Elder Qing and the others. He immediately saw Little Soup standing in the empty yard like a block of wood. Why are you the only one here? Where's Jojo? Rascal, don't tell me you said something you shouldn't have again and made Jojo leave in anger. Old Master Mu scolded him. Xiao Tang, on the other hand, pointed to the front in astonishment. He opened his mouth and looked at Old Master Mu in a daze. What's with that expression? Why are you pointing there? Old Master Mu roared at him. Speak. Old Master. Mu Zitong hurriedly said, yes, she went in by herself. What? Old Master Mu and Elder Qing couldn't help but cry out and look at Mu Zitong with strange eyes. Elder Qing hurriedly asked, Xiao Tang, what's going on? Tell us clearly. Grandpa, just now, I was standing here with the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, look at me standing here, and you're telling me to scram. What? What right does she have to tell you to get out? Elder Qing's face immediately darkened. Xiao Tang was his grandson. Even if the Crown Princess had a noble status, she didn't have much status in the Mu family. How dare a foreign girl tell his grandson to get out? How dare she? Old Master Mu roared, what are you talking about? Get to the point. Elder Qing shut his mouth with a dissatisfied look. Mu Zitong hurriedly said, I had just taken a few steps back when I saw a barrier appear behind the Crown Princess. Then a door opened in the middle and sucked the Crown Princess in just like that. At that time, the Crown Princess's body was full of splendor, so no one could see what was going on clearly. In any case, the Crown Princess must have entered Chaoyang Pavilion. Mu Zitong said with certainty. Impossible. Elder Qing waved his hand and denied it with a look of disbelief. Chaoyang Pavilion has never opened its door by itself. That's right. Every time, we work together to open a gap for the children to get in. It can only be opened once or twice a year. How could it be possible this time? Old Master Mu waved his hand to interrupt the elders. Since Xiao Tang saw it with his own eyes, it must be true. Even though Jojo has entered Chaoyang Pavilion, I still have to explain everything that happened before. Mu Tsang glared angrily at the family elders. You all are elders of the Mu family. You've been in the Mu family for several tens of years. You should know the rules of the Mu family very well. No matter what, Jojo is still a daughter of the Mu family. Since she won the competition, you shouldn't have made things difficult for her and even did such a thing. I don't need to ask to know who instigated all of this. Jing Feng is muddle-headed, but as elders, are you as muddle-headed as him? After Mu Tsang finished speaking, he turned around and left. You guys stay here and watch over this place. If there are any strange movements in Chaoyang restaurant, come and report to me. As he spoke, he walked out of the empty courtyard and ordered in a deep voice, go and call the patriarch over. This Mu Jingfeng's way of doing things was truly disappointing him more and more. Back then, wasn't the decision to hand over the entire Mu clan to him a little too hasty? Elder Qing and the others looked at each other in dismay before all of them walked toward the stone tablet. Xiao Tang, is what you said earlier true? Grandson's words are true. Mu Zitong quickly nodded. Elder Qing couldn't help but look puzzled. How is that possible? When did this patriarch Chaoyang's temper become so good? Elder Qing, look, what's going on here? One of the elders suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the stone tablet, his eyes widening. Arbor jumped back and forth on the grassland for a while before she finally stopped. She reached out to tap her chin and muttered to herself, it seems that this should be a large-scale talisman array. These antelopes seemed to have gone crazy as they ran back and forth repeatedly, as if they were possessed. Was it probably a repetition talisman, to be able to create such a huge illusion of an antelope herd so generously? There was also a repetition talisman effect inside. Or put it this way. Actually, the entire Chaoyang restaurant was enveloped by a talisman array from the inside out. Once someone stepped into the building, it meant that the test had already begun. It was extremely easy to crack the repetition talisman. A dozen of the unlocking talismans would do. Arbor took out a handful of talisman papers from her pocket. These were what she drew when she first entered the industry. They were all high-level talismans, but they were all useless now. I'll reward you, she casually threw them out, and a handful of talisman papers flew out with a whoosh. They formed an oval in the air and covered her from top to bottom. The moment the unlocking talisman was thrown out, she disappeared from the grassland. When she opened her eyes again, she was already standing on a small deserted island. From afar, she saw a little old man with his back facing her. He was sitting calmly on the shore, fishing. Lord Jojo ran over and happened to see the old man catch a big, lively fish from the sea. Without a word, the little fellow pounced over and hugged the fish. She casually grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed the fish's head with two bangs. The old man stood up from the rock and pointed at Arbor. He was so angry that his old face was distorted. You. Arbor slowly took out a jade talisman from the fish's stomach and waved at the old man. See you at the next stage. As her fingertips moved, the jade talisman instantly shattered. The little person also disappeared from the shore of the deserted island with a whoosh. The old man stared blankly at the scene in front of him. After a while, he closed his mouth and muttered to himself, This? Where did this monster come from? What kind of sharp eyes did he have? He could actually see that the core array talisman was in the fish's stomach. The old man also disappeared with a whoosh. At this time, Arbor had already passed through 7 levels and arrived in front of a small garden with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. As soon as she opened the door, she saw red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The 7-colored man was sitting in the courtyard. When they heard the sound of the door being pushed open, they all turned around and gave her a flirtatious look while waving the handkerchiefs in their hands. Arbor felt a chill run down his spine. She hurriedly apologized, wrong way, and slammed the door shut. Then, he stared blankly at the closed door and thought for a moment. That's not right. I'm not mistaken. This is the place. This old ghost actually dared to set up a beauty illusion array for her. Let's see how she's going to deal with this old fellow. Bang! She kicked the door open and was almost hugged by the beautiful man in red. Arbor immediately swung her hand to slap him. But just as her hand was about to land, she heard the beautiful man's pitiful cry. Don't hit me, Jojo. Arbor focused and looked. Hey, it was actually Jojo's Lotus's aggrieved little face. It's over. She turned around again and instantly felt dizzy. The red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, and purple beauties in the courtyard had all turned into Jojo's Lotus. This illusion array was really powerful. It could actually make Jojo's Lotus appear. Jojo's Lotus wouldn't look at Jojo with this aggrieved expression. I'll beat you to death, you shameless Jojo impersonating Lotus. Sir Jojo took out a ferrule from his inner world and smashed a red-clothed man's head into pieces. Then, the little fellow smacked 3 people in succession. When she smacked the 4th person, that guy actually rolled on the ground and screamed, Jojo's killing someone. Jojo, don't beat me to death, I'm your Duanyu. Jojo, don't kill me. My heart hurts when you hit me, my heart hurts, wah, I don't want to live anymore, I can't live anymore. Sir Jojo was speechless as he looked at that guy rolling on the ground. He was so shocked that he broke out in a sweat. I'll beat you to death, you phantom dog. He actually dared to impersonate Duanyu, and such a weakling at that. Yes, Duanyu was a weakling. But how could he be so weak? Bang, bang. The guy rolling on the ground was crippled and disappeared. Arbor kicked the back of the last green-clothed beauty who was scrambling forward. Jojo, you even want to kill your husband? Jojo's killing someone. Jojo. I'll beat you to death. Arbor smacked that green-clothed beauty to death on the ground with a thud. Then, she opened her hands, and countless yellow talismans appeared. She roared, break. Boom. The entire courtyard in front of her turned into nothingness under her furious roar. The old geezer who was watching the show from afar jumped in fright and quickly fled far away. As he ran, he kept patting his chest. F***ck, what kind of evildoer is this? She's simply a malefic star. Meanwhile, outside Morning Sun Pavilion, Elder Qing couldn't believe his eyes at all. He stared blankly at the red line that kept jumping up and down on the stone tablet. His intuition told him that there might be something wrong with his eyes. If there wasn't something wrong with his eyes, why would he see this floor keep jumping up? A quarter of an hour ago, Arbor's name was still on the first floor, but now, in just a quarter of an hour, it had reached the 7th floor. The 8th level, the 9th level, impossible. Elder Qing hurriedly nudged Mu Zitong, who was also dumbfounded, and said, quickly go and report to the old master that there seems to be a problem with this stone tablet. At this moment, Mu Tsang was sitting in the main room with a sullen face as he coldly stared at Mu Jingfeng, who was standing before him with his head lowered. Jingfeng, I don't have to say what you did, do I? Jojo is the champion of this family competition, but you gave her place to Mu Ruyan and Mu Royun? You were the one who instructed those elders to take her down a notch and not open the door for her in front of Morning Sun Pavilion, right? Do you think you can teach her a lesson by doing this? Do you want her to know how much authority you have in this Mu family? Do you want to tell her that there are some things that you can give her if you want to, and that you may not give her what you don't want even if she has the qualifications? Muddle-headed. Old Master Mu glared at his son next to him as he shook his head repeatedly. Don't tell me you still don't understand her temperament? Don't talk about Morning Sun Pavilion, she may not even care about it. Even if she really wants it, with her status, if His Highness the Crown Prince asks you to offer it, can you not give it to him? He used to think that his son was smart, but now, it seemed that. How stupid, Mu Tsang shook his head as he looked at his son in disappointment. She was clearly his biological daughter, yet she ended up in a situation where they were like fire and water. What was truly a good hand of cards was completely ruined. Mu Jingfeng's heart involuntarily thumped as he looked at his father's appearance. The disappointment in old Master Mu's eyes was so strong that he could not pretend not to see it. Mu Jingfeng could not help but feel a little flustered. If old Master Mu became picky about him, wouldn't it, even his position as the head of the family would become unstable as a result? He knew that there were quite a few brothers in the family who were troublesome. His second brother had been eyeing the position of the family head and had been scheming for several decades. If his second brother were to find out that the old man was dissatisfied with him, it would not be a good thing. Father. Mu Jingfeng was about to defend himself when he was interrupted. Mu Tsang raised his hand to stop him. Go back and think about it carefully. See if I'm right. Although I haven't interacted much with Jojo, I know that she's a pure and kind-hearted girl. If you give her your sincerity, she will definitely change her opinion of you in the future. If you insist on doing things your own way. Mu Tsang sighed and glanced at his son with disappointment. Regarding Rochuan's matter, you were wrong. You had to wait for Jojo to return before you punished Rochuan for her to see. She already has a grudge against you, and now, she will only think that you're a cold and heartless father without the slightest bit of affection for your children. She must think that our Mu family, from top to bottom, is a group of cold-blooded people. Mu Tsang could not defend himself on the matter of punishing Mu Rochuan. In fact, even he had some thoughts of currying favor with this little granddaughter. Unfortunately, he had overreached himself. Mu Jingfeng's face was tense as he said angrily, "What? You're wrong about punishing Mu Rochuan? What does she mean by this? Could it be that she wants us to let Mu Rochuan go? If we really let Mu Rochuan go, with her personality, she'll be the first to refuse to let it go." Mu Tsang instantly looked at Mu Jingfeng tiredly. "You still don't understand what I mean. Your daughter dislikes the infighting and scheming within the family the most. If you were willing to treat her with a little bit of sincerity, you wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now." Mu Jingfeng was instantly enraged when he heard that. "Father, the entire family didn't have any objections to how Mu Rochuan was dealt with back then. Why is it all our son's fault now?" Mu Tsang glanced at Mu Jingfeng, unable to continue arguing with him. Just as he was about to ask him to leave, he suddenly saw a person rushing in from outside the courtyard. He knelt down and shouted anxiously, "Patriarch, old master, there's a problem with the stone tablet outside Chaoyang restaurant." At this moment, almost everyone in the Mu family was alarmed. Everyone knew that something had gone wrong with the stone tablet outside the Chaoyang tower. The little crown princess was in the Chaoyang restaurant. In less than 2 hours, the stone tablet indicated that she had appeared on the 49th floor. "Hee, are you sure this isn't a joke?" Even the top genius of their clan, Mu Xingchen, took more than a month to reach the 58th floor of the Chaoyang pavilion. In recent years, no one had been able to break the record of the 58th level. Mu Xingchen also came after hearing the news. "What happened?" Mu Xingchen hurriedly separated the crowd. Make way, make way. Is my younger sister inside?" Elder Qing turned to look at him and nodded. Xiao Tang said that arbor went in by herself. Her name also appeared on this stone tablet, so it seems to be true. Even now, he still felt that this matter was shrouded in clouds and fog, making him unable to make head or tail of it. "It's the 50th floor, the 50th floor." At this moment, there was an uproar in the crowd as everyone stared at the stone tablet in shock. It was as if the stone tablet was not just a tablet but a monster. They wished they could pull out its tendons and peel off its skin to see what was inside. Mu Xingchen hurriedly went forward to take a look. Sure enough, he saw his younger sister's name clearly written on the stone tablet, and the red horizontal lines on the stone tablet had indeed lit up to the 50th floor. Everyone could not help but look at each other in dismay, clearly dumbfounded. If it was as Mu Zitong said, that the little crown princess had only gone in for less than 2 hours, then this was simply a miracle. She took less than 2 hours to reach the 50th floor. Their eyes must be playing tricks on them, right? Eh? Bro, come, pinch me. See if it hurts. A Mu family disciple could not help but mutter to the person beside him. Subsequently, he was pinched hard, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He then jumped up and shouted, "I'm not dreaming. There really is someone who reached the 50th floor of Chaoyang restaurant in 2 hours. The family head is here, the family head is here." Someone shouted from outside. The two sides immediately gave way, opening up a small path in the middle that could allow one person to pass through. Mu Tsang walked over with a solemn expression, followed by Mu Jingfeng, who swiftly came over. "What's going on?" When Mu Jingfeng saw so many disciples gathered here, his gaze involuntarily sharpened as he displayed the dignity of the Mu family's head. It's the crown princess." The crown princess entered Chaoyang restaurant. The crown prince consort reached the 50th floor of Morning Sun Pavilion in less than 2 hours. The crown princess is really amazing. I used to say that the eldest young miss was so powerful. Today, I see that the crown princess is the most powerful girl in the family. Yes. The crown princess is simply the Mu family's rarely seen genius in 100 years. Mu Jingfeng glanced at his disciples in astonishment. Only to see these Mu family's disciples, each and every one of them is glowing, everyone is praising the little crown princess. This left Mu Jingfeng somewhat puzzled. After all, the little crown princess did not get along well with the disciples of the Mu family. Why were all the disciples of the Mu family now whispering that she was powerful, saying that she was the genius of the Mu family, with a hint of worship in their eyes? Boom! As he spoke, a water-green figure was kicked out of the mirage-like barrier. She rolled on the ground awkwardly, and her hairpins fell to the ground with tinkling sounds. "Second miss," someone exclaimed. "It's Miss Ro Yan." Everyone instantly looked strangely at Mu Ro-yen, who was suddenly kicked out of Chaoyang restaurant. They saw that her hairpin and skirt were very messy, and her hair was disheveled and hung down. Her small face was filled with terror, and she kept patting her clothes when she came out. This Mu Ro-yen was currently curled up on the ground, patting her clothes as she repeatedly shouted, "Don't burn me, don't burn me. Ah, don't burn me." Mu Jingfeng's face immediately crumbled. This Mu Ro-yan's name was now stuck on the second floor's horizontal line. This was the person with the lowest results in all these years. After entering Chaoyang restaurant for a day, she only made it to the second floor before being kicked out by Patriarch Chaoyang. This Mu Ro-yen was the first in the family. In the past, those disciples could not enter at most and were kicked out by the Patriarch in disdain when they reached the entrance. This Mu Ro-yen was different. She truly had the chance to enter, but she did not even have the ability to go up to the fifth floor before being kicked out. Perhaps, from now on, this name of Mu Ro-yen would take root behind the tablet inscriptions. This was no different from being nailed to the pillar of shame. In the future, the descendants of the Mu family would be able to see this name from generation to generation. They could casually ask around and find out that this was the second daughter of the Mu family head who was kicked out by the patriarch when she reached the second floor of Chaoyang restaurant. At this thought, Mu Jingfeng only felt his face burning with panic, and his entire person was on the verge of exploding. He stepped forward and dragged his disappointing second daughter up from the ground. Then, he gave her a tight slap across her face. "You're such a disappointment. Do you think that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough here? Scram. Father. It's Arbor. It's Arbor who harmed me, father." Mu Ro-yen was pulled up by her father and trembled in anger when she heard her father's merciless scolding. "What's the matter?" Mu Jingfeng looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Ro-yen met that Arbor in Chaoyang restaurant? He looked at this daughter of his suspiciously. Mu Ro-yen hurriedly said, yes, father. It's Arbor who harmed me. She caused a ruckus in Chaoyang restaurant and chased after the patriarch's soul, relentlessly beating him up. Your daughter was caught in the crossfire. Everyone instantly stared at Mu Ro-yen as if they were looking at a lunatic. It seemed that the second miss couldn't stand the stimulation of only going up 2 floors in a day and was probably mentally deranged. What nonsense was she saying? The little crown princess chased after Patriarch Chaoyang restaurant's soul relentlessly. Ha, they must be hallucinating. When Mu Ro-yen saw everyone's expression, she immediately realized that they did not believe her words at all. She hurriedly cried out, "I'm telling the truth, don't doubt me. My sister Ro-yun will probably be kicked out later." Less than a minute after he said that, everyone heard a bang sound. Chow Ro-yan's ups is up, SSSSS, Ro-des, SSDs and looked. TTSSSS. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Looking at the Mu family head's eyes, they couldn't help but have a strange look. The family heads. He appointed people by favoritism. Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yen's talisman crafting was very average. There were plenty of youths in the family's side branch who had higher cultivation than them. The reason why the two of them had the chance to enter Chaoyang restaurant was because... Wasn't it because they were both the daughters of the patriarch, so the patriarch had opened a convenient back door for them? Thinking of this, when those youngsters looked at Mu Ro-yen and her sister, their gazes were slightly unkind. A pair of useless trash, and they even took away their quota for nothing, causing those who could stand out to lose their chance. After all, Mu Ro-yen was still young and had been spoiled since she was young, so how could she bear with other people's gazes? She immediately climbed up shakily and shouted at the top of her lungs, "It's not my fault, it's not. It's Arbor. Arbor set fire to Chaoyang restaurant and even fought with the patriarch. If you don't believe me, then go in and take a look." Just as the outside was in a state of chaos, Xiaomu was currently sprinting madly through a bamboo forest. She chased after the stooped figure in front of her while continuously throwing out explosion talismans. That old man was running in front, panting and shouting as he ran, "Great-grandson, I'm telling you, great-grandfather, stop immediately. I'm telling you, great-grandson, you're committing treason, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, I.O." The old man's head was hit by a winter fruit thrown by Sir Jojo. Staggering forward a few steps, the old man cried out pitifully, "Great-grandfather was just joking with you. Did you have to chase me from the 18th floor all the way to the 58th floor? You're the girl with the highest talisman skills in my Mu clan for 1,000 years. It's not unreasonable for you to marry a promiscuous husband, Io. Why do you keep hitting the old man? Let me tell you. In the past, there was a lady called Lady Xianxia in our clan. She married 7 husbands and gave birth to many children. Io, you. This child can't be taught. Didn't I just set up an illusion array for you? You've already destroyed them, so why are you still chasing after this old man? Don't you know, in the 3 continents, whoever has the biggest fist is right. No matter if it's a male or female cultivator, as long as you're powerful enough, Io, you can marry as many as you want. Stop hitting me, great-grandson, I'm telling you, if you hit me again, great-grandfather will really get angry." This old man was full of nonsense all the way, and he didn't even pant when he said these words. With a wave of his hand, Arbor uprooted countless bamboos and threw them at the old man's head. Hey! Her great-grandson wanted to kill her great-grandfather. This rebellious little thing. Don't think that your great-grandfather is a paper tiger. If your great-grandfather really gets angry, your whole family will be in trouble. Pung. More than 10 bamboos were thrown in succession. The old man hurriedly covered himself with a defensive barrier. Along the way, he was smashed by the bamboo and kept flying forward. He kept shouting, "Hey! Great-grandfather won't joke about this with you in the future, okay? Just how many talismans did this little pervert have on him? From the moment he stepped into Chaoyang restaurant until now, he had been throwing out talismans non-stop. It was as if there was an endless supply of talismans. The old man hurriedly waved his hand, and his figure suddenly shot to the top of the bamboo forest. After a few ups and downs, his shadow disappeared. This old man was really infuriating. The little fellow ran to the side of the bamboo forest. She raised her head and scanned the surroundings. Then, she stopped in her tracks while panting with rage. Her gaze swept around, and then several jade talismans appeared in her hand. She quickly flicked them out. In a short moment, a ripple-shaped whirlpool appeared in the center of the jade talismans. A circle of air current appeared in the center of the vortex, and it followed the vortex and spun several times in the opposite direction. A small jade talisman suddenly appeared in the center of the vortex, flickering with a lustrous luster. Arbor punched at that jade talisman. Before his hand could touch it, he heard the old man shriek. Don't. Hey, little ancestor. Stop punching it. You've already destroyed several dozen of my core formation talismans. If this continues, my Morning Sun restaurant's defenses and concealment formations will all be destroyed by you. That old man's apparition abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Mu with a bitter face and a wrinkled white beard. The old man pitifully said, "Great-grandson, let's have a talk." "Speak." Arbor grumpily glared at the old man. This old geezer was very wicked. Previously, he was hiding in a corner and wanted to trap Jojo inside a trapping formation. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance, he was actually full of wicked ideas. "Great-grandson, look, great-grandfather is getting old. I can't stand you tormenting me along the way. My soul still has to wait for my main body to return from her travels. I can't be finished now." Arbor expressionlessly looked at him. "You're already dead. Your descendants have placed your memorial tablet in the ancestral hall." The old man instantly broke out in curses. "Nonsense. This bunch of bastards are simply fooling around. This old man only went out to travel and hasn't returned for several decades. They actually dare to curse this old man to die? I won't die even if those bastards die." Arbor's mouth twitched for no reason. "If those bastards of yours are bastards, then what are you? An old tortoise? Great-grandson." The old man beamed at her, his gaze landing on her wrist. "Tell great-grandfather what your relationship is with that old woman from the Holy Water sect." It stopped at the 58th floor. Outside, an elder shouted, causing everyone to heave a sigh of relief. This monstrous genius was probably stumped by this level as well. Fortunately, if this fellow really charged up to the 99th floor in one go, the hearts of all the Mu clan disciples present would probably be unable to bear it. On the other side, Prince Mo walked along the pitch-black tunnel with a luminous pearl in his hand. This Tianyun's small base was built underground, and it seemed to be quite large. Mo Lian walked along the tunnel for more than an hour before she saw a bit of light. He took a deep breath and sprinted up. Soon he was out of the light. Suddenly, the sound of a waterfall could be heard. When he looked up, he saw that he was at the bottom of a valley. The mountain was steep, and there was a silver waterfall rushing down. The sound of the water was loud. Mo Lian's gaze fell on the opposite cliff. Over there was a black Ganoderma lucidum growing under the fine water droplets of the waterfall. What a pure divine tier medicinal herb. He didn't expect that he would find such a good thing when he looked up after randomly entering a valley. His wifey must have secretly guided him here, Prince Mo thought in his heart, and was somewhat delighted. He leaped up and flew towards the top of the cliff. Although he didn't understand medicinal theory, he had seen his wifey gather medicinal herbs many times before. He knew that this kind of divine tier medicinal herb had to be stored in a jade box after being plucked. Hence, he took out an empty jade box from his inner world and carefully plucked the black Ganoderma lucidum before placing it inside. Your Highness. Although he couldn't figure out the use of the black Ganoderma lucidum, he could tell it was a divine-level medicinal herb with his many years of experience. He had been inexplicably sucked into the ground by that disc array. After going through so much trouble, he had finally not wasted his efforts. He had even obtained such a pure and natural divine-level medicinal herb for his wife. It could be said that this trip was not in vain. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince was in a good mood. He carefully dug out the black Ganoderma lucidum from the cliff and put it into an empty jade box. Mo Lian raised his hand and patted the cliff lightly. Like a dragon piercing the moon, he landed lightly on the ground. Your Highness. A surprised cry came from behind. The moment Mo Lian turned around, he threw out a black flame. The black flame moved on the ground like a wriggling black snake. It suddenly spread to the feet of the woman, who was shocked. Little Seven, kill her. Mo Lian ordered with a cold expression. Xianxia, who was panicking and retreating rapidly, was so frightened that her pupils shrank. In the process of retreating, she accidentally stepped on a piece of raised gravel. Xianxia only felt that her leg was twisted and she fell to the ground. Ah! With tears in her eyes, Xianxia looked up at Prince Mo, who was not far away, in panic. Your Highness, what are you? Ah! Xianxia hurriedly rolled on the ground and barely avoided Yanqi's punch. The punch suddenly turned into a giant dragon claw and scratched at Xianxia's face without saying anything. Xianxia widened her eyes in horror and her heart was beating wildly. She finally understood that the Crown Prince was not joking with her. The Crown Prince was really going to kill her, but why? What kind of person was the Crown Prince of the Divine Land? Did anyone know that he was so cold and heartless? How could he do such a vicious thing to a flower-like girl? Xianxia hurriedly rolled on the ground several times to avoid the dragon claw that suddenly stamped on the ground. She screamed and crawled backward. Suddenly, Xianxia tore a talisman in her hand and made a prompt decision. Her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Bang! Yanqi's dragon claw landed on the place where Xianxia disappeared. He turned into a human and scratched his little head with a puzzled expression. He turned to look at the Crown Prince behind him. Why did she run away? Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, if she didn't run away, would she wait to be trampled to death by you? He walked to the child, who had a huge appearance but was only an innocent teenager. He raised his hand and patted his head. Well, it seems that she won't come to us casually in the future. Look around and see if there's a way out. Seventh Yen nodded hard and turned into a small dragon. It then climbed up the cliff. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Mo wandered around the bottom of the valley, mainly because he wanted to see if there were any good medicinal herbs that had been overlooked. If there were any good medicinal herbs, he would dig them up for his wife. His wife would definitely be overjoyed. Needless to say, after he wandered around the valley, he really did find a few stalks of medicinal herbs that were in good condition. Thus, he put them all away and felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. At this moment, a series of crashing sounds came from the top of the cliff. Mo Lian looked up and saw the little dragon flying out with a whoosh. It was followed by a green vine that wrapped itself around Seventh Yan's body and pulled him back. Seventh Yan roared in exasperation. His body instantly inflated as if it was filled with air. He struggled to break free from the vine that was wrapped around him and turned back to roar angrily in the direction of the cliff. Instantly, the rocks on the cliff rolled down. Mo Lian stood at the bottom of the valley and leaped up a few times to avoid the rocks that rolled down the cliff. He leaped up the cliff and quickly came to Seventh Yan's side. At this moment, Seventh Yan had already transformed into his human form. He angrily ran to his side and shouted, "Master, Master! There's a cave over there. There's a demon in the cave." Mo Lian did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the little fellow. He raised his hand and patted his head. "I saw a green vine just now." As he spoke, Mo Lian felt his wrist move, and the vine branch of the sapling chocho that he had originally kept in his sleeve abruptly shot out. The upper half of the vine was slightly raised and swayed left and right in mid-air as if it was sensing something. Mo Lian glanced sideways at the vine and his heart skipped a beat. The vine was suspended in mid-air for a few seconds before it suddenly rushed toward the cliff in front. The green silhouette entered a cave on the cliff in no time. This cave was surrounded by many vines and grass. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover that there was a cave here. Mo Lian immediately summoned Little Seven back and dashed into the cave alone. He followed Chocho's vine and chased after it as fast as lightning. At this moment, he had already sensed something. Judging from Chocho's appearance, there was probably a fragment of its seed in this cave. Since that was the case, he had to obtain this fragment. This cave was not big and was only about 10 meters deep. It was long and thin, and the gap between the two sides of the cliff was very narrow. After he dashed in, he felt his vision darken. Rustling sounds of fighting could be heard from the depths of the long and thin cave. Mo Lian chased after him and flicked the 3 luminous pearls in his hand, embedding them into the cliff wall. The warm luster immediately illuminated the depths of the cave, causing the shadows to flicker. On the inner wall of the cave, there was a bunch of thick tree vines. The vines were as thick as an elephant's leg. Hundreds and thousands of vines were tangled together in a mess, looking like a hornet's nest. Mo Lian stretched out a finger and tentatively released a bunch of black flames. However, before the black fire could spread, he immediately retracted it and walked toward the inner wall. At this moment, the half-vine cut off from Chocho's main body was swaying left and right in front of the cluster of vines. From time to time, he would whip the vines in front of him. If the sapling Chocho could take human form now, it would definitely have a solemn and lecturing face. "How is it?" Mo Lian didn't know why she was talking to a vine. The rattan branch shook its head and suddenly raised its front half. It rushed over and whipped the large cluster of rattan branches hanging on the inner wall. From the looks of it, it seemed to be communicating with the other party. However, its methods were as violent as ever. Mo Lian looked speechlessly at the conversation between the vines, feeling that he could not interfere at all. Therefore, he looked around, back and forth in the slender cave, sizing it up. He saw that there seemed to be a lot of shiny things under the knotted vines. These things were buried under the cluster of vines, only occasionally shining between the vines. If one did not look carefully, they would really be overlooked. Mo Lian walked over curiously. When the vines that were originally hanging on the inner wall saw him approaching, they hurriedly opened their mouths and countless vines whipped toward Mo Lian. Seeing this, Chocho's vine suddenly rushed forward and whipped the cluster of vines hard. As a result, the other party's beard drooped down a little and completely stopped. Mo Lian did not care about the interaction between the two of them and walked under the cluster of vines with twisted roots. Using the black stick in his hand, he raked through the messy vines and pulled out a large pile of shiny stones. Aren't these holy stones? Mo Lian thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he hastily dug out that pile of sparkling stones. When he saw it, he was amused. These were holy stones that could only be produced in the Holy Realm, and they were the resources needed for the cultivation of the transcendent God realm. There were at least a few thousand holy stones in this pile, which was far more than the holy stones he had now. No way could it be that there was a holy vein buried in this deep underground valley that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. In the 3 continents, the holy vein that produced holy stones was basically a legendary item. In the past, it was recorded in the records of strange people. It was said that an old man at the peak of the god realm had already reached the state of death because he had been in this realm for a long time. This meant that if he did not improve within a year, his lifespan would reach the end. Who knew that before this old man was about to die, he had the chance to dig out a few holy stones in the mountain and broke through the peak of the god realm in one fell swoop and finally stepped into the mystic venerable realm that he had always dreamed of. From then on, the old man naturally ascended to the holy realm and became famous in the world. Therefore, it was not that there were no holy stones in the 3 continents. He had sent people to search for the holy stone mine before, but they had only found a few or a dozen pieces. It was absolutely unprecedented for him to be able to find so many holy stones by chance like today. Thus, Mo Lian started searching carefully in the depths of that cave wall. He had a feeling that there was something strange about this place. Otherwise, where would this seed fragment go to get so many holy stones? Perhaps there was something strange underground or in the depths of the cave. Mo Lian reached out to touch the cold stone wall. After touching it for a while, her fingers suddenly paused. Under the tree vines, it was originally a flat stone wall, but this one was slightly protruding. Just as Mo Lian was carefully searching, the cluster of vines suddenly became violent again. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, trying to wrap around Mo Lian's arm. Xiaoqiu's vine jumped up and twisted in midair, knocking twice on the cluster of vines as a warning. If Xiaoqiu's main body was here, it would definitely say something like this: "Don't court death." Courting death didn't end well. This seed fragment grew in this deep valley cliff all year round. Although it was sentient, it was completely incomparable to the fragment found in the Royal Academy and Arbor. If that fragment had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, this one was probably only 1 or 2 years old. Xiaoqiu's vine alone could reprimand this thing until it was docile. If it was the previous few pieces, it would probably not work. Mo Lian dug at the bottom of its tree vines and finally pulled out a small, lustrous green ball from within. This ball was woven from emerald green tree vines and looked like it was overflowing with green light. When that bundle of tree vines saw Prince Mo take out this vine ball from its vines, it instantly became somewhat anxious. However, it shook its countless vines and attacked Crown Prince Mo. At this moment, it no longer cared that Xiaoqiu's vine was riding in the air to stop it. As if someone had stepped on its tail, this bundle of tree fragments hurled itself at Mo Lian in a flurry of attacks. Xiaoqiu's vine was unable to stop this little fellow that had suddenly gone berserk. Startled, Mo Lian hurriedly reached out to block that bundle of tree vines that was attacking her with all their might. She shifted a few steps away and lowered her head to look at the little green vine ball in her hand. This vine ball's outer layer was wrapped in rings of vines and she could not see what was inside at all. But it was this little vine ball that made this little tree fragment so anxious that it wanted nothing more than to fight her to the death. Mo Lian speechlessly poked at that little vine ball and raised her head to look at the tree fragment that was whipping towards her feet. "Hey, I'm not trying to snatch your things." He also felt that this was rather strange at this moment. Previously, this fellow did not react at all when he pulled out a large pile of holy stones from under its tree vines. Who would have thought that just by taking a small ball of rattan, he would be able to stimulate the seed fragment? Could it be that there was something strange about this little vine ball? Mo Lian lowered her head and shook the little ball in her hand, releasing a strand of divine sense into that vine ball. However, it seemed to have hit some kind of barrier and was almost bounced back out. This time, Prince Mo felt even more strange. He simply took a few steps forward and stroked that bundle of tree vines as if to comfort it. "Alright, don't be nervous. I'm not going to hurt it, I'm just going to see what this is." Xiaoqiu's branch climbed to the top of the bundle of tree vines and whipped it hard, as if warning it not to act rashly. Although the tree vines were unconvinced and still wanted to whip student Mo Lian, they obediently stopped after being whipped by Xiaoqiu's branch. However, at this moment, it crawled down from the inner wall. From the center of that bundle of tree vines, a little green person the length of an arm crawled out and crawled to Mo Lian's side like a baby, forcefully rubbing against his robe. Mo Lian had already sat down leaning against the mountain wall. When he saw the little green figure approaching, he picked it up and threw it onto his shoulder. "I'll bring you back later. Your master will definitely be very happy to see you." Mo Lian patted the little green person's head. This little thing already had a nose and eyes, and had transformed into the appearance of a small person. However, his small face was still green, and he looked a little frightening. The little green man shook its limbs, seemingly trying to stop Mo Lian from peeling off the rattan ball with all its might. "What's the hurry? Let's see what it is." Mo Lian patted it exasperatedly, casually clearing away the layers of vines wrapping around the vine ball. Inside, she revealed a bundle of green, sparkling and translucent object. It was like a ball of water that had congealed into a paste, wrapped into a round ball and gently bounced on Mo Lian's palm. When Xiaoqiu's branch saw this object, it immediately rushed over. At the last second before it almost collided with the object, Mo Lian reached out and held it tightly in her hand. Xiaoqiu's vine jumped restlessly in Mo Lian's hand, as if it was very excited. However, Mo Lian could not be bothered with this little thing at this time. All of his attention was focused on the green paste. To be precise, his gaze was fixed on the inside of the paste. He saw a transparent little person with long black hair, walking around in the transparent water ball. Mo Lian's gaze was fixed on the little person. He was stunned for a long time before he slowly lifted her up and looked at her carefully. His heart was like a huge wave that surged to the heavens, as if it was overturning rivers and seas. Wasn't this his Jojo? Xiaoqiu's branches, which were originally charging left and right in his hand, also quieted down and slowly crawled out from Mo Lian's palm. They seemed to be very curious as they continuously circled around that glistening green paste. This can't be the essence of the holy wood, right? Mo Lian thought to himself. Logically speaking, this little green person was just a fragment of the holy wood that had just gained sentience. How could it encircle half of Jojo's soul and consciously protect it? Could it be that this was the concern of the unseen? But how did this fragment of the small tree find Jojo's soul? The above was not the main point. What shocked Mo Lian the most was that his Jojo actually had a fragment of his soul. He had never heard the little guy mention it before. His gaze fell on Sir Jojo, who was wrapped in the holy wood essence. This little person was expressionlessly walking back and forth in the sphere wrapped in the holy wood essence. She did not stop for even a moment. As she walked back and forth, Mo Lian even felt like bursting out in laughter as he watched her walk back and forth. He stretched out his finger and poked the paste. The essence of the holy wood released a layer of light and instantly bounced his finger back. He never thought that he would be able to casually pick up a wife after he dropped the formation plate and strolled around the cliff in the valley. Mo Lian did not give up and poked the paste again. The holy wood essence bounced him back again. But this time, the little person wrapped in the sphere turned around and walked towards him. After taking a few steps, he turned around expressionlessly and continued to walk. This little nose, little eyes, little hands and feet. She was a miniature version of Jojo. Looking at her was quite interesting. Crown Prince Mo stared at his wifey for a long time, until Xiaoqiu's branches randomly rubbed against his arm. Only then did he come back to his senses and put the vine back into his sleeve. He raised his hand and put the messy bundle of vines into a storage talisman. He raised his hand and patted the little green person's head. "Be good and stay in the storage talisman. I'll let you see your real master later." After speaking, he put the little green person away. Looking down at the holy wood essence in his hand, Mo Lian's lips slightly and a smile appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he had gained quite a lot from this trip. Rather than letting his imagination run wild here, he might as well hurry back and ask his wife about this soul remembrance. He took a deep look at Lady Xiaoqiu's soul remembrance and carefully stored the holy wood essence into his inner world. He then turned to look at the large pile of holy stones on the ground and swept them all into a storage talisman. When luck came, there was really no stopping it, but speaking of which, he forgot to ask the little green person where he got all these holy stones. Mo Lian thought for a moment and let the little green person out of the storage talisman. He pointed to a piece of holy stone in his hand and poked its little head, meaning that he wanted it to tell him where the holy stone was dug out. In the end, this little green man looked at him with a confused face for a long time, twisting its buttocks and waist, but it still did not know how to open its mouth to speak. This was originally a little thing that had just awakened its spiritual intelligence. Compared to the previous few pieces of tree seed fragments, it was far inferior. It had been hanging in the cave on the cliff all day, and no one taught it to speak, so naturally it did not know how to communicate. Mo Lian was at his wit's end, thinking that today's harvest was quite rich, and nothing could be forced, he could only give up. Perhaps he could first record this location, and when he got out, he could call someone in to investigate. Mo Lian came out of the slender cave, and flew to the top of the cliff. Looking into the distance, he could only see a continuous stretch of mountain walls, and at a glance, he could not see the end. Suddenly, from the crevice of the mountain walls, a pitch-black long snake drilled out, opening its mouth and biting towards Mo Lian's left hand. A vine suddenly shot out from Mo Lian's sleeve, and with a paw, it hit the snake. That black snake hissed twice, twisted twice, and suddenly burst into flames. Following the black snake's body burst into flames, an indescribable strange smell drifted over with the wind. Mo Lian's body swayed slightly, and his footsteps were unsteady as he retreated a few steps. That strange smell was very strong, and in a short while, it completely filled up the entire area. He had just raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose, when he staggered a few more steps back, and then his whole body seemed to have lost the support of his bones, and softly fell to the ground. Time seemed to have frozen. Mo Lian fell to the ground in a daze, as if he did not have the slightest bit of strength, only his slender fingers moved slightly a few times. About a quarter of an hour later, a pair of light embroidered shoes came out from the other side of the cliff and walked briskly to his side. At this moment, Prince Mo's eyes were slightly closed, as if there was only a faint light in his eyes. He looked so weak that it seemed like he could not even open his eyelids. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're finally acting weird now. Xianxia appeared beside Crown Prince Mo with a contorted expression and slowly crouched down. Her beautiful eyes flashed with the light of determination to win. She had said before that as long as she wanted something, she would be able to get it no matter what method she used. She had taken a fancy to this man. It was such a good opportunity. Even if she had nothing to do, she had to do something for him. She pursed her lips and smiled at the man on the ground. She raised her hand and was about to touch his handsome face with his thin lips tightly pursed. Xianxia suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She was shocked and looked down. He saw a shiny dagger stabbed into his chest, and a soft and warm red blood was gushing out from the wound. Saint Claude-Su was flustered. He screamed and covered the dagger in his chest. He stood up and took a few steps back. When he raised his eyes again, he saw that Prince Mo had already climbed up from the ground. A pair of dark phoenix eyes were emitting a gloomy cold light, staring straight at him. Saint Claude-Su felt a chill in her bones, and her whole body could not help but tremble. He did not fall for it. Mo Lian lifted his hand to brush off the dust on his clothes, and coldly stared at the woman in front of him. He sneered mockingly, "Little ant, how dare you plot against me?" His special ability, medicinal power, had now broken through to heaven rank. What was the level of a heaven-level pharmacist? Invulnerable to poison? No, it should be the level of invulnerable to poison. For example, Ding Ting Ding once gave him the neurotoxin of the devil grass. If it was now and Ding Ting Ding used this poison on him, he could just casually use the medicinal power to make him suffer the consequences of his own actions. It was that simple. People didn't know that their crown prince of Shenzhou had long been a rare heaven-level pharmacist. You probably couldn't find more than 5 yellow-level pharmacists in the upper 3 provinces, not to mention a heaven-level pharmacist. Wang Dongping of Huiping village, who had used so many corpse puppets to gain experience, was now only an advanced pharmacist. He was still far away from the yellow level. The efficacy of an advanced pharmacist could control the corpse poison in the human body to a certain extent. There were very few apothecaries. Otherwise, Crown Prince Mo wouldn't cherish a mere advanced level apothecary like Wang Dongping. Therefore, Xianxia was simply overestimating herself by showing off her venomous snake and wanting to use this kind of poison to deal with the crown prince. Xianxia's fingers covering her chest couldn't help but twitch and tremble. The gaps between her fingers were filled with blood, dripping down in streams, causing her face to instantly become incomparably pale. Your Highness. Single Claude-Su staggered back step by step, murmuring to beg for mercy. Yes, it's Susu who was blinded by pig oil. Susu knows she's wrong. I beg you, let me go this time. Mo Lian coldly stared at the woman in front of him. This was the first time that a man looked at her with such a focused gaze. Xianxia didn't feel happy at all. Instead, the suppressed fear in her heart grew bigger and bigger. She was so scared that her legs trembled. She turned around, clutching her chest and barely holding her breath to rush down the cliff. In the blink of an eye, a long and slender whip made of black flames darted out from behind her and landed on half of her body with a pop sound. Her skin and flesh were split open, and a long bloody mark appeared on her back. Xianxia turned her head in horror and looked at Mo Lian, who was slowly walking towards her. She cried out involuntarily, You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm a divine-level pill master. Her short-circuited brain seemed to have suddenly been reconnected as she quickly took out a lot of pills from her inner world and swallowed them one by one. She said to Mo Lian with a lisp, I can save your mother. If you kill me, I won't die, but you don't even care about your mother's life? Mo Lian gazed at her indifferently. Oh? You can save the Empress? Yes. As long as I find the phoenix wood, remote ghost grass, snow region flower, and jade blood vermilion fruit, I can gather the ingredients to refine the soul-returning pill for your mother. I can. 10%. Mo Lian interrupted her with an indifferent expression and said coldly, With your current pill refining realm, the success rate of refining the soul-returning pill is only 10%. A 10% success rate was equivalent to giving her a pile of good herbs to waste. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to refine it successfully. No. Xianxia's pupils contracted. I'm useful. I'm still useful, Your Highness. You're useless. Mo Lian coldly interrupted her. He raised his hand and countless black flames jumped on his fingertips. Alchemist Xian. He said coldly, You shouldn't have provoked me again and again. She knew now, she knew that this man really hated her to the extreme. Even if she walked by his side, it seemed that she was not allowed to. Yes, she was too conceited. She thought that she was a dignified divine-grade alchemist. Even if the crown prince didn't give face to the monk, he would give face to the Buddha. He would definitely favor her. She didn't expect that the crown prince was such a crown prince. She was killed by her own conceit. Xianxia covered the wound on her chest. Her eyes were dark and hard to understand. Undercurrents were surging. If you kill me, my master won't let you off. My life card is in the City of Shadows. My master is the City of Shadows. Third City Lord. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you off. Mo Lian gazed at her coldly, and with a flip of his hand, a giant palm formed from black fire pressed down on her face. I really have a way to save your mother. Xianxia shouted with a trace of fierceness. The huge palm formed by the black flames had already covered her face. Xianxia's heart was in a mess. She was anxious, angry. She was now in the prime of her life. Her future was limitless. How could she be willing to die like this? She struggled to throw out an object and roared with a distorted expression, Since you want me to die, then accompany me to die. This damned man didn't give her any face. He would pay the price for his arrogance. On the road to the Yellow Springs, he would become her stepping stone. The huge palm of black flame suddenly slapped the place where Xianxia was lying. At the same time, the red stone that Xianxia threw out completely exploded. A huge heat wave rolled out from the inside of the stone and engulfed the two people. A loud bang exploded in Mo Lian's ears. That huge force sent him flying several feet away. This was followed by a series of rocks rolling down the cliff. The entire cliff was shaken by a strong force and trembled violently. Prince Mo subconsciously levitated into the air. When he looked down, he saw that the woman's figure had already been crushed by countless rocks. A suction force came from under his feet. Mo Lian's expression turned cold as she was pulled down a few feet. However, he quickly stabilized his body and looked down coldly at Xianxia, who was completely buried by a large pile of rubble. He frowned slightly. The firearm that Xianxia threw out at the last moment was very powerful. If he was not wrong, it should be the fire glaze from the City of Shadows. It was said that the fire glaze in the City of Shadows was divided into 9 grades according to its power. He had once used 3 grade 9 fire-colored glass to destroy a small town, killing more than 1,000 cultivators. He didn't know what grade the fire glaze in Xianxia's hand was. She used this fire glaze to tell Mo Lian that she was indeed from the City of Shadows and didn't lie to him. Who knew that Mo Lian didn't care who she was and dealt with her as he should. The cliff that they were standing on was now being destroyed by the fire glaze. Pieces of the cliff were sliding down the cliff. That strange suction force came from under Mo Lian's feet again. It appeared that the formation disk that sucked him into the depths of the ground was still in effect. After Mo Lian's body was pulled down several dozen feet, she stopped and hovered in midair. At this moment, he was only a few meters away from the craggy ground below. As for Xianxu's figure, he had already been completely buried by the falling rocks from the giant peak. Mo Lian pondered silently as he hovered in that direction. If his conjecture was correct, it seemed that he could only leave this place by finding where the formation disk had sunk and shattering it. Otherwise, he would be trapped here by the formation disk suction force. Prince Mo raised his hand and released 2 golems. He coldly said, "Follow me." "My Qiao section break, my good granddaughter, don't resent your great-grandfather for nagging. It's mainly because you don't like to talk, right?" The old man followed closely behind Xiaomu the entire time as he prattled on. "You said that old woman from the Holy Water sect is your grandmaster. Then in that case, we already had a rather deep relationship back when we were in the Holy Water sect. After all, this old man also guided that old woman back then. Speaking of which, I can be considered half a master to that old woman." The old man smugly clasped his hands behind his back and faced the sky. Seeing Arbor abruptly turn around to stare at him, the old man reflexively crossed his arms in front of his chest and stammered, "Gunna, don't throw explosion talismans again. I'm telling you. My Morning Sun Pavilion has been passed down for many years. It can't withstand your careless throwing of explosion talismans. If you don't use these explosion talismans well and it attacks Morning Sun Pavilion, the entire Morning Sun Pavilion's barrier will collapse. Then what will great-grandfather give you to inherit in the future? Don't you think so? You old geezer, it's like you haven't spoken to anyone in several hundred years. Why are you so garrulous?" Xiaomu turned around and continued walking forward. She passed through the bamboo forest and stopped beside a stream. Hey. The old man hastily jogged to her side and said indignantly, "Child, how can you talk about great-grandfather like that? I'm telling you, it's not that great-grandfather is long-winded. You are the one who doesn't talk much." Xiaomu cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said happily, "I've waited for so many years, and I've finally waited for you. In the future, I'll leave Chaoyang restaurant to you." "What do you mean?" Arbor turned his head and glanced at him. The old man blew his beard and glared. "You still don't understand? You have my universal jade talisman in your hand. As long as it's a treasure ground with a talisman array that I set up, you can enter it." "This?" Arbor lifted his wrist, and a round jade bracelet appeared in front of the old man's eyes. The old man looked at the pine and cypress carved on the jade bracelet and sighed. He stroked his beard and said, "Back then, this old man carved it bit by bit. This jade bracelet can open all the immortal abodes that the old man left on the divine land. How is it, my dear grandson? Do you feel the bliss of a pie falling from the sky?" Arbor shook his head. "You experts like to use some immortal abodes that are of little value to lure people into working for you. After taking your benefits, I naturally have to work for you." Arbor glanced at him coldly. "Unfortunately, I don't have time. I don't deserve a reward for nothing. Those things, I feel like they're hot to the touch, so I don't want them." The old man suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. What's going on? Children these days are actually so hard to deceive? Back then, if this old man was willing to announce in the 3 states that he wanted to take in a personal disciple, who knew how many people would break their heads and cry, begging to hug his thigh, he didn't expect to meet this little girl today, but he was defeated again and again. Could it be that this old man had to cry and beg her to accept his big gift? The old man's expression became slightly serious, and he coughed. "You're a child of Mutsong's bloodline." He didn't expect Mutsong, that serious child, to be able to teach such a cunning fox and fiery little girl. It was a bit rare. "My name is Arbor." Arbor coldly interrupted the old man and said indifferently. What? The old man was just a wisp of soul, so of course, he couldn't understand so many things. When he heard Lord Jojo's surname, he was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "You're not a child of my Mu family?" Impossible. He immediately denied it himself. This old man can feel the pure power of the Mu family's bloodline in you. You must be from the direct line of Mutsong's bloodline. And this child's bloodline power was mixed with a strong water spirit power. She must be, you should be the little girl born from the marriage between my family and the Long family. Your mother should be from the Sea Dragon clan of Forgetfulness River. How can your surname be Chiao? You're a child of my Mu family. The old man rolled his eyes in annoyance and interrupted Arbor's words. He continued to talk to himself. I don't care, you're a child of my Mu family. Your great-grandfather's good grandchild, don't try to deny it. It's no use even if you don't admit it. We have the bloodline talisman, we can make you show your true form in minutes. Arbor rolled her eyes. Show her true form? Did he think she was a snake demon? Xiaomu grumpily threw the old man a cold glance before squatting down and using her hand to touch the small stream in front of her. TSK, the water was cool and clear. It really felt like a real stream and not a scene created by spirit power. Child. The old man simply pulled out a small stool from his inner world and sat beside Arbor. He said earnestly, let me tell you, I don't have any requirements for you. I don't want you to do anything or do anything. These, and those, the things in Chaoyang restaurant, I'll give them all to you. In the past, great-grandfather excavated many grotto heavens and immortal abodes in the 3 prefectures. They were treasured lands of the divine realm. As long as you get close to that area, the bracelet will sense it and lead you to it. Gold, silver, and treasures are nothing. Talismans and medicinal pills are just appetizers. The most important thing is that my great-grandfather had once excavated a holy stone vein. The old man said complacently and happily. But you don't have to worry. I've sealed the holy vein with 18 layers of talisman formations. Ha 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 ha. Apart from the 2 of us, no one else can enter. Arbor glanced at him. You're so rich, and you've excavated so many things. You even have the existence of a holy vein. Why don't you use it to support your family? The old man blew his beard and glared. This bunch of unworthy bastards, they only know how to think about this old man's ancestral property. They don't work hard and don't learn well. They only want to live off their elders. No. Your great-grandfather's good grandchild. I'll leave all my things to you. I won't give them a single cent. The old man waved his hand and chuckled as he dragged the stool to Arbor's side. Good grandson, you can tell great-grandpa about your grandmaster-grandmother now, right? Back then, I had a long talk with this elderly lady for 3 days and nights. We discussed the sword, the Tao, and the great Tao of cultivation. That old woman was actually very perceptive. She was just hilarious and refused to return to the divine province no matter what. As he spoke, the old man sighed with a distressed expression. That's right, how is that old woman now? Arbor turned his small face and gazed deeply at him. Many years ago, the 6 prefectures led people to encircle and annihilate the Holy Water sect. My grandmaster self-detonated and her soul scattered in order to protect the many senior sisters as they evacuated. The old man started wailing. Although Arbor really wanted to mock this old man, he couldn't laugh in the end. He only said aloofly, I've already avenged the 6 prefectures. None of the people who encircled and annihilated my holy water sect had a good ending. They didn't even have the chance to have their souls scattered. Arbor said coldly, because I want to restrain their living souls and make them slaves and servants for generations to come. I want them to go through water and tread on fire for my holy water sect's future. I want them to live a life worse than death. Even the old man couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at his cold tone. Even his soul body felt a sudden chill. In reality, there were many people like Lu Yizhi who had been forcefully refined into a golem. A portion of them had been left by Mo Lian's side, while the other portion had been left inside the holy water sect at Rosy Cloud's Peak. Good grandson, did you want to mock your great-grandpa just now? Arbor silently glanced at him. The old man heaved a long sigh. Back then, your grandmaster insisted on staying in the lower star domain and took in so many female disciples from impoverished families. She devoted her entire mind and body to establishing the holy water sect. I want her to travel with me, but that's only if she's willing, right? Arbor cast him a disdainful glance. Did you mention it? The old man sat there motionlessly as if he had been struck by lightning. You didn't even ask. How would you know what she was thinking? Jojo continued to mercilessly stab the old man in the heart. But what's the point of saying all this now? The past is the past. You can't go back, Arbor said coldly. In fact, she despised those indecisive people the most. They would just say whatever they wanted to say. Wasn't it annoying to be hesitant and nervous? You said that if you were rejected, you would only be hurt once. You should make a decision. If you don't say anything, who knows what you're thinking? If Jojo's lotus was also this meek and weak, even after 10,000 years, Lord Jojo wouldn't take a liking to him. Lord Xiao had clearly forgotten that when the two of them first met, His Highness the Crown Prince was able to completely read her thoughts. There was no barrier in their communication at all. His granddaughter's way of stabbing him was too unkind. However, the old man had nothing to say in his grief. The old man seemed to have suddenly stopped his chatterbox heart. He sat beside her in a daze and stared blankly at the stream. Good grandson, do you have wine? You're just a spirit body. You can't drink wine. Arbor expressionlessly struck a blow. The old man instantly revealed a bitter expression. Can't I smell the wine? Arbor casually waved her hand, and a pot of chrysanthemum wine appeared in her hand. Casually placing the wine jug on the ground, Arbor stood up. I've been here long enough. Can I go out now? The old man picked up the wine jug and kept sniffing the chrysanthemum brew with his nose. He was originally intoxicated, but when he heard the little fellow's words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How long have you been here? How long has it been? Do you know how long it took for those people to come in before they could reach the floor you're on? Arbor blinked. Pick out the location of your talisman and break it. Won't you be able to go upstairs? Do you think everyone is like you, a little pervert who can use talisman energy to sense the location of my talisman? The old man blew his beard and glared. This old man set up this Chaoyang restaurant to test my Mu family's descendants. Who knew that they're all disappointing? Everyone just wants to get some benefits. None of them can catch this old man's eye. Arbor glanced at him expressionlessly. My big brother isn't that kind of person. Don't make him sound like those hedonistic sons of the Mu family. Who's your big brother? My big brother, Mu Xingqian. Oh. Apparently, the old man had some impression of Mu Xingqian. It's that kid who reached the 58th floor. He's not bad, but his talent isn't as good as yours. Sir Jojo glanced at the old man. How many people do you think have talent like mine in this world? The old man was stunned. He obviously didn't expect the little girl to say such conceited words. You don't know what modesty is? The old man asked speechlessly. This girl can't be praised too much. Just like this, she wants to go to heaven. Being overly modest is just being hypocritical. Arbor glanced at him and kicked the stool under his butt. I'm going to continue now. Do you want to follow me? Although the old man said that Chaoyang restaurant was given to her, she decided to continue to show the Mu family her strength. She wanted her name Arbor to be passed down on the stone tablet for tens of thousands of generations, crushing everyone in the Mu family. Of course I want to. The old man quickly jumped up and followed her all the way to the track. I'm telling you. This Chaoyang restaurant is now yours. If you do it yourself, you'll be destroying your own things. It's fine if you can jump out of the talisman, but don't destroy it. It wasn't easy for me to make these core array talismans to maintain the hundreds of arrays inside and outside the morning sun in. If you want to destroy everything, I won't let you off. The old man muttered as he followed Lady Xiao toward the barrier. After breaking through the barrier of the 58th level, the scenery before him changed abruptly. At this moment, Mu Tsong, Mu Jingfeng, and the others, who were burning with anxiety, suddenly discovered that the horizontal line flickering with red light on the stone tablet had begun to move again after waiting for about an hour. Let's go. Miss Jojo is starting again. Heavens, it's only been a short while, and she's already broken through the 58th level. Is this person still human? Mu Royan struggled to get up and slapped the stone tablet as she shouted sternly, Grandfather, Father, aren't you going to think of a way to open the door to Chaoyang restaurant? Arbor is chasing after Patriarch Chaoyang inside. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and stared at the second young miss with an extremely strange gaze. Did second young miss enter her head in Chaoyang restaurant? Even if there was only a wisp of the Patriarch's soul inside, with Miss Jojo's skinny arms and legs, how could she chase after the Patriarch? Seeing that everyone was looking at her like that, Mu Royan hurriedly pulled Mu Royan aside. Sister, tell us. Tell us. You saw it with your own eyes, right? That Arbor must have really gone crazy. He caused a ruckus in Chaoyang restaurant and even chased after the Patriarch all the way. Although we were a few floors below, we could still hear it clearly. At that time, Arbor chased after the Patriarch and threw explosion talismans at him, and the Patriarch was still screaming. Everyone looked at each other as if they were in a fantasy. They looked at each other silently and saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. What kind of joke was this? He chased after the Patriarch and threw explosion talismans at him, beating him until he screamed. Why did it feel like child's play? Mu Royan's little face was cold as she stomped her feet. I don't know the details, but Arbor must have hit our Patriarch Chaoyang. Mu Jingfeng glanced at his father and coughed. Father, look, this? What should we do? The corner of Mu Tsang's eyes twitched, and he instantly felt a little tired. Raising his hand to push his forehead, Mu Tsang said in a low voice, Come, all the elders gathered together. Let's see if we can open Chaoyang restaurant's main door a little. Jingfeng and I will go in to take a look. Yes. All the elders of the Mu family responded in unison. Father, I'll go in with you. Mu Jingrui interjected worriedly. Mu Tsang turned back to look at his youngest son and nodded with a smile. That's good. Then, everyone, come. Work together to open a crack in Chaoyang restaurant. Jingfeng, Jingrui, and I will go in to see what's going on. Yes. All the elders instantly came forward and formed a large circle. One by one, they reached out and placed their hands on each other's backs. At the same time, they gathered their accumulated spiritual energy on Old Master Mu, who was standing at the front. Old Master Mu pushed out a palm and imprinted it on the empty space in front of him. A ripple appeared in front of him, and a translucent barrier appeared in the middle. The old man and the others worked together to tear a small gap in the barrier. In the blink of an eye, Mu Tsang called out to his two sons and flashed into the crack at the same time, stepping into Chaoyang restaurant's territory. Mu Tsang had just said, Mu clan disciple Mu Tsang greets old ancestor Chaoyang. Just then, he heard a delicate reprimand coming from the wind. You old man, didn't you say that you would give them all to me? How can you let people in so casually? My good grandson, how would I know that someone would suddenly barge in? You call the shots here, you call the shots. If you don't want to see them, just kick them out. Nonsense? I'm so far away from them. How am I supposed to kick them? Sir Jojo yelled unhappily. My dear grandson, all you have to do is to recite the name of one of them and kick them. Mu Jingfeng instantly had a bad premonition. Before he could make a sound, he heard a rustling sound in front of him. Before he could take a defensive posture, he felt a pain in his chest. It really felt like he had been kicked heavily, and he was sent flying by a huge force. At this moment, a group of elders was sitting cross-legged outside, conserving their energy and regulating their breathing. In a while, they would have to open the crack in Chaoyang restaurant's door again to bring the family head and the rest out. Who knew, the Patriarch, who had only gone in for 3 seconds, was sent flying out of the barrier. It was as if he had been kicked out of the barrier. His butt landed heavily on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, no one could make a sound for a long time. Mu Jingfeng's butt hurt even more, his chest hurt even more, and his face hurt even more. He could not speak for a while. Still, Mu Jingshua reacted the quickest and immediately cried out, Io, boss, what's going on? You were kicked out by our family's old ancestor, right? The Mu brothers speechlessly looked at him at the same time. This 6th brother's mouth was the worst. Whatever came to his mind, he would spout and make jokes the moment he opened his mouth. What happened? Mu Jingshua hurried forward to help his eldest brother up, but who knew that Mu Jingfeng would fling his hand away with a sullen face. Cough, big brother. The fourth brother, Mu Jingxiao, stepped forward to help Mu Jingfeng. Seeing his ashen face and thick smoke rising from the top of his head, he did not know what to say to smooth things over for a moment. Mu Jingfeng's lips were tightly pursed, and he was simply unwilling to say anything. If everyone thought that he was kicked out by old ancestor Zhaoyang, his reputation would still be slightly better. If others were to find out that he, Mu Jingfeng, was kicked out of Chaoyang restaurant by that unfilial daughter, then he would really have no place to hide his old face. His anger toward Arbor was practically bursting. If it weren't for the fact that these people were present, he would have wished for nothing more than to enter Morning Sun restaurant again, capture Qiao Mu, and ruthlessly whip her. This unfilial daughter actually dared to treat her father like this. Was there still any law? Was there any justice in this world? If the heavens had eyes, they should send down 100 huge lightning bolts to destroy this unfilial daughter. Mu Jingfeng was extremely indignant. After standing up, his expression remained unchanged. It's nothing. You guys continue to stand guard here. When Arbor comes out later, inform me. After saying that, he immediately pushed through the crowd and left in a huff. How could he still have the face to continue staying here? Just by looking at the strange smiles in his brother's eyes, he felt that he couldn't continue to stay here. How could a prideful person like him endure this kind of humiliation? His hatred for Qiao Mu had truly reached a peak. At this moment, Mu Tsang and Mu Jingrui finally recovered from their shock in Chaoyang restaurant. He cupped his fists at the air in front of him and said respectfully, Mu Tsang greets old ancestor Zhaoyang. What are you two doing here? Old ancestor Zhaoyang was no longer the talkative old man he had been when he was talking to Arbor. A big, solemn face suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Mu Tsang and Mu Jingrui. With a face full of resentment, he said, I previously said that only my Mu family's younger generation can enter this Chaoyang restaurant. What are you two doing here? Get out. Yes, yes. Mu Tsang repeatedly said, Ancestor, are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? Forefather Chaoyang snapped. Get out of here. Don't obstruct my good grandson from climbing the stairs. Mu Tsang and his son Mu Jingrui exchanged glances. Mu Jingrui promptly bowed and hesitated before saying, Ancestor, Jojo is still young and has a reclusive personality. Her actions are a bit out of line. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you won't hold it against her. What nonsense are you spouting? Patriarch Chaoyang revealed a protective expression and grumpily scolded Mu Jingrui, You're the one who's eccentric and out of line. My good granddaughter just doesn't like to talk, that's all. She's smart and quick-witted, who knows how many tens of thousands of times more outstanding than you people. Hurry and scram. Don't obstruct my good granddaughter from climbing the stairs. I'm afraid my good granddaughter is going to break the record for the stone tablet in front of my Chaoyang pavilion. Thinking of this, the old man's large face hanging in the air smiled until all his wrinkles were exposed. Mu Jingrui looked at Patriarch Chaoyang strangely, then turned back to look at his father and quietly muttered, Doesn't seem like it. What doesn't seem like it? Patriarch Chaoyang instantly scolded him in annoyance, You brat, speak properly and say it louder. Mu Jingrui was instantly speechless and exchanged glances with his father. Mu Tsang awkwardly coughed, That, Patriarch Chaoyang, it's a misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Patriarch Chaoyang's face was full of sharpness as he unhappily asked, What? Did you guys forcefully open Chaoyang Pavilion's door and barge in, or did something really happen? Since you came in, why didn't you tell this old man clearly? Hurry and speak. Mu Tsang's mouth involuntarily twitched as he stammered, It's the two granddaughters that you kicked out just now. They're worried about your safety. The more Mu Tsang spoke, the more he felt that he was a bit retarded. If he said everything in front of Patriarch Chaoyang, those two children's paths in this lifetime could be considered to have come to an end. Nothing, Patriarch. Mu Tsang quickly shook his head and coughed lightly, saying, Since Patriarch is fine, then we'll go out first. Mu Tsang was about to contact the elders outside to tear open the crack in the barrier and let the father and son out. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Chaoyang's large head suddenly floated down. His large illusory face pressed down on the father and son's heads just like that, his eyes staring straight at them. To be honest, this appearance was indeed a bit frightening. The father and son looked at each other, feeling goosebumps rising in their hearts. Old ancestor. Mu Jingrui braced himself and called out. Finish what you just said. Old ancestor Chao Yang's face was full of anger. Tell me, what did they say after they left? These two girls, this old man's eyes were extremely sharp, and he could tell at a glance that these two girls were not good people. Those who entered Chaoyang restaurant came in through the back door. Originally, the old ancestor was a little disheartened because he hadn't seen many satisfactory disciples in recent years. After all these years, the Mu family was probably getting worse with each generation. This Chaoyang restaurant could only be used as a place for future disciples to dig for treasures. He would just let the two girls pick whatever they wanted and leave. Who would have known that the aptitude of these two girls was so poor? They were the two with the worst aptitudes that he had seen over the years. It would be strange if such a talent was arranged to enter Chaoyang brothel, looking at how they had spent so much effort wandering around the second or fourth floor. In comparison, there was a little freak who had just entered Chaoyang restaurant and could go up to the 18th floor in one go. There really was no harm without comparison, and the old ancestor became even angrier when he did. In his anger, he gave each of the two girls a kick. These two kicks caused Mu Rian and Mu Royun to be kicked out of Chaoyang restaurant by the forefather. The forefather didn't expect that these two girls with evil intentions would dare to spread rumors outside and stir up trouble. This was simply preposterous. Thus, when he got angry, Mu Tsang and Mu Jingrui felt a bit of pressure from the bottom of their hearts. Speak. Seeing that the forefather was about to get angry, Mu Jingrui didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly recounted everything that Mu Rian and Mu Royun had said. Ruyan said that you've been yelling the whole way that you're going to betray your master and exterminate your ancestors. She was worried about your safety, that's why she had us rush over so urgently to take a look. After saying that, Mu Jingrui also felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Seeing the forefather's intimate attitude toward Arbor, he probably treated Arbor much better than any of the family's juniors. It wasn't like Arbor would really chase after the forefather, right? Moreover, with the forefather's current cultivation, even if 3 to 5 little Arbor came, they wouldn't be able to touch the forefather's soul in the slightest, right? They had all been tricked by Mu Rian and Mu Royun and ran in to get beaten up. Mu Jingrui took a deep breath and returned to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Please calm your anger, forefather." Mu Tsang also recovered at this time. He was outside earlier because he was worried that with his granddaughter's temper, she might really do something to betray her master and exterminate her ancestors. Now that he thought about it carefully, although this granddaughter of his was very cold and cheerless, her character was very good. He should have trusted her. Mu Tsang hurriedly cupped his hands and shouted, "Forefather, this disciple was muddle-headed. Please forgive me. This disciple will go out now." "Of course you're muddle-headed." Forefather Chaoyang shouted irritably. "The Mu family is really getting worse with each generation in your hands." Forefather Chaoyang snorted coldly. "This old man will go out with you. I have something to announce while I'm at it." Mu Tsang instantly broke out in cold sweat. Forefather. Forefather Chaoyang coldly glanced at Mu Tsang and Mu Jingrui. "If the Mu family is left to you to manage, it will decline. The most outstanding disciples of the Mu clan have all changed their names? What did you do? Is it because I haven't been on the continent for decades that you don't even have the brains to do things? The Long family was originally our ally, and now that our relationship has become like this, you all have an inescapable responsibility." Mu Tsang's face was immediately filled with shame. He lowered his head and cupped his hands. "Yes, old ancestor is right." Forefather Chaoyang snorted. "If you hadn't chosen the wrong patriarch, how could the family have ended up like this? I can't help but feel angry when I see your foul faces." Forefather Xiaoyang scolded Mu Tsang the moment he opened his mouth. There was nothing old Master Mu could do. After all, old Master Mu was the most prestigious old master in the history of the Mu family. If he scolded him, then so be it. Let the old man vent his anger, then everything will probably be fine. Let's go. Old ancestor Chaoyang snorted and waved his hand. "I'll go with you." Mutsong immediately smiled bitterly and exchanged glances with Mu Jingrui before nodding repeatedly. Now that he followed the old ancestor out, there was no need for the elders outside to work hard to open the Chaoyang pavilion's door. The two followed behind old ancestor Chaoyang. As soon as they went out, old ancestor Chaoyang's wrinkled face enlarged and appeared above everyone's head. Who was the one who spread rumors in the clan? Who said that I was chased and beaten by my granddaughter? Ancestor Chaoyang roared as soon as he went out. Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun were so scared that they rolled on the ground. They didn't expect that ancestor Chaoyang's soul could still come out of the Chaoyang pavilion. Greetings, greetings, ancestor. The two sisters hurriedly crawled forward and respectfully kowtowed in front of ancestor Chaoyang. Ancestor Chaoyang didn't care about their respect at all and continued to glare at them. Shameless! How dare you make up lies and slander my reputation? Did he not care about his reputation? If word got out that he was chased and beaten by his granddaughter with an explosion talisman, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? Ancestor! Ancestor, please spare our lives. Ancestor, please spare our lives. Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun were so scared that their hair stood on end. They didn't expect that ancestor Chaoyang would really come out of the pavilion to settle the score with them. So it was indeed Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun who were spouting nonsense. The Mu clan disciples all talked at once and whispered. Like I said, ancestor is a senior expert. How could he be chased and beaten by Miss Jojo? Everyone nodded in agreement. Their eyes were still filled with disdain as they looked coldly at Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun. The good days of these two sisters could be considered to have come to an end. Now that they had offended ancestor Chaoyang, not to mention that their concubine couldn't protect them, even the patriarch wouldn't be able to settle this matter completely. Mu Ro-yun was slightly smarter than her sister. When she realized that the situation wasn't right, she hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Her head hit the limestone floor and made a thumping sound. Ancestor, ancestor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to my sister's words. I didn't know the truth and spoke casually and tarnished ancestor's reputation. Mu Ro-yun's words immediately pushed the blame to her sister, Mu Ro-yen. Mu Ro-yen was instantly flabbergasted. She turned back to look at her and hurriedly kowtowed. Matriarch, matriarch, this has nothing to do with me. Old ancestor Xiaoyang was too lazy to listen to their bickering. He waved his hand and said, as a disciple of the Mu family, if you harbor evil intentions, you will not be able to achieve great things in the future. Mutsong, from tomorrow onwards, send these two disciples out of the main family. Let them go to a barren land to temper their temperament. Mutsong smiled bitterly and nodded. He cupped his hands and replied, yes. Since the ancestor had spoken, he naturally had to do as he was told. Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun were completely dumbfounded. Did the patriarch mean that he was going to chase them out of the imperial capital and send them to a remote place where even the chickens wouldn't lay eggs or birds wouldn't shit? The two sisters, Mu Ro-yen and Mu Ro-yun, no longer cared about fighting each other. They wept bitterly and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Arbor, who was climbing the stairs in Morning Sun Pavilion, didn't know that the ancestor's words had dealt with two people she hated the most. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Arbor felt that the scenery in front of her had changed many times. The people outside the pavilion had gone from shock and petrification to numbness. Before today, if someone had told them that someone could climb the entire 90th floor of Morning Sun Pavilion in one go, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Today, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. It blinded everyone's dog eyes. Arbor stood at the entrance of a mountain and looked up at the three words Morning Sun Pavilion hanging high in the air. He understood that he had finally reached the most crucial part of the climb. He reckoned that he would be able to reach the core treasure land of Morning Sun Pavilion after breaking through the 8th or 9th floor. The little fellow was a little tired after all the trouble. She ran into her own fish orchid planet and ate 2 colorful divine fish that Xiaoqiu had roasted. She drank 3 cups of spirit tea and rested for a long time. Only then did she leave the star domain and continue climbing. After the 90th floor, not only did they need to search for array talismans, Arbor also began to encounter many ferocious beasts. Subduing these ferocious beasts naturally required some effort. Unfortunately, Miss Chow had more people on her side. When she was too lazy to deal with the ferocious beasts, she would let Xianxia and the rest out and beat them up. The matter was easily resolved. On the other side, the patriarch was lecturing the Mu family members nonstop outside. Who would have thought that the little girl was cheating all the way? Patriarch, it's the 99th floor. The 99th floor. Patriarch. Patriarch. When Mu Jingxua cried out in shock and abruptly interrupted Patriarch Chao Yang's long-winded lecture, everyone's expressions had already turned from numb to tranquil. Haha, don't ask them why they had such expressions. Because at this moment, they simply didn't know what other expressions they could show other than being expressionless. Shock? Shock? Shock and stupefaction? Don't joke around. They had already gotten used to it since yesterday evening. Like idiots, they stood for an entire night until dawn, and someone broke through the 99th floor of Morning Sun Pavilion. Was this a myth? This was definitely a myth. At this moment, Mu Jingrui could only look at his father with a wry smile. Needless to say, this child Jojo's talent was truly much higher than anyone else in the family. No wonder the patriarch liked her so much and valued her so much. The patriarch also turned to look at Morning Sun Pavilion and beamed. This old man wants to announce the second matter. This old man wants to pass on the position of Mu family head to my good grandson. At first, everyone thought that they were hallucinating, but after looking at each other, they realized that everyone else had the same confused expression on their faces. Suddenly, their whole body quivered, and the drowsiness from standing all night was instantly awakened by the shock. Old ancestor, what did you say? The Mu family's second son, Mu Jingxing, had an ashen face. It could be said that he was quite unsightly. What kind of joke was this? Previously, he was already very dissatisfied with Mu Jingfeng, who had neither virtue nor talent, succeeding the family head's position. Now, the old ancestor actually said that he wanted a young and inexperienced lass to lead the entire Mu family. Meanwhile, Arbor was standing on the 99-story Morning Sun building's core defensive array. With a thought, Xiaochen casually waved his hand. Mu Jiating, who was sitting cross-legged on the 12th floor of the Morning Sun Pavilion, appeared on the transparent barrier in front of the formation. As long as someone entered Chaoyang Tower, Arbor would be able to see it if he wanted to. Turning off Mu Jiating's image, Arbor slowly walked through the core defense array and looked up at the 4 golden bronze doors in front of him. Reaching out to push open the first door, Sir Jojo walked in expressionlessly with a pair of small paws behind his back. Seeing the emptiness inside, the little fellow's eyes did not have the slightest ripple. She took out 2 revealing talismans and flicked them out. Rows and rows of bookshelves slowly appeared in the originally empty space in front of her. The antique air was filled with the scent of books and ink. Neatly arranged books were all placed on the bookshelves carved from red sandalwood. Mo-fei. Arbor walked towards the bookshelves and suddenly felt her vision blur. The rows of bookshelves had disappeared, and she felt as if she was standing under a vast starry sky. Scattered in front of his eyes were lumps of milky white halos, scattered in a disorderly manner. These halos were all floating in front of Arbor. They were of different sizes and shapes. Arbor raised a small hand and casually grabbed a small light spot. Holding it in her hand, she used her divine sense to penetrate it. Only then did she see clearly that it was a book about medicine. She gently let go of the book and went to grab another small light spot. What she saw now was a book about cultivation method inheritance. Presumably, this first golden bronze door contained all kinds of cultivation method inheritance manuals, as well as some books related to pills and talismans that the Mu family had collected since the upper 3 continents. Arbor slowly walked under the vast starry sky in front of her. She reached out and flipped through the cultivation method manuals in front of her. Seeing a 9 lightning haste spiritual technique, she took it and planned to give it to Xianxia to learn later. Just like that, she wandered under the starry sky for more than 2 hours. Arbor looked at the vast sea of books in the distance and decided to leave it at that for the time being. If she continued to wander like this, she didn't know if she could finish browsing in 3 days and 3 nights. She still wanted to go to the other 3 spaces and see what was inside. After exiting the first golden bronze door, the heavy door closed by itself. Standing before these large doors, Xiaomu was like a tiny blade of grass. This door was estimated to be 100 feet tall. From this, it could be seen how vast the space inside was. At this moment, above the first door, on the originally empty signboard, 3 large words appeared: Book Collection Pavilion. Arbor glanced at it and turned to walk towards the second door. She gently pushed the door with her palm. The second golden bronze door creaked and automatically opened inwards. The little fellow stomped through the door, leaving a slender shadow at the door. As soon as he walked in, he could smell the fragrance of herbs in the air. It seemed that this should be a medicinal pill pavilion. After throwing out a talisman, the scene in front of him still transformed into a sea of stars. However, at this moment, the sea of stars in front of him was filled with all kinds of green herbs. Inside those small light spots of different sizes were elixirs made by famous masters. Every single one of them was at least at the divine tier. He walked around Arbor and didn't find any pills or herbs that were below God tier. He was amazed by forefather Xiaoyang's generosity. This was a proper nouveau riche. Arbor waved his hand and took out a pill wrapped in a ball of light. He sniffed it and swallowed it. At the same time, the 2 Bion eggs and the 3 puppies suddenly jumped out excitedly. They jumped back and forth in the starry sky, and the eggs and dogs barked. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly and stepped on the tail of one of the puppies. Calm down. They'd been with her for so long, but they still looked like country bumpkins. They were so excited at the sight of some god-tier pills. Sure enough, the forefather was the forefather. After living for so many years and accumulating so much wealth, he wasn't much worse than her at all. Arbor picked up a few pills and held the 3 puppies and 2 eggs. She knocked their heads one by one without any expression on her face. Of course, the eggs were round, so it didn't matter where she knocked them. These pills are for you. Arbor stuffed the pills into the puppy's hands and put them away. She held the 2 eggs in her hands and tilted her head. I'll give you some medicinal liquid to soak in later. Behave yourself for now. The 2 Bion eggs had been through a lot. Without enough sacred power to support them, it was very difficult to make them break out of their shells. Xiaomu stroked her small chin as she pondered. Didn't venerable ancestor say that he collected all the rare treasures in the world? His grotto heaven and immortal abodes were everywhere in the 3 provinces, and he even found a sacred meridian. If he could find that holy vein, perhaps the 2 Bion eggs could still be saved. Thinking of this, the little girl's mood improved. She walked out of the golden bronze door and went to the next room. In the 3rd room, there were many magic treasures and artifacts. Arbor planned to organize them when she was free. She replaced some of the things in the Maple Pavilion and gave some good ones to her senior sisters. As for the 4th door, Arbor couldn't open it. She walked around the door curiously but didn't find anything unusual. Since she couldn't open it for the time being, Arbor didn't think about it anymore. She walked out of the Chaoyang Pavilion and heard a commotion. Arbor didn't care about the people of the Mu family who were talking at once. She turned to Patriarch Chaoyang and shouted, "Are you going back? I'm going to start collecting." The old man said that the whole Chaoyang Pavilion was hers, so it was hers. Sir Xiqiao was not someone who liked to be courteous to others. Since the old man was willing to send him off, Sir Xiqiao could only gladly accept it. Patriarch Chaoyang had expressed his intention clearly. He was a little tired now. After all, he was only a soul and had to wait for his body to come back. Before leaving, the old man shouted at Mutsang with dissatisfaction, "You little brat, ask someone to remove my memorial tablet from the ancestral hall." The old man wasn't dead yet. Offering incense to the memorial tablet so early in the morning, could it be that they couldn't wait for him to die early? Mutsang's old face stiffened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he have expected Ancestor Xiaoyang to be so mischievous? It had to be known that the life lantern he had enshrined in the ancestral hall had long since disappeared. In addition, Ancestor Xiaoyang had not appeared in the past few decades. Who would have thought that Ancestor Xiaoyang had only gone out to travel? Of course, there were even more ridiculous things to come. Old Ancestor Chaoyang, on the other hand, showed up and reprimanded his descendants. After that, he went back to hiding in Chaoyang Pavilion. In the end, he had left behind a huge mess, and he still needed this old man to deal with it. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Xiaomu didn't care what the other people from the Mu clan were thinking. With a flick of her finger, she swiftly struck out several talismans according to Ancestor Chaoyang's instructions, storing the Morning Sun restaurant in front of her into a sealing talisman. Subsequently, she tossed it to her fish orchid planet for the sapling to set up. As for Mu Jiating, who was still in Chaoyang Pavilion, Arbor did not make things difficult for him. Since Mu Jiating had entered the Chaoyang Pavilion with his own ability, he could continue. When Mu Jiating left the Chaoyang Pavilion, he would ask Qiuqiu to throw him out of Fish Orchid Star. Everyone in the Mu family, from the elders to the disciples, had complicated expressions on their faces as they watched this little girl take away the entire Chaoyang Pavilion. If someone had told them that Chaoyang Pavilion would be taken away by a Mu family disciple one day, they would never have believed it. However, today, reality slapped them twice on the right after slapping them on the left side of their faces. Painful, it really hurts, especially Elder Qing and the others. The expressions on their old faces were very interesting. Previously, they had been making things difficult for this little ancestor by not letting her enter Chaoyang Pavilion. In the end, not only did the little grandaunt enter the Chaoyang restaurant herself, she also reached the 99th floor in one go, breaking the Mu family's 100-year record. Now, she even sealed the entire Chaoyang restaurant and took it away. She took it away, regardless of whether this fella took Chaoyang Pavilion into her storage talisman or not. This Chaoyang Pavilion had become this fella's private property from now on. How could they accept this? How could they endure this? None of the Mu family members could bear it, let alone Elder Qing and the others. The smiles on their old faces were long gone as they frequently looked in Mutsong's direction. Mutsong didn't say anything and only looked at Arbor with a gentle gaze. "Jojo, come with Grandpa to the hall. Go invite the patriarch, the first elder, second elder, and third elder to come to the hall." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. "You guys come too." Mutsong nodded faintly at Mu Jingxing, Elder Qing, and the others before turning to leave. Sir Jojo didn't know what had happened and only looked curiously at everyone's expression as if they had stepped on dog poop. It seemed rather interesting. Everyone looked agitated and uneasy, especially the second son, Mu Jingxing. He almost couldn't control the twitching muscles on his face and the angry expression on his face. "Father, wasn't old ancestor's decision a little too hasty?" Mu Jingxing shouted at his father's back as he hurriedly left. Mutsong ignored his sons clamoring behind his back and just sped up his pace to leave. Mu Jingxing turned around and glared fiercely at Arbor. Arbor was even more baffled. She could not figure out what was wrong with Mu Jingxing to suddenly make things difficult for her. But it didn't matter. Anyway, she had never put Mu Jingxing and the rest in her eyes. As for what they thought of her, it had nothing to do with her. Because of Mutsong's order, everyone could only resentfully walk towards the main hall. However, there were still many people who looked at Arbor strangely from time to time. Arbor thought that they were probably jealous that she had obtained all the treasures in Chaoyang Tower. Since she had indeed gained a lot of benefits from this trip, if these people wanted to glare at her, then let them be. Jojo decided to put up with them until he couldn't take it anymore. Then, he would smack them to death and teach them a lesson. In this way, the Mu family entered the Mu family's main hall with a strange atmosphere. Those pairs of strange eyes glanced at Arbor from time to time, but no one dared to provoke her. In the end, how this matter would develop depended on the old patriarch. It wasn't something that could be decided by a bunch of small fries shouting here. Everyone filed into the main hall and sat down. Arbor also followed in. She looked around and found a seat at the head of the table. Mu Jingxing, who was slower than her by a beat, glared at her with an indignant expression. He muttered something under his breath and unwillingly sat down at the seat next to her. Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She did not understand why Mu Jingxing was so resentful toward her today. Could it be that he ate the wrong medicine? Mutsong sat at the head of the table and raised his arm slightly. "Is the family head not here yet?" As he spoke, Mu Jingfeng stormed in with a furious expression, followed by the two sisters, Mu Rouyen and Mu Rouyun, who were crying their eyes out. Mu Jingfeng's current mood was naturally extremely bad. He did not expect that his two daughters, whom he had doted on since they were young, would actually be banished from the main family. Although he hated that his two daughters did not live up to his expectations, this did not mean that he was willing to give up on his two beautiful daughters just like that. These were the daughters that he had spent a lot of effort to nurture. Now that Mu Rochuan was no longer of any use, if he were to lose these two daughters, he would truly be unable to accept it. Arbor inexplicably swept a glance at the two weeping fools and inwardly snorted in disdain. Crazy! Weren't they just kicked out of Chaoyang restaurant by the old ancestor and did not reap any benefits? Was there a need to cry and complain to their father? What, did these two sisters think that by crying to Mu Jingfeng, they could continue to cheat their way into Chaoyang restaurant? They were simply indulging in fantasy. Arbor coldly snorted and disdainfully glanced at the two fools. At this moment, she still did not know that the old ancestor had already helped her harshly teach these two sisters a lesson. What happened next was enough for the two sisters to be unlucky for the rest of their lives. Mu Rian and Mu Royun both knelt down and covered their faces as they sobbed uncontrollably. The more Arbor looked at the two sisters, the more vexed he felt. He looked up at the old man sitting at the head of the table. What are the two of them doing here? You evil! Before the word evil creature could leave his mouth, Mu Jingfeng felt his father, Mu Tsang, shooting him a sharp glare from the head of the table, and he forcibly swallowed his curses. Mu Tsang glared angrily at Mu Jingfeng, and his words were very rude. Why did you bring the two of them here? You didn't hear what the patriarch said earlier. I'll repeat it for you now. Mu Tsang reprimanded with a cold face. Ancestors' meaning is to send these two children out of the main family to gain experience and temper their temperament. If you can't bear to part with your two daughters, then go with them. Mu Jingfeng stared blankly at his father. How many years had it been? His father had never spoken to him in such a tone. After all, he was now the Mu family's head, and his status in the family was extremely honorable. No matter what his father said or did, he had to give him some face. But now, his father actually slapped him in the face in public, and even told him to scram from the Mu family? What was going on? Mu Tsang raised his hand to rub his brows and glared at his two granddaughters kneeling on the floor with dissatisfaction. The patriarch is right. The two of you should properly go out to gain experience and temper your temperament. Right now, he wasn't really expelling the two of them from the Mu family. He was merely sending them to a branch family to undergo life training. Looking at how the two of them were crying, where was the tenacity and indomitable temperament of cultivators? Could it be that after so many years, the Mu family had trained such disciples? Then what kind of strength and cultivation did they have to compete with other patrician families in the future? The more Mu Tsang looked at Mu Jingfeng, the more he found him to be an eyesore. Look at all the unpresentable things he did. What did he do to the Mu family all these years? Right now, he couldn't help but wonder if his decision to let Mu Jingfeng succeed the family head position back then was a mistake. At this moment, alarm bells were ringing in Mu Jingfeng's heart. He saw his father's look of denial. His father's eyes were filled with disappointment and suspicion, causing his heart to be lifted up fiercely and uncontrollably thump. At this point, Arbor finally understood. As it turned out, Mu Royan and her sister weren't crying like this because Patriarch Chaoyang kicked them out of Chaoyang Pavilion and didn't obtain any treasures. Instead, it was because these two people were banished by Patriarch Chaoyang. This really was good news. This meant that in the future, Sir Jojo wouldn't need to see these two idiots and listen to their long-winded chatter. Arbor was a bit agitated and involuntarily swept a glance at the unlucky sisters. Coincidentally, Mu Royan raised her head and saw the little stoic's expressionless face. The resentment and hatred in her heart instantly surged, and she couldn't help but raise her voice and shriek, I refuse to accept this. Arbor, do you dare to swear to the heavens that you didn't commit an act of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors in Chaoyang Pavilion? Do you dare to swear that you didn't use an explosion talisman to blow up the entire Chaoyang Pavilion and chase after the patriarch and kill him? Do you dare to swear? Everyone's gazes focused on Arbor. Impudent! Mu Tsang bellowed, the patriarch already said that there was absolutely no such thing. Are you questioning the patriarch's decision? Grandpa! Mu Royan burst into tears. I don't want to leave the imperial capital, I don't want to. I don't want to go to that lousy branch family. This matter isn't up to you. Mu Tsang waved his hand impatiently. Guards, escort these two back. Watch them pack their things and send them away tomorrow morning. Grandpa! The two sisters burst into tears. They wanted to lie on the ground and plead for mercy, but Mu Tsang obviously didn't give them the chance to continue talking nonsense. He directly ordered people to drag the two of them away. Mu Royan and her sister bitterly turned to look at their father, Mu Jingfeng. However, at this moment, Mu Jingfeng was also shocked by Old Master Mu's cold expression. How would he dare to plead for leniency? He simply allowed the servants to bring them away. Mu Tsang coldly glanced at Mu Jingfeng. Family head, ancestor appeared just now and made an important decision. His voice was very calm, but the hearts of the Mu family members present were not calm at all. Mu Jingxing's face couldn't help but twitch. He tried his best to suppress the resentment in his heart and turned to glare at Arbor, who was sitting on his left. The old ancestor has decided that you should abdicate and hand over the position of clan head. Mu Jingfeng's facial muscles twitched, and he could not help but shout, "Father!" He thought that this decision was Mu Tsang's own decision, and that he was only using the ancestor's name. You think this is my decision? Mu Tsang glanced at his son and calmly said, back then, after you were kicked out of Chaoyang Pavilion, you left in a fit of anger. Ancestor Chaoyang appeared with us and announced this decision. I don't agree. Mu Jingfeng's face flushed red. Arbor's surname isn't Mu. She even abandoned her Mu family's surname. On what basis should she be the head of the household? Mu Jingfeng's face could not help but slightly contort. Elder Qing's expression was complicated. That's right. Furthermore, the crown princess has only returned to China not long ago. Letting her shoulder the entire Mu family's future? Isn't this too much of a trifling matter? The crown princess is still young. She's not suitable. That's right. As the imperial family's daughter-in-law, the crown princess will have many trivial matters to attend to in the future. It's not good to bother her with the Mu family's matters. All sorts of voices emerged, but every word was negative toward Arbor's succession as the head of the household. Of course, the decisions made by the head of the household over the years have also harmed the family's interests. In particular, his attitude toward the Long family has also been wrong. Old family head, you can choose another suitable disciple to inherit the position of the head of the household. Oh? Who does Elder Fu think is suitable to inherit the position of the head of the household? Mu Tsang asked coldly as he looked at the elder on his left who was spouting nonsense. I think Jingxing is quite suitable. As soon as he said this, Mu Jingxing immediately cupped his hands toward the elder who nominated him. He could not help but smile as he modestly declined, Elder Fu is too kind. In terms of qualifications, Jingxing may not be enough. Furthermore, Jingxing has no intention of stealing Big Brother's limelight. After saying this, he cupped his hands toward the unsightly Mu Jingfeng with a tactful look. Mu Tsang harumphed and abruptly raised his hand to slap the table. All of you, shut up. Jingxing, you are indeed not qualified to be the next head of the household. The old man's words instantly made Mu Jingxing's face turn ashen. He understood his father very well. Since his father had completely rejected him, it meant that he had absolutely no hope for the position of the head of the household. It was just that, he had to respectfully address Arbor as the head of the household in the future. No matter what, it was hard for him to accept. Thinking of this, Mu Jingxing said with an ugly expression, Father, although old ancestor Xiaoyang personally named Arbor as the head of the household, but it's clear that this child is still young and inexperienced. She's not suitable to be our Mu family's head in all aspects. I agree with Jingxing, I agree too. Seeing that the whole family was against it, Mu Jingfeng's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, looked slightly better. As long as everyone objected in unison and there was no suitable candidate in the family, then for the time being, there would be no change in the position of the family head. Mu Jingxing, this brat, had grown wings in recent years and started to have special ideas. It seemed like it was time to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he would think that he could surpass his big brother and suppress him in everything he did. With that thought in mind, Mu Jingfeng turned to look at his second brother, and his gaze darkened further. However, in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Old Master Mu Tsang said in a deep voice, the reason why I gathered you here is not to listen to any of your opinions. Instead, I am informing all of you that I will abide by the ancestors' wishes and let Jingfeng abdicate to Qiao Qiao. You only need to know this clearly. Although Old Master Mu's voice was extremely faint, his words, which did not allow anyone to object, were sonorous and forceful. In an instant, he blocked everyone's words. Arbor blinked. As the person involved, she was also a little confused. head of the household, her. Did she really not hear wrongly? Did old Master Mu mean that he wanted Mu Jingfeng to abdicate the family head position to her? He even said that this was old ancestor Chaoyang's intention? What was going on? Why did she feel like everything was going out of her control the moment she came out of Chaoyang restaurant? Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked up at Mu Tsang and jumped up from the stool. Before you all discuss this family head position, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first? Everyone turned to look at the young lady, dumbfounded. Opinion? What opinion could you have? What's the matter? You can still have an opinion when the Mu family head position is placed in front of you. Is this still acceptable? Is there still justice in this world? Mu Tsang coughed lightly and turned to look at his little granddaughter. He asked kindly, Jojo, speak. I don't have the slightest interest in the position of the Mu clan's patriarch. Xiao Mu's words instantly set off a storm in the entire hall. Especially Mu Jingxing, who was sitting below her and had just been denied the right to inherit the family head position by old Master Mu's words, could not bear it any longer and jumped up as well. Arbor, don't be too arrogant. Mu Jingxing said angrily. Do you think that the Mu family head position is child's play? Their Mu family was a large aristocratic family with a 1,000-year-old legacy. Among the 6 major aristocratic families of China, they were ranked third. Compared to the Qin estate's wealth and the Duan estate's inheritance, their Mu family was only slightly inferior. What's the matter? How can you, Arbor, be wronged in inheriting the Mu family head position? Mu Jingxing's words resonated with many of the Mu family's descendants. Everyone glared at Miss Qiao as if they were enemies, completely forgetting that they were all in denial and did not want Arbor to inherit the family head position. But now, once they discovered that Arbor simply scoffed at the family head position, they became even more dissatisfied. How old was this little girl? What right did she have to look down on their large aristocratic family with a 1,000-year-old legacy? She really wanted to go to heaven. Arbor glanced at the people around him and curled his lips in annoyance. Just your family? You want me to take over? Keep on dreaming. Look at you motley crew, what kind of people are you? Arbor criticized him mercilessly. To put it nicely, he's an elder of the family and a mainstay of the noble families of inheritance. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of trash. The little girl did not give him any face and spoke bluntly. Her words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. You. Elder Qing suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted at the head of the family, Family head, you heard it too. What is this girl talking about? You don't even want to use our Mu family surname. You're really a traitor. You just don't want to be united with our Mu family. Right. How can such a person inherit the position of the Mu clan's patriarch? Even if it's an order from old ancestor Zhao Yang, I won't accept it. Yes, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Everyone clamored and slapped the tables, chairs, and benches beside them, making thumping sounds. What, do you feel like your dignity has been insulted? Arbor was not afraid of these people who were fuming with rage and glaring at him, looking as if they wanted to eat him alive. She calmly turned her head and swept a glance around before pointing at Mu Jingxing. You, all day long, think that you're very capable. TSK, in the end, you're short-sighted and only have eyes for the small plot of land in front of you. You only want to use power and tricks to compete with Mu Jingfeng for the family head position. Those who are truly capable should go out and make a name for themselves. Go out and do your own business. You're already so old, yet you only want to inherit the family business and the ancestral property. No wonder the old ancestor looks down on you guys. Look at you guys. Each and every one of you has lived for so long, yet even a teenage child understands reason. You guys, on the other hand, don't understand. The descendants taught are all the same as you guys. Each and every one of you only knows how to raise a fuss at home. If someone comes knocking on your door, do you dare to resist? Just like more than 10 years ago, when your ally, the Long family, was besieged, did you dare to come out and fart? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Ask yourselves honestly. Which one of you who wants to go to Chaoyanglu doesn't want to run there for benefits? Which one of you is truly going there for the purpose of gaining experience? The talismans passed down in the family are missing. Among you guys, how many of you are truly studying talisman arts? You're already so old, yet you're still only an advanced talisman master. Aren't you ashamed? Arbor casually pointed at an elder whose beard and eyebrows were trembling non-stop as she reprimanded. Don't joke around. Seriously, Arbor, can't find any young subordinates? There are so many people in the world who dare to fight, charge, and work hard. If I don't look for them, why would I look for you guys? Why would I want you guys to be a bunch of trash? What can you do by staying by my side? I even find it a waste of my food. She practically didn't catch her breath as she reprimanded them. After speaking, even Sir Jojo herself felt tired. A bunch of fools. What was she wasting her breath on them for? Arbor directly turned and walked out of the main hall. She waved her hand and said, a plate of loose sand, a motley crew. Whoever wants to be the family head can be. Don't come looking for me. You. How could the elder, who was directly pointed at his nose and asked if he was ashamed, endure such idle anger? He jumped up from his seat and threw an attack talisman at Arbor's back. Old Master Mu, who was sitting at the head of the table, snorted. Stop it. But the talisman had already turned into a streak of light, and the surging talisman energy rushed towards Arbor's back. A frog in a well. Arbor turned her head and moved her finger slightly. A jade talisman jumped out and scattered specks of light in front of her, directly absorbing the opponent's attack talisman. That jade talisman floated in midair, and with Xiao Mu's shout, "Go!" it flew towards that elder whose complexion had turned slightly green with a whoosh. Elder Do! Everyone exclaimed. The jade talisman emitted a strange light, and a surging attack talisman force rushed toward Elder Do's chest. This time, he was sent flying. With a bang, he smashed into the armchair on the left, smashing the poor chair into pieces. He also rolled to the ground, groaning and groaning for a long time, unable to get up. The power of an ant. Arbor shouted and flipped her hand. A jade talisman with a strange light was flicked in front of Elder Do Freeze. The jade talisman suddenly turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Everyone took a closer look. Oh God, Elder Do was petrified on the ground. When this old man rolled down from the stool, one of his legs was slightly raised, and both his hands were spread open, posing as if he was struggling with all his might. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed. He was frozen on the spot with this action. His entire facial expression was stiff, and his muscles kept twitching slightly. His pair of turbid old eyes could not help but spew out flames. Arbor couldn't be bothered to look at this old man. He directly turned around and left without saying a word. Family head. 3 elders walked in from the door and turned to look in the direction the little fellow left. Sigh, first elder, second elder, third elder, you're finally here. Mutsong smiled bitterly as he stood up from his seat. You all saw the situation just now. Mutsong sighed. Old ancestors' wishes cannot be disobeyed. See if there's any way to resolve this matter. The muscles on Mu Jingfeng's cheeks trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Father. Jingfeng. Old Master Mu raised his hand slightly to stop him from speaking. He glanced at him and said, I've already decided on this matter. This is old ancestors' order. It's not something you or I can casually change. Mu Jingfeng clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to restrain his trembling anger. Father, but you saw it too. What kind of attitude was that? She simply criticized our entire Mu family from top to bottom until we're completely worthless. Third elder Mu Jingyuan couldn't help but interject coldly, could it be that what she said was wrong? A plate of loose sand. Mu Jingyuan turned around and left as well. Only a group of furious elders, as well as Mu Jingxing and the rest, who were so angry that their entire bodies hurt, were left behind. As for Mu Xingchen, he had already silently stood up and walked to the door when his sister flared up. After his sister left, he had already left with her. At this moment, the 2 siblings were walking to the Mu family's mountain entrance and conversing softly. Sister, you should reconsider, Mu Xingchen said with a wry smile. Although the Mu family has indeed been in a mess these years, the Mu family is still very powerful. Although the old ancestor has placed such high hopes on you, why don't talk about it, big brother. Arbor wrinkled his little nose, looking unhappy. That old man tricked me. He said that he would give Chaoyang restaurant to me, that he would not take a single cent, and that he would definitely not give me any missions. Look, he's already asking me for a reward. What a shameless old man, a big liar. Sir Jojo angrily turned his little head away and walked towards the Mu family's mountain gate. I don't care about your family's matters. A bunch of useless things, and a bunch of idiots who only know how to eat and do nothing. With that, Arbor looked at his elder brother sympathetically. Big brother, look at the elders in your family. Other than that elder Dao, who had at least entered the yellow grade great symbol master realm. What kind of people were the rest of them? You can't even compare to the Mu family of a side branch. It must have been hard for Big Brother to stay in such a house all these years. As a genius, there were many things that he had to do. Normally, he must have been ordered around by those useless elders. In the Mu family, the Elders Guild was considered to be an existence that transcended the family members. Heh. As Xiaomu spoke, she revealed a disdainful expression, evidently looking down on the Mu clan's council of elders to the extreme. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what to say to change his little sister's opinion. His little sister's originally expressionless face was now filled with blatant disdain. Mu Xingqian really felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw this. Sigh, the enmity between his little sister and the Mu family really couldn't be easily resolved in a short period of time. Alright, it must have been difficult for the old ancestor to come up with such a rotten idea, insisting that his little sister take over the Mu family and become the next family head. Not only was this a slap to his father, Mu Jingfeng's face, but it was also a slap to the faces of all the Mu family's disciples. The Mu family's elders naturally wouldn't allow a little girl to lead their Mu family. Although the old patriarch was there to suppress them, after all, suppressing them for a while was suppressing them, but it couldn't be suppressing them forever. Arbor looked up at his elder brother and harumphed. What's the use of having a bunch of good-for-nothings? Mu Xingqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but rub his little sister's head and chuckle helplessly. Okay, then let's not talk about this. Jojo. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sharp cry. Arbor. Following the sound of hurried rolling wheels, it was concubine Sher, who appeared extremely haggard in a wheelchair. It had been a long time since he last saw this woman at New South Garden. He didn't know if this woman had been enlightened recently, but she had been very well behaved and staying in her own court. She ate vegetarian and recited Buddhist scriptures, as if she had converted to Buddhism, as if she was completely aloof from worldly affairs. Arbor swept a glance at her, his expression indifferent, but he didn't speak first. Instead, he waited for the flustered and exasperated Shi Huixin to speak first. She must have come because of the banishment of her two daughters. Arbor didn't even need to guess to know why this Shi Huixin had come. Shi Huixin hurriedly turned her wheelchair to Arbor. She struggled to sit up straight in the wheelchair and moved her body to the ground. The wheelchair lost its gravity and instantly tilted to the side. Shi Huixin fell to the ground and repeatedly kowtowed to Arbor, crying out in a tearful voice, Crown Princess, I beg you. Please let my two daughters go. They didn't do anything outrageous to offend you. They are so insignificant and lowly. You are the crown princess, why must you be so calculated with two concubine daughters and refuse to forgive them? Mu Xingqian stared coldly at Shi Huixin and said indifferently, Concubine Shi, what are you doing here? This matter had nothing to do with his sister. The decision to send Mu Royan and Mu Royun to the branch family for training was made by the elder ancestor. It was also grandfather who agreed to it. It has nothing to do with sister at all. Shi Huixin's face twisted in an instant. Her legs were inconvenient, so she could only crawl forward a few steps and try her best to grab Arbor's little foot. Crown Princess, please forgive Royan and Royun. I only have these two daughters, you can't destroy them both. They are only your two concubine sisters. They have been spoiled by me since they were young. They don't have any ability and can't fight with you. Let them go, don't banish them out of the imperial capital. Mu Xingqian's expression instantly turned even uglier. A concubine mother was kneeling and crying for mercy, begging Jojo to let go of his two concubine sisters. It made it seem like Jojo had really persecuted his two concubine sisters. What good would this reputation do if it were to spread? This Shi Huixin was truly a source of disaster. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said coldly, answer, if you still don't get up, I'll get someone to carry you out. Shi Huixin's outstretched claws naturally failed to grab Arbor's little feet as she wished. Qiaomu took a step back and expressionlessly looked down at concubine Shi. She said dryly, concubine Shi, you should have heard eldest brother's words just now. Your two daughters' fate has nothing to do with me. No, no. It's not like that. Concubine Shi had set her sights on Qiaomu, so she quickly crawled forward and kowtowed repeatedly. She cried out mournfully, Crown Prince Consort, as long as you open your mouth to forgive the two of them, I believe that old sir will definitely deal with this matter at his discretion. In the end, Shi Huixin was threatening and enticing her to plead with the old master. How hilarious. Where did this Shi Huixin get the nerve to think that she, Arbor, would be so foolish as to plead with the old master? Just for Mu Rian and Mu Royun, that pair of brainless sisters, she even had to sell her face to plead with the old master. Haha, Arbor couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Do you think that if you cry in front of me, I will definitely be led by the nose by you because I want to gain a good reputation? Arbor said coldly to Shi Huixin, do you know that in the entire sovereign capital, no one dares to spread rumors about the crown princess? Don't do such a senseless thing. Arbor said coldly, your two daughters were sent away by the old master's order. It has nothing to do with me. I also won't plead with the old master for your daughters. After all, me and them, heh. She ended the conversation with a mocking laugh. She walked around Shi Huixin and was about to walk forward. A vicious glint flashed across Shi Huixin's eyes as she cried out sternly, didn't you want to know who secretly colluded with the Xianxia Prefecture's mansion lord and went to the lower star region to harm you and your daughter? You know very well that this is definitely not something I can do. Shi Huixin screamed. I know who it is. I know who Xianxia Prefecture's prefecture lord Gung Pengcheng is truly working for. As long as you're willing to plead on my two daughters' behalf and allow them to stay in the imperial capital, I can tell you. Shi Huixin screamed with a stiff neck. His eyes were filled with resentment and desperation for the last fight. She was betting on what Arbor was thinking. Her two daughters carried everything she relied on in this life. If they were sent to a remote branch family, it would be very difficult for her to see them again in the future when she wanted to return to the capital. How could she let such a thing happen? Just like this, Qiaomu's pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at Shi Huixin. It was as if he was looking into the depths of her soul. Shi Huixin couldn't help but tremble slightly. Speak. Arbor stared coldly at the woman. Tell me everything you know. Do you think the Xianxia Prefecture's mansion lord is truly protecting me? No. Shi Huixin's eyes revealed traces of anger. Feng Lan, the Xianxia Prefecture's mansion lord's wife, identified you before she died, Arbor said coldly. You should know Feng Lan. After all, you're from the same organization, so you should have come into contact with each other. What organization? Don't spout nonsense. Now that things have come to this, it'll be pointless if you don't tell the truth. Arbor's cold gaze swept over her. Shi Huixin, you dare to say that you're not from Tianyun? If you weren't targeting me on purpose, why did you already welcome Xiaoying Chen back when I first came to the Divine Province, planning to replace my identity and ruin my reputation? Then, you deliberately brought Xiaoying Chen to General Zhongli's estate. Wasn't it to mislead everyone into thinking that Xiaoying Chen, who was impersonating Mu Qiao, was such an unpresentable thing? Xianxia Prefecture's prefecture lord said it before. He's also helping someone, and the person he's helping doesn't want me to have a good life. And it's precisely because every single thing you've done these past few days, every single one of them, that you don't want me to have a good life. Wasn't it also you who incited Zhu Xian and Mei Xian to climb through the window and lay their hands on my husband? And that second-rank lass Xiao Xing, she turned into a corpse in the woodshed. I've come into contact with you before, but you still don't admit that you're from Tianyun? Other than Tianyun, I can't think of anyone else who can turn a perfectly fine person into a corpse in a matter of minutes. Don't you think so, concubine Shi? When Arbor said these words, he didn't look at his big brother's shocked gaze. Mu Xingchen stared coldly at concubine Shi, who was kneeling on the ground, and kicked her hard. Is what my sister said true? You really are from Tianyun. You're from Tianyun. Tianyun's people had already infiltrated their Mu family? Do you think I did all of this? Shi Huixin screamed and suddenly straightened her body. Her head was raised high, and her pair of inverted dead fish eyes stared lifelessly at Arbor. She said word by word, "Feng Lan, that slut, does whatever she says count? How many times have I met Gung Pengcheng? How did it reach the point where Gung Pengcheng would die for me? She's slandering me. Gung Pengcheng is also slandering me. Heh, you're just a little concubine mother of the Mu family. You don't step out of the house all day long. How could you have met the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord? This is where the biggest problem lies. You really are one of Tianyun's people." Arbor pointed at Shi Huixin, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly. Before this, she only had her suspicions and wasn't sure. Now, he could truly confirm that Shi Huixin belonged to the heavens. Shi Huixian. Xiaomu uttered these 3 words coldly. "Tell me everything you know, and I guarantee that your 2 daughters will live well for the rest of their lives." Shi Huixin's body trembled slightly, then she raised her head and glared at Arbor. "Gung Pengcheng is a very careful person. I only heard that the person he admires is the Hall Master of Flying Heaven. However, the people in the organization usually don't have many opportunities to meet each other. That's why I don't know who the Soaring Heavens Hall's Hall Master is." Ah. When Shi Huixin said this, she suddenly spasmed on the ground as if she had gone mad. Just as Mu Xingchen was about to rush forward, Xiaomu tugged at him and pulled him back 2 steps. Shi Huixin knelt on the ground and scratched her face with all her might, letting out terrifying screams. Shi Huixin's appearance made one's heart tremble. At this very moment, she no longer had the appearance of a noble lady. Her hands were covering her face as she fell sideways on the ground. Her body was curled up as she kept twitching and trembling, as if she had suddenly contracted some sort of illness. This was the main passageway through the Mu family's mountain gate, so Shi Huixin's unforeseen event naturally attracted many people's attention. Mu Jingfeng, Mu Jingxing, and the rest, who came after hearing the news, were even more shocked as they glared at Arbor. Mu Jingfeng sternly shouted, "Arbor, you actually treat your concubine mother like this? What kind of enmity or grudge do you have for you to be so vicious to a woman like her? Father! Don't spout nonsense and venomous slander." Mu Xingchen immediately retorted in dissatisfaction, "Little sister, and I just arrived here when concubine mother ran over on her own. She suddenly became like this while we were talking. What does it have to do with little sister?" When Mu Jingfeng saw how his son was defending Arbor in every way, he immediately rebuked, "Unfilial son." He actually said that his own father was venomous slandering. Was this something a son should say? Arbor wasn't angry, though. She had long known what kind of person Mu Jingfeng was. Once something happened, if he wasn't blaming this, he would blame that. There wasn't the slightest bit of father-daughter kinship in his heart. For such a selfish man, he probably only had himself in his heart. "Madam, watch your step." Servant Song Lu also rushed to the scene while supporting Mu Qingya, who had rushed all the way here. At this moment, the road leading to the Mu family's mountain gate was filled with a group of Mu family disciples, as well as many servants who didn't mind the commotion. These people hid far away in the corners, not daring to approach, but their eyes flickered with gossipy glints. Concubine sure went to talk to the crown princess about something, but in the end, this tragic scene suddenly appeared. Everyone naturally didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with the crown princess. Arbor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He waved his hand and said to his elder brother, "Big brother, let's go." Mu Xingchen nodded in agreement. He also felt that talking to these people was like playing the lute to a cow. It was impossible to make things clear. Since they liked to think too much, then just let them be. After making up his mind, Mu Xingchen was about to leave with Arbor. However, how could Mu Jingfeng let them lead just like that? Mu Jingfeng waved his hand in front of Qiao Mu's face as he declared with a darkened face, "Qiao Mu, in any case, you are still a child of the Mu clan. Don't rely on your status as the crown prince consort to do as you please. You poisoned your own concubine mother. Even if this matter is reported to His Majesty, you still won't be able to justify it. Hand over the antidote," Mu Jingfeng growled. "Master." Mu Qingya hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of Arbor. She shook her head and said, "Jojo won't do that. There must be something fishy about concubine Shi's matter. You're still speaking up for her at a time like this? Mu Jingfeng glared at Mu Qingya angrily. Just now, the three of them were talking here. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Everything was fine, but concubineship suddenly became like this. Ah, eldest uncle, look, look. Mu Ruian couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone turned to look, and they couldn't help but be startled. They saw that concubineship abruptly put down her hand that was covering her face. This time everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They saw that concubineship's face had already completely rotted, oozing a terrifying thick juice. As if it had been corroded by some kind of venom, her face was disappearing inch by inch in this liquid. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but avert his gaze in disgust. He turned to glare at Arbor and shouted, Arbor. You really have such vicious thoughts. Such vicious methods. No matter what, your concubineship is still your concubine mother and your elder. Even if your words were a bit offensive, you can't use such methods to harm a woman with a low cultivation. Do you still have a conscience? Do you have any sense of shame? Mu Jingfeng shouted angrily, not caring about how many people were present. Currently, he was glaring at Arbor with eyes that seemed to have been dipped in venom. It was as if he wasn't staring at his daughter, but at his life's most deadly enemy. Arbor, however, coldly swept a glance at him and sneered, then, do you want to kill me? Sister. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but panic. His sister's indifferent attitude was as if she was casually accused by her father and couldn't be bothered to defend herself. As her eldest brother, he naturally didn't want to see his sister suffer such a great injustice and be forced to bear the infamy of killing her concubine mother. Father, you'd better be careful with your words and actions. Don't make wild accusations, Mu Xingchen angrily said. We siblings only spoke with concubineship for a few minutes. During this time, sister didn't even touch concubineship's finger. For concubineship to be like this, it must be because she was already poisoned long ago. It just so happened that the poison acted up right in front of us. Sophistry. Mu Jingfeng angrily berated, Xingchen, you've disappointed father too much. You're the Mu family's young master, the Mu family's future hope. If it weren't for the ancestors' previous matter, the entire Mu family would have been inherited by you in the future. Mu Xingchen's gaze turned extremely cold as he coldly stared at his father in front of him. He sneered, Father, you don't need to sow discord. I'm not like you, having a strong desire to control the Mu family's power. I'm a member of the Mu family. If the Mu family is in trouble, I will not shirk my responsibility. However, I don't care about the position of patriarch at all. Therefore, I have no objections to younger sister becoming the patriarch, Mu Xingchen said with a flat tone and a cold expression. This father of his was too vicious. For the sake of the patriarch's position, he actually did not hesitate to sow discord between him and his younger sister. Did he think that by promising the position of the young master and the position of the future patriarch, he would be able to make him fearful of his sister and fight with his sister for the position of the patriarch so that he, as the father, could benefit from it? He was simply too naive. Mu Jingfeng's eyes emitted a cold and venomous glint as he stared fixedly at his son for a long time before bursting into laughter. You're overthinking things, Stardust. Seeing that he was unable to provoke his son, Mu Jingfeng could not help but frown and coldly say, a real man must act with a clear conscience. Although she is your biological sister, it is very unwise to lie and deceive your relatives and elders for her sake. The corners of Arbor's lips curled up mockingly. Look, this was her biological father, racking his brains to pin the infamy of poisoning a concubine mother on her. What a great father he was. Aoyi. Arbor calmly called out to him. Aoyi giggled as he flashed to her side. Crown Princess. He turned to look at Mu Jingfeng's group and gave them a sympathetic look. Family head Mu, oh, no, former family head Mu. If you can prove that this matter has nothing to do with the Crown Princess, shouldn't you kneel down and admit your mistake, Mu Jingfeng's old face abruptly flushed red as he sneered. Prove it first before talking about anything else. Aoyi tilted his head and giggled as he took out a jade talisman from his pocket. Everyone, look carefully. What is this? This is a jade talisman with an image. It's also an earth-rank talisman that only our Crown Princess can make. The moment Aoyi took out the jade talisman, Mu Jingfeng's expression involuntarily changed. Aoyi did not make everyone wait for long, nor did he give them a chance to react. He directly projected the image from the jade talisman for everyone to see. In it, concubine Xianxia came over in a wheelchair and immediately knelt on the ground to plead for leniency. Everyone could clearly hear the conversation between the two sides, and the image was also very clear. Everyone could not help but sneak a glance at the expressionless little crown princess. Just how distrustful was the crown princess to the Mu family, she always had her subordinates carry jade talismans with them at all times. As long as the Mu family approached, they would immediately record everything. When the time came, they would have a basis to speak on. From the start, she felt that there were no good people in the Mu family, so she must have something to protect herself when she was outside. What was there to be unclear about in this video? After the crown princess exposed Shi Huixin's identity as a member of Tianyun, Shi Huixin suddenly fell to the ground and covered her face as she cried out in pain. From beginning to end, the crown princess was just as the Mu family's eldest young master had said. She did not even touch Shi Huixin with a single finger, so how could she have poisoned her? Everyone silently glanced at Mu Jingfeng, who was still spouting nonsense just now. At this moment, he had already fallen silent, his expression cold and not saying a word. Aoyi raised his chin slightly, and several youths in black immediately jumped down from the tree and surrounded Mu Jingfeng. Two of them even kicked his knees, as if they were determined to make him kneel and apologize. "What are you all doing?" Mu Jingfeng flew into a rage. The members of the Mu family also started to make a ruckus. Even if Mu Jingfeng had been stripped of his position as the head of the household, he was still the former head of the Mu family. Their Mu family was humiliated like this, no one would be able to feel proud. Naturally, they couldn't just sit by and watch. Mu Xianxia even pounced forward and tightly grasped Mu Jingfeng's arm. She turned to look at Xiao and implored mournfully, "Xiao, your father didn't mean to say those words just now." "Yeah, he didn't do it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Using every possible method to pin the crime of poisoning my concubine mother onto this crown prince consort. To be slandered by a subject. Does this crown princess have a reason to teach him a lesson?" "Crown princess!" Mu Xianxia shrieked and hurriedly stood in front of Mu Jingfeng. "Heaven, earth, sovereign, family, and master are indeed inviolable. But the head of the household is still your biological father. Why, if you insist on going against the law, why you'll be punished by the heavens. I don't want to see you get struck by lightning. It's not worth it." Mu Xianxia shook her head vigorously at Arbor with tears in her eyes. Arbor suddenly laughed. Everyone was stunned by this smile. That was because this child rarely smiled. Ever since she returned to the Mu family, she had never smiled at anyone from the Mu family. However, she suddenly laughed today, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Heavenly punishment? If the heavens truly have a spirit, such a filthy and ugly soul should have died 10,000 times already, no? Her ice-cold voice was like the unmelted snow in the abyss, coldly drenching everyone's hearts. "Let's give it a try. If the heavens come to strike me, I'll endure it. If it doesn't come, ha 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 ha." Arbor laughed out loud with a wanton expression. She raised her small hand slightly, and the crowd of black-clothed youths pressed down on Mu Jingfeng, who was struggling to move his limbs, and dragged him to the side of a tree. After tying this fellow to the tree, Aoyi pulled out a shiny black whip and personally punished him. According to the laws of China, those who slander and defame the imperial family will be whipped 100 times as a warning to others. Smack! A whip as swift as lightning landed heavily on Mu Jingfeng's body. Ah! Mu Jingfeng held on the spot. His eyes revealed traces of cold light as he glared at Arbor. "You ordered your father to be whipped." Mu Jingfeng's muscles trembled nonstop. He tried his best to pull out a defensive talisman from his inner world, but Aoyi restrained him. "You devoid of conscience, you evil woman. The heavens won't let you off." Mu Jingfeng angrily rebuked. As he spoke, the sky seemed as though it was really going to rain lightning. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a faint rumble of thunder could be heard. "The heavens." Arbor sneered and slowly raised his head to look at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. "Let's see who it will strike." In the blink of an eye, a rolling thunder suddenly fell from the clouds and abruptly landed on the stupefied Mu Jingfeng, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Following that, several whips landed, giving him no time to react. Ah! Mu Jingfeng could only let out a shrill scream. Arbor laughed heartily as he calmly looked at the man in front of him. His gaze slowly turned cold and resolute. Mu Jingfeng. Now you know. Who does the heavenly Tao want to destroy? It's because of you, the one who disregarded the emperor, the one who obliterated family and humanity, the one who's worse than pigs and dogs, trash. Jojo, don't, Jojo. Mu Qingyao wanted to rush forward, but Song Lu and Nanny Qiu grabbed her arms tightly. Heavens, even with Master's cultivation, he was almost unable to withstand the lightning and whips, let alone a defenseless person like Madame. Xiaomu expressionlessly glanced at Mu Qingyao, who was displaying a deeply affectionate expression, and pursed her lips. So what if such an ignorant and cowardly man dies? You can just remarry. What's there to be reluctant about, humph? Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. He felt that the young lady did not see Mu Jingfeng as her father at all. She did not even see him as a human being. So what if he dies? She even instigated Mu Qingyao to remarry? Was this something a daughter should say? Arbor swept a glance at everyone before turning to walk out of the crowd. He coldly lowered his head to look at Shi Huixin, who had already turned into a puddle of water, and coldly instructed, "Go search concubine Shi's courtyard. Didn't she say that she left something good for me?" Everyone present looked at the young lady before them with various expressions. This time, all of them once again experienced the little lady's heart as cold as iron. At the same time, they also looked strangely at concubine Shi's pus. In the video just now, concubine Shi admitted that she was a member of Heavenly Fate, but they didn't hear concubine Shi say that she left behind evidence for the crown princess. Could it be that the crown princess was still on guard? The video she showed them was simply only a part of it, and some important information was still missing, so it wasn't exposed in front of people at all? Several elders stood on the side and glanced hesitantly at Arbor. At this very moment, no one dared to obstruct Arbor's departure. Unless they really wanted to die themselves. By the time Mu Tsang rushed over, Mu Jingfeng had already been whipped 100 times, and 3 thunderbolts fell from the sky, completely knocking Mu Jingfeng out. With lingering fear, everyone couldn't help but sympathize with the previous family head. Because Arbor still had things to do, he temporarily returned to the Mu family's residence, Jade Orchid Court. As soon as he entered, his expression completely darkened. Mu Xingchen also said gravely, "Jojo, looks like Heavenly Fate's people were already on guard and made the first move. The poison in concubine Shi's body can actually be remotely controlled? This means..." "It's not poison." Arbor interrupted his older brother gravely. "It's a talisman. It's one of the highest standards among sickness talismans and can cause a person to die and rot instantly." A sharp glint flashed through Sir Jojo's eyes. "I know that there's always been a great talisman master in Heavenly Fate. And this talisman master might not just be a talisman master. He's a poison master. These people appeared on Seekong planet a long time ago. The 3 pygmy brothers all know how to use poison, especially that black cat brother. He once gave Mu Xianxia a soul-swapping talisman. After arriving at Shuntian Prefecture, Clear Sky Faction's disciple Tan Fa was a yellow-ranked talisman master during the entrance exam of a top-notch academy. He and that Fan Gu both belong to Clear Sky Faction. At the same time, they both have transportation talisman matrices. None of them want me to have a good life. All of them want me to live a life worse than death. In the past, I even suspected that Mu Jingrui wanted to deal with me. Now, it seems that the teleportation array might not belong to your Mu family. The Heavenly Fate Empire's foundation is extremely deep. It's not strange that it has a teleportation array. This Grand Charm Master and Poison Master must be closely related to the Black Cat and Tan Fa. During the 6 Prefectures Academy tournament, it was his disciple who poisoned Sha Gua and his group with puppet charms. Although these small fries were dealt with by me and Lotus at that time. However, this Poison Master has always been hiding behind the scenes. Even now, we still don't know who he is. He's been hiding all this time, secretly cultivating batch after batch of talisman talents for Tianyun. Those charm masters of the Clear Sky sect were also created by him, which means that he has a deep relationship with the Clear Sky sect. Although the Clear Sky sect doesn't belong to the Heavenly Fate Empire, there's bound to be some kind of connection between them. It's just that we don't know about it yet. When Mu Xingchen heard about the Heavenly Fate Empire, he had also heard Mo Lian mention the ins and outs of the matter. Although he might not be clear about the details, he could still understand the gist of it. This Clear Sky sect was determined to make things difficult for Jojo. Now, it seemed that the Clear Sky sect was indeed closely related to the Heavenly Fate Empire. Perhaps the Clear Sky sect is a branch of the Heavenly Fate organization. Or perhaps the Clear Sky sect is a faction controlled by an important member of the Heavenly Fate organization. Xiaomu turned her head and nodded at her eldest brother. Her eyes flickered as she stared deeply at Mu Xingchen and suddenly changed the topic. Big brother, what evidence do you think Shi left for us? Do you think we can trust her words? Mu Xingchen's expression didn't change at all. He stared at Arbor's bright eyes for less than half a second before answering logically, I think we can trust her. Since she wanted to protect her 2 daughters, of course she wouldn't dare to hide anything from us. After all, Jojo can control the future and life of her 2 daughters, can't he? Arbor nodded coldly and sat down with one hand on the table, expressing her complete agreement with her brother's words. Clang, she threw a few pieces of broken jade talismans on the table and looked at them with cold eyes. She muttered, the lightning guiding talisman is quite powerful. Mu Jingfeng, you deserve this. Given Mu Jingfeng's strength, the 3 bolts of lightning would definitely destroy more than half of his meridians. If he wanted to slowly recover, it would take at least a year and a half. Not everyone was like Jojo, able to withstand lightning strikes and be hit by the heavens. Not long after, Aoyi hurried over with a group of people. He cupped his hands at Arbor and said, we found the crown princess. Xiaomu's face warmed, and she nodded lightly at him. She extended her small hand to accept the crumpled letter Aoyi handed over. After skimming through it, Arbor's expression turned serious. She handed the letter to Aoyi. Go and make the arrangements. We must make contact with her tonight. Yes. Aoyi bowed with the letter in his hand. He waved his hand and hurriedly led a group of purple forest guards out to make the arrangements. Crown Princess, are you not going back to the Qiao residence tonight? Kai Xiao asked in a low voice. Arbor nodded solemnly. Send a message to my mother. I have something important to do tonight. Inside the Golden Garden, Mu Jingfeng sprawled on the brocade couch like a puddle of mud, groaning for quite a while. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the setting sun shone through the window, making people a little dizzy. Mu Jingfeng reached out to punch the couch as he yelled angrily, where are they? Where did they all die to? Master. Nanny Qiu hurriedly ran in with the 2 young maidservants. Psong Lu was holding a bowl of freshly brewed medicine. Master. Let me do it. Mu Qingyao walked in from the door and nodded at Nanny Qiu and the others. You may leave first. Madam. Go down, Mu Qingyao ordered. Nanny Qiu and the others looked at each other, then hurriedly put down the medicine bowl and left one by one. Only the groaning Mu Jingfeng and the silent Mu Qingyao were left in the room. Water. I want to drink water. Water. Mu Jingfeng turned his head with all his might and glared at his wife. Could it be that his wife was still in shock from what happened earlier? Even her movements were slower than usual, which displeased Mu Jingfeng. Master, the water is here. Mu Qingyao brought a bowl of tea to Mu Jingfeng's lips. Mu Jingfeng took a sip from the tea bowl and yelled as he forcefully swatted away Mu Qingyao's hand. The teacup fell to the ground with a thud. Mu Jingfeng's sharp reprimand abruptly rang out in the room. Wicked woman. This water is so hot, how can someone drink it? Mu Qingyao sighed and got up to pour another cup. She brought it to Mu Jingfeng and carefully blew on it. Old master, it's already cold. Mu Jingfeng leaned over and carefully took a sip. Feeling that there was no problem, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls. This unfilial daughter. Right now, half of his meridians were crippled, and he was paralyzed like a cripple. He didn't even have the slightest bit of strength in his limbs, so how could he not be furious? Old master, it's also because you've overdone it that Xianxia resisted. Mu Qingyao sighed. She picked up the medicine bowl at the side and gracefully walked to Mu Jingfeng's side. She half helped him up and leaned him against the couch. Holding a spoon in one hand, she meticulously stirred the medicinal concoction in the bowl with a very focused gaze. However, Mu Jingfeng was dissatisfied with her defending Arbor again. He couldn't help but angrily say, "You've always been protecting her and smoothing things over for her. You've never been this attentive to Rochuan before." Mu Qingyao glanced at him and concentrated on stirring the medicinal concoction in her hand. "Old master, I know you're angry. If you didn't say that Jojo poisoned concubine Shi earlier, Jojo wouldn't have ordered you to be whipped because of this. You're still talking." Mu Jingfeng slapped the couch and angrily roared, "Even if I, as her father, wronged her, I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't understand the situation for a moment. Couldn't she have explained it to me properly? Why did she have to come up and whip me? Is this the attitude a daughter should have toward her father? Drink the medicine." Mu Qingyao held the medicine bowl and sat beside him. However, Mu Jingfeng raised half of his body and coldly said, "I'm not drinking it. What's the use of drinking this medicine? It can't heal my meridians, can it? Go invite that god-tier alchemist, Alchemist Dan, over tomorrow. Have her treat me. Alchemist Dan reportedly left the city a while ago and hasn't returned." "What? Then go invite another alchemist over for me. No matter how much it costs, you must heal my messed up meridians as soon as possible. You should drink this medicine first." "I said I won't drink. Take it away." Mu Jingfeng impatiently pushed her hand away. Mu Qingyao was holding a bowl of medicine, and when he pushed it, most of the medicine spilled out onto her palm. Although it wasn't very hot, Mu Qingyao's face gradually darkened. She suddenly raised her hand and threw the remaining half-bowl of medicine, along with the other bowl, at Mu Jingfeng's face. Mu Jingfeng yelled and waved his hand to wipe the medicine off his face before throwing the bowl on the floor. After the crisp sound, Mu Jingfeng glared at Mu Qingyao, his eyes almost spitting fire. *TCH. Are you trying to rebel? How dare you treat me like this? Are you looking down on me now? Although I've been stripped of my position as the patriarch and half of my meridians have been crippled, I'm still not someone a slut like you can wantonly trample on. Mu Jingfeng, you're always like this. If anything happens, it's someone else's fault. Once something doesn't go your way, you'll immediately adopt this vile attitude. Do you think you're still that high and mighty patriarch, Mu? Do you think you still have a chance to turn things around in this lifetime? I worked so hard to take care of you, yet you don't know how to be grateful and even treat me like this? Mu Jingfeng, you're truly disgusting, Mu Qingyao suddenly said expressionlessly. These words were clearly not something the current Mu family head could bear. All these years, what he was most proud of was becoming the Mu family's head and having a beautiful wife in his arms. Even though he was nearing his 40s, he was still elegant and graceful. Which woman would not praise him as a handsome man when they saw him? In this world, there was really no one who would say that he was truly disgusting. Mu Jingfeng stared intently at Mu Qingyao in front of him, as if wanting to see a trace of other emotions in her eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing, other than a few traces of disdain, indifference, and mockery toward him in her eyes. There was really nothing else. But how could he see these emotions in the eyes of his wife who had been with him for so many years? For a moment, Mu Jingfeng really suspected that he might have gone crazy and was seeing things. Qingyao, she had never, ever revealed such emotions toward him. In his heart, Qingyao had always been a docile, gentle, and obedient woman. She was very perfect and completely met his requirements for a wife. He did not like women who were too strong. He, Mu Jingfeng, liked women like Qingyao who were gentle, tactful, and obedient to him for the rest of their lives. Speaking of which, Long Zhiyun's temperament was the complete opposite. She was strong-willed, tenacious, and liked to handle everything alone. She was so strong that he almost felt a kind of pressure. And now, how did his wife, who had always been perfect, suddenly become like this? Was the mockery in her eyes really directed at him, Mu Jingfeng? Qingyao. Mu Jingfeng could not help but call out. He forced himself to straighten his body and suppressed the anger in his heart with a perplexed expression. What's wrong with you? Mu Qingyao seemed to have been provoked to a critical point by him, and all of a sudden, all of her emotions exploded. I said that you're disgusting. don't you understand? Mu Qingya coldly stared at Mu Jingfeng and sternly shouted, I'm disgusted with you, Mu Jingfeng. I've always been disgusted with you all these years. You. Ever since the day you ruined my innocence, I've been disgusted with you all the time. Mu Jingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his wife in disbelief. You? What did you say? Disgusting? His wife, who had been with him for so many years, actually said that she was disgusting to him. On what basis? The slightly distorted face of the woman in front of him had completely overshadowed the gentle look on her face in the past. Gradually, he felt that the person in front of him had become very blurry and unfamiliar. Who are you? You are not my Qingya. Mu Qingya couldn't help but sneer at him. I've always been like this. Mu Jingfeng, you've always lived in your own world. You've never truly opened your eyes to clearly see the people around you. You're already in this state, why are you still pretending to be a big shot in front of me? You might be a cripple in the future. Shut up. Mu Jingfeng angrily yelled, smashing a small wooden table beside him with a slap. Mu Qingya's expression changed slightly as she looked at the shattered pieces of the small table. She took a few steps back and coldly said to Mu Jingfeng, it's all your fault. You vicious and heartless man. Serves you right that even your own daughter treats you this way. When I found out that you were engaged to someone else, I immediately distanced myself from you. I kept my distance from you. But even so, you still refused to let me off. You barged into my court, disregarded my wishes, and took me for your own. You made me bear your children. You made me bear the burden of the entire Mu family and all these trivial matters for so many years. You even made me earn money to support the family and help you take care of your harem of concubines. Why you all make me feel disgusted. Sometimes, I'm constantly thinking that if I had made a prompt decision back then and left this D*MN family, my life right now wouldn't be like it is now. Mu Jingfeng. Do you know how much I hate and disgust you? A person like you is selfish and heartless. You only have your own interests in your eyes. You've lived in your own world all your life. You've never really thought about others. What right do you have to make others sincerely treat you like this? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Mu Jingfeng screamed in shock, wishing that he could smash the bed into smithereens. B*TCH. Mu Jingfeng struggled to get up from the bed, but his meridians were in a mess, and his limbs were not under his brain's control. The moment he moved, his entire body fell off the bed. He glared at Mu Qingya in front of him and suddenly took out a talisman with a flip of his hand, throwing it in her direction. B*TCH. Do all of you hate that you can't let me die? Fine. Since you don't want me to have an easy time, I'll make all of you not have an easy time either. Following this, Mu Jingfeng threw out a yellow talisman with all his might and shouted, activate the talisman. A ferocious attack from the talisman headed for Mu Qingya's chest. Nanny Qiu and the others, who had heard the commotion, hurriedly barged in and cried out in alarm as they rushed forward. Bang! 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 The attack from the talisman knocked them away one by one, and by the time it landed on Mu Qingya's body, its attack power was already more or less depleted. Therefore, she didn't suffer any serious injuries. She only fell to the ground, and her face was pale with fright. B*TCH. Mu Jingfeng angrily reprimanded. He slid to the ground and struggled to get up. Unfortunately, with his current strength, it seemed difficult to do so. Therefore, he crawled forward a few steps, struggled with all his might, and threw himself onto Mu Qingya. The man pinned Mu Qingya under his body and grabbed her neck with both hands. At this moment, Mu Jingfeng's face was flushed red, and his eyeballs were bulging out. It was as if his entire body was being roasted by a raging fire. He gripped Mu Qingya's throat tightly and shouted, B*TCH, you B*TCH. You actually said that I'm disgusted? Back then, weren't you the one who would smile gently and call me Brother Jingfeng every time you saw me? And you say you're not interested in me? Now you're saying this again? Saying that I'm disgusting. You're crazy for no reason. Ugh. Mu Qingya's throat was tightly gripped by this man's strong hand. Naturally, she couldn't help but cry out and struggle to breathe. Unfortunately, Mu Qingya didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even if Mu Jingfeng was seriously injured, with his cultivation, he wasn't someone a woman like her could easily break free from. Madam, madam, madam. Nanny Chiu struggled to get up, but the talisman earlier hurt her all over. She wanted to get up now, but she didn't have any strength left. Song Lu, who was at the side, had long fainted from the talisman's power. Someone come quickly. Master has gone crazy. Someone come and save madam. Nanny Chiu's shrill voice nearly broke through the roof. Mu Jingfeng's eyes were already red, and he clutched Mu Qingya's throat tightly as though he had lost all reason. He spat, B*TCH, you B*TCH. What did I do wrong to you? Why are you doing this to me? Just because I don't have the position of the family head, just because I'm about to become a cripple? That's why you look down on me and even want to rebel against me? I'm telling you, Mu Qingya. Don't even think about leaving me in this lifetime. You were my, Mu Jingfeng's, when you were alive, and when you die, you'll also become my, Mu Jingfeng's, ghost. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and he exerted more strength in his hands, as though he wanted to strangle Mu Qingya to death. Mu Qingya's face contorted as she glared at the man in front of her. Her eyes were fixated on him, and her expression was filled with hatred. The crown princess has arrived. At this moment, an announcement was suddenly heard, and it sounded like the sound of nature. In the room, Nanny Chiu's spirits were lifted, and she struggled to crawl toward the door with tears streaming down her face. As she crawled, she shouted loudly, Crown Princess, save me, Crown Princess. The little Crown Princess stepped through the door and immediately saw Mu Jingfeng, who was tightly pressed against Mu Qingya and had his hands tightly wrapped around her neck. This man was desperately clutching Mu Qingya's neck like a madman, as though he wanted to strangle her to death. Arbor's gaze changed slightly, and he coldly said, Why aren't you going to pull them away? Yes. Tong nodded slightly and immediately stepped forward. He forcefully pulled away Mu Jingfeng, who was not letting go of Mu Qingya's neck. Cough, 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 cough. Mu Qingya heaved a sigh of relief. Her chest heaved up and down. She covered her throat and coughed violently as if she was going to cough her lungs out. Song Lu and the other maidservants were also woken up by Kai Xiu, Kai Chi, and the others by pinching their philtrum. Madam, madam. Song Lu and the others hurriedly crawled forward while sobbing. They all appeared to be in a very sorry state. There were still traces of blood on the corners of their lips. Perhaps they had suffered some internal injuries. I am fine. I'm fine. Mu Qingya forced a smile at them and coughed hoarsely. Arbor looked at them coldly. He glanced around and his gaze fell on the broken porcelain on the ground. There was a complicated look in her eyes as she looked at Mu Qingya, who was sitting on the ground. There were still 10 distinct marks left on Mu Qingya's neck. It could be seen that Mu Jingfeng had put in a lot of effort back then and was bent on killing her. Arbor glanced at Mu Jingfeng, who was on the other side. At this moment, he was thrown to the side by Tong like trash. He was panting heavily, and his face and neck were red. Crown Princess, please save me. Nanny Chiu lifted the corner of her skirt and crawled forward on her knees. She crawled to Arbor and kowtowed twice. Crown Prince Consort, Lord suddenly went crazy and actually did such a vicious thing to Madam. Is there something wrong with his mind? When Mu Jingfeng noticed the young Crown Prince Consort's icy gaze on him, he couldn't help but shrink back. His entire body trembled, and he immediately shouted sternly, You old hag, watch your words. Who are you saying has a mental problem? Who are you talking about? Hold him down. The little Crown Princess coldly ordered. Immediately, 2 youths rushed forward and firmly grabbed Mu Jingfeng's shoulders, pressing him to the ground. Search the front and rear courtyards. Don't miss a single inch of this place, Arbor coldly ordered. You unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. What are you doing, what are you doing? Mu Jingfeng shrieked and pounded the ground with all his might. He angrily roared, You dare to treat your own biological father like this, aren't you afraid of suffering divine retribution? Divine retribution? Let it come. See if it comes or not. Arbor coldly interrupted Mu Jingfeng's words and said impatiently, Shut up. The Crown Princess told you to shut up. Shut up. Tong abruptly grabbed Mu Jingfeng's neck, instantly silencing him. Mu Jingfeng did not expect that a few minutes ago, he was still holding Mu Qingya's neck to flaunt his authority, but now, it was his turn. His eyes were full of resentment as he stared fixedly at Arbor, as though he could dismember him into 1,000 pieces just by staring at him like this. Invite a physician over to take a look at family head Mu and send him to his room. Don't let him come out to scare people if there's nothing important, Arbor indifferently ordered. Arbor, you unfilial daughter, you will suffer divine retribution. You dare to imprison your own father? Arbor. You unfilial daughter, you, Mu Jingfeng was in a state of madness as he was shoved into the inner room with disheveled hair. The wooden door slammed shut, causing Mu Qingya and the rest in the outer room to be endlessly alarmed. Everyone raised their heads in fear and looked carefully at the expressionless crown princess. She was so resolute and decisive, as though she did not have the slightest bit of affection for Mu Jingfeng. At this moment, Arbor's eyes were fixed on Mu Qingya's face. She looked at her as if she wanted her gaze to bore a hole in her face, or even a hole in her heart, so that she could see clearly what this woman was thinking. Although she did not see what had happened in the room just now, when she entered the gilded garden, the quarrel between the two of them had reached its climax. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard it with his own ears. With her intelligence, she could naturally guess why Mu Qingya had a falling out with Mu Jingfeng. Mu Qingya actually hated this man ever since the day she was forcefully taken by Mu Jingfeng. She had hidden it so well all these years, but she had always suppressed this hatred in the deepest part of her heart. This woman was really puzzling. Arbor stared at her. The little crown princess's gaze made Mu Qingya's heart palpitate uneasily. She coughed hard a few times and raised her head to look at Arbor. Crown princess, thank you for saving my life. Why do you hate Mu Jingfeng so much? Arbor felt that instead of suppressing some doubts in her heart, it was better to ask her personally. Mu Qingya's expression instantly changed. I don't hate family head. Arbor shook his head. I heard everything. You said that you've always been disgusted by him. Mu Qingya's expression instantly turned even uglier, and it even became slightly distorted and unnatural. She was, after all, Xiao Mu's stepmother in name. It was truly a bit difficult for her to talk about these romantic affairs of the past in front of a child. Why? Arbor didn't want to let her off just like that. He continued to question her coldly, but his gaze lingered on her face, not letting go of even the slightest change in her expression. Mu Qingya bit her lip hard. I naturally hate him. He already has sister Chuyun. Yet, he still pesters me endlessly. I'm already far enough away from him. Back then, I went out to train and do missions all day long just to be able to stay away from him. Who knew that this deranged man would actually use alcohol to vent his anger? After that incident, Sister Chuyun's heart must have felt terrible. She's such a strong-willed person. She'll only suppress her grievances in the bottom of her heart and won't say anything. Mu Qingya coldly said, Mu Jingfeng is truly an extremely disgusting person. If he hadn't shrunk his hands and become as timid as a mouse, how could sister have left the Mu family and gone to save her own relatives alone? After that, how could we possibly have lost contact with sister? It's all this man's fault. It's him. It's him who harmed sister. It's him. He doesn't deserve to be a husband at all. He doesn't deserve to be the head of the Mu family. Today, the patriarch stripped him of his position as the head of the family, struck by lightning as punishment, and half of his meridians were destroyed. It's all his own fault. If sister's spirit is in heaven, she should feel gratified. Arbor kept staring at her. She realized that when Mu Qingya mentioned Mu Jingfeng, her eyes seemed to be able to quench out a poisonous glint, but when she mentioned her mother, Long Chuyun, the radiance and gentleness in her eyes couldn't be concealed at all. It really didn't seem like an act. If a person could put on an act to this extent, it could really be said to be flawless. In terms of controlling one's emotions, they were basically invincible in the world. Xiaomu shook her head. She instinctively felt that she might have really wronged Mu Qingya. The tenderness in Mu Qingya's eyes towards her mother didn't seem to be fake. And this trace of gentleness made Arbor feel that something was wrong. This gentleness seemed a little perverted. Could it be that she was hallucinating? She took a closer look at Mu Qingya, and when she saw that Mu Qingyao's expression had changed, she turned her head and smiled lovingly at her. Xiao Xiao, try to trust me, okay? I won't hurt you. I will definitely protect you on behalf of your mother. Arbor's expression was extremely complicated. He looked at her for a long time before he said through gritted teeth, "Don't you hate me? Because of my return, your biological daughter went mad with jealousy. In the end, the Mu family crippled her cultivation, broke her arms, and chased her out of the main family. Her life was ruined because of me." Arbor looked at her coldly, carefully observing the strength of every muscle on her face. "Although I don't think I've harmed her, she only has herself to blame for everything that happened because of her paranoia." Arbor said coldly, "But no matter what, your cold-blooded husband did harm Mu Rochuan because he wanted to please me. Don't you hate me?" Arbor asked. Mu Qingyao shook her head and said calmly, "Jojo, the paths we take in life may seem different, but they all lead to the same destination. Humans, if they walk the wrong path, they will walk the wrong path. They must pay for their mistakes and pay the price they deserve." Rochuan was jealous and couldn't control herself. In the end, she hurt herself. How can she blame you? She can't blame anyone. Mu Qingyao raised her head and looked at Arbor seriously. "Jojo, how can I hate you? The love I have for you is unadulterated. You'll understand in the future." Arbor stared at Mu Qingyao intently, not missing a single inch of her expression. At this time, the team captain, who had led numerous purple forest guards to search the inside and outside of the estate, arrived in front of Xiao Mu and shook his head at her in defeat. "Nothing, nothing," Arbor looked down and closed his eyes. "Crown Princess, Crown Princess." A young man in black rushed in and whispered to Arbor. "Let's go." Arbor looked at Mu Qingyao deeply and led the purple forest guards out of the gilded garden without saying anything. "Madam." Song Lu held Mu Qingyao's arm in fright. On the other hand, Mu Qingyao was indifferent as she lightly patted her twice. Her eyes warmly gazed at Xiao Mu's departing figure for a long time. The red and green finger marks on his neck were especially glaring under the setting sun. After leaving the garden, Arbor ordered, "Let's go to Chasing Wind Garden." Everyone went to Chasing Wind Garden. As soon as they entered, they saw Elder Qing tied up and thrown to the ground. Xiao Mu's pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at this person with a cold glint. "I didn't expect you to be one of Tianyin's pawns in the Mu family. How is it? Do you have anything to say to me?" A purple forest guard hurried forward and whispered, "Crown Princess, this subordinate used a dictum talisman on this person, but he..." Arbor looked at Elder Qing carefully and saw the old man tilting his head and smiling foolishly. Arbor took a few steps forward and grabbed Elder Qing's head. He probed it with his divine sense and then pushed the old man's head away with a frosty expression. Idiot, after being hit by the dictum talisman, not only did Elder Qing not speak a single word, but he also became an idiot. What did this mean? This meant that the old man's body had been cursed for a long time. This talisman was normally perfectly fine, but once Elder Qing's consciousness was invaded by an external force, it would backfire and turn Elder Qing into an idiot. Even a soul search wouldn't yield any useful information. "Be careful." A roar suddenly came from behind. When Xiao Mu turned her head to look, she saw Elder Qing's body swelling before exploding abruptly. Two of the Violet Forest guards rushed forward to protect her, but they were both sent flying by the shockwave. Xiao Mu quickly strode forward and poked the two people several times, her eyes abruptly turning chilly. Tianyun was indeed interesting. Xiao Mu had to admit that she had been utterly defeated in this exchange. "Crown Princess, Crown Princess." Aunt Jing, who had hurried over, was startled when she saw Arbor. She quickly bowed. "Crown Princess, His Majesty urgently summons you to the palace." Xiao Mu sat inside the carriage that was heading towards Changle Boulevard with an indifferent expression. Sai Shou poured her a cup of tea and called out cautiously, "Crown Princess." Arbor took the teacup subconsciously. Her fingers gently stroked the patterns on the rim of the cup as she looked coldly at the passers-by outside the window. She lost. Actually, she had already lured the snake out of its hole from the moment she ordered Ao Yi to look for the so-called evidence in Shi Huixin's courtyard. She had deliberately led everyone to think that the jade talisman she gave them only recorded half of the conversation. "Stay up late," and Mu Xingchen reacted quickly. The two of them immediately followed her words and led everyone to think that Shi Huixin had left evidence behind. After that, she deliberately ordered Aoyi to search Shi Huixin's courtyard and found the so-called letter. This evidence was naturally prepared by Aoyi himself. Therefore, as long as the person hiding in the dark had any suspicions, they would definitely come to check the evidence pointing to Chasing Wind Garden. The person Arbor wanted to lure out was first Madame Mu Qingya. She didn't believe this woman from the beginning. Arbor left people to go to Chasing Wind Garden to catch the person who dared to come to the courtyard to snoop. On the other hand, she directly brought people to First Madame's Gilded Garden and ordered them to search the entire place. What did she want to find? Naturally, she wanted to find out if there was a hidden talisman array in Mu Qingya's courtyard that could spy on the Mu family. As soon as Arbor stepped into the Mu family, she felt as if she was being watched and felt uncomfortable all over. In the end, her people didn't find any array in Gilded Garden. She even inadvertently saved Mu Qingya's life. Elder Qing, who was caught on the other side, was useless and even self-destructed to injure her people. It could be said that this confrontation with the All-Seer Alliance ended with Sir Jojo's defeat. Not only was Shi Huixin's lead broken, but they might have also alerted the enemy. Once Elder Qing of the All-Seer Alliance self-destructed, this matter would be over. Arbor raised his hand and pressed his aching forehead. He muttered to himself, could it be that the direction was completely wrong from the beginning? Crown Princess. Kai Shou softly called her. Arbor nodded and got down from the carriage. He raised his head and looked at the Extreme Time Hall's palace gate. At this moment, another carriage came over from not far away. Following the carriage was actually King Jianping and his son, whom he had not seen for a long time. Crown Princess. When the old king of Jianping saw the young lady from afar, his face involuntarily twitched. F***ck, I don't know if it's because I'm traumatized. Every time I see this little crown princess, I feel uneasy, as if something important is going to happen. Arbor glanced at him coldly, then turned and walked up the steps of Polaris Hall. A manservant dressed in green beside the carriage frowned slightly and muttered in displeasure. He actually didn't pay his respects to the Grand Tutor. This crown princess is no different from His Highness the Crown Prince. She's so arrogant and rude. Seeing this, King Jianping's heir hurriedly whispered, don't say any more. Is this manservant stupid? Now, even he hurriedly took a detour when he saw the crown princess. How would he dare to provoke this savage girl again? Dressed in a white robe, the Grand Tutor slowly walked down from the carriage with his black hair hanging loosely at his waist. A pair of eyes brimming with wisdom gazed at Xiao Mu. Crown Princess, His Majesty invites you to the royal study. When Arbor reached the last step, a palace servant who had been waiting for her stepped forward and led her to the royal study. Arbor glanced at him expressionlessly and didn't say a word. The little eunuch glanced at her curiously. He felt that although the little crown princess was young, she was extremely calm and had an intimidating aura. In the past, those lords who came for an audience would more or less ask them a few questions. However, this crown princess didn't say a word from beginning to end. What the little eunuch didn't know was that those people who came in the past were afraid of the great emperor and felt uneasy. That was why they tried every possible means to find out from the eunuchs what the great emperor was feeling and why he summoned them. However, the little crown princess was different. From the bottom of her heart, she had never feared the great emperor. Naturally, she wouldn't consider how he was feeling or how she should curry favor with him. In her opinion, there was no such thing as the great emperor of the divine prefecture. He was Mo Lian's father. If he could talk to him, he would talk to him. If he couldn't, Sir Jojo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Following the garden path, they went all the way to the west and entered a winding corridor. Soon, they arrived at the door of the royal study. The little eunuch quickly went in to report. Arbor looked back and saw the Grand Tutor, whose face was filled with gentle light, as if he was shrouded in holy light, walking over with the king of Jianping and his son. Before he could greet them at the door, the little crown princess had turned and left. Now that they met again, the heir of the king of Jianping, Mo Kuan, hurriedly took a few steps forward and cupped his hands respectfully. Little sister-in-law. The king of Jianping's mouth twitched. He really wanted to slap this lackey to death. How was this guy like the old king of Jianping's majesty? Now, he looked like a lackey. Look at how much he fawned over this little crown princess. Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince of Xianxia and nodded expressionlessly. You're also here to see His Majesty? Ah, yes, it was His Majesty who summoned us. Crown Princess, Lord State Preceptor, King Xianxia, and Crown Prince, please come in. Following the eunuch's shout, Arbor stepped into the study first. Only then did he realize that there were many people in His Majesty's imperial study. Prince Kong Mo Lufeng, Prince Xing Mo Shikong, Prince Yong'an and Crown Prince Mo Su, who had just entered the capital, as well as several important ministers, were all sitting there. The King of Xianxia and his son hurriedly went forward to greet the great emperor. Everyone in the study stood up in unison to greet the imperial preceptor and the King of Xianxia. When they were all done, they turned around and saw the little crown princess standing there expressionlessly. She was like a little wooden stake, not moving at all. Everyone was at a loss for words. Right, Prime Minister Gao Baran coughed lightly. His Majesty summoned everyone today to discuss His Highness the Crown Prince's disappearance in Greiping Village. I believe everyone should have heard a little about what happened in Greiping Village. Everyone nodded and secretly observed the little Crown Princess's expression. Expressionless, F*CK, Crown Princess, is it really alright for you to be like this? Right now, everyone is talking about your husband's life. Even if you don't cry, you should at least express a trace of concern. Imperial Father. The little Crown Princess suddenly interrupted everyone's discussion coldly. She took a step forward and placed a memorial on His Majesty's desk. I want to impeach the Crown Prince of Yong'an, Mo Su. The Crown Prince of Eternal Peace Mo Su almost shed tears. He didn't expect that the little Crown Princess would really accuse him in front of the Emperor. When he saw the little Crown Princess step into the imperial study, he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't expect that this little Crown Princess would really accuse him in front of so many adults. Woo-woo, he already called her sister-in-law and admitted his mistake in front of her. Why did she still want to mess with him like this? The Emperor stared blankly for a moment, then reached out to take the booklet she handed over. After looking at it carefully, he glanced at her again. Crown Princess. Mo Su was at the Mu family's mountain gate with a group of repulsive hedonistic sons, wantonly shooting the citizens of the divine continent. He should be severely punished as a warning to others. The Crown Prince of Eternal Peace hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty. Mo Su didn't do it on purpose. At that time, he was only deceived by others and didn't join in the activity of shooting the beggars. This Crown Princess saw it with her own eyes. Could it be false? Arbor turned his head and coldly swept a glance at the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace. The Crown Prince of Eternal Peace is not strict in teaching his son. Shouldn't you be brave enough to bear this mistake and set yourself as an example? Crown Princess, don't you? If the Crown Prince was present that day, he would definitely personally whip the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace 30 times. He would help the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace reprimand the prince. Crown Princess, if this Crown Princess had a brother like this, she would definitely teach him a lesson personally and would definitely not let others do it. There should be a limit to how mischievous you can be. You can't even guard your own bottom line as a person, you're simply unworthy of being a human. The Crown Prince of Eternal Peace's old face flushed red, stuttering out the word you, unable to say anything else. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly, each of them looking down and sighing in their hearts. Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke that little malefic Crown Princess. Listening to the little Crown Princess's words, it seemed that the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace was playing around with a group of hedonistic sons shooting the beggars at the Mu family's mountain gate, and they were caught by the Crown Princess. Presumably, these people wouldn't have a good ending. When the Prince of Eternal Peace saw his father's face turn red, he hurriedly knelt down and lowered his head as he cried out pitifully, Imperial Uncle, Sewer knows his mistake. Mo Liuxing's eyes flickered as he praised his nephew's wit in his heart. He hurriedly went with the flow and said, the Eternal Peace Duke's heir is frivolous and unrestrained, disregarding human life. Seeing that you are young and have the intention to repent, give him 15 lashes as punishment. This child was indeed quick-witted. If he stubbornly refused to admit his mistake, what awaited him would be the little Crown Princess' relentless pursuit. If he didn't admit his mistake now, he would definitely regret it later. The great emperor admitted that he hadn't spent much time with his daughter-in-law, but for some reason, he felt that he understood her temperament quite well. Most of the time, the young lady only wanted you to admit your mistake and accept punishment. Then, the matter would be over. If you stubbornly refused to admit your mistake after doing something wrong, and even tried to quibble or resist, the young lady would definitely let you know how helpless your future life would be. After Emosu was dragged out to be whipped, the young lady indeed stopped talking. The great emperor glanced at the young lady, his expression turning serious as he said, "Crown Princess, we have lost contact with the Crown Prince in Grey Plain Village, we don't know how he is doing. There are only 10 days left until your wedding day, shouldn't this wedding be postponed for a few days?" Among the ministers present, some nodded, some remained silent. "State Preceptor, what do you think?" "Delaying the wedding date is indeed the safest way." The State Preceptor nodded calmly. Seeing Arbor suddenly turn to glare at him, the State Preceptor even smiled at Arbor in a very good-natured manner. Xiamu couldn't help but have a strange feeling resurface in her heart when she saw that gentle expert's appearance. From the time they met until now, she had only met the State Preceptor a few times. But every time they met, the State Preceptor seemed to be speaking in a very gentle tone about Sir Jojo, but every time, he would push things in a bad direction. For example, this time, what right did he have to delay Jojo and Lian's wedding just because he said one sentence? "No." Arbor rudely interrupted the Lord's words and said coldly, "Don't postpone it. They had agreed on the 6th of June, such a good wedding date, how could they postpone it just like that?" Jojo did not agree. The emperor subconsciously twitched his mouth and glanced at his daughter-in-law, who had a serious expression on her face. "Crown Princess, the people we sent to Grey Ping Village all said that there was no news of the Crown Prince for the time being. So what?" Arbor glanced at the emperor expressionlessly. "The Crown Prince will be fine, he will definitely return on time," Arbor said resolutely. "The wedding date cannot be postponed, it will be held on the 6th of June as usual." The State Preceptor turned to look at her and sighed. "If His Highness the Crown Prince does not return on time on the 6th of June, then the wedding ceremony will be a joke." Arbor's almond eyes narrowed, a murderous glint overflowing. "I already said that he will return, what nonsense are you spouting? You're so long-winded and annoying." Everyone, the Duke of Eternal Peace looked at the little Crown Princess, then glanced at the Emperor and the State Preceptor's expressions. He suddenly felt much better. The little Crown Princess even dared to confront the State Preceptor directly, let alone his son Emosu. In front of the State Preceptor, his son Emosu was nothing. With this thought in mind, the indescribable emotions in his heart calmed down quite a bit. The National Master sighed. Like an elder full of holy light, he looked at his mischievous junior and said calmly, "It's not that I want to stop you two from getting married. It's just that, if His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't return on the day of the wedding, this wedding will become a joke in the eyes of the people of the Divine Land. Crown Princess, the Imperial Tutor is thinking for you." Xianxia smiled and couldn't help but interject. Arbor looked at him coldly. "No. Change. Release. 2. Do you not understand human language?" Arbor interrupted Xianxia, who was about to open his mouth. "Since when do you have the right to interfere in the affairs of the Crown Princess? You're too long-winded. The wedding will proceed as scheduled." Her gaze coldly swept over everyone present. "Don't try to play any tricks or play any tricks. None of you can bear the consequences of disappointing Jojo's Lotus." The little girl's face was red with anger. She turned around and walked out of the imperial study. She did not pay attention to anyone else. A bunch of liars. They said they were going to get married on the 6th of June, but they wanted to secretly add fuel to the fire. They wanted to mess with Sir Jojo. Go to hell. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, then turned to look at the Emperor, who was sitting in the middle of the study. The Emperor raised a hand to massage his throbbing forehead, then said helplessly, "Since the Crown Princess doesn't think there's a problem, then let's proceed as planned." Xianxia opened his mouth, then closed it angrily. This Crown Prince consort simply didn't know what was good for her. Clearly, everyone was thinking for her. It was fine if she didn't appreciate their kindness, but she actually scolded everyone and said that they were meddlesome. How preposterous. Xianxia turned to look in the direction of the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor still had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not care about Arbor's rude treatment just now. My Lian section break, dong dong, dong dong. After a few sounds, countless rocks rolled down from the stone wall. It was only after the nearby cave stopped shaking that Mo Lian came out from behind Golem 2 and Golem 3. He carefully examined this cave wall that had been buried by shattered rocks. After days of investigation, he narrowed down the distance and range inch by inch and finally determined that this was the location of the formation board. However, after the mechanical puppets dug many times, the nearby mountain walls were unstable and would collapse from time to time. Mo Lian was used to it. Along the way, he only let little Seven out occasionally to chat with him. The rest of the time, he was studying how to destroy the formation board. It was quite strange. This Earth Spirit formation could be said to have been set up with great effort. Without a heaven-level talisman master, it was impossible to set up such a large formation. However, when he fought with the gray figure in the formation board from a distance, he could feel that this person was definitely not a heaven-level talisman master. Since he could kill that person's physical body with just a streak of sword intent, it was obvious that he was not very powerful. Therefore, this disc array really gave people a strange feeling. Little Seven. Seventh Yan's figure appeared next to Mo Lian, and he turned to give him an inquiring look. Mo Lian nodded slightly at him. Xianxia immediately understood. His outstretched fist instantly turned into a dragon claw and clawed at the ground. After a chi sound, the extremely sharp claw cut a crack in the ground. Looking into the crack, the two of them faintly saw a circle of white jade talismans that shone faintly. Xianxia tore the crack wider with his claws. The two of them looked down and saw dozens of jade talismans floating in a circle. Xianxia removed some of the gravel from the side of the crack and pointed downwards. Master, shall I go down and take a look? Mo Lian shook her head. I'll go. Without waiting for Xianxia's protest, he leaped into the crack in the ground in a flash. But before he could get close to the jade glyph array, the glyph array suddenly burst out with a strong light, rushing straight at his face. Mo Lian was already prepared, and at this time, she also set up a defensive barrier on her body. Naturally, this strong light was isolated by him. The black moon sword in his hand shook slightly, and in the next moment, it struck the periphery of the jade charm array, scraping off clusters of white fragments. There was a powerful defensive array glyphs on the disc array, which was why Mo Lian was unable to break it open. Her wrist was even hit by a rebounding force. His eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to continue, a green vine suddenly drilled out of his sleeve and excitedly drilled into the array glyphs on the ground. However, the array glyphs would attack all intruders indiscriminately. It directly created a barrier, and with a bang, the green vine was repelled. A section of the green vine twisted and drilled into the ground again. The other half of the vine curled up and threw out a shiny stone with a whoosh. Mo Lian reached out to catch it. After taking a closer look, her slender eyebrows raised slightly. A holy stone. There was a holy meridian under the array glyphs. Mo Lian's heart skipped a beat, and she jumped into the crack. The raven moon sword in her hand slashed at the defensive wall a few times, but it did not budge at all. What a strong defensive wall, Mo Lian thought. There were not many defensive walls in this world that could withstand her full-force attack. One person, one dragon, and one green vine struggled in the pit for a long time. The sky was about to brighten, but the array formation did not budge at all. The three of them could not help but feel a little discouraged, especially that half of the little tree's vine. It drooped listlessly and hung on Mo Lian's arm, pretending to be dead. Mo Lian could not help but find it funny. This thing was just a branch of the little tree, Cho. It was too intelligent. Master, the person who set up this array formation is very powerful. Seventh Yan blinked and could not help but say, when I saw that fellow's body was destroyed by Master's sword, I thought he was not that powerful. I did not expect that person's cultivation level to be so weak, but his array formation is so powerful. You think this is that fellow's array formation? Mo Lian curled her lips and glanced at Seventh Yan. Seventh Yan was stunned and immediately shouted, Isn't it? It isn't. Mo Lian shook her head and pointed at the dozens of jade talismans below. Looking at the quality of these jade talismans, they must have been buried here for at least 20 to 30 years. This array formation was left behind by a heaven-level great talisman master, Mo Lian said calmly. That fellow, all-seer, just got lucky and accidentally saw this array formation. He made some slight changes to the original array formation and formed an Earth Spirit array on the outer layer and a very strong defensive array formation on the inner layer. So this array formation was not set up by that fellow, all-seer? 7th Yan asked in surprise. Mo Lian nodded with certainty. If he had this kind of array formation skills, he would not have been killed by me so easily from the start. Then who left this array formation? This array must be used to protect the sacred bloodline underneath, Mo Lian sighed. If Jojo were here, he would be able to break it. It wasn't that brute force was impossible, but it would take too much time and effort. He had to get out as soon as possible. As for these worldly possessions, I'll send someone to try again later. After making up her mind, Mo Lian didn't waste any more time. She immediately asked Little Seven to destroy the outer layer of the formation. This array disc was suspended above the dozens of jade talismans, and it had already been slightly shattered. Little Seven threw a punch over and it didn't take much effort to break the disc array apart. Subsequently, Mo Lian hugged the green vine and leaped onto the crevice with Little Seven. His feet suddenly trembled, and the rocks on the mountain wall seemed to be summoned by something, rolling down one by one. Very quickly, the crack created by Little Seven's claw was completely blocked. After the Earth spiritual array was completely destroyed, the suction force of the array disk naturally ceased to exist. Little Seven transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, rushing out of the deep valley with Mo Lian on his back. Prince Mo stood on the dragon's back and gazed into the distance in the direction of the deep valley. His gaze was fixated on the sacred bloodline buried under countless huge rocks, and he pursed his lips without speaking for a long time. At the same time, inside Songzhou's Taiji palace, the sound of hurried footsteps caused Duanyu, who was meditating and cultivating, to crease his brows and slowly open his eyes. He saw a junior eunuch jogging in hurriedly and repeatedly shouting, "Your Highness, Her Highness the noble consort has returned. Her Highness the noble consort is injured." Duan Xiaoxi jumped up from the couch and questioned coldly with a sullen expression, "What happened?" The accompanying eunuch, Xiao Kuzi, followed behind the fourth prince, who was taking large strides. Along the way, Xiao Kuzi hurriedly said, "This servant only heard that when they were hunting, a white bear suddenly broke into the camp and startled many of the imperial concubines. Her Highness the noble consort was slapped by the white bear, and I think she vomited blood at that time. The hunting grounds environment was vile, so the accompanying physician said that it would be better to return to the capital for treatment. We were delayed for several days on the road. Fortunately, Her Highness is blessed by the heavens, so she's fine now." Duan Yu's eyes instantly emitted a faint purple light, and the fury in his eyes almost flowed out uncontrollably. A white bear suddenly barged into such a large camp and even directly barged into the noble consort's tent to heavily injure her? Was there nothing fishy about this matter? Her Highness the noble consort's life shouldn't be in any danger, right? Xiao Kezi's words came to an abrupt halt when he saw His Highness the fourth prince's severe gaze. Duan Yu was very fast and instantly arrived at the entrance of his mother's morning glory palace. Without any notice, Duan Yu had already entered his mother's bedchamber with large strides. As soon as he entered, he saw many royal concubines standing outside the muslin canopy. It looked like they specially came to visit his mother. Duan Yu unconsciously creased his brows and directly lifted the muslin canopy to quickly walk to the bed. "Mother." Ali, noble consort Duan's voice was weak and hoarse, but it could be heard that she was still awake. Duan Xiaoxi hastily ran over and grasped his mother's hand that was peeking out from behind the bed curtain. "Mother, what happened?" "It's fine, child. Don't worry." Noble consort Duan raised her hand and stroked her son's head comfortingly. "She was only frightened by that white bear. She's fine now." "Mother." Duan Yu looked at his mother's deathly pale face in displeasure and disapproved. "You're still trying to hide it from me at a time like this." Noble consort Duan was helpless and stroked the back of her son's hand. "Son, don't worry. Mother will definitely be fine." Duan Yu's handsome face darkened as he took out a medicine bottle from his inner world. He poured out a pill and handed it to his mother. "Mother, swallow this first." "What medicine is this?" "This is 100 treasures down for qi cultivation." His mother was an ordinary person, so this 100 treasures Dan was the most suitable for her. Not only could it subtly improve one's body, it could also help to nourish one's chi, refresh one's spirit, and prolong one's life. Of course, this was given by Jojo. Every time Jojo threw a pill to him, he acted like a tycoon. Other people would only give out 1 or 2 pills, but this little guy gave out 8 or 10 bottles. She said that this 100 treasures pill was refined by her mother. When she gave it to him, she shook her head at him and said with disdain, "It's not as good as the one I refined." Chocho didn't really like them. Mother is fine. Noble consort Duan rolled her eyes at her son. What a waste of medicinal pills. Take one every day. Duan Yu couldn't be bothered to waste words with his mother and directly turned to hand the medicine bottle to Nanny Lu, who was standing at the side. Nanny, give this to mother every day. Yes, your highness. Nanny Lu had always obeyed His Highness the Fourth Prince's words. Knowing that this pill was beneficial to her highness, she naturally carefully put it away and committed it to memory. Noble consort Duan couldn't resist rolling her eyes at her son again. What's the point of being so wasteful? Mother will be fine after taking care of it for a while. Mom, I still have a lot of these pills. Just eat as much as you want. Duan Yu earnestly looked at his mother and repeatedly exhorted, now that your vitality has been greatly damaged, you must properly recuperate. Otherwise, who knows, you might look 10 years older than before. What? When noble consort Duan heard her son say that she might age after damaging her vitality this time, she immediately straightened up and pulled her son's hand. Son, Mom really has aged a lot. She reached out to touch her pale cheeks and hurriedly asked. Duan Yu nodded in all seriousness and then said, Mom, don't panic. I know a pill refiner friend who has a large amount of longevity pills and beautifying pills. Beautifying pills? Noble consort Duan quickly touched her face again. Are the beautifying effects very good? Yes, of course they are good. Duan Yu nodded. When we return to the academy, I'll ask for one for you. Noble consort Duan nodded repeatedly. Okay. No matter how old a woman was, the pursuit of beautifying pills was instinctive. Son, is the pill refiner you mentioned the one you mentioned to Mom last time, pill refiner Bearded's friend? Duan Yu's hand that was about to take the bowl of soup froze abruptly, and his fingers paused. After seeing Mother Lin's inquiring gaze, Fourth Duan calmly continued to carry the bowl of medicine over. He coughed lightly and nodded. MHM. Mom, you must take good care of your body. You still have a long road ahead of you. You promised your son that you would make soup for your son until he was 100 years old. Noble consort Duan was amused and nodded as she poked Duan Yu's forehead. Okay. Mom will definitely make soup for my son until he's 100 years old. Duan Yu handed the bowl of medicine to his mother and let her drink all the medicine inside. The Crown Prince is leaving for the Divine Province tomorrow. Son, when do you plan to go? There are only a few days left until the Crown Prince of the Divine Province's wedding. Didn't your father say last time that you should accompany Rongli? Duan Yu looked up at his mother and nodded with a faint smile. No hurry, Mom. Did you forget that Chestnut's feet are very fast? It won't take more than a few days. Alright, Mother, don't think too much. Quickly lie down and have a good rest. As for the rest, leave it to your son to handle. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with his mother, Duan Yu withdrew from the muslin canopy. He swept a glance at the royal concubines who had yet to leave and said faintly, Mother is unwell, so don't disturb her today. Men, send the imperial concubines back to the palace. It was only after Duan Yu stepped out of Chaohua Palace that his expression abruptly chilled. Rongli is leaving tomorrow? Yes, your highness. A dark figure silently appeared behind him. Cripple one of his hands. A purple light flashed through Duan Yu's eyes. His pair of cold peach blossom eyes were filled with frost. Since Empress Lu dared to attack his mother again, he would make this woman's precious son lose a hand. He wanted to see how the Crown Prince would deal with himself without a hand. A savage glint appeared in Duan Yu's eyes. A hoarse laugh came from the depths of his consciousness. Kid, do you want this old man to help you? As long as this old man makes a move, it won't take any effort at all. Duan Yu grasped his left arm and felt his blood vessels throbbing violently. Here it came again. This old ghost wanted to use power to tempt him again. Unfortunately, he could easily resolve this kind of trivial matter by himself and didn't need his so-called help at all. Duan Yu's eyes were incomparably cold as he directly spat out a word at that old man, scram. The aged voice instantly vanished from his mind. Duan Yu frowned as he quickly left noble consort Duan's bedchamber and headed for Taiji Palace. It's time to promote noble consort Qing's position. Duan Yu's aloof voice wandered through the silent air. As if he was talking to himself, several shadows swiftly left in the distance. Duan Yu strolled back to Taiji Palace's entrance by himself. His eyes abruptly chilled as he glanced behind him. A figure wearing a floral dress rushed out from the side and abruptly threw herself into Duan Yu's arms. Duan Yu's eyes were sharp and his legs were fast. He directly kicked the suicidal woman away. He was already in a bad mood, and now that this happened, his handsome face completely darkened, and his eyes flickered with a cold glint. Still not dragging her away? Just as his chilly voice rang out, two shadows appeared behind him. Without another word, they grabbed that woman's arms and dragged her out of the flower path. That woman was originally in so much pain that she could barely speak after being kicked. Now that she saw the two hidden guards dragging her away without any explanation, she instantly became even more anxious. Her small face was ghastly pale as she frantically struggled and screamed, "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. I am Chen Baojia, Let go, don't grab me. Your Highness, I am the daughter of the Lord Left Minister of the Divine Province, Chen Baojia. We know each other, We're from the Academy. We've met before. We're heading to the Sun Moon Mystic Realm together, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." Duan Yu coldly looked at this extremely disheveled woman in front of him. There was a very red handprint on the left side of her face, and there were wounds on her neck and arms, as if she had been whipped. He sneered as his gaze swept over her body. "Why are you here?" A secret guard stepped forward and whispered a few reports into his ear. Duan Yu's stern eyes swept over Chen Baojia's tear-stained face as he coldly stated, "Since you're already the Crown Prince's concubine, then you belong to the Crown Prince. Why did you come all the way from the Eastern Palace to my Taiji Palace? This Miss Chen is really funny. Instead of being the second miss of the left Prime Minister's family, why did she come to Zhangzhou and follow Crown Prince Rongli without any status? She was given the title of Lady Jia, which was neither fish nor fowl. In fact, she had no status at all. She was even worse than the lowest-ranked concubine of the Crown Prince. This Lady Jia was not even on the roster of the Crown Prince's harem. Your Highness, I have a favor to ask of you." Chen Baojia screamed, I just want to go back to the Divine Land with you. He's there." Suddenly, a few uneven roars interrupted Chen Baojia's words. Duan Yu looked over and saw several Eastern Palace guards viciously dashing toward them. Chen Baojia's expression immediately changed, and she struggled to break free from the secret guard's grasp. She screamed, Your Highness, save me, please save me. Take me back to the Divine Land, I beg of you. Take me back to..." Several Eastern Palace guards had already pounced over in a fury and twisted Chen Baojia's arms. "Go. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, apologies for the disturbance. This woman is wanted by our Hong Liangdi. She must be brought back to the Eastern Palace right now. Please release her, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." The guard leader cupped his hands respectfully at Duan Yu. Duan Yu naturally didn't need to quarrel with the Eastern Palace guards. Moreover, he didn't plan on meddling in Chen Baojia's business, so he nodded and raised his hand. The two hidden guards released their grip and pushed Chen Baojia towards the Eastern Palace guards. Chen Baojia instantly shrieked in panic, "No, you can't. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, you can't hand me over to them. Bring me back to the Divine Province. My father will definitely reward you handsomely. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." Duan Yu couldn't help but find this woman a bit funny. With his status, would he care about Father Chen's small reward? Seeing the Eastern Palace guards about to escort her out of Taiji Palace, Chen Baojia couldn't resist blurting out, Your Highness, I can tell you a secret. It's a secret about Arbor." She regretted it as soon as she said it. On the way to the Sun-Moon mystic realm, she could naturally discern the relationship between Duan Yu and Arbor. Now that she blurted it out without thinking, she wondered if it would backfire on her. With this thought, Chen Baojia's complexion became increasingly flustered and pale, and she felt like she was about to collapse. But the words had already left her mouth. When she felt Duan Yu's sharp gaze land on her, Chen Baojia could only force herself to keep a straight face and pretend to be very calm. "Wait," Duan Yu shouted coldly. The two hidden guards drew their swords at the same time and blocked the path of the Eastern Palace guards. The guard leader's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to Duan Yu and said, "Your Highness Prince Chen. This isn't good. This is our Eastern Palace's Madame Jia. If you insist on keeping her, His Highness the Crown Prince won't be able to justify it. Ing. This subordinate is here. Teach them how to conduct themselves." Duan Yu raised his brows as he ordered dryly. "Yes." The shadow guard called Ing took a few steps forward and punched the shoulder of the guard leader without saying a word. When the guard leader retreated in pain, Ing kicked him in the stomach and sent him flying a few steps before falling heavily on the ground. That junior guard commander couldn't crawl up for a long time, but he didn't dare to speak as he raised his head to look at Duan Yu and the others. "Come over and tell me. If this prince is interested, perhaps this prince can really save you." Duan Yu suddenly smiled at Chen Baojia and beckoned her over. Although the man in front of her was smiling and looked very handsome, Chen Baojia somehow felt an inexplicable sense of danger. She took a step back with a strong desire to survive, and then she tried to steady her voice and said, I know that the Crown Prince's trip to Shenzhou is not only to congratulate the Crown Prince of Shenzhou on his wedding, but also secretly, Lady Jia." The Eastern Palace guard shouted angrily. "You've only offended Hong Liangdi. If you also offend His Highness the Crown Prince, your life in the future, heh." The guard leader's voice was very cold, and Chen Baojia's mind finally cleared up a bit. Indeed, if she offended Crown Prince wrongly, she really wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Duan Yu's gaze instantly turned icy. Ing nodded in understanding. At the same time that a long sword left its scabbard, Shadow nimbly flew towards the guard leader. Before the guard could react, the blade of the sword had already struck his head. The guard leader cried out in alarm and activated his defensive spirit weapon to block at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Shadow's sword was astonishingly fast. As the sword descended, a vigorous sword intent directly split open that defensive barrier and cleaved the guard leader into two from the top down the middle. Blood splashed onto the ground. The other guards were all stunned by this scene. They dropped Chen Baojia in fright and retreated several steps. Chen Baojia was also so frightened that her entire body trembled like a sieve. After stuttering for a long time, she finally screamed, "Ah!" Without another word, Ing reached out and pulled her up. He lifted her up like a little chick to Duan Yu and flung her heavily. Chen Baojia fell to the ground with a face full of dirt and grime. She looked at the grinning Duan Yu in horror. He even dared to kill the Crown Prince's personal guard, so what else didn't he dare to do? Continue. The Crown Prince, he learned that Arbor has a portable spirit domain, Chen Baojia said with a shudder, so, he planned to secretly cast a spell to capture Arbor. Him? Duan Yu almost laughed out loud. That idiot wanted to capture the Crown Princess of the Divine Province from the imperial capital of the Divine Province, Longyan City, and run all the way back to Xianxia. Did he really think that the million-strong army of the Divine Province was just for show? As for this Chen Baojia, she was also quite a laughable person. When the Sun Moon Temple was destroyed, everyone speculated that Chen Baojia already knew that Zhou had a spirit domain. Mo Lian, that fool, even specially sent people to search for this Miss Chen and kill her to silence her. In the end, they couldn't find her after searching everywhere. Since she already ran away, couldn't she learn to be smart? She just had to walk right into a trap. This was truly an unintentional harvest. Duan Yu narrowed his eyes. He looked at Chen Baojia and asked gently, "Miss Chen, other than Rongli and these people, who else have you told about the portable domain?" Chen Baojia inexplicably felt the terrible danger under this gentleness and subconsciously shook her head. I didn't say anything." "Oh, then how did Rongli know?" Duan Yu sneered. Chen Baojia's face reddened. "Bashu only knows about the Crown Prince. As for the others, I I didn't tell a single one. Duan Yu nodded pensively before replying with a grin, excellent. There was indeed a smile on his face, but the cold smile did not reach his eyes. When he looked at Chen Baojia, he seemed very harmless, but it made Miss Chen feel fear from the bottom of her heart. Your Highness, this is a female slave of the East Palace. She didn't know the rules and came here to offend your Highness. He wondered if he could return it to the Eastern Palace. I will bring him back and teach him a lesson. Thank you, Your Highness. The woman leading 6 to 7 maidservants strode over. She was dressed luxuriously in a pink robe. She was one of the 2 favored concubines in Rong Li's palace, Hong Liandi. Duan Yu shook his head. You can't return her. Take them all away. At the same time, several more hidden guards rushed out from behind Duan Yu. Without another word, they used their swords and sabers to block the Eastern Palace guards, forcing them to walk towards the Taiji Palace. Hong Liandi's face changed and so did the look in her eyes. Her sharp eyes seemed to turn into a sword. Your Highness. Duan Yu's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled nonchalantly. Could it be that Hong Liandi wants to end up like him? He glanced to the side. But how would Hong Liandi dare to look? She wasn't blind. When she rushed over with her men earlier, she already saw the Eastern Palace guard captain who had died a gruesome death at the entrance of Taiji Palace. This corpse was truly disgusting. Prince Chen actually dared to openly threaten the Eastern Palace's Liandi? Hong Liandi's expression shifted unpredictably. At that moment, her eyes contained a cold glint as she faintly looked at Duan Yu and said, Your Highness Prince Chen really knows how to joke. You, Prince Chen, were already extremely arrogant and rude when you ordered the execution of the Eastern Palace guards. Now, you actually want to attack the Liandi? Hong Liandi reckoned that this Prince Chen was merely scaring her. He might not really dare to attack her. Hence, with a cold expression, she angrily said, What are you all waiting for? Bring Madame Jia back. She wasn't done teaching this B*TCH Chen Baojia a lesson yet. Moreover, this was the Eastern Palace's woman, so it wasn't Prince Chen's turn to teach her a lesson. She actually dared to escape on her own after locking her in the woodshed. She was truly gutsy. She was in Sangzhou, yet she kept putting on airs as the daughter of the left prime minister. It was simply laughable. Duan Yu sneered as he glanced indifferently at the group of hidden guards in black. Those guards instantly attacked at the same time and knocked down the maidservants and nannies who had run up to arrest her. Instantly, wails and screams were heard. Hong Liandi's face turned livid when she saw that Duan Yu didn't give her any face and attacked her as soon as he said so. Prince Chen, don't go too far. How was he going too far? Duan Yu calmly glanced at her. That expression was enough to show that he looked down on Hong Liandi very much. A mere crown Princess Liandi also dared to chirp in front of him. How amusing. D*MNB*TCH. When I return to the Divine Province, I'll definitely have my father settle accounts with you. Chen Baojia scrambled to hide behind Duan Yu and the others. Seeing that she was safe, she hid behind Duan Yu and incessantly hooted at Hong Liandi on that side. Duan Yu turned to glance at her, thinking that this woman was also extremely hilarious. This Chen Baojia should be a retard. Duan Yu thought. Otherwise, why would she mistakenly think that he was helping her to escape from Hong Liandi's coercion? TSK. Duan Yu shook his head and looked up in Hong Liandi's direction. He stated aloofly, This prince will give you half a minute to scram. Otherwise, don't think of leaving. Stay here with them. Hong Liandi's expression changed drastically, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. She looked at Duan Yu with an uncertain expression for a long time before she abruptly turned around and shouted, Let's go. Hong Liandi did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left with a group of young and old maidservants. Hong Liandi's face was full of anger. She hurried back to the palace to complain to Empress Liu. Meanwhile, Duan Yu turned to glance at Chen Baojia. That woman originally had a smug expression when she saw Hong Liandi retreat in defeat, but when she saw Duan Yu looking at her, her heart involuntarily tightened. She rolled her eyes and hastily said, Your Highness, on account of our friendship as classmates, you have to bring me back to the Divine Province no matter what, right? Duan Yu actually smiled at her. Those peach blossom eyes that seemed to sparkle with starlight actually looked so gentle that they were about to overflow with water. What are you doing? what are you doing? Chen Baojia shrieked as she struggled with all her might under the drag of the two hidden guards. Ever since that B*TCH Hong Liangdi fed her a spirit-dispersing pill, her cultivation had been deteriorating for the past 10 days or so. Now, it had fallen below the 5th level of the spiritual realm. She was simply no match for these hidden guards. She was pressed against a stake, and her hands and feet were bound by metal hoops. Her neck was also choked by metal hoops, so she couldn't move at all. She could only struggle with her hands as she stared in horror at Duanyu, who was slowly walking over. She repeatedly shouted, "Prince Chen, what are you doing? I've already said everything I need to say. How can you treat me like this?" Duanyu glanced at her coolly. "Miss Chen, why did you think of coming to me for help?" "Because your highness is going to the divine province this time. I only hope that your highness can bring me along. I can't repay your great kindness." "Your highness, I can repay you." "Your highness. Who cares about your repayment?" Duanyu curled his lips rather mockingly. "You just said that Ronli wants to kidnap Jojo on this trip?" Yes. Chen Baojia nodded repeatedly and said, "I eavesdropped on this. You and I both know what kind of person Ronli is. Where do you think he gets the confidence to think that he can kidnap someone right under Prince Mo's nose? Your highness has been in closed-door cultivation these days, so you don't know. The crown prince of the divine province brought people to a small mountain village to exterminate zombies a while ago. They haven't returned yet. It's hard to say whether they can make it in time for the wedding." When Chen Baojia said this, her eyes swiveled before she smiled obsequiously. How about your highness, you follow behind Ronli like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Chen Baojia became increasingly enraptured as she spoke. "After Ronli kidnaps her, you can secretly snatch her from Ronli's hands. At that time, no one will know that Arbor is in your hands. Do you think Imo Lian is an idiot like you?" Duanyu interrupted her in amusement, as if he was very interested in conversing. He then looked at Chen Baojia and asked, "Miss Chen, how did you escape that day at the rear mountain of the Sun Moon Divine Hall? I'm quite curious." Chen Baojia's face stiffened. Speaking of what happened that day, she felt sad. He had barely managed to survive the landslide, but who would have thought that after painstakingly digging his way out of the mountain, he would be kidnapped by that damned Ba Shu. Originally, Ba Shu wanted to take her by force after capturing her and bringing her back to the Phoenix Emperor City. However, she made a fuss and refused to agree, so Ba Shu planned to lock her up for a few days and tame her until she was obedient. Unexpectedly, Ba Shu changed his mind a few days later. In order to please Crown Prince Ronli, he sent her away. Thinking of this, Chen Baojia couldn't help crying bitterly. Her father was the left prime minister of the Divine Land, and her grandaunt was the Empress Dowager. Back then, she had wanted to enter the palace to choose the crown princess, but she had never thought that she would end up like this. She was forcefully taken as a concubine in a foreign country and didn't even have a proper status. Duanyu looked at Miss Chen's bitter and vengeful expression and asked with a smirk, "Is there something else you haven't told me?" Chen Baojia shuddered. The reason why Ronli is so confident must be because he has a trump card. Duanyu picked up a red-hot iron pincer and waved it in front of Chen Baojia, pretending to press it on her face. "If you don't speak, there will be an extra mark on your face." Chen Baojia's entire body chilled, and she couldn't stop trembling as she looked at the man before her. She involuntarily screamed, "No, don't. I'll speak, I'll tell you everything." He has a peak venerated immortal realm expert by his side. Yes, it's a talent he secretly recruited. In addition, there are also 2 late-stage spiritual venerated realm experts. Their strength is not to be ignored. Duanyu frowned. Was the holy region very idle recently? So many people actually came down. Normally, if nothing special happened, the people of the holy region would not come to the 3 continents due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that something extraordinary had been discovered in the 3 continents that had attracted so many experts to appear? The experts by Ronli's side shouldn't be great figures created by heaven using medicine to create the temple master of the Sun Moon Temple, right? Duanyu keenly sensed that something was amiss. He took out a jade talisman from his inner world and sent the latest news to Arbor and Imo Lian respectively. It seems that Dragon Flame City will be very lively recently. It was time to go sightseeing. Duan Yu turned and walked out of the dungeon. He didn't say anything and directly abandoned Chen Baojia, who was tied to a stake. Chen Baojia was almost stupefied. What did he mean by this? He left just like that after finding out what he wanted to find out. He didn't plan to bring her back to the imperial capital of the Divine Prefecture. How could that be? She still wanted to return to the imperial capital and instigate her father to advise the emperor to dispatch troops to attack Tsang province. As long as Tsang province fell, even the crown prince of Tsang province would have to live like a dog, not to mention Hong Liangdi, that D*MNB*TCH. She would definitely make her suffer a fate worse than death. As the dungeon's iron door slammed shut with a clang, the last trace of light disappeared before her eyes. Chen Baojia shuddered all over and suddenly screamed, "No, don't go. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Don't lock her up in the dungeon, don't." She didn't want to be forgotten in this dark dungeon. Chen Baojia's beautiful face turned pale at the sight of cockroaches and rats scuttling around her feet. She screamed incessantly, but unfortunately, all she got in response was endless darkness. Chen Baojia was dumbfounded. She thought that being forced by Rongli to be a concubine with no status was enough for her. Unexpectedly, there was no worst, only worse. Could it be that the people of the Tsangzhou imperial family were all heartless perverts? Why did they treat her like this? Why, in the darkness, her senses were magnified infinitely. Other than feeling countless little bugs crawling around her body, her 5 senses became extremely sensitive at this moment. This dungeon originally had the function of shielding spiritual power. At this time, Chen Baojia was like a disabled person. Her whole body was trapped in the darkness. Other than screaming, there was really no other way. No, she did not want to be locked up here, no. After Duan Yu briskly walked out of the dungeon, his aloof gaze swept over the hidden guard behind him. Go inform everyone to temporarily postpone the operation. I will personally take Rongli's life. Shadow bowed and flew away. Everyone in Taiji Palace quickly moved to make preparations for Prince Chen's departure. Duan Yu looked up at the dark and gloomy sky and crushed a cup into pieces with his head bowed. Crown Princess, what's wrong? When Kai Xiu entered with a box of pastries, she saw her little crown princess sitting by the window, holding the jade messenger talisman in her hand with a somewhat frozen expression. Arbor returned to her senses when she heard the sound. She put away the jade messenger talisman into her inner world and said with a shake of her head, "It's nothing. Kai Xiu, go make preparations. We'll go to Kaidai Pavilion for lunch today." Kai Xiu naturally nodded with a smile, but she glanced at Arbor worriedly. Today was already the 1st of the 6th lunar month, but the crown prince still hadn't returned to the capital. Presumably, the little crown princess was in a bad mood. Kai Xiu didn't dare to ask too much. After receiving the crown princess's instructions, she hastily went out to prepare the carriage. Kai Chi, after I return today, I plan to enter closed-door cultivation for 4 days. I'll come out on the evening of the 5th. During this time, you don't need to disturb me. Everyone was very anxious. Rather than fretting outside, Arbor decided to simply enter closed-door cultivation for a few days. Okay, Crown Princess. Kai Chi also knew that the little crown princess was in a bad mood these few days, so after helping her into the carriage, she retreated to the side to accompany her. The little stoic was naturally in a bad mood. 2 days ago, she received Prince Mo's message saying that he had already come out of the earth fissure and would return to the capital soon. Calculating the time, he should have returned last night. She didn't expect that he would still be nowhere to be seen. That was fine, but when she sent a message, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, which made her inexplicably worried and on edge. The journey back to the capital was definitely not peaceful. Could it be that it was so fraught with danger that he didn't even have time to send a message? After receiving Duan Yu's message just now, the little lady's mood became increasingly uneasy. Hence, she planned to go out for a walk so that she wouldn't be cooped up in her room and let her imagination run wild. Crown Princess, don't worry too much. His Highness the Crown Prince's divine might is outstanding, so he naturally will be fine. Kai Xiu only felt that her words were a bit dry, so she involuntarily chuckled bitterly. The little Crown Princess nodded and took a sip of spirit tea from the white teacup. I think so too. It was said that a scourge lived for 10,000 years. The crown prince was obviously not a good person. He would definitely live for 10,000 years. The car stopped at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion. The little crown princess got out of the car and met two familiar faces at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion. Lin Myoer and Lu Yiran walked out of the Kaidai Pavilion hand in hand. When they saw Arbor, their faces darkened. The little crown princess didn't look any better. Her clear eyes swept across the two people in front of her. Lu Yiran gritted her teeth, tugged at Lin Myoer, and both of them went forward to greet her. Lu Yiran had already suffered at the hands of the little crown princess several times, so naturally, she did not dare to continue acting rashly in front of her. What? Are you going to shoot people for fun after eating your fill? Arbor's words were laced with sarcasm. He had no intention of giving face to the two women in front of him. Lu Yiran's expression changed slightly, then she smiled and said, "Crown Princess, you must be joking. Who has the leisure to joke with you?" Arbor glanced at them expressionlessly, then motioned for Kai Xiao and Kai Chi behind him to come forward and drive the two people away. Lord Jojo expressed his exhaustion that they could coincidentally meet two people he didn't like to see just by coming to his restaurant for a meal. Lin Myoer's face had already turned green, and she was about to explode. However, her hand was pulled a few times by Lu Yiran, and she finally stabilized her emotions. After parting at the Mu family's mountain gate, Lin Myoer hated the little crown princess to the bone. Arbor did not bother with the two and directly went up to the second floor of the restaurant. Hearing the news, shopkeeper who was beaming with joy and hurriedly personally prepared the dishes for the little crown princess. Crown Princess, the new dishes that have been released recently are also very popular. The ingredients in the warehouse are almost empty, and the fruits that are specially provided every day are sold out the moment they are released. Shopkeeper who rambled on. The little crown princess nodded and took out a new storage talisman for shopkeeper who. The ingredients here can last for a year, you can deal with it yourself. Shopkeeper who smiled until his teeth could be seen and his eyes could not be seen. He nodded and took the storage talisman with both hands and hid it in his bosom like a treasure. This way, they would not have to worry about food for the next year. Kaidai Veranda's name had already been completely spread out, and business was booming every day. She was afraid that in the future, there would only be more and more people coming. Since there was nothing to do, Arbor had Kai Xiao and Kai Chi sit down and accompany her to eat. The three of them were tasting Kaidai Veranda's new dishes. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs. Sir Jojo pushed open the door and walked out. Standing on the railing, he looked down at the main hall and saw that the main hall was currently in a mess. There were 5 or 6 people fighting, knocking a table full of dishes to the ground. Soup, chairs, and benches all fell crookedly to the ground. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi also hurried out and looked downstairs at the same time. They could not help but cry out in surprise. "Ah, it's the Eternal Peace Duke's heir. It really was that brat Mosu." He was currently fighting fiercely with a few young masters. Arbor's too thin eyebrows wrinkled. Her pair of icy eyes contained endless coldness as she stared at the people downstairs. Shopkeeper who was sweating profusely as he ran over to mediate the situation. He was almost swept by the wind from one of the youth's palms. His face was covered in dirt as he crashed into the counter and almost sprained his old waist. Arbor slowly walked down the stairs. Her charming little face was filled with coldness. Men. Several purple forest guards immediately appeared behind her and cupped their fists. "Crown Princess. Throw those troublemakers out on the street." Bam, bam, bam. Several figures were tossed out of Kaidai Pavilion's front door. The panicked diners in the lobby finally quieted down. The passers-by on Changle Street were all shocked and hurriedly stopped to watch from afar. Arbor walked out of the gate of Kaidai Pavilion expressionlessly. The Crown Prince of the Eternal Peace Duke, who had just crawled up from the ground, caught sight of this little malefic star at first glance. Immediately, he stammered and his expression changed drastically. Grand Crown Princess. Ugh. What kind of ill-fated relationship is this? The Duke of Eternal End's vassal prince felt as if the whip wound on his back was starting to ache again when he saw the little stoic's expressionless face. Unbearable. I really want to cry, sob. If he had known that the Crown Princess was eating here, he would never have come. Emosu. The little crown princess's gaze coldly locked onto his face. Because this crown princess impeached you the day before yesterday, you harbored a grudge and purposely came to my restaurant to cause trouble today, is that correct? Emosu's expression abruptly changed, and he frantically shook his head as he explained nervously, Grand Crown Princess, I didn't know that this restaurant is your property. Emosu indeed didn't know that this Kaidai pavilion was Arbor's private property. How long had it been since he entered the capital? Today, he only brought people to the imperial capital's famous restaurant for a meal on a whim. Misunderstanding, it's purely a misunderstanding. Emosu hurriedly said, his eyes glaring fiercely at the youths who fought with him. The youths were all dressed in luxurious brocade robes, looking like young masters of aristocratic families. One of the blue-robed youths sized up the young crown princess and stepped forward with a fawning smile. He cupped his hands and said, I am Lin Xiuan from the Lin family. Greetings, Crown Princess. A purple forest guard stepped forward and whispered a few words into the young crown princess's ear. Arbor's gaze on Lin Xiuan changed unpredictably, the ferocious aura on his body rising. Were you the ones who fought with the crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke? Arbor looked at them coldly. Another member of the Lin family from Fuzhou City. Just looking at them was annoying. The youths looked at each other in bewilderment before looking at the young crown prince consort who had a tense expression on her face in confusion. The blue-robed youth said, the crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke suddenly attacked us. When Emosu came out today, he only brought a servant with no cultivation, so when he fought with these youths, his face and body were all injured. There was even a bruise on the corner of his mouth. Why did the crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke hit you? One of the yellow-robed youths saw that the young crown princess did not smile and her words were sharp and impolite. He could not help but retorted angrily, how would we know? He must be crazy. The young crown princess's gaze turned cold. She held a vine whip in her hand and swung it at the youth's chest without any explanation. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed and he quickly turned around to dodge. However, Arbor's attacks were as tricky as they could be. How could he dodge? The vine whip hit the youth's chest, causing him to howl and retreat. The blue-robed youth saw this and his expression changed. He quickly went forward to stop her and cried out, Crown Princess, you. Arbor did not say a word and swung the vine whip 4 times. The 5 youths were all whipped and none of them could dodge. Shopkeeper, add these people to the blacklist. Don't let them step into my business in the future. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Arbor said coldly. Naturally, shopkeeper who nodded in agreement. The pedestrians on the street couldn't help but point at those few young men and shake their heads repeatedly. Of all people to mess with, why did he have to mess with the little crown princess's shop? Now he was out of luck. The young crown princess's shop was very popular in the imperial capital. Now, the other shop owners on Changle Street also realized that they would not serve any customers who were rejected by the young crown princess. These poor young masters of the Lin residence, even if they had a lot of money in the future, they would not be able to buy high-end things. Arbor glanced at Emosu, who was standing there in a daze, and said unhappily, useless thing, you've been defiled by a few lousy aristocratic families. How embarrassing. Then, he slightly frowned, turned to Kai Xiao and said, return to the palace. Emosu was miserable, but he inexplicably felt that the young crown princess seemed to be standing up for him. He had only quarreled with the Lin family because he was implicated by Lin Miora last time. Unexpectedly, he ended up fighting at the young crown princess's shop. Ignoring Emosu's regret, the young crown princess hurried back to the palace and immediately went into seclusion. The moment she entered Paradise Planet, she called out, Chocho. Master, Chocho unexpectedly merged with Fragment Little 4 just now. Arbor, there was no warning at all, she immediately sat down cross-legged, and her internal star field was instantly shocked. Just now, when she was teaching those brats a lesson with the vine whip, she felt that her internal energy was somewhat disordered. Thus, she hurriedly left Emosu behind and rushed back. Otherwise, she would have given Emosu a good scolding. As the crown prince of the Eternal Peace Duke, he was actually being toyed around by a few disciples of a small aristocratic family. Although Sir Jojo had previously taught this fellow a lesson for being a good-for-nothing. However, this did not mean that any random cat or dog on the street could lay a hand on the crown prince's younger brother. This fellow was a good for nothing, so it was enough for the husband and wife to teach him a lesson. At this time, Arbor held her breath and looked inside her Dantian star field. She was in a sea of stars. Of the 4 stars orbiting around the main star, besides Fish Orchid Star and Xianxia Star, there was another new star that was slowly lighting up, emitting a green light. This green star looked extremely beautiful. It had a faint green luster and was as smooth as jade, as if it was a piece of high-quality ancient jade. Xianwu took a deep breath and seeped her divine conscious inside. She was instantly pulled into a primeval forest brimming with vitality. In an instant, Arbor was completely submerged by the beautiful scenery in front of her. Ancient trees towered into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Ancient vines were everywhere in the forest, intertwined with branches, murmuring streams, and dense forests. All kinds of animals were jumping between the trees, and numerous birds were perched on the branches. A ferocious beast suddenly jumped out from behind a tree, startling the birds that had been resting on the branches and causing them to flap their wings and fly away. A few retarded rabbits did not have time to run away and crashed into the trees. When Arbor's divine sense entered, she was momentarily stunned by the scenery in front of her. This was a forest that was even larger and wider than the great forest to the north, surrounded by trees. Its surface area was about the same as Paradise Planet and Planet Xianxia. The entire planet was built from a forest of ancient trees. This was a forest planet. Arbor immediately gave it a name in her heart. Now, if she wanted to find medicinal herbs, she could directly go to the forest planet to pick them. In such a large primitive forest, there were naturally all kinds of plants and medicinal herbs. In the past, her 100-herb garden on Paradise Planet had been filled with rare and precious herbs. She had bought all of the ordinary medicinal herbs from pill shops and pharmacies. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could casually go to the forest planet and pick whatever he wanted. Just thinking about it made him feel that being an alchemist was truly a blessing. It would be even better if Jojo's Ren was here. The little guy's mind flickered, and he withdrew the soul consciousness he had sent out. He continued to restrain his mind and shield his 5 senses. Along with the large amount of spiritual power pouring in from the star field, he circulated his breathing and tried to absorb as much as possible. At this moment, her body was completely wrapped up by a mass of vines. From the outside, she seemed to be wrapped in a large cocoon made of interwoven vines, suspended above the vast and boundless sea. At this moment, the flow of time on Paradise Planet was the same as the outside world. Whether she was cultivating on Fish Orchid Planet, Xianxia Planet, or Forest Planet, the flow of time was 12 times faster than the outside world. Arbor vaguely felt that the flow of time on Fish Orchid Planet should have been changed by Master or Uncle Master using a special method. This was because Paradise Planet was the first planet she had absorbed into the star domain. She could not change it. However, ever since she had created Fish Orchid Planet, which had a 12-fold time flow, the time flow of any new planet she created was now the same as Fish Orchid Planet's. The changes in the Forest Planet obviously affected the people cultivating on the Fish Orchid Planet. Xianxia and the others opened their eyes one after another. They looked at the spiritual energy that was gushing towards them with astonishment. It was an endless stream of spiritual energy. They ran to the beach and looked into the distance. They immediately understood what was happening. Wow, it looks like Jojo is going to level up. Xianxia exclaimed. She was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the little guy floating on the surface of the sea. Duan Muqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jojo's speed of advancement is scary every time. Xianxia clicked her tongue when she saw that Jojo was wrapped up in a ball of vines and spiritual energy was gathering toward him from all directions. So powerful. Yeah, Jojo is probably going to be a level 15 great spiritual master this time. How can it be so fast? Mata exclaimed. My God, this doesn't make any sense. We fought with our lives on the line, jumping around half a small realm by half a small realm. Is Jojo going to level up by 2 levels? Everyone looked at Mata as if they were looking at an idiot. The meaning behind the look in his eyes couldn't be any more obvious. Aren't you talking nonsense? Mata couldn't help but rub his nose. Say, if all the spirit energy on Fish Orchid Star is sucked dry, will it cause chaos in Spirit Realm? Oh, right. Xianxia quickly took out spirit stones from her inner world. Quick, throw them over. Let Jojo absorb more of the spiritual energy in them. Everyone hurriedly followed her example and dug out spirit stones from their pockets, piling them on the edge of the beach. Soon after, he could clearly see that the large amount of spiritual energy inside the spirit stones was also being drawn out, gushing towards Xiaomu in an endless stream. Little Fatty couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Heavens, how much spiritual energy does Jojo need to advance this time? There are so many spirit stones, but it's not enough for him." Yeah. Xianxia turned around and saw the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others walking over with smiles. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and said, Senior Immortal, quickly come and take a look. Jojo's advancement is so fast, will there be any problems? There's no problem. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at them in bewilderment. He looked at them strangely and said, Isn't Jojo always so earth-shattering every time he advances? Everyone was speechless. It seemed that they were making a fuss over nothing. The little fatty dug into his empty pockets and said pitifully, I've given all my spirit stones to Jojo. Why give her spirit stones? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes. It's a waste to give her spirit stones. These spirit stones aren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. What she was absorbing now was the purest holy wood spirit. Once that fragment fuses with the holy wood, it will be enough for her to advance. But look, this and that. The entire fish orchid planet's spiritual energy will be sucked dry. When that happens, won't the spirit domain shatter? Xianxia couldn't help but tremble as she spoke. If the spirit domain, which was flowing 12 times faster, were to shatter, it would be a huge loss. No, even if she had to fork out all her wealth, she had to guard such a good place for her Jojo. Ignorant. Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled and said, I'll take you to a better place. Water baby. The little water droplet ran out from a corner and pouted its little mouth. Suddenly, a pair of huge transparent palms appeared and the little water child pushed everyone out of Fish Orchid Planet and into the newly opened Forest Planet. Xianxia and the others opened their mouths wide as they looked at the primitive forest in front of them. Then, they silently cupped their chins and closed their mouths. In theory, as long as Jojo continues to grow, countless planets will be born in his star domain, which is what you call the spirit domain. And as Jojo advances to the godly state, or even the transcendent godly state, his spirit domain will probably advance to the godly domain, or even the holy domain. Looking at the young men and women in front of him with their mouths wide open and staring at him like he was retarded, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal took out a small pink fan and waved it. He laughed and said, Look at your silly faces. But in reality, these are just theories. It is very difficult to advance to the godly domain, or even the holy domain. Otherwise, it would be so difficult to find a holy bloodline in the entire upper 3 prefectures. Everyone knows that it is very difficult to find a godly domain in the upper 3 prefectures. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal waved the fan in his hand and said calmly, Aya, our Jojo is really a little fellow who never ceases to surprise people. I really like him more and more. What should I do? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal blinked and turned to look at Xianxia and the others with his bright eyes. The latter ignored him and said expressionlessly, Where did Jojo get these planets, the spirit domain that you are talking about? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal slapped his fan and suddenly looked enlightened. Yes. Where did he get them? It seems that every time Jojo advances, he will open a new spirit domain. How magical. Needless to say, Master must have picked them up when he was drifting in the void. The little water child at the side could not bear to listen to the conversation between these retarded people and could not help but remind them. Oh. The few of them nodded blankly. Then, they felt that they had asked too much. Wasn't Xiao, that fellow, born to strike at others? What's the use of asking so many questions? Say, why is there such a huge difference between people? When some people were down on their luck, even cold water could be stuffed into the gaps between their teeth. As for some people, even if they were wandering around in the void, they could still pick up a bunch of spirit, balls, domains, and bring them back. This was probably luck. When the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal saw Xianxia and the other's strange expressions, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh my god, you've been with Jojo for so long, haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Little Tai Sui glanced at that guy and said coldly, "Will you die if you don't strike a blow for a day?" Mata turned around and walked into the forest. "It seems like we were worried about Jojo for nothing." Now that Jojo had so many spirit realms, there was no way he would absorb all the spirit energy on Fish Orchid Planet. Even if she absorbs all of it, she will probably use the spirit energy in other spirit realms to replenish it. Xianxia and the others nodded expressionlessly. Then, they followed Mata into the primeval forest in front of them. They threw the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others far away and covered their faces. *CK, there were blows everywhere in the world. They had gotten used to it. On the other side, Arbor, who was in a focused state, had placed all her attention into the depths of her spiritual mound realm. Previously, she had noticed several times that there was something in the spiritual mound realm. Ever since the essence water had completely fused with her and the Xuanji core had been completely absorbed by her, logically speaking, there should not be any other foreign objects in the spiritual mound realm. Arbor stared at the depths of her spiritual mound realm for a long time and indeed, she saw a clue. In the past, it was a blurry blob that was not very clear. For some reason, it had become clearer recently. It was a blob that was wrapped in a white fog. Every time the spiritual mound realm absorbed spiritual energy, it would emit a blob of white light. Following that, a third of the spiritual energy that was absorbed into the spiritual mound realm would silently disappear. At this point, Xiaomu finally understood. As it turned out, other than Qiu, this little swindler, who was endlessly absorbing the purest spiritual energy in the world for her, there was also this swindler inside her body. However, in the past, this blob of fog-like trash had always been hidden in the depths of Baal's roots. Furthermore, it was only the size of a palm and was not noticed by others. Therefore, she had never realized that this blob of trash was also absorbing the spiritual energy in her body. What could it be? Arbor did not panic. This blob of fog had been hidden in her spiritual mound realm for more than 10 years. If it wanted to harm her, it would have done so long ago. She was just like Baal, absorbing some spiritual energy from time to time, as though she was storing it. It did not cause much harm to her body. However, with this blob of fog, her cultivation became even more difficult. If other people's bodies could absorb 10% of the spiritual power, Lady Xiao would have to give 50% to the sapling and 30% to this thing. Thus, she would only be left with 20% of the spiritual power. Thankfully, Baal was strong and so was she. After Baal fused with the fragment Little 4, Baal ate the meat and she could at least get a share of the soup. Just this soup was enough for her to leap from the initial success stage of a level 13 Great Spiritual Master to a level 14 Great Spiritual Master. As for which minor realm she would reach, it would ultimately depend on her comprehension and talent. Arbor had been in seclusion above the sea for a total of 12 days. She was like a whale sucking in water and swallowing rivers. Almost all the spiritual energy on Fish Orchid Planet had been absorbed by her. Only then did she complete her advancement and slowly open her eyes. In fact, only a day had passed in the outside world. Arbor exhaled and looked up at the thin spiritual energy around him. He couldn't help but frown. After this round of absorption, the spiritual power of the Fish Orchid Planet would most likely need some time to recover. It seemed that he would have to transfer his companions to Planet Shaji or Planet Forest to cultivate first. Otherwise, with such thin spiritual energy, the cultivation effect would naturally not be good. Arbor walked back to the shore from the sea. Just as he stood still, he was surrounded by a group of people. "Oh, my Joe, you've finally woken up." Xianxia rushed in front of her and looked her up and down. "Jojo, what realm are you at now?" She looked at her with a hopeless expression. "Have you broken through to become a level 15 Great Spiritual Master?" Arbor shook her head. "How can it be so fast? I'm only a level 14 Great Spiritual Master. It's still early." Everyone chuckled and rolled their eyes in unison. "As if I'd believe you." Now that this fellow said this today, there was a possibility that her cultivation realm would climb up again tomorrow. That would make everyone's jaws drop. In any case, they were already used to being shocked, so their mood became especially numb as they watched. The little stoic suddenly pinched Xianxia's small face and said excitedly, "I'll bring you guys to stroll around a place." "A forest," Mata said expressionlessly from the side. "We've already strolled around." As he spoke, he took out several brightly colored mushrooms from his inner world. "Do you want to eat roasted mushrooms? Are you courting death?" Everyone slapped away the mushrooms in his hand. "Are they poisonous?" Mata continued to expressionlessly say, "They aren't. I've already eaten 2, and they can even nourish the spiritual energy in my body. Don't doubt me, haha, they are just that miraculous." The little stoic pursed her small lips and coughed lightly. "So you guys have already been to Forest Planet. Alright then, I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation on planet Shaji. Go cultivate on planet Shaji for the next few days so that I won't rob you of all your spiritual energy. There's plenty of food in this forest. You can hunt for whatever you want to eat." After instructing them, the little stoic turned around and flew to planet Shaji to continue her closed-door cultivation. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. The little fatty pinched Xianxia's chubby cheeks. "Does it hurt?" "Bah, of course it hurts. Try pinching me." Xianxia irritably slapped away that guy's hand and glared at him. "Don't you guys find it strange?" Lu Yu asked with a light cough. Didn't Jojo just come out of closed-door cultivation? Why was the little girl suddenly so determined? It was as if she had been provoked by something in her eyes. What was going on? "I reckon it's because she's vexed, so she simply went into closed-door cultivation to put an end to her wild imagination." When she thought of how a certain person hadn't returned to the capital yet, Xianxia couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for him. "I don't think it's entirely because of this." Duan Muqing shook his head and turned to look in the direction that Arbor disappeared in. He said aloofly, "Even someone as talented as Jojo is working so hard, then everyone's expression turned solemn as they waved their hands and said, "Let's go." Arbor had been in seclusion on planet Shaji for a month. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that his realm had advanced a small step. Now, he had successfully entered the peak of level 14 Great Spiritual Master Realm. Moreover, after this period of devoted cultivation, her realm had stabilized quite a bit. With a solid foundation, it would be easier to climb up in the future. Arbor heaved a long sigh. He took out the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and touched it. From his inner world, he took out a lot of materials and crystals and fed them to the cauldron. Seeing these precious materials being melted into liquid by the flames in the cauldron and being absorbed by the small cauldron, Lord Jojo's lips could not help but curl up slightly. "Eat more. When all 9 stars are lit up, we will be blessed." Sir Jojo muttered to himself as he patted the small cauldron. "Master Silver." The little water baby waddled to her side and rubbed against her leg. "Master Silver, Master Silver. Is Chocho still in closed-door cultivation?" Arbor threw the little water droplet onto her shoulder. Her bright eyes landed on the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. She repeatedly touched the small cauldron and looked at it. The little water baby nodded vigorously. "Master, Chocho might have to go into seclusion for a while." The little water baby nuzzled her neck and sniffed. On its soft and transparent little face, there was an expression of infinite joy. It loved being close to the little master the most. Happy, Arbor tilted her little head and looked at it with some confusion. "Chocho, why did you suddenly go and fuse with Fragment Little 4? Fragment Little 4 had finally converted to the right path. Previously, when it saw Tiandi wandering around in the star field, it seemed to be very happy. Why did it suddenly have this awareness?" "You don't know, Master. It was very dangerous at that time." "Why did the tree suddenly grow so big?" The little water droplet gestured with its transparent little paw. Little Tree immediately said that it was one of its branches that absorbed a lot of pure holy power. Master Jojo blinked. She went into seclusion in a hurry. Only now did she know that there was such a change at that time. Holy power? Yes, yes. The little water droplet looked envious. Chocho really knows how to curry favor. It just left a random branch outside and it could absorb so much holy power. Different people, spirits, really had different lives. You mean, its branch? Arbor's little hand that was touching the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron paused. Could it be the branch that was left with Jojo's lotus? Definitely. The little water droplet pouted. It must be His Highness the Crown Prince. He must have dug some mine and it gave little tree's branch some benefits. Arbor's eyelids twitched slightly. What mine? Could it be a holy stone mine? Didn't that old man say that he left a holy stone mine for her? Could it be so coincidental that Jojo's lotus dug it out? This liar old man even lied to Jojo, saying that his array was invincible and that no one could resist it. Even a fly couldn't fly in. The more Master Jojo thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She took out her communication jade talisman and looked at it. There was no message. Stretching out his hand, he saw that in the water ripples formed by the magic pupil, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. Arbor's heart stirred slightly, and his figure flashed and appeared in the hall. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the hall slowly opened to both sides. Kai Xiao turned her head and saw the figure of the little crown princess appear in front of the palace. That graceful figure was elongated by the light in the sky. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that the crown princess had finally come out of seclusion. They were so anxious that they were about to die. If the crown princess did not come out, they would have gone in to see what was going on. The wedding dresses and accessories prepared by Enichang Market were sent in like water. Jojo, expressionless, allowed himself to be manipulated. Looking at the girl in the bronze mirror, she was 16 years old with a slender figure. Dressed in a bright red wedding dress, her brows were like distant mountains, and her lips were vermilion. The phoenix beaded crown was composed of thousands of large and small beads. When it pressed heavily on the little crown princess's head, her expressionless face instantly froze, the beads in front of her collided slightly, and the string of beads swayed as she walked, causing red muslin to flutter. When the little girl walked out leisurely, it was as if a red sunset had dyed the horizon, red as seductive as fire. Kai Xiao followed half a step behind her. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, she whispered, "To the crown princess, His Highness, he hasn't come back." "He's come back. No rush." The little crown princess's cold voice seemed to contain magic. His voice was neither fast nor slow, and seemed to be infused with some kind of magic. It instantly calmed the hearts of the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs. Alright, since the crown princess had so much confidence in His Highness, what was there for them to be afraid of? The crown prince would probably appear when the time came, right? Thinking of this, Saichi and Kai Xiao raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Even their steps were accompanied by the wind. The wedding ceremony was to be held in the Imperial Ancestral Hall. Therefore, the group of people left the Eastern Palace and boarded the Phoenix sedan chair that had been prepared beforehand. The Phoenix sedan chair was indeed led by the blazing blood phoenix and was pulled by 16 flying magpies. There were thousands of ceremonial guards in front and behind, and tens of thousands of military officers. Hundreds of red-crowned cranes wrapped in red silk led the way and escorted the sedan chair. Looking up, the horizon seemed to have attracted a bright red neon light, all the way to the Mo ancestral temple, Mount Tianxing. Mount Tianxing stretched for thousands of miles. For a moment, the mountaintop was filled with all kinds of birds and beasts. When the Phoenix sedan chair flew out of the imperial city from the Eastern Palace, it attracted the attention of many people. Some busybodies naturally ran along to see the commotion. However, at this time, both sides were filled with city guards. A main road was empty in the middle, and the pedestrians could only shrink to the sides. Sir Jojo sat expressionlessly in the sedan chair. His clear and cold eyes casually glanced before retracting his gaze. "Master, do you suspect that someone will come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to cause trouble today?" Qing Luan transformed into a bird and stood on a large pearl at the side of the sedan chair. Her small eyes looked around vigilantly. Arbor nodded with an indifferent expression. "This is only my guess." For some reason, she felt that today's wedding ceremony would not be too peaceful. However, the person who was going to make a move had not appeared yet. She did not know what they were planning. Whoever dares to ruin Lord Xiao Qiao's wedding, he or she will die. Arbor lowered her eyes coldly. She did not have any concerns about not seeing blood on her wedding day. Anyone who had ulterior motives and wanted to make her uncomfortable would not have a good ending. Arbor looked down and hugged the white jade box tightly. Inside the box was a dazzling golden seal that soared into the 9 heavens. The Mo clan sect was built at the peak of Mount Heaven Saint. From the peak to halfway up the mountain, there were guards of the Palace of Moism standing guard all day long. Ordinary people were naturally not allowed to go up. Halfway up the mountain were the mines of the 6 aristocratic families. However, the Sure family's mine on Mount Heaven Saint was now in the hands of the little girl. The remaining 5 great clans' mines on Mount Heaven Saint were all located at the foot of the mountain. Although the 5 aristocratic families had the right to mine, Mount Heaven Saint was where the imperial family's ancestral hall was located. Therefore, every time they wanted to mine, they had to get the approval of the Ministry of Rights and the supervision of the imperial government. This was to prevent any of them from cheating the location of the dragon vein. It would take at least a month for the mine to be approved. Every time the mine was mined, there would be many officials present to supervise. Therefore, as time passed, the aristocratic families grew tired and unhappy of coming to Mount Heaven Saint to mine. The main reason was that not only did they not find any useful ores in their 2 or 3 attempts, they also had to put in all sorts of effort and planning. In the end, it was all for naught. After a few attempts, the aristocratic families could no longer be bothered to think about the mines on Mount Heaven Saint. The cry of the Bloodfire Phoenix drew the little girl's attention. She looked straight ahead and saw red flowers blooming all over the mountain. The little crown princess's phoenix palanquin glided across the sky, and the mountain below was suddenly full of vitality. Wherever the thousands of people passed, the flowers and plants that were originally flattened by them once again drilled out from the ground, fluttering in the wind. The red flowers and green willows were splendid. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder, only feeling that their eyes were not enough to see. Turning their heads to look, between the mountain walls, there were originally only some climbing vines, but at this time, countless green leaves and flowers drilled out, covering the sky in an instant. It was as if at this moment, the heaven and earth were filled with flowers and grass, like colorful satin, fluttering in the wind, their fragrance spreading everywhere. This was really too magical. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi rode on their red-crowned cranes, and couldn't help but turn their heads to look, but felt that their vision was breathtaking. It was really too beautiful, thousands of words couldn't describe the beautiful scene in front of them. Little Ball, are you awake? Arbor's eyes slightly brightened, and he closed his eyes to concentrate, using his divine sense to look at the little tree in his Dantian star field. Looking at the thriving tree in front of him, Jojo felt very happy. It was no longer that half-bald, miserable, pitiful, hunched, and ugly appearance from before. At this time, the little tree's whole body was emerald green, sparkling and translucent, and the whole tree seemed to be coated with a layer of green liquid, shining so brightly that it was almost dazzling. Its trunk already needed 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Its leaves covered the branches, and every leaf was full of emerald green. It was simply beautiful to the point that people couldn't take their eyes off it. That emerald green appearance that was full of vitality was simply delightful. The little crown princess's expressionless face suddenly melted into a faint smile. Her little ball should have already entered the late stage of maturation. This kind of growth speed really made her feel proud of it. Look, on one of its branches, a fruit the size of a thumb was hanging. This was the second holy fruit that was slowly beginning to take shape. She believed that it wouldn't be long before this holy fruit would gradually grow bigger. Little Ball, Little Ball. She called out its name. The little water baby excitedly jumped out from the star field, jumping on her hand and shouting, "Master, Little Ball hasn't woken up yet. But when it wakes up, Little Earth and I should be able to go into seclusion to advance." Arbor patted the head of the little girl, when Ruyo. At this moment, Little Earth shouted excitedly in the star field, "Wow! Master, quickly come and take a look. The longevity tree is bearing fruit." What? Arbor was both delighted and shocked. The longevity tree only bloomed in the Xian domain and bore fruit in the divine domain. Did this mean that her spirit realm was about to transform into a god realm? She remembered that the last time she had been to the profound realm and the spirit realm, it had happened when she had made a major breakthrough. Logically speaking, since she had yet to break through to god tier, it was impossible for Paradise Planet to suddenly transform into a divine domain. She was in the middle of a very important wedding, so please don't cheat her. Xian domain changing to divine domain would probably make her sleep for a while. Moreover, when the entire star field was in turmoil, she wouldn't be any better off. The connection with the star area would be cut off quickly. Master, don't worry, it's fine. The star field hasn't changed. It's just that when little tree enters the late stage of maturation this time, little water and I will also grow rapidly. Little Earth said proudly, now, as long as little water and I nourish it, and with little tree's growth, the longevity tree will definitely bear fruit. Yes, yes. Master, don't panic. Everything will be fine. The longevity tree will take some time to bear fruit. It will take about 3 months at the fastest. Xiaomu's heart relaxed, and it was only then that she swallowed back the word scammer. Arbor raised his hand and patted the water baby's soft head. He smiled and said, all right. Arbor hugged the white jade box and looked up. He saw the phoenix palanquin being led by the blazing blood phoenix and flocks of red-crowned cranes as it flew to the peak of Mount Heaven Saint. It circled in the air a few times. The guard of honor extended all the way from the peak of Mount Heaven Saint. Looking down from the sky, the main mountain path of Mount Heaven Saint was filled with attendants from top to bottom. The wedding procession extended all the way from Mount Heaven Saint to the imperial capital. The young crown princess and company had already reached the peak of the mountain. The people at the back of the procession had just exited the eastern palace. The Heaven Saint Palace of the Mo clan was built on a cliff. It was shrouded in mist and hazy. There were 9,999 steps down. From afar, it looked as if it was a flying palace that had descended upon the mountains. It was majestic and grand. Gazing into the distance, one would sigh with lofty sentiments. It was surrounded by emerald colors and auspicious birds. Tens of thousands of magpies were lined up in a row, chirping beautifully. It was as if a long bridge had been built over the rainbow at the peak of the mountain. The members of the wedding procession felt that they had lived their lives in vain to be able to come here today and witness such a scene. In the future, when they talked about this with anyone, it would be a great topic of conversation. They had definitely seen such a grand scene. The young crown princess and her attendants stepped off the Magpie Bridge and landed on the first step. The 9,999 steps of the ancestral temple could only be walked by the emperor or the nobles. None of them were exempt. The young crown princess stood on the steps and looked up at the palace that was 10,000 steps away from her. She couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the heavy phoenix crown on her head. The road was so long. Walking alone made her feel melancholy. At this moment, the bell on the mountain peak began to ring. The little crown princess lifted the red veil and dragged the wedding dress that was several meters long. Step by step, she walked up the stairs. Big liar, he had promised to come back on the 6th of June. Jojo-sama had to walk such a long flight of stairs and perform such a complicated ceremony alone. Jojo-sama has promised you. Even if you're alone, you have to complete the formalities and complete the tasks that you have to complete. Jojo-sama has already walked 333 steps, and you still haven't returned. Jojo-sama has already walked 999 steps, but you are still nowhere to be seen. Lady Chow Chow had already taken 1,300 steps. Jojo completed the 2,088 steps. It's okay. Even if he were to walk all 9,999 levels alone, he would still have to, walking on a path to the end. In this lifetime, she only had one path, and that was to live it with this fellow. Hua, the honor guard standing on both sides of the long stairs suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Arbor's heart skipped a beat and she turned her head back. She saw that the sky seemed to be dyed red by a golden red color, and a gorgeous red color rose from the Magpie Bridge. Her eyes lit up in an instant as she stared fixedly in that direction. A long dragon's roar sounded in the space between heaven and earth. The figure standing on the golden dragon stood upright, and his long hair was slightly messy. His bright red robe instantly wiped out all the colors in the sky and earth. At this very moment, time seemed to have frozen and came to a standstill. The young crown princess held her breath. She turned a deaf ear to the screams and cheers around her. She also completely couldn't see other people or other colors. In her eyes, there was only that figure that seemed to be moving over like a ball of flames. These two faint red figures were reflected in her bright eyes. At this very moment, in this very instant, everything seemed to have turned into a puff of smoke and died out bit by bit. It was as if that person's moving figure was the only thing left in the entire sky and earth, in the 9 heavens and thousands of miles of clouds. Her line of sight followed his movements as he leaped down from the sky and landed directly on the first step of the long staircase. The young crown princess lifted her skirt and dashed down the steps without hesitation. As for him, he followed the long and wide bluestone steps and quickly ascended them. What kind of stunning visual enjoyment was this? At this moment, there were more than 10,000 people in the ceremonial procession, but at this very moment, it was so quiet that one could practically hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breaths as their gazes chased after those 2 balls of flames excitedly. Closer, closer, they were getting closer and closer. The young crown princess flew up and leaped. She practically used all the strength in her body to jump up from the long staircase and rapidly pounced down, plunging headfirst into that guy's arms. This pounce in the air, the speed of flight, and the full weight of gravity, was extremely shocking. His Highness the Crown Prince had already stretched out his arms and firmly caught his wifey, hugging her tightly in his arms. Thousands of words couldn't compare to a single look in each other's eyes. No one could see any expression on the little stoic's expressionless face all day long. At this moment, however, her eyes couldn't help but redden as she complained aggrievedly, "Big liar, you made me climb 2,088 steps alone." Walking alone was truly unbearable. Especially since he had long gotten used to walking hand in hand with someone, he was truly unwilling to suddenly become alone. Previously, Arbor had suppressed all the panic, attachment, discomfort, and irritation in his heart. At this moment, when he saw this person, waves of grievance, worry, and frustration all surfaced in his heart. When her gaze fell on his handsome face with a faint smile, suddenly, it was as if everything had calmed down, and her heart was inexplicably empty. "I'm sorry for making my Jojo worry." Emolian gently planted a kiss on her forehead. Then, he reached out and picked her up horizontally. He strode up the stairs and laughed loudly, "Let your husband carry you up the rest of the way." A burst of thunderous cheers came from the guard of honor. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Their crown prince had returned. The happiest people were none other than the people of the Eastern Palace. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes as a smile appeared on their faces. His Highness did not disappoint the crown princess. He was back, it was a grand wedding, and it was passed down by word of mouth. Such a legendary wedding was recorded in the annals of history, and future generations would worship it endlessly. However, this was a story for another time. At this time, Prince Emo was carrying the wifey he longed for and quickly walked up the stairs. He had to rely entirely on his 2 legs to climb up this long flight of stairs. After all, the surroundings of Heaven's Saint Palace concealed one's cultivation. There really wasn't any discount at all on the 9,999 steps. When they climbed to the 6,666th step, they could see many familiar faces of officials. It was really hard on these senior officials. They didn't even know how they managed to climb such a long step. No wonder a few of them looked like they had nothing left to live for. Sir Jojo lay on Prince Mo's shoulder and turned his head to look at the stunned officials. His little head twitched, and he actually reached out his paw to wave at them. "You've worked hard." Everyone, no, His Highness the Crown Prince had returned? No wonder when they looked up, they saw the extraordinary splendor in the sky and cheers at the bottom of the steps. But why was the little crown princess carried up, who knew how difficult it was to climb these thousands of steps? Among them, there were quite a few senior officials who had started taking chi-generating pills 3 days ago, just for today's experience. His Highness the Crown Prince was young and strong, but carrying someone and climbing thousands of steps without panting, it really made them feel melancholy. Sure enough, there was no harm without comparison. "Hubby, are you tired?" The little crown princess took out a small handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers from her pocket and wiped the thin mist on this fellow's forehead. Emolian glanced at her and couldn't help but want to laugh. He carelessly rubbed his head against her face. "How can I be tired? You're really lighter than a piece of paper. Is it because your hubby isn't in the capital, so you don't eat on time?" The little crown princess didn't say anything. She had been in seclusion recently, so how could she have time to eat? Could it be that she had really lost weight? She raised her hand to pinch her chubby little chin. "Not lost weight." "Hubby, then do you want to put me down and let me walk on my own?" The main thing was that from here up, there were officials standing on both sides of the steps. It wouldn't be good if they saw her cheating all the way up and the crown prince carried her up. It's okay, I'll carry you to the 9,900 step and put you down. This way, you'll accompany me for 99 steps and it'll naturally be a long time. As he spoke, he lowered his head and rubbed his face against hers. He said softly, Jojo, I made you walk 2,088 steps by yourself. I'll make it up to you in the future. Arbor nodded. Alright, since you're going to compensate me, I'll forgive you for now. Mo Lian almost laughed out loud. Her phoenix eyes were full of smiles as she nodded repeatedly. Wife, you're the best. When they reached the 9,800th floor, Lord Chao coughed. When they reached the 9,900th floor, the old Jianping Wanchong and the others glared at them furiously. The little crown princess even cheated in her wedding. This was really infuriating. Mo Lian reached out and put his wife on the ground, his arm still around her waist. He glanced at the old king of Jianping who was glaring at them. Uncle, what happened to your eyes? Everyone was speechless. Back then, your mother walked up the 9,999 steps by herself. The old king of Jianping hated that he couldn't spit on his face. Shouldn't there be a limit to how much he doted on his wife? It was even worse than that troublesome father of his. Mo Lian reached out to hold his wife's hand and nonchalantly continued walking up the steps. He said slowly, my father didn't know how to love his wife. How can he compare to me? Everyone, the little crown princess nodded and said to the old king of Jianping in full agreement, Lian's father really can't compare to Jojo's Lian. The difference is too great. Everyone. They were only 99 steps away from the platform of the Heaven Saint Palace. With everyone's hearing, they naturally heard it. Prince Kong, who was standing at the edge of the altar, couldn't hold back his laughter. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, the great emperor glared at him. The great emperor glared at the entrance of the Heaven Saint Palace. When he saw the couple walking over together as if they had stolen all the colors in the world, the anger in his heart suddenly subsided. He had to admit that his daughter-in-law's words were flawless. Compared to him, his son was too successful in protecting his daughter-in-law. Today was his son's wedding. If Wu Xiao was here, it would be perfect. On the 6th of the 6th month in the 28th year of Taiyan, the crown prince and the crown princess got married. The ceremony was passed down to the imperial ancestral temple. The female officials gave orders to the emperor and knelt in front of the Heaven Saint Palace to read the ceremony for the crown princess. The crown prince and his wife knelt to the heavens and earth, kneeling to the emperor and empress. That night, they returned to the palace. All the concubines and princesses waited below the red steps and knelt to congratulate them. After the ceremony, Arbor felt like she was falling apart. She wanted the whole world to know that Lotus belonged to Jojo and no one was allowed to covet her. She didn't know how long the banquet would last. When Jojo returned to the Eastern Palace, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi immediately came to take her crown and help her change her clothes. His Highness was worried that you would be hungry, so he asked you to eat something first. After wearing the heavy phoenix crown for an entire day, Lord Xiao's neck was indeed a little uncomfortable. After changing into a set of bright red casual clothes, Qiao Mu sat down next to the red sandalwood parasol crystal mystic jade bed. She took a small bowl and swirled it around with a spoon, pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, how long will the banquet last? Tonight, only the courtiers and their families will be entertained. However, I'm afraid the banquet will last until very late. Oh. The little crown princess replied expressionlessly. Her small hand was clutching the corner of the blanket tightly, and she fidgeted on the edge of the bed. After half an hour, the little crown princess put down the bowl and asked Kai Chi, when will His Highness return? Kai Chi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The crown princess just asked that question half an hour ago. Crown princess, His Highness shouldn't be back anytime soon. Oh. The young crown prince consort once again responded expressionlessly. After half an hour, she asked again. This time, all the maids in the room understood. The little crown princess was very anxious, that was right. The crown prince consort and His Highness had been separated for so long, and they had been going through the formalities on the way here today. They probably didn't have much time to talk. When she was not in front of him, he might be able to suppress this longing. But once she knew that this person was so close to her, she couldn't suppress her longing at all. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princes. Alright, there's no need to be so courteous. You may all leave. Prince Mo's voice sounded from outside the room. The little crown princess immediately threw away the book in her hand and stood up abruptly. Her big, sparkling eyes stared at the door. Crown Prince Mo strode into the bedchamber with large strides and raised his hand to stop everyone's salutations. He then scuttled to the young Crown Prince Consort's side, his eyes radiant as he pulled her into his embrace. Chow chow. Phew, her heart calmed down. Under the bright candlelight, Mo Lian couldn't suppress the longing in her heart as she looked at the little one's delicate features. What should I do, Jojo? I really missed you so much. He reached out to hold her small face and stared fixedly at the little one in front of him, a faint smile on his lips. Your Highness. Saisho pursed her lips in amusement and went forward to hand over the nuptial wine. Mo Lian reached out to take it and walked into the depths of the beaded curtain while holding the little girl's hand. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Saisho and the others bowed and retreated out of the main hall in a single file. As the hall door slowly closed, Prince Mo held his wifey's hand and walked to the bedside to sit down. The beaded curtain made a crisp tinkling sound as it bumped against each other. A pair of red candles were nearly half-lit, and a faint halo enveloped the hall. The two people gazed deeply at each other, and for a moment, their hearts were surging with emotions. Jojo. Mo Lian reached out to lift her chin and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. His gentle voice rang softly in her ear. My heart is content to have you for the rest of my life. Let's drink together. We will never leave each other for all eternity. Arbor gazed deeply at him and involuntarily nodded. The little stoic sipped the wine while secretly peeking at her dear husband. With this glance, her small face couldn't help but blush inexplicably. The crown prince drained the wine in one gulp and quickly put down the cup. Afterwards, he flung off his crimson outer robe and leaned against the bedside with his slender figure. He gave her an affectionate smile and blinked his phoenix eyes. Wifey, from this moment on, hubby can do whatever you want with me. I definitely won't have any complaints. This guy was truly too devilish. Sir Jojo's originally restless heart started to thump even more wildly at this moment. Wait a moment. The little girl waved her hand at him and then turned around to sit on the small stool beside the bed, rummaging through her inner world with rapt attention. Prince Mo, who was waiting for his wifey to throw herself at him, was truly curious and couldn't help but sit up straight. He stretched his head over and rested it on his wifey's shoulder, breathing into her neck. Wifey, what are you rummaging for? Your husband is already like this. Why don't you want to look at me? You're alone in your thoughts. The little crown princess suddenly turned her little head and her little mouth bumped into his chin. Prince's eyes lit up. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He rubbed his head against her neck. Jojo, you kissed the wrong place. Let's do it again. Jojo, expressionless, pushed a small booklet in his face. Mama gave it to me before the wedding. Do you want to take a look? The crown prince received it with one hand with a puzzled expression. He flipped open a page and glanced at it. Sir Jojo stared at him intently. He blinked his phoenix eyes. Although there was no expression on his face, the tips of his ears had turned red. Wife, do you think your husband still needs to read these? The booklet instantly flew out of the beaded curtain. The hanging beads swayed under the red candlelight, undulating and rippling. His lips sealed hers like a storm. He reached out and tore off her red smock, flinging it out of the curtain with a flick of his wrist. Sir Jojo was a little confused. He suddenly felt that he couldn't keep up with Prince Mo's pace. How did the two of them move to the red sandalwood crystal mysterious jade bed in the blink of an eye? They were clearly talking about that booklet just now. Immobilize. Sir Jojo suddenly took out a blue talisman and slapped it on Prince's forehead. A certain crown prince, who was hugging his wifey without letting go, looked up at a certain talisman floating in front of his forehead. He blinked, and blinked again. Pfft, he laughed out loud. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he reached out to touch the talisman on his forehead. He looked at his wifey with a grin and said softly to her, Jojo, how can you use an immobilization talisman on your husband? Don't worry, even if my body isn't immobilized, your husband is still yours. I'll lie down wherever you want me to lie down, and you can do whatever you want, alright? Chirp. The little girl was expressionlessly kissed, but her small face remained calm and taut. Although she felt that the place she was kissed was a bit hot, just like her heart right now, so hot that she was at a loss for what to do. I flipped through that booklet just now. Although the little stoic's voice was soft, it was extremely calm. Prince Mo's mouth twitched. He suddenly had the urge to burst into laughter. For some reason, he felt that his darling might say something that would make him unsure whether to laugh or cry later. As expected, the little crown princess said calmly, I think there's a big problem with the drawings in that booklet. Not only are both sides unbearably ugly, but they also describe the woman as extremely unbearable. She criticized apathetically. I've already studied the positions in the booklet. There are several strange positions that are very detrimental to the health of the body. This is supposed to be a good thing for the harmony of yin and yang, but if you follow the booklet, you'll most likely sprain your waist and crotch. If it's serious, you might not be able to do it in the future. Mo Lian laughed out loud. He lowered his head and pressed against his wifey's body. His head nuzzled back and forth against her neck, and his slender body couldn't help but tremble slightly. We're talking about serious matters. The little stoic pushed him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about such a baffling person? I already said that booklet is useless. Don't worry, your husband won't follow that booklet. Your husband? Sleeping talisman. Arbor slapped another talisman on his forehead. 2 red clouds flew up on his stoic little face. Mo Lian leaned over to cover her lips with 2 fluttering talismans. His eyes flickered with mirth as he said softly, my Xiao, don't stick talismans on me anymore, alright? I missed you so much. You don't know, but when I was in Graping Village, I was thinking about Jojo all the time. Jojo, what if I don't come back today and miss the wedding ceremony? Just thinking about it makes me feel terrible. As he spoke in a low voice, his hands nimbly untied her belt and threw her out of the curtain. Arbor felt his body heat up. He was originally a man of the fire attribute, and his body was covered in flames that could burn everything. But today, at this moment, he was much more passionate than he had been in the past. The little stoic's watery almond-shaped eyes were already somewhat dazed and shattered. She mumbled, why are you tearing my clothes? These are all new clothes. I'll buy a few new batches later. The little stoic felt that the crown prince's hand roaming over her body was like a source of fire. Wherever he touched, it would burn, as if he wanted to burn her completely. She hugged his waist with both arms and said resentfully, I've already taken off 2 pieces of clothing, but you've only taken off 1. Mo Lian's lips curled into a smile. He grasped her small hand and pressed it against his chest, saying softly, it's so troublesome. What's so troublesome? The little stoic originally wanted to ask this, but she was immediately startled by the airflow that lightly shook her body. The crown prince's control of his strength was just right. With such a jolt, the 2 people's clothes were completely shredded. Like snowflakes, they fluttered to the ground. The little stoic blinked and suddenly cried out in alarm. She reflexively reached out to hug Mo Lian, her entire body shrinking into his embrace. How could it be so easy to take off his clothes? In an instant, the 2 of them were naked. Jojo, don't be afraid. He patted her gently on the back. Your husband isn't scary. The little fellow wriggled in his arms and looked up at him. He tried his best to put on a calm face and said stubbornly, what a joke. Why would I be afraid? The Tao of husband and wife is the harmony of yin and yang. Do the things of heaven and earth. I knew my Jojo is the most obedient. As Crown Prince spoke, he had already hugged his little wife and kissed her deeply. After kissing for a while, he lowered his head to look at her. He blinked and smiled. But Jojo, why are you stuttering? Who stuttered? Are you nervous, Jojo? What a joke. I'm nervous? If you're not nervous, then you're always stuttering. I'm stuttering? Mo Lian almost burst out laughing, but when she saw the little girl's tense little face, she couldn't help but reach out to stroke her face affectionately. Don't be afraid, Jojo. Your husband won't hurt you. Husband loves Xiao the most. My heart, my soul, my everything, all belongs to you. His voice became low and muffled. Jojo. The crown prince's body suddenly sank, and Lord Xiao's cry of surprise was instantly swallowed into his mouth, completely swallowing it. She suddenly reached out to grab him, and tears were about to seep out of the corners of her eyes. He was a big liar. Didn't you say you loved Jojo the most? Liar, big liar. He held her small hand in his, and as their fingers intertwined, she felt a warmth invading her. Her palm, no, her body, felt as if it was about to burn. The little crown princess was a little dizzy. She felt as if her body was floating on the sea. She was drunk and hazy. It was night, and the red candles were high up in the sky. Inside and outside the Eastern Palace, the place was brightly lit. Heaven and earth turned upside down, drunk and dancing in the spring breeze, a high bed with soft pillows. The night went on until dawn, the next morning. The candle burned out, leaving behind only a tear. The palace was filled with a faint fragrance that could not be dispersed. The little stoic moved her fingers and opened her eyes in a daze. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly like a butterfly's wings, flapping again and again, but she couldn't muster up any energy. His somewhat unfocused eyes gradually came into focus. An enlarged, bright, and spirited face was right above her head. At this moment, it was looking at her with a smile, and its phoenix eyes were filled with deep affection. There were still 2 talismans floating on his forehead. Binding talisman. The little stoic flung a talisman at his head with a smack. The man chuckled and took down the 3 floating talismans on his forehead. He looked at her innocently and said, "Darling, can we not greet each other with the immobilizing, binding, and sleeping talismans?" Stinky liar. The little stoic groped around, wanting to grab the thin blanket next to her. Crown Prince Mo pulled her small hand over and grasped it tightly, hugging her soft and small body as he asked in a low voice, Xiao, are you cold? Your husband will warm you up. The little stoic was infuriated. She reached out to push him, but her entire body felt exhausted. She felt like her bones were falling apart the moment she moved, and she didn't feel comfortable anywhere. When Mo Lian saw that the little fellow really didn't have any strength left, his heart instantly tightened. He picked her up and walked towards the warm pool in the inner room. Jojo, don't worry. Hubby will help you bathe and you'll feel better in a while. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit his chin. Look at the situation now. Don't we still have to go to Yongren Palace today? If they went late, that elderly lady would definitely be nosy again. What's the rush? Mo Lian carried her towards the pool and lowered his head to kiss her moist jade lips again and again. Jojo, hubby will help you bathe and change your clothes. Be good. Sir Jojo pushed his face away and grumbled angrily, I'm telling you, the medical scriptures say that there must be restraint in matters of yin and yang. Just like you did last night, like that. Humph. That won't do. Prince Mo turned around and looked at her innocently. Wife, then let's be more intense tonight. I'll perform better. I'll make you think I can do it, okay? What did you say? Astonishment instantly colored Arbor's taut and expressionless face. Did this fool not understand the little emperor's words? She already begged for mercy like this last night. He. Humph. I'll tell Imperial Aunt. She shouted angrily, Imperial Aunt promised me last time that if you bullied me, she would take care of you on my behalf. Mo Lian's face became even more innocent and serious. I already begged you to stop running around, so why are you so disobedient? You just had to crawl around and pinch me. You're clearly the one bullying me. You always bully me for not knowing how to resist, relying on the fact that you're my treasure. My little emperor, your excellency, you only know how to bully me, torture me, and rub my heart. What? Sir Jojo looked at him incredulously, completely unaware that he was currently soaking in water. His soft body was currently being held in a certain someone's arms, and he was openly touching him. Does this guy still have any shame? From yesterday until now, who was the one tormenting who? The little stoic expressionlessly glared at him for a while before suddenly discovering that this guy seemed to have become lively again. You. Jojo, don't worry. We'll try our best to correct our mistakes. We'll be more compatible in the future. Last night was mainly because it was our first night, so it was inevitable that we were inexperienced. The little stoic irritably pinched him. Don't mess around. It was already late in the morning. Are we still going to Yongren Palace? How annoying, Prince Emo muttered and whispered into her ear, it's fine if you don't go. Arbor glared at him. Hurry up. Emo Lian pursed her lips. After helping her clean up, she carried her to the side of the pool and helped her put on some clothes. By the time the two of them finished dressing up, 2 hours had already passed. After they entered the carriage hand in hand, the little girl glanced at him. Did anything happen yesterday? It was so calm that Sir Jojo was at a loss. Not a single one of those troublemakers has come out, Emo Lian smiled at her. Jojo, what do you think could have happened? At the same time. Clang. The iron door was pushed open from the outside to the inside with a loud sound. An inhuman roar came from inside. The iron chains connected to it shook vigorously, making clanging sounds. Ow. This was a courtyard located on the outskirts of the capital. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary courtyard. However, it was actually a dungeon used by the Purple Forest Guard to imprison special criminals. It was built with 1/2 meter thick limestone and was impenetrable. With a light clang, the iron door was pushed open by 2 guards. A slender figure walked down the stone steps. The inside of the dungeon was very spacious, and torches were placed on all 4 walls. The circular platform was like the main hall of the dungeon. It was very clean and lit up by the torches. If it weren't for the various torture instruments hanging on the walls and the smell of blood, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was a dungeon. Ah! A hoarse roar came from the depths of the wooden fence. One of the guards outside the door impatiently poked the fence with his long stick and shouted angrily, "Shut up! Don't make a sound." Ah! The person who was poked by the staff was immediately struck by the electric current. His body trembled uncontrollably as he screamed miserably. This person's luxurious blue robes were already dirty beyond recognition. It was as if he had been fished out of a pool of stinky water, and his entire body was filled with the smell of mold and decay. Where was his previous clean, tidy, and high-spirited existence? The slender figure walked down the stone steps and finally stood in front of the wooden fence. His slightly raised peach blossom eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. He just stared coldly at the man who was screaming hysterically inside. What, is it because the guards here didn't take good care of you? Is that why Big Brother is so angry? The voice passed through the wooden fence. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over the person inside, freezing him to the bone. He dragged the heavy iron chain and turned around abruptly. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. It's you. It's you. His hand subconsciously reached for the fence. However, as soon as he touched the fence, he was stimulated by the strong electric current coming from the fence. He quickly withdrew his hands and took several steps back. The person inside the fence stared with wide eyes. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a handsome young man in plain clothes and a faint smile. Instead, he was a tiger, a wolf, a vicious beast. Wrong. Wrongly. A suppressed roar came from his throat, and his hands involuntarily tried to grab the fence again. However, when he thought of the electric current, he couldn't help but shrink his arms in fear. His eyes were fixed on the figure outside the fence, and he said word by word, "It's you. Did you do all this? Why?" The person in the prison was none other than the Crown Prince of Xianxia, Ronli. Speaking of which, this unlucky guy had arrived in the suburbs of Dragon Flame City yesterday. Unfortunately, before they could enter the capital, they were attacked by a group of people on the Shirley Slope. The other party's speed was very fast, and they also had 2 powerful godstone cannons. The Peak Immortal Venerable had to remind him that the best choice was to retreat temporarily under the bombardment of the Divine Stone Cannon. After all, the strength of that Peak Immortal Venerable was greatly suppressed. It wasn't that he couldn't fight the 2 Divine Stone Cannons head-on, but if he did so, he would also suffer great damage. It wasn't worth it. Since he had reached the Immortal Venerable realm, he naturally cherished his own reputation more than anyone else. Naturally, he wouldn't risk his life for Ronli over such a trivial matter. Hence, Ronli led his men to turn around and flee, but who knew that they would fall into a trap? Someone had planned out their escape route and set up several layers of formations on their way. The miserable Tsang province's crown prince and his subordinates were all separated from each other in these arrays and ended up in prison. Rongli. My subordinate, venerable immortal Jinsheng, will definitely come to save me. Oh? Duan Yu curled his lips non-committally as he looked at him with a spurious smile. In that case, you think you still have hope of being saved? Rong Li's body trembled slightly, but he stiffened his neck and stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. Of course. As long as venerable immortal Jinsheng finds, all of you will be finished. TSK. Duan Yu shook his head with a smile and looked at him with pity. Eldest brother, you're almost 40 years old, so how can you be so naive? It looks like Empress Lu has protected you too well. How can the current you be my match when you're cowardly and foolish? You. What do you want to do? Do you know where this is? Duan Yu's slender fingers passed through the layers of electric fences and abruptly grabbed Rong Li's collar, pressing him against the wooden fences. Ah. A mournful scream instantly echoed in the dungeon. Sigh, look at you can't even endure this bit of hardship. Duan Yu's fingers caressed his collar and unhurriedly straightened it for him. He said with a grin, your mother still thinks you're a genius, but she doesn't know that you've been an idiot from beginning to end. If you mother and son didn't come to provoke me, I would have left you be. But, you're both so stupid. He abruptly grabbed Rong Li's messy hair and slapped his head heavily against the fence. Then I can only send you on your way first. Don't worry, you mother and son will be reunited in the underworld very soon. Aha. Rong Li clutched his face and flipped over on the ground. The electric currents all over his body struck him until he was on the brink of death, and his entire person was immersed in agony. This is a dungeon of the Purple Forest Guard in Dragon Flame City. Duan Yu remained unruffled in the midst of chaos as he looked at Songzhou's crown prince, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He said with a smile, eldest brother, let me show you something fun. You, what are you doing? Ah. Rong Li, who was curled up on the ground, was filled with fear. He looked at the handsome man in front of him with a calm expression, as if he was looking at an evil spirit that had crawled up from hell. Duan Yu gently swiped his hand in front of his eyes. In an instant, Rong Li saw circles of water-like mirrors appear in front of him. A group of people appeared in the mirror image created by the demonic eye. They were surrounding a man in embroidered clothes as they walked out of the guest garden. When Rong Li's gaze fell on the man who was surrounded by several people like stars surrounding the moon, his entire person felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he couldn't help but shudder. This person actually had the same face as him? Why? Ah. Rong Li roared angrily as he slammed himself against the wooden fence, ignoring the unbearable pain of the electric currents. His entire face was filled with astonishment as he pointed at the man in the demonic eye mirror image and shouted stutteringly, Rong Li. Rong Li, you despicable person, you actually found someone to impersonate me? Duan Yu couldn't resist chuckling as he looked at him apathetically. Why get angry? You devil. Devil. Rong Li's entire body trembled. He was so furious that his heart and lungs were about to explode. He truly didn't expect that his younger brother, who came from the lower star domain, would have the ability to scheme against him like this. No, it couldn't be. Someone would definitely come to save him. Venerable immortal Jinsheng's cultivation was so high, so he would definitely discover something different about him. That venerable immortal Jinsheng you speak of is currently an honored guest of the divine province. Duan Yu couldn't resist giving him another blow and said with a chuckle, he probably doesn't have the leisure to care about your life or death. Do you know why venerable immortal Jinsheng came here? He came from the holy region, so it's naturally because there's something here that attracts him. For such a greedy person, as long as you can pay the price. Duan Yu smiled faintly and said, he can change masters anytime and anywhere. What do you want to do? Rong Li instantly panicked. As he looked at Duan Yu, who was coldly glaring at him, his entire body started trembling weakly. Don't panic. A silvery white flame suddenly ignited in Duan Yu's hand, and he smiled calmly at Rong Li. Don't worry, you won't feel anything. Don't kill me, fourth brother, don't kill me. Rongli abruptly prostrated himself on the ground. He no longer cared about his dignity and only wanted to beg someone to spare his life. He kowtowed to Duanyu from the other side of the fence and wept bitterly, fourth brother, please spare me this once for royal father's sake. I won't dare to oppose you in the future. Fourth brother, spare me this time. To tell the truth, Rongli still couldn't figure out why Duanyu's temperament suddenly changed and why he captured him and attacked him so viciously. He only thought that his mother must have done something to noble consort Duan during the hunt and incurred his father's wrath. That was why he decided to kill him. When he thought of this, he couldn't help resenting his mother, Empress Lu. If she knew earlier that Duanyu was a lunatic and not an easy person to get along with, why would she stupidly attack his mother time and time again? Wasn't this forcing him onto the path of insanity? Fourth brother, fourth brother. Rongli, whose messy hair was draped over his face, rolled and crawled to the fence. He stretched out his hand and begged sincerely, fourth brother, for the sake of imperial father, let me go this time. Don't worry, big brother will definitely turn over a new leaf. Not only will he not go against you, but he will also help you. He will definitely help you. Duanyu smiled at him. This kind of nonchalant smile inexplicably made Rongli panic and fear. The person in front of him was really too terrifying. If he had known that this day would come, he would not have encouraged his mother to provoke him and his mother. Now, Rongli was trembling with regret. He climbed onto the fence that was filled with electricity. Enduring the pain on his face, he shouted, fourth brother, let me go this time. I promise, I will never go against you again. Fear made one's heart tremble. The Rongli before him didn't seem to have the slightest intention of resisting Duanyu. Eldest brother, what should I say about you? Duanyu smiled faintly at him, his voice extremely slow and gentle. You don't even know how to act. Duanyu sighed and shook his head. Look, you can't even suppress the ambition and resentment in your eyes. Duanyu chuckled softly. Then, he reached into the wooden fence and gently patted Rongli's head. Rongli's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. What are you doing? I'm looking at what's in your head. Duanyu said warmly, as though he wasn't talking about how to search his soul but was merely discussing with Rongli about today's nice weather. No. Don't. Fourth brother. Rongli burst into tears and repeatedly begged for mercy. What do you want to know? Tell me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Oh? Duanyu glanced at him. Then why don't you tell me the purpose of your trip? Purpose? What purpose? Duanyu's expression was indifferent, and he exerted more force on Rongli's head. Rongli was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He repeatedly shouted, I'll talk. I asked Venerable Immortal Xianxia and those two spirit venerables to capture the little stoic, the Crown Princess, and the Crown Princess. You also revealed the matter of the spirit domain to Xianxia? Duanyu asked with a grin. No. Rongli quickly shook his head. He wasn't stupid. If he revealed such an important matter to those three bigwigs, who knew if they would be tempted by the riches? At that time, he would be the one to seize the spirit domain. What would he, Rongli, have to do then? I've already dealt with Ba Shu, who knew about this matter. You're quite ruthless. Ba Shu was his loyal lackey after all. He even offered that woman, Chen Baojia, to him and let him know about the matter of the spirit domain. Therefore, Rongli acted without the slightest hesitation. I've told you everything. Fourth brother, can you let me go now? Duanyu smiled at him. This smile inexplicably made Rongli feel a trace of apprehension. How can I be at ease without personally confirming it? He curled his lips mockingly. You're truly incomparably naive, eldest brother. Ah. Rongli let out a long, mournful cry. In Duanyu's hands, her eyes kept rolling back as she convulsed. Very quickly, Rongli's body fell to the ground. He lay on his back on the ground, his limbs twitching. Duanyu withdrew his hand and coldly glanced at the person on the ground before turning to walk out of the prison cell. Find a random place and burn it. Yes. Brat, a great man must be ruthless. As expected of a descendant of my Rong family. Ha ha ha, interesting. An old voice sounded in his mind. Duanyu knitted his brows and coldly ordered, "Shut up. Kid. Don't be ungrateful." A faint shadow appeared beside him and snorted, "If you are willing to cooperate with me, I believe that your cultivation will soar even faster in the future. I'm the only one who knows how to maximize the effectiveness of the bloodline." So long-winded. Scram. Duanyu clenched his fists, and that shadow glared at him before slowly dissipating. He strode out of the dungeon. Just as he entered the court, he saw the shadow appear in front of him in a flash. "Your Highness, it's about time." Duanyu nodded and walked out of the court. He solemnly said, "We'll act tonight." Inside Perpetual Benevolence Palace, Empress Dowager Chen's face was cold as she said, "Crown Princess, it's a good thing that the wedding ceremony went smoothly yesterday. Otherwise, the entire imperial family would have become a laughingstock." The woman sitting at the side with a smile on her face hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The crown prince also rushed back at the last moment. Nothing went wrong. Both of them are blessed. Grand Concubine Feng's words are reasonable. The emperor nodded. Since the matter has been resolved smoothly, Empress Dowager need not be too harsh. Empress Dowager Chen couldn't help but roll her eyes. She hadn't even started to be harsh, but the emperor was already telling her not to be harsh. The emperor's protectiveness was too vexing. Prince Mo looked down at his sleepy wife and turned to the emperor. "Imperial father, it's quite tiring to entertain the envoys from various countries tonight. Your son will be going back first." The emperor glared at him and waved his hand. "Go on." "Hold on." The crown prince pulled the crown princess and turned to leave. Empress Dowager Chen was furious. "Crown Prince, where is Alchemist Dan now?" Empress Dowager Chen looked coldly at the young couple and said, "I've been taking Alchemist Dan's pills to recuperate my body. I'm almost done eating, but Alchemist Dan still hasn't returned." "Shouldn't the Crown Prince give me an explanation?" Prince Mo smiled strangely at the old lady. Empress Dowager Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. She gripped the armrest of her chair tightly and asked with a stern expression, "Crown Prince, why aren't you saying anything? Alchemist Dan came all the way from the capital to Greyfield Village for you. She came to help you exterminate those zombies. To help you treat the soldiers in the army. Even if she didn't help at all, you can't treat her so coldly." Mo Lian glanced at Empress Dowager Chen with an icy gaze and said indifferently, "Empress Dowager, you meddle too much. Alchemist Dan disobeyed military orders and came to the army without permission." "What a meddlesome act." Mo Lian coldly said. "This crown prince has already dealt with him according to military law. I hope that the Empress Dowager will not act smart in the future." "What did you say?" Empress Dowager Chen's sharp nails dug into the wood as her eyes widened. "Alchemist Dan went all the way to Greyfield Village to help you. She's just a young girl. How could you be so cruel to her?" Mo Lian looked at Empress Dowager Chen with a cold smile. "Empress Dowager, this one advises you to be a good Empress Dowager, don't do these little things. You won't be able to bear the consequences of angering me." After saying this, he didn't even look at Empress Dowager Chen, who was trembling with anger. He directly grabbed the little crown princess' hand and turned to walk out. "Evil, evil creature. Evil creature." Empress Dowager Chen was so angry that she panted heavily. She turned to look at the emperor with a reproachful gaze. At this moment, the emperor had an awkward expression. He couldn't help but console her. "Empress Dowager, little glutinous dumpling has always been this reckless since he was young. You don't know this, but when he was in the lower star domain, he was even more excessive to his adoptive father's wife. So, this old one should thank him for not being excessive? Actually, the crown prince is the easiest to talk to." Mo Lushing tried to smooth things over. "As long as you understand this child's personality, you won't have any conflicts with him anymore." Empress Dowager Chen glared at the emperor in front of her. The emperor rubbed his nose and hurriedly said, "It's actually very simple. As long as you don't provoke his wife, this child won't suddenly go berserk. Speaking of which, little glutinous rice ball is a very good-natured person." Mo Lushing said with a smile, completely ignoring Empress Dowager Chen's glaring eyes. "Your son is good-natured. If he was good-natured, he would kill people without hesitation. If he was good-natured, he wouldn't even let the pitiful alchemist Dan off. If he was good-natured, how could he be so hostile to his grandmother? Good-natured my ass. Grand concubine Fong coughed and said with a smile, that's true. The crown prince has just returned to the divine prefecture. Everything needs to be adjusted. Alchemist Dan is a god-level alchemist. If she can become the crown prince's concubine, our entire imperial family and all the disciples will be able to improve their cultivation after eating alchemist Dan's pills. Who am I doing all this for? It's all for you and your father. Empress Dowager Chen said angrily, I'm not asking him to abolish the crown princess. I'm just taking in a concubine. With alchemist Dan's status, it's wrong for her to be the crown prince's concubine. Mo Lusheng sighed helplessly. He looked at Empress Dowager Chen and said, don't mention the matter of concubine in the future. Otherwise, the crown prince's relationship with you will only become worse. This old lady was good at everything, but she liked to meddle in other people's business. However, the older generation's idea of spreading their children couldn't be helped. Just like how this old lady wanted to shove Princess Xianyun to him time and time again, she also wanted to shove Xianxia to Little Glutinous Rice Ball. Little Glutinous Rice Ball wasn't as peaceful as him. If this continued, the two of them would definitely fall out. Mo Lusheng said this for the sake of the Empress Dowager. After all, Little Glutinous Rice Ball's methods were enough to give him a headache just by looking at the piles of information. Such a willful and reckless son was most likely led astray by his adoptive father's family. The palace banquet at night was arranged in the Feiyue Pavilion. White jade and golden beads hung curtains. The ground was dug into a pool. Koi jumped in the pool, overflowing sparkling and translucent water droplets. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The pavilion was filled with fragrant underwear and fragrant hair, and people were toasting each other. From time to time, there would be laughter, singing, and dancing. After resting enough in the afternoon, the little crown princess was still in good spirits. After hearing the crown prince of Xianxia and Prince Chen's announcement, the little fellow glanced at the door. The crown prince of Xianxia walked in with a group of people with warm smiles on his face. The little crown princess felt that it was a bit hard to look at. Her gaze swiftly swept past him before shifting to Duanyu behind him. Duanyu, dressed in a moon-white plain robe, walked inside with a grin. The little stoic turned her head to look at Mo Lian, who was sitting next to her, and swept her small eyes over him in confusion. You two exchanged a glance just now. What were you talking about? Mo Lian was currently peeling tangerines for her, so he put on an innocent face when he heard this. I didn't. Humph. She must be hiding something from Jojo. Arbor turned to glare at Duanyu. The latter winked at her with a smile before following Ronli up and bowing to the emperor before sitting down. The great emperor smiled and said a few polite words. Then, he clapped his hands and ordered the dishes to be served. No wonder the great emperor was so concise. Ever since the palace banquet turned into a gamble and all the ministers returned home hungry, the great emperor felt that with his daughter-in-law, who was a troublemaker, around, it was better to keep everything simple. Hurry up and finish eating so that the banquet could end and return home. Lord Preceptor of the state has arrived. The little stoic tugged at her husband's sleeve and whispered, it's him who instigated your father to change the date of our wedding. I keep feeling that there's something off about this person. Mo Lian narrowed his eyes and glanced dangerously at the state preceptor who was just walking through the door. He also felt that this state preceptor was very strange. Normally, he acted like an immortal, but he felt like he was targeting his wifey. The little stoic accepted the tangerine that her husband had peeled for her and stuffed a piece into her mouth. She then turned to look at the little monk who had already started eating and was eating with gusto. The little fellow was squatting next to her with a round head, each paw holding a shortbread. His cheeks puffed up as he ate, and he even turned to look at her from time to time. Benefactress, let's bring some food back for the little monkey later. Arbor nodded and pulled over his small hands to wipe them. Kong Kong, your master Kong Yin said he wants to see you today. When you see him later, you should know what to say to him, right? The little monk put down the shortbread in his hand and glanced at Arbor in confusion. Benefactress, what does this young monk want to say to Master Kong Yin? The little stoic's taut face revealed a bewildered smile. Of course it's to fish for information from him. Think about it. Back then, Zhu Fan and his wife brought you to the Divine Province on First Elder's orders. But midway, you were attacked by a group of black-cloaked people. What happened? Perhaps only that old bald donkey Kongyin would know. The little monk pursed his small mouth into a straight line and said solemnly, "Benefactress, you said master is a bald donkey." On the side, Mo Lian couldn't resist twitching his mouth. Every time he heard these two's conversation, he had the urge to laugh. Arbor rubbed his bald head. "Did you remember?" The little monk nodded. "I asked Master Kongyin, who were those black-cloaked people?" Arbor nodded. "Remember to ask when sister sends you to Kongyin's table later." The little monk nodded his small head joyfully and asked with pursed lips, "Benefactress, then can I still go back with you tonight?" "Sure." The small monk became even happier. He picked up the fruit on the plate and started to eat it. As long as the benefactress didn't throw him away, he could ask anything. Not long after, Grand Elder Kongyin, who had arrived late, arrived along with a few other elders of the Elders' Council. At this moment, the state preceptor had just taken his seat. He turned his head to look at Great Elder Kongyin and the others. He smiled and nodded slightly. Kongyin stroked his long beard and looked at the imperial tutor. He nodded his head slightly and smiled. The little stoic stood up and pulled the little monk up. Her actions silenced the people who were enjoying the song and dance in the pavilion. Pairs of eyes immediately looked in her direction. This young crown prince consort truly wasn't an easy person to get along with. Thinking of how the young crown prince consort had caused them to not even be able to drink a mouthful of hot soup at the banquet last time, the officials couldn't help but want to cry for themselves. The dancers who were rapidly spinning in the hall all retreated a few steps and lowered their heads to make a path. The little stoic ignored the others and brought the little monk to the seat next to Great Elder Kongyin. Great Elder Kongyin immediately revealed a benevolent smile. "Jojo, it's truly been a long time since we last met. Recently, this old monk has been busy preaching scriptures and discussing Tao, so I haven't spoken to you for a long time." The little stoic harumphed and stuffed the little monk next to him before returning to her seat. The old monk and the little monk exchanged glances. The little monk asked crisply, "Master, benefactress wanted me to ask you, who exactly attacked me in north-facing Great Forest last time?" The old monk looked at him solemnly and said, "Kong, it's not time for you to know about this yet." "That's right, did you encounter any trouble while staying by Jojo's side recently?" The little monk immediately nodded and said in a childish voice, "Benefactress herself is a little trouble." Kongyin probably won't reveal the truth to the little monk. When Mo Lian saw her walk back, she chuckled and grasped her small paw. Besides, who would go and inquire about information so openly? The little fellow's curiosity was already written all over her face. There must be something strange about Kongkong's background. Arbor harumphed and said, "The old monk knows but doesn't say anything. It truly makes one feel conflicted." Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh and pinched her small hand. "The old monk will definitely let Kong continue to follow you for a while." The little stoic immediately threw the smiling head Elder Kongyin across from her with a disdainful look. He wanted her to help look after Kong but didn't tell her anything. As expected, this old man had a good plan. Seeing the little crown princess sit down and continue eating, everyone's suspenseful hearts finally eased back into their stomachs. It turned out that the crown princess only walked out to say a few words to head Elder Kongyin. Everyone couldn't help but blush. Why did they feel like nothing good happened whenever the little crown princess stood up? Just as they were pondering, they saw a plump eunuch running in with quick steps from outside the pavilion. His forehead was even stained with sweat as he reported breathlessly, Your Majesty, the third city lord of the City of Shadows has come to visit." Mo Lushing raised his brows, but before he could speak, a hearty laugh entered everyone's ears. Duan Yu turned to look and saw a black-cloaked middle-aged man wearing a thick cloak walking in with a big grin. Behind him were two young attendants and a woman with a black veil over her face who was walking gracefully. The woman's entire body was wrapped in a long black dress, and her face was covered with a black veil. The ornament on her head was actually a black datura flower. As soon as he walked into the pavilion, he naturally attracted the attention of many people. This woman's attire was too out of place in this place of music and dancing. He did not fit in with the people around him. Moreover, the third city lord of the City of Shadows was wearing a cloak. It was already June, how could he wear such a thick cloak? Perhaps there was some hidden illness in his body. Mo Lucian coldly looked at these uninvited guests. His gaze fell on the third city lord for a long time before he suddenly laughed. "Third city lord, why have you suddenly come to visit?" Everyone below started whispering to each other. Phantom City was one of the 4 great cities that transcended the 3 provinces. Their third city lord suddenly came to visit the emperor today. Why did he come so abruptly? He probably came with ill intentions and didn't come with good intentions. Ying bent down slightly and whispered into Duan Yu's ear. The latter nodded. Detain him first. As for the rest, wait until the banquet is over. Ying nodded and took a step back. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the group of people from Phantom City, he swiftly left the pavilion. Phantom City's third city lord chuckled and suddenly tore open the large cloak draped over his body, revealing a treasured armor embroidered with golden threads and forged from silver crystals. His aura rose from his entire body like a mountain torrent. Everyone in the hall immediately felt as if their chests were blocked by something, so stifling that they almost couldn't breathe. Your Majesty, you are also very clear that my Phantom City transcends the 3 provinces. The third city lord sneered. If this matter didn't concern my beloved disciple, I wouldn't have come to find you like this. The smile on Mo Lucian's face rapidly receded. He pressed down with both hands, instantly dispelling the pressure released by the third city lord. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to release your aura right away. Mo Lucian was the most impatient with these people's behavior. If there was something, just say it clearly. What was the point of releasing your aura right away inexplicably and pressuring a group of ordinary people? Phantom City's third city lord's behavior caused a trace of coldness to emerge in Mo Lucian's heart. The Phantom City was beyond the 3 prefectures. However, his Mo clan's royal family wasn't someone that could be bullied and humiliated by others. If this third city lord continued to be so impudent, Mo Lucian wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Humph. The third city lord harumphed coldly, and his gaze abruptly landed on the little stoic. Hence, everyone fearfully cast their gazes in the little crown princess's direction. They saw that she simply didn't care about what was happening in the hall and was currently using a bamboo skewer to stab the prawn meat on her plate with her head lowered, eating it piece by piece. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and they reflexively turned to look at His Highness the Crown Prince's sullen expression. Mo Lian was currently knitting her brows as she looked at the third city lord standing in the middle of the pavilion. This person's hostile gaze towards his wifey made him feel displeased, so he said coldly, "If you keep glaring at our crown princess, be careful of those eyes of yours." All the ministers' hearts skipped a beat, and they all lowered their heads and silently watched, not daring to make a sound. Everyone was very clear that His Highness the Crown Prince's earlier words weren't a joke. He was genuinely warning Phantom City's third city lord. However, it was clear that the third city lord did not take the Crown Prince's words to heart. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. What an arrogant and high-spirited Crown Prince of the Divine Land. His cold gaze fell on Prince Mo as he sneered, "No wonder you abandoned my disciple like a worn-out shoe." At this time, Empress Dowager Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but say, "Third city lord, what are you talking about?" After Alchemist Dan entered the capital, we have always treated him with respect and did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. The third city lord suddenly pointed in the direction of Mo Lian and said in a stern voice, "Today, I came here to seek justice for my disciple." Disciple. The black-veiled woman in black from head to toe slowly made her way to the front of the crowd. She reached out and took off the black veil on her face, revealing half of her hideous scarred face. Empress Dowager Chen almost could not sit still and almost jumped up from her seat. She exclaimed, "Alchemist Dan. What happened to your face?" Empress Dowager Chen blurted out in alarm, her eyes hastily looking at the expressionless young crown princess and Prince Mo. The little stoic swept an inexplicable glance at that single-robed woman before retracting her gaze. Whether this woman's face was injured or not had nothing to do with her at all. She did not even bother to ask. She must have provoked Jojo's Lotus and was taught a lesson by Lotus. Mo Lian was also a little surprised at this time. Under such a huge impact of the fire glass, this Xianxia could actually escape unscathed. He had seen with his own eyes that she was buried in the valley by those huge rocks. Does the crown prince find it very strange? Xianxia's eyes were filled with hatred, firmly fixed on Emolien's face. Susu is not dead, I've disappointed your highness. What the hell? The little crown princess muttered expressionlessly. Whether she was dead or not, Jojo's lotus wouldn't care at all. So she really didn't know where this disappointment came from. The third city lord of the City of Shadows took a step forward and said to Emolution, my disciple was personally harmed by your son. Your highness, you invited my disciple here, but now you're treating her like this, don't you think it's too much? Then why don't you ask your good disciple why this crown prince wanted to kill her? Emolien looked coldly at the third city lord. If she hadn't poisoned this crown prince beforehand, why would this crown prince lower himself to her level? The implication was that if your disciple hadn't come to provoke me, I wouldn't have even bothered to look at her. The third city lord was so angry that his face trembled violently. He cupped his hands and shouted at Emolution, your country's crown prince treated the people of the City of Shadows like this, shouldn't he give corresponding compensation? When everyone heard this, their eyelids twitched slightly. There was no other reason, but now all the big shots in the imperial capital were obviously more sensitive to the word compensation. How do you want to compensate? The little crown princess suddenly spoke out, which was unexpected to everyone. Her calm attitude couldn't help but make people take a few more glances at her. This didn't feel like the crown princess's usual character. The third city lord arrogantly raised his chin. The crown prince must marry my Xianxia with a great gift. And confer her as a second wife. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Everyone looked at the third city lord with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. There was no such thing as the crown prince having an equal wife in the divine land. Duanyu gripped his wine cup with one hand as he looked at Prince Emo, whose face was as still as water, with ridicule in his eyes. You've provoked a peach blossom in front of Sir Jojo. The latter glared at him a few times, then retracted his gaze. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and he said to the third city lord, say that again. The third city lord felt an invisible pressure. Although his face did not change much, his heart could not help but beat like a drum. The crown prince of the divine land was so imposing. If it wasn't for Xianxia, his disciple, who had offered him many precious medicinal herbs, he wouldn't have bothered to get involved in this mess for her. What do you think, State Preceptor? The young crown prince consort suddenly turned to look at the smiling state preceptor sitting at the side. The latter was slightly taken aback. All the elders in the pavilion were also shocked by this little crown princess who did not play by the rules. The crown princess didn't make fun of anyone today. Could it be that after marrying the crown prince, she had toned down her temper? Thinking about it, it didn't seem likely. Everyone shook their heads as they looked in the Grand Tutor's direction. Sir Grand Tutor smiled faintly and raised his cup at everyone. Naturally, there can only be one crown princess. The position of the crown prince's concubine is fine. You can't. An elder in the hall immediately objected. This woman's face is disfigured, so how can she be promoted to the crown prince's concubine? Sir Grand Tutor said indifferently, since she calls herself a divine physician, she naturally can save her face. Why don't we set a limit of 1 month? If Alchemist Dan can cure her face within this month, then what's wrong with the crown prince taking her in as a concubine? The young crown princess's eyes instantly emitted a ferocious glint. Without another word, she raised her hand and threw an icicle arrow in Lord State Preceptor's direction. Seeing this, the crown prince raised his finger and lit a fire behind his wifey, directly throwing a black fireball in Lord State Preceptor's direction. Bang! Bang! After 2 loud noises, the state preceptor dodged expressionlessly. The place where he was originally sitting was pierced by a sharp icicle, and the chair was blown up by the fireball. Everyone, the state preceptor looked at the couple innocently. What are you doing? Duanyu couldn't resist twitching his mouth as he sized up the state preceptor. This guy also seemed to be a bit shameless. Who would have thought that he would pretend to be innocent despite his graceful and divine appearance? The young crown princess sneered at him. Don't think that us husband and wife don't dare to beat you up just because you're the state preceptor. Speak, who exactly are you for opposing me time and time again? The state preceptor's expression became even more innocent. I'm the state preceptor of the divine province with an inheritance. Ask His Majesty if you don't believe me. I've stayed in Dragon Flame City for several decades, so who else can I be? I'm naturally the state preceptor. You're quite similar to someone. The little girl's bright eyes flickered, and a sharp icicle appeared in her hand. Suddenly, she stomped her leg and pounced in the state preceptor's direction like a lion cub, stabbing the icicle in her hand without hesitation. Xianxia is a person blessed by the heavens. You racked your brains to shove this woman into my husband's arms. I'm sure everyone knows your intentions. Don't slander me. Lord State Preceptor blinked and couldn't resist turning to look at the Emperor, repeatedly complaining about his injustice. Your Majesty. When the Crown Princess asked me before, I only answered truthfully. How can this be connected to the heavens? Now that the Crown Princess suddenly attacked Lord State Preceptor, isn't it a bit unreasonable? Empress Dowager Chen's old face was already pale. She was so angry that she gripped the armrest and said, "Presumptuous, truly presumptuous. Kill him." The young Crown Princess ordered coldly. In the blink of an eye, a giant white squirrel with 5 tails pressed down on the imperial tutor. The holy beast's aura instantly enveloped the entire pavilion, causing everyone's expression to change. Xianxia's expression also changed, and she couldn't help but take a step back. I gave you face, but you don't want it. With a flying stride, Xiaomu arrived in front of that unlined garment in a flash and picked up her arm like she was picking up a chick. With a kick of her leg, Xianxia was kicked to the ground. She fell to the ground on all fours. Without another word, the little stoic went up and slapped the back of that man's head. Xianxia let out a scream. She twitched on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was evident how ruthless and merciless this young Crown Princess was. She made Alchemist Shan bleed with a single slap. Empress Dowager Chen's eyes instantly widened, and she abruptly stood up. She pointed in the young Crown Princess's direction and shouted shakily, "Impudent, truly presumptuous. Why aren't you stopping?" The Grand Crown Princess actually beat up Alchemist Shan in court like a shrew in the marketplace. The elderly lady felt her entire body tremble from anger. The little stoic turned a deaf ear to elderly ladies' berating. She pursed her lips and kicked that alchemist Dan to death in displeasure, a hint of coldness hanging on her tranquil face. She had never seen such a shameless thing. She actually dared to openly reach out to snatch Jojo's lotus? Did she want to die or did she want to die? Stop, quickly stop. Seeing that his disciple was beaten to the brink of death by the little Crown Princess, the Third City Lord hastily berated loudly. The Third City Lord's aura shook, and a wisp of sacred energy swiftly attacked the little stoic. Mo Lian's eyes revealed a cold glint, and he had already pulled his wifey into his arms in a flash. With a raise of his hand, the surging sacred energy counterattacked the Third City Lord. The Third City Lord was instantly shocked, and treacherous waves surfaced in his eyes. He simply didn't expect that the Crown Prince of the Divine Province had already entered the Transcendent God realm at such a young age. It was already too late to evade, and what was even more frightening was that another wisp of sacred energy secretly attacked him from behind. A pincer attack from the front and back instantly shook his mind. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion immediately wilted. The Third City Lord got off to a bad start, and his eyes were as wide as an ox's as he glared fiercely at the two people who attacked him at the same time. Duan Yu remained calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos as he looked at him and said while shaking his head, "Pitiful and lamentable people must have something hateful about them." On the other side, the white squirrel Chirpy and Lord State Preceptor had also decided the victor. Don't be fooled by the little white squirrel's round body. It was nimble, and the sapling's vines supported it from time to time. Even though Lord State Preceptor was nimble, he was still pushed back by the two of them. In the end, the little white squirrel's tail whipped the State Preceptor's back, causing him to rapidly retreat several steps. When he turned around, everyone couldn't help but be inwardly shocked when they saw blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Everyone stop. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the Emperor berated and abruptly stood up. Simply insolent. Queen Dowager Chen was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and her face was ashen. Your Majesty, the Crown Princess is truly too. Imperial Father, I was the one who did it. Prince Mo's cold voice interrupted Empress Dowager Chen's harsh words. When this woman chased me all the way to Grey Ping village, this prince was already very impatient with her. I didn't expect to fail in killing her and let her escape. Now that she's walking right into the trap, that's perfect. Men, come. Mo Lian coldly called out. Several agile purple forest guards immediately rushed behind him and cupped their fists in greeting. Drag this woman out and execute her immediately. What a troublesome thing. Mo Lian's eyes turned cold. The third city lord sneered, arrogant indeed. Does the crown prince want to declare war on the city of shadows? Oh? If the city of shadows insists on standing up for this ignorant woman, then this crown prince is not a coward. Then the crown prince should listen to your grandfather's opinion first. As the third city lord's voice fell, a tall old man who looked to be around 70 suddenly flew in from outside the Feiyue pavilion and stood in the middle of the hall with a cold expression. The old man's face was resolute, his short hair sharp, and his blue robe was very simple. You can't kill her. The old man's cold gaze swept over Xianxia as he took out several materials from his inner world. Pill Master Shan, if you fail to make the soul-returning pill, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. Arbor's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Mo Lian pulled him back to her side. Grandfather, you have to think clearly. There's only one set of these ingredients. If it's wasted, it'll be a waste. Mo Lian said coldly, the success rate of Xianxia's soul-returning pill is currently less than 10%. You're asking her to refine the pill on the spot. Isn't that a joke? Mo Lian glanced at the pale Xianxia. That bloodshed vermilion fruit was given to Jojo by Jojo when Imperial Father was testing him. Otherwise, where would they find the bloodshed vermilion fruit? If I want to kill someone, even gods and Buddhas can't stop me. Arbor said coldly. This Xianxia had already stepped on her bottom line. If she couldn't get rid of her with her own hands, where would she put her face? She had already brought her master to snatch her husband. If she didn't fight back, wouldn't she be a coward? Naturally, this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Even Lotus's grandfather couldn't stop her determination to kill Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also calmed down. She was beaten black and blue by the little crown princess, and her eyes were narrowed into a line. She turned to look at the little crown princess and smiled coldly. Then, she turned to look at Mo Lian's grandfather. City Lord Bai, there's no problem if you want me to refine the soul-returning pill. It's just that there's a small problem with your ingredients. Elder Bai Xing frowned and looked coldly at Xianxia. What's the problem? Phoenix wood, ghost grass, snowfield flower, and bloodshed vermilion fruit. Everything is here. What other problem can there be? Following the elder's announcement, gasps could be heard in the hall. Everyone knew what these 4 types of medicinal herbs represented. Phoenix wood, snowfield flower, and ghost grass were all ingredients that were infinitely close to divine level. As for the bloodshed vermilion fruit, it was a type of divine spirit fruit. It was unbelievable that Old Master Bai had really collected all the ingredients needed for the soul-returning pill all these years. Everyone looked at the few jade boxes in front of the old man, and their gazes immediately became fervent. The soul-returning pill was an item that could reverse yin and yang. It was rumored that it was a panacea that could truly revive the dead. Of course there's a problem, and a very big one at that. Xianxia took a deep breath and took a step forward. He bent down and took out one of the jade boxes and opened it, allowing everyone to see the half of the pitch-black phoenix wood inside. The entire body of the phoenix wood was ink black, and the broken branches were faintly tinged with light green. It looked like moldy spots. The phoenix wood needed to concoct the soul-returning pill must be the heart of a 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. This is only 100-year-old phoenix wood, Xianxia said indifferently. Its medicinal value is not enough to refine the soul-returning pill. Everyone was stunned, and then they looked up at Old Master Bai, whose face was as dark as water. Obviously, Old Master Bai was in a bad mood when he heard this bad news. But don't worry, Old Master. Since we're only missing the phoenix wood, we'll be able to find it in a month or 2. Xianxia smiled faintly, and the scars on his face looked somewhat hideous. Old Master, you can give me some manpower. I'll lead them to the Phoenix Forest in the Divine Continent to search for the Phoenix clan's habitat. In time, they'll definitely help you find the truly useful 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. You won't live to see that day. Arbor's cold voice abruptly spread throughout the entire pavilion. Everyone's hearts, which had been ignited by the 4 god tier and above medicinal herbs, inexplicably cooled down in an instant. Elder Bai's eyes were slightly angry. He turned to look at his granddaughter-in-law, his pair of bright old eyes revealing traces of light. She must stay alive to find the phoenix wood. Before the end of this year, she must concoct the soul-returning pill that Xianxia needs. Arbor sneered coldly. Her? Huh. What kind of attitude is that? Elder Bai was instantly angered by Sir Jojo's arrogance. If I say she can't, then she can't, Arbor said coldly. If I say I want to deal with someone from Tianyun, then I must deal with her. It's useless for anyone to stop me. Bastard! Elder Bai roared angrily. Take this person down, Arbor said coldly in a low voice. Instantly, countless figures approached Xianxia, whose expression had changed abruptly. Who dares to make a move? Third City Lord was anxious. He couldn't help but turn to Elder Bai and shout, Old City Lord, are you just going to watch a god-tier alchemist fall in front of you like this? Bai Xing's face was ashen. He suddenly leaped to Xianxia's side and pressed his palm on her left shoulder. A strong burst of holy power burst out from his body, instantly flinging away a dozen purple forest guards who had swarmed over. Mo Lian secretly cried out in his heart. He didn't even have time to give Elder Bai a look, and Elder Bai had made such an impulsive move. Sure enough, when he lowered his head, he saw that his little wife's expression was incomparably ugly. Before he could react, he saw the little fellow rush over. With a flick of her hand, hundreds of forced binding talismans were thrown over. He shouted angrily, the person who dares to stop me in this world hasn't been born yet. Today, whoever dares to stop me from killing her will be my, Arbor's, mortal enemy. If you want to come, then come at me together. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of flickering talisman arrays smashed down at the same time, tightly trapping Elder Bai and Xianxia in place. At the same time, the old man's expression changed abruptly, and his saint energy crackled. Arbor's figure flashed, and he was already in front of the old man. She stood in the air in front of everyone. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her icy eyes were filled with anger. The 10th jade slip of the golden talisman Jade Tome was activated during the battle. Arbor's finger naturally moved in the air, and a blue talisman suddenly formed in the air. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the old master. After so many years of diligent practice and experience, a heaven-level great symbol master had naturally achieved void talisman drawing. Bang! The attack talisman formed in the void formed a small storm, and heavily swept in front of the old man. If it was not for the old man's large-scale Saint Power defensive shield that blocked the attack, Xianxia would have been dead by now. Mo Luxing immediately jumped up from the dragon throne, his eyes staring at his daughter-in-law in shock, forgetting to speak for a long time. Void talisman crafting, void talisman drawing, without any external assistance, no talisman brush, and no cinnabar, she simply drew a blue attack talisman in the void and threw it at the old man. This was a true talisman crafting genius. At this time, the people of the aristocratic families in the hall all stood up. Everyone on the Mu family's side stared at the little crown princess without blinking, their eyes revealing a shocked expression. Creating talismans out of thin air was a unique skill that had been lost for a long time. In the past, they had only read about it in ancient texts. After a great talisman practitioner absorbed and communicated with the chi of heaven and earth, it was possible that they could create talismans out of thin air. But flipping through ancient texts was one thing. Seeing it before their eyes was another matter altogether. Everyone was staring at the little girl in front of them in shock. Truly, the little crown princess's sudden outburst shocked everyone, and they also felt as if their hearts had suffered a heavy blow. This heavy atmosphere weighed down on everyone's mood during the new year. The little crown princess expressionlessly stood in the air, her small hands flying back and forth, as nimble and beautiful as a butterfly fluttering through flowers. As her fingers moved, one blue attack talisman after another was produced. They gradually turned into purple talismans, purple talismans, purple talismans. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. They looked at the little crown princess, who was still exerting her strength, in bewilderment. They only felt that their eyes were not enough to see, and their hearts seemed to have been struck again. They revealed a hopeless expression. Was this the difference between a genius and a mediocre person, from creating talismans out of thin air to directly creating blue talismans out of thin air, then suddenly turning them into purple talismans? This process probably couldn't be described with a quarter of an hour. Patriarch Mu somersaulted and nearly fell to the ground. If it weren't for Mu Jingrui and Mu Jingyuan swiftly supporting him, the old patriarch would probably have already fallen to the ground. At this very moment, Arbor's surroundings had already been enveloped by a huge talisman energy vortex. She stood in the middle and coldly stared at Old Master Bai in front of her, as well as Xianxia, who was being protected by him. Xianxia didn't know why, but she felt a sudden chill invade her heart. She didn't expect that a mere little girl could make her feel a trace of shudder and fear with just her aura pressure. She didn't want to admit it, but the truth didn't allow her to quibble. If you don't die today, how will I have the face to continue living in this world? Arbor coldly finished this sentence and raised her hand. Everyone saw a dazzling golden light radiate before their eyes, and it was as if it had stolen all the colors in the world in that instant. Mo Lian was greatly shocked. Just as she was about to run up, Duan Yu grabbed her arm. You brat, if you don't want to add fuel to the fire, then stand here and watch. Duan Yu glanced at him and patted his back. He looked at him sympathetically. It's better for your grandfather to suffer a bit than to suffer Jojo's disdain in the future. Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm going to stop them? If I go over to help her, Jojo will be at a disadvantage. The old man isn't someone easy to deal with. He was someone who was about to step into the ultimate god realm. If it wasn't for his mother, he would have ascended to the sacred region a long time ago. Duan Yu withdrew his claws and said with a nod, all right then, you go and lure your family's patriarch away. I'll go deal with that third city lord. The two of them glanced at each other. Just as they were about to make their move, they heard old Master Mu Jia exclaim. Saint-grade gold talisman. It's a saint-grade gold talisman. Everyone in the talisman patrician family couldn't resist prostrating themselves in worship. They put their palms together and exclaimed, a saint-grade gold talisman has appeared. It's a saint-grade gold talisman. At the same time, Arbor had already flicked open that saint-grade gold talisman summoning talisman. His chilly little face revealed a murderous intent. Eat her. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt as if the temperature around them had dropped below freezing point. The temperature that was supposed to be warm in June now felt as if winter had descended. Not only was it extremely gloomy and cold, but that chill also drilled into their bones, freezing them so much that they couldn't help but tremble and stomp. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and little Tai Sui took advantage of the chaos to appear beside Mo Lian and Duan Yu. Because this abruptly chilling atmosphere instantly descended, completely covering the scent of the opening of the spirit domain. Thus, no one present noticed where these two extra people had popped out from. Bam! A shattering sound came from the roof of the Feiyue Pavilion. The ground trembled along with the tremors, causing everyone to feel dizzy. They couldn't even tell which direction they were in. Run, run! It was unknown which old lord risked his life to yell these words. All the fools immersed in the crisis instantly seemed to have received a unified command and hastily sprinted out of the Feiyue Pavilion. However, due to the earth quaking and mountains swaying, they ran crookedly and truly couldn't move very quickly. When they rushed to the entrance of the Feiyue Pavilion, their path was suddenly blocked by a pile of bricks and stones. The tiles and rubble at the entrance crackled as they fell. The two unlucky fellows running at the front were smashed in the face by the bricks and stones, and their heads bled as they screamed in fear. This time everyone was so frightened that they stopped in their tracks and continuously retreated. In the end, they were forced back into the main hall of the Feiyue Pavilion. The chancellors were about to die from regret. Sure enough, starting a fight at the slightest disagreement was truly something that the little crown princess was capable of. Didn't they say to finish eating early and leave early? Great, they only had enough time to eat 2 mouthfuls of hot soup and savor 3 pieces of meat before the banquet was freaking disrupted again. No one was to blame except for that D*MN third city lord of the City of Shadows. Why did you bring a woman to disgust the little crown princess for no reason? If this woman didn't appear, everyone would still be enjoying themselves. Little Tai Sui sniffed, and a serious look appeared on its delicate little face. I seem to smell the scent of a primordial beast. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist rolling his eyes. It's already here. Ah. St. Claude Sue let out a scream, and then her voice suddenly stopped. There was no other reason. The void was torn open, revealing a mass of black mist. A sharp claw stretched out from within. It looked like a dragon, but it was not a dragon. It looked like a phoenix, but it was not a phoenix. Its claws and fangs were extremely sharp, and it tore through the old man's Saint energy shield in an instant. Its claws landed on Xianxia's body and it clawed with force. Ah! St. Claude Sue let out a frightened scream. Then, he felt a chill on his left shoulder. A large piece of skin and bone was torn off by the claw, and blood and flesh were thrown to the ground. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She rolled around on the ground. She glared fiercely at Arbor and screamed, "Lunatic, lunatic! You lunatic! Everyone in Tianyun is crazy. Everyone has the right to punish them." Arbor interrupted her coldly. "What right do you have to say that I'm from Tianyun? I'm the disciple of the third city lord. I'm from the city of shadows." Ah! That sharp claw stretched out from the mass of black mist again and tore off one of her arms, throwing it to the ground. St. Claude Sue almost fainted on the spot from the pain. "Your body has the smell of Tianyun," the little crown princess said coldly. "What's so difficult about knowing if you're Tianyun's person or not?" Arbor stood in the air, coldly looking at the woman in front of him without a trace of pity in his eyes. "As long as we cut open your skull and rummage through it, we'll be able to see it. Tianyun's people will have a black crystal the size of a grain of rice in their skull." Arbor looked at her, a trace of coldness slipping through his lips. "That 18th sister. We've researched it in our small base. The reason why she was able to run and jump while half of her body was because the tiny black crystal in her skull hadn't been destroyed." Xiaomu tapped her own head as she gazed icily at Xianxia and said, "To nurture such a young divine-level pill refiner in this world, the amount of money and time that Heavenly Fortune has invested, as well as a lot of time and energy, is probably not small. But you're too anxious. Anxious to get close to your goal, anxious to enter our core. Anxious to humiliate me, anxious to make my life uncomfortable. For the mastermind behind the scenes, you're willing to be driven by others. You're so anxious, it's easy to reveal flaws. You're too stupid, so stupid that I can't bear to look at you. Tianyun wants to make you into a god-level alchemist respected by the world. He wants to use your young alchemy skills to master the alchemy of the 3 states and become the leader of the Alchemist Alliance, right? But why do you have to provoke me at this time? Do you know the corpse puppet's crystal core?" Arbor stretched out his little finger and tapped his little head. "It's right here. When you kill the corpse puppet, you destroy its crystal core, and it will be completely useless like a useless puppet. And this little black crystal in your skull is the same as 18th Sister's. It's something that can be upgraded. It needs a lot of medicine to refine it. Normal days must be hard to endure." Arbor looked at her coldly. "As an alchemist, you must have mastered a part of the core refining technique. If I ask you to tell the truth..." Arbor's eyes instantly became incomparably cold, revealing traces of cold light. "I don't know if the curse in your body will backfire and turn you into an idiot." "No, no, ah." Xianxia fell to the ground and crawled back a few steps in fright. He waved his hand in front of his eyes and cried out in alarm, "You devil, devil, you won't have a good end. You vicious woman, you will not have a good ending." "I didn't have a good ending a long time ago." Arbor pulled out a vine whip from his sleeve and slapped Xianxia's face heavily. "I, who didn't have a good ending, crawled out from the depths of hell. He had passed through the gates of hell and walked through the sea of fire. Now is the time for you to tremble, be terrified, and scream. No, I'm not Tianyun's person. I'm really not Tianyun's person." Xianxia felt a deep sense of fear at this moment. She rolled and crawled, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground. She crawled towards Mo Lian and cried out with a pleading face, "Your Highness, I'm really not Tianyun's person. I only adore you wholeheartedly. It's Crown Princess, she's jealous by nature, it's her, ah." "Nonsense." Before she could finish her sentence, she was kicked out by Mo Lian like trash. "My Jojo, why should I be jealous of you? Who do you think you are? You can't even compare to a hair of hers. Who cares about your baffling adoration? It's simply disgusting to the extreme." If you dare to spout nonsense again, we will gouge out your tongue. Mo Lian bellowed, her eyes emitting a cold, electrifying glint. Single-clothed Su landed heavily on the ground, nearly fainting on the spot from the pain. But strangely, her head felt abnormally clear than at any other time. She felt 10 levels of pain all over her body, as if her entire body was suffering from the pain of 1,000 cuts. This inhumane torture actually didn't make her faint from the pain. Based on her intuition as a pill alchemist, she could clearly understand one thing now. The little crown princess in front of her had tampered with her body. Single-clothed Su shakily took out a medicine bottle from her sleeve. Just as she was about to open the bottle and take out a pill, her wrist was struck by a palm wind. Duan Yu walked up a few steps and kicked with the tip of his foot, scooping up that bottle and pouring it out to look at the pill. Mo Lian reached out to take it and threw it into the bottle before tossing it to Tong behind her. Send it to Beiwang Valley. Sending it to Beiwang Valley meant sending it to Mr. Su Shuatao at the small base. Research was still ongoing. One day, they would be able to completely grasp the medicinal trick of heavenly fate that tempered the human body and find a way to crack it. Single-clothed Su wept bitterly as she pounded the ground with all her might. She reached out to grab in the third city lord's direction. "Ma, master." However, the third city lord was somewhat strained at this time. He was being forced to retreat step by the little white squirrel, Cho-Cho, who was pestering him. How could he spare a hand to support her? Just as Bai Xing was about to move, Mo Lian reached out to stop him. "Grandfather, you still want to fight with the primordial ferocious beast?" That primordial ferocious beast didn't even show its face earlier. It only revealed a claw from the black fog, and it tore open grandfather's defensive barrier. One could imagine how powerful its overall strength was. Jojo didn't use force on him because he was Lian's grandfather. If he really angered this little fellow, it would probably be disastrous. Bai Xing's face darkened, and he angrily said to his grandson, "It doesn't matter if she's from Tianyun or not, she can save your mother." "She can't," Mo Lian sighed helplessly. "Grandfather, you're experienced and knowledgeable, so you should be very clear about this." The success rate of a god-level alchemist concocting the soul-returning pill was less than 10%. You must know that as well. Even if it's only 5%, I still have to try. Your mother can't afford to delay any longer. Bai Xing was fuming with rage as he blurted out. Mo Liuxing's expression instantly changed. Mo Lian couldn't help but take a step forward and grab her grandfather's hand. "What did you say? Wasn't his mother safe and sound in the ice? What did he mean by he couldn't afford to drag it out? Ordinary nutrient solutions are completely useless to your mother." Elder Bai seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his entire person became dispirited. Even if there's only a 5% success rate, there's still a 5% chance. Do you understand, little Mo? Your father was afraid that you would be worried, so he never told you. Your mother's situation has now reached a critical juncture of life and death. "I have a way," Arbor said coldly. Elder Bai was stunned, and then he abruptly turned to look at the little girl. This was the first time he looked at the little crown princess in front of him after entering Feiyue Pavilion. Such a young girl, but her aura was extremely strong. In his rage just now, the entire Feiyue Pavilion's thousands of people didn't dare to speak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he intimidated everyone present. Bai Xing's face showed a trace of puzzlement and even a hint of hesitation. "You just said you have a way?" "Yes." Arbor threw him a cold look with an expressionless face. From the moment the old man appeared until now, he had been standing on the opposite side of her. He didn't care about right or wrong, he just wanted to go against her and save Shawnee Su. This made her impression of old Master Lin drop to the bottom for a moment. Shawnee Su was of no help to Lian's mother at all, but he didn't listen to a word from others. What a stubborn old man. "If you don't believe me, ask her to make pills on the spot." Arbor said coldly, "Just ask her to make a god-level pill and see if she can make it." The third city lord turned his head angrily but was swept back a few steps by Cho-Cho's tail. "Don't you slander me. What you mean is that my city of shadows colluded with Tianyun?" "Huh." The third city lord sneered, "Everyone knows that. My city of shadows transcends the 3 states and has never fought for fame and fortune. We have always lived our own idle lives. Why should we work for Tianyun?" "Shut up." The little crown princess turned her head and shouted angrily. Don't you understand human language? It's her who wants to put the shit on her head. How much do you know about this disciple? How much do you know? The third city lord's old face tightened. For a moment, he couldn't answer her question and looked embarrassed. Arbor waved his little hand and threw more than a dozen herbs in front of Xianxia. Make it on the spot. If you can make it within an hour, I will spare your dog life. Xianxia struggled to move her body. At this time, she had a broken arm and a flower on her head. Her whole body was covered in blood and she looked quite miserable. Her eyes were full of hatred as she stared at the little crown princess in front of her. If her eyes could kill, she would probably swallow her into her stomach and chew her into pieces. Are you kidding me? Third city lord couldn't help but complain for his disciple. There are so many medicinal herbs here, what kind of god-level medicinal pills do you want her to make? And it needs to be completed within 2 hours? As everyone knew, which alchemist didn't have to spend a lot of time and effort to refine a pill? Some of them even worked their hearts out. What? You don't even understand medicinal herbs? Arbor smirked and pointed at the coiled medicinal herb in front of Xianxia. What is this? Do you know him? Xianxia covered her bleeding broken arm and glared at Arbor with anger in her eyes. She screamed, You vicious woman, what do you want to do this time? Hemostasis pill. Arbor tilted his little head at her, his eyes coldly falling on her. A divine tier hemostasis pill. You've never concocted one before, divine-grade alchemist. She glanced at her mockingly. Xianxia was stunned. Her eyes shrunk as she looked at the materials on the ground. Qiamu had tossed those materials on the ground like trash since they were small. There were grass, flowers, leaves, roots and even soil. It was a mess. She looked at it and felt that it was extremely messy. A divine-grade alchemist can't even differentiate the medicinal herbs used to make a divine-tier hemostasis pill. Arbor sneered and shook her head. This is really an eye-opener. Looking at the strange looks that other people were giving her, Xianxia's face instantly paled. She knew that at this time, she had to show some persuasiveness. Otherwise, other people would think that she was a fraud through and through. You, what do you know? Xianxia bit her lips hard, her eyes spitting fire. I never make low-level Dan like blood-stopping Dan. Low-level? Arbor crooked her finger at her. Look. Look clearly. She raised her little hand, and everyone felt a flash of light in front of their eyes. When they looked again, they saw a transparent glass cauldron floating above her little hand. The cauldron was completely surrounded by a glass-colored flame. This glass-colored cauldron fire looked very pure and beautiful. When it came out, all the fire attribute Xianxia felt their bodies tighten. This was the suppressive power of the glass cauldron fire. This meant that this cauldron fire probably had more than 90% of its power, and was comparable to holy fire. Arbor casually sucked, and the medicinal herbs that had been scattered on the ground jumped up, and obediently arranged themselves in the air in front of her. The little girl casually took a medicinal herb and threw it in. In less than a second, it was swallowed by the cauldron fire, and turned into a medicinal liquid that flowed down. Then her movements were so fast that people were dazzled. In a flash, she had roasted all the medicinal herbs into liquid. She drew several seals on the cauldron with one hand. She murmured to herself, I found that when making Dan, seal masters can add purification seals to increase the quality of the medicinal liquid. In the past, I could only make purple vein Dan. Now, I can often make black vein Dan. Top-grade black vein Dan? Xianxia's face showed a twisted expression. What are you bragging about? However, before she could finish her sentence, the medicinal liquid in the other person's hands had already begun to condense into a pill. Impossible. Xianxia shook her head, holding the broken part of her arm. She shook her head and shouted, Impossible. How is this possible? What Dan forming speed was this fast? Was this the Dan making speed of a ghost? An ordinary person would need half a day to refine the most common medicinal pill, let alone a divine-grade medicinal pill, okay? Usually, when Xianxia followed the prescription given by others to refine the god-level medicinal pill, he could complete it within a day. However, there were prerequisites. The premise was that someone else had already helped her classify the medicinal herbs and purify the medicinal liquids in order. She only needed to combine them and use the cauldron fire to condense the elixir. Would a divine-grade alchemist like her still need to do those most basic tasks? However, if she were to do the basic work, from the beginning of refining the medicinal liquid to the end of condensing the pill, it would only take a day. Not to mention one day, he didn't even know if he could complete it in 3 days. Moreover, how could there be no mistakes in this process? It was as if he didn't even need to use his eyes to distinguish between them. This meant that the little crown princess was very familiar with the mutual promotion and suppression of medicinal properties. She did not need to distinguish them at all. Xianxia looked at this crown prince consort who made people feel surprised with her gaze in horror. No, it can't be, it's impossible, there was no divine-grade alchemist who was younger than her in this world. I am the most famous divine-grade alchemist in the 3 continents. Xianxia screamed with a twisted expression. Her eyes were fixed on the small glazed cauldron in Arbor's hand. The cauldron fire boiled for a while before suddenly spitting out a black-patterned, gold-plated pill. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Even old city Lord Bai, who was standing on the side with a baffled expression, widened his eyes in shock. Little glutinous dumpling. Mo Luxing anxiously grabbed his son's hand, his expression a bit agitated. Mo Lian forcefully pulled his hand away. With a cold expression, Prince Mo dryly said, "Royal father, pay attention to the situation." What was going on? Calling him by his pet name in a place with so many people, was she trying to court death or court death? On the side, Duan Yu's eyes clearly brightened, and he glanced at Mo Lian with a mocking expression, his face full of realization. Oh. So little glutinous dumpling is your pet name? Mo Lian instantly glared at him in annoyance, but her father pulled her hand back when she turned around. Little glutinous dumpling, why didn't you tell father earlier that your wife's pill refinement skills were so brilliant? I did. Mo Lian was baffled, and he glanced at the agitated Mo Luxing, saying, "Didn't I say before that my wife is an earth-grade alchemist?" But from the looks of it, his wifey's pill refinement level should have increased by quite a bit, she should have entered the ranks of heaven-grade alchemists now. You didn't say she was this impressive before. Mo Luxing glared at his son in dissatisfaction. Mo Lian lowered his head in contemplation. His daughter-in-law indeed hadn't displayed her brilliant pill refinement skills in front of others before, so it was no wonder that these people were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall off. Thinking that this was his wifey, Mo Lian felt a bit pleased on the inside. This was his wifey, haha. No one should think of fighting with him over her. What was his. Royal father, Jojo's pill refinement is very arduous. Mo Luxing wanted to spit at his son's face. Arduous my ass. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the little crown princess refined a black-veined pill. From refining the medicinal liquid to forming the pill, it took less than a quarter of an hour. Was this considered hard work? Arbor reached out and grabbed the black-patterned gold-plated medicinal pill that jumped into her palm. She turned to look at one of the 2 young men behind the 3rd city lord. The 2 of them had been subdued by the purple forest guards at the start of the fight, and they were currently being held captive by several purple forest guards. They struggled with all their might and glared angrily at him. Xiaomu gazed at them coldly. Her gaze was so frigid that it was as if she was looking at 2 corpses. However, it frightened the 2 youths who were struggling non-stop into immediately stopping their movements, and they couldn't stop trembling all over. Arbor waved his hand. The 2 purple forest guards understood and escorted one of the young men forward. Under Arbor's signal, one of the purple forest guards pulled out a dagger from his waist and viciously pinched the young man's arm, leaving behind a gaping wound. The young man's face turned pale with fright, and his body couldn't help but sway a bit. But very quickly, a black-patterned hemostatic pill was flicked into his mouth. Everyone instantly saw the bull-sized wound on the young man's arm heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bleeding immediately stopped. In a mere half a minute, the wound had disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the 1 or 2 drops of blood dripping down the arm, everyone would have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Heavens! Was this the effect of a god-tier hemostatic pill? The speed at which it stopped bleeding was probably heaven-defying. Everyone's thoughts suddenly became active, and they looked eagerly at the little crown princess. Especially that minister from the Ministry of War, his eyes were so wide that they almost popped out. If the army could master this kind of hemostatic pill, needless to say, when the entire army fought the enemy on the battlefield, it would definitely increase their chances of victory. With such a hemostatic pill in their hands, why would they worry about not being able to win the battle? Mo Lian saw that her father was glaring at her like this, and quickly said, Jojo isn't someone who can make a god-level pill with such an effect every time. Jojo was only a heaven-grade pill refiner, and she was lucky to be able to make a god-level pill. That was what His Highness the Crown Prince meant. Mo Lusheng turned his head to look at his daughter-in-law, his eyes containing a trace of expectation, almost burning like the scorching sun. And at this time, Xianxia, who was originally lying on the ground like a dead dog, crazily got up, wanting to pounce on Arbor in front of her. She let out a sharp whistle, and sternly shouted, Impossible! Impossible! How can you be such a young god-level pill refiner? You must be lying, you're hiding something on your body, hiding something. It's a divine tool, right? A divine tool to help you condense the pill quickly, right? You vicious woman. You can't possibly be a god-level pill refiner. I'm indeed not a god-level pill refiner, Arbor coldly interrupted her, and indifferently said, I'm just a heaven-grade pill refiner. Occasionally, I can make 1 or 2 black-veined god-level pills. She glanced at her pitifully and pursed her lips. But this is already pretty good, isn't it? Compared to you, a god-level pill refiner with a false appearance. I'm a person who started from the basics of distinguishing medicinal herbs, and spent a lot of effort to learn how to distinguish herbs, smell herbs, refine herbs, and concoct herbs. I should be better than you, just a little bit. Arbor gestured with 2 little fingers, and indifferently said, I only dare to say that I know a little about the Tao of medicine. You're really strong, half a bucket of water dares to pretend to be a god-level pill refiner in front of me. How did you become a god-level pill refiner, don't you know in your heart? Stop pretending. You don't look like one at all. Pooh. Xianxia actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at her strangely. This single-clothed Su was actually angered to the point of vomiting blood by the little crown princess words. Oh my god, how much anger must he have in his heart to be this angry? Arbor stared coldly at the wriggling woman on the ground. There was no pity in his eyes. You can only blame yourself for reaching out so far and trying to lay your hands on Jojo's wren. Jojo's lotus was not something that any cat or dog could touch. The little crown princess condensed an icicle in her hand and threw it at Xianxia's face without saying a word. You can't kill me. Single-clothed Su was lying on the ground. She raised her head as she gasped for breath. At this moment, the icicle was only an inch away from her eyes. It was as if he took another step closer, he would be able to pierce through her eye. You can't kill me, Arbor. Single-clothed Su struggled to crawl half a step on the ground. She raised her head and looked at her coldly. I have a way to protect Her Majesty the Empress's life. That, even if you don't concoct a god-level pill. It can guarantee Her Majesty the Empress's life for half a year. Upon hearing this, Old City Lord Bai hastily stepped forward and stood next to the little crown princess. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Lian raised her hand to stop him. The little stoic looked coldly at that single-clothed Su. The little stoic stared at her for a good while before curling her lips at her with an odd expression. Have you heard of the longevity fruit? Sand-clothed Su's eyes abruptly widened as she stared fixedly at the icicle in the little crown princess's hand. It instantly expanded and pierced through her forehead with a whoosh. That icicle pierced through her forehead with a crisp ding, directly ejecting a black crystal the size of a fingernail from the back of her head. Sand-clothed Su tried her best to widen her eyes and stared fixedly at Arbor before collapsing to the ground with a bang. Perhaps she didn't understand what was going on even until her death. How could the little crown princess really dare to do such a vicious thing to her? The entire venue was silent. Everyone stared dazedly at the collapsed sand-clothed Su before simultaneously shifting their gazes to the black crystal on the ground. Earlier, the crown princess seemed to have said that the people of heavenly fate all had something like a black crystal in their heads. Was it this thing? What was the difference between this and a corpse puppet core? Everyone curiously sized up the fingernail-sized black crystal on the ground and furtively peeked at the expressionless little crown princess. Everyone has seen it, right? Huifeng squatted down and picked up the tiny black crystal on the ground, placing it in front of everyone as he said aloofly, "This is enough to prove that this divine rank alchemist publicly acknowledged in the 3 provinces is actually a member of Heavenly Fate." Heavenly Fate. They have now become everyone's public enemy in the 3 provinces. Huifeng clenched his fists and said to everyone, "From the looks of it now, the people of Heavenly Fate have already infiltrated every family clan and patrician family since a long time ago. They might even be right beside you and me. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess mean that after we leave today, every family and clan should strictly investigate the backgrounds of their own family members. Anyone with an unknown background or who seems suspicious must be put under control first." The family heads looked at each other in dismay before finally electing Mutsong to speak. Patriarch Mu was still in shock and hadn't recovered his wits yet, so he asked weakly, But don't tell me we have to cut open their heads one by one." This method was indeed a little cruel. Huifeng said indifferently, "You can hand over all the suspects to the Crimson Forest Guard. We have a special way to deal with them. There's no need to dissect their brains." Patriarch Mu and the others nodded dubiously. And now, the banquet had come to an end. Whether it was the great emperor or the courtiers, this meal was so miserable that none of them were in the mood to continue. After the banquet ended in a hurry, the great emperor hurriedly summoned the crown prince and the crown princess to the Extreme Time Palace's imperial study. Seeing the young couple enter the room hand in hand, the emperor couldn't help but get up to welcome them. He asked anxiously, "Jojo, you said you have a way to help your mother? Is this true?" Arbor knew that this person was anxious, so he didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "Yes." The eyes of his grandfather, Bai Xing, who was standing at the side and had not stepped forward, brightened when he heard this. It was just that he had helped Pill Master Dan deal with the little girl's enemy, so he knew that the little girl wouldn't have a good impression of him for the time being. Thus, he didn't dare to step forward and incur her disdain. "Why you can age save her now?" Mo Lushing asked cautiously. Arbor shook his head and didn't beat around the bush with them, saying directly, "I said that when I become a saint-level alchemist, I can definitely save her. But before that, as long as she eats the longevity fruit, her body will definitely be fine. It's fine even if her body doesn't deteriorate for 10 years. Longevity fruit? Mo Lushing and Bai Xing exclaimed one after the other. N. Arbor nodded. Can we wait for 2 months? Just now, the old man said that Imperial Mother's body wouldn't last until the end of the year. They could definitely wait until the 8th of the 8th month. Logically speaking, the longevity fruit would take 3 months to bear fruit. Arbor was already urging Little Water and Little Earth to speed up the planting of this fruit. 2 months couldn't be faster. Even if the fruit ripened, the effect would be greatly reduced. Mo Liuxing's eyes couldn't help but mist. He grabbed Arbor's hand and nodded. Okay, Imperial Father believes in you. You can definitely help your Imperial Mother get through this difficult time. Arbor nodded, but his little paw was suddenly pulled back by Mo Lian. Mo Lushing glanced at his son and pretended to be serious. Alright, it's getting late. Go back and have a good rest. Old Master Bai opened his mouth and watched the young couple walk out of the door. Do you think the longevity fruit that the little girl spoke of is reliable? The old master looked at his son-in-law with a dignified expression. He was embarrassed to yell at the young couple, so he didn't pay much attention to his son-in-law. He would say whatever he wanted. Mo Lushing nodded. According to my understanding of the little girl in this period of time. This little girl usually doesn't boast. If she says the longevity fruit is feasible, then it's definitely feasible. Old Master Bai nodded. Alright. He also hoped that this granddaughter-in-law really had the longevity fruit in her hands, and not deliberately used it to deceive them in order to deal with that Shawnee Sioux. Mo Lushing glanced at the old master and coughed lightly. Don't worry, according to my understanding of this little girl, she won't easily promise something she isn't sure of. Looks like you have a high opinion of her. Old Master Bai looked deeply at his son-in-law. In the future, Old Master will have more contact with the little girl. Naturally, he will know. If Old Master insists on going down the path of death, even your son-in-law won't be able to help you. Mo Lushing secretly facepalmed. He knew very well that his son had already been instigated by his daughter-in-law and was completely useless. Between his wife and his grandfather, that guy would definitely stand by his wife's side. Elderby angrily raised his hand and patted the dust off his body. Just now, he had been forced into a fluster by that little girl's talismans. Now that he thought about it, it was really King embarrassing. This girl is not only an alchemist, but also a great talisman master? Now that he thought about it, he still felt a little shocked. Mo Lushing nodded. Yes. His talent is not bad. The old man curled his lips, flicked his sleeves, and walked out of the door. In the end, she said in an indignant voice, it's just that her temper is too bad. Mo Lushing, didn't you also not say anything when you came up and directly made a move to protect that Xianxia? Don't say who has a bad temper. Aren't we all straightforward and lousy? Haha. Achoo. Lord Jojo reached out to rub his little nose and looked back at the deep night. Someone must be talking bad about me. How could that be? Mo Lian hugged his wifey in amusement and rubbed her small face. I'll beat up whoever dares to speak ill of my wifey. Sir Jojo blinked. What if it's your grandfather talking about me? Mo Lian chuckled and said without hesitation, beat him up then. Let him cause a ruckus in there. He doesn't know how good Jojo is. The little fellow pursed her lips and said seriously with a taut face, your grandfather must be talking about me right now. He has a terrible temper. How could that be? Mo Lian couldn't resist laughing and tucked a strand of her hair behind her head. He then cupped her small face and looked at her intently. My Jojo's temper isn't bad. The little fellow nodded and said in full agreement, you're right. I'm usually too lazy to argue with people and don't want to get angry. That Xianxia was truly too much. If she didn't kill her and allowed her to annoy her every day, how could that be okay? Moreover, this already proved that Xianxia was a person of destiny, so she deserved to die, alright. Lian. The little fellow squeezed toward him and hugged his waist. She asked softly, now that we have time, you should honestly confess yesterday's matter. I'll confess everything. Prince Mo nodded repeatedly and sold out Duanyu without any integrity. Hey, it was Duanyu who sent me a message. That Ronli from Songzhou has a hole in his head. He actually brought people to capture you. Originally, this matter was vexing enough. Who knows how many people were hoping for our wedding to go awry. Prince Mo huffed, so I contacted Duanyu in advance. He who strikes first gains the advantage. When Prince Mo said this, he truly didn't feel that he was too ruthless. Thinking about it now, he still felt some lingering fear. If Ronli really spread the news that Jojo had a portable spirit domain, the trouble in the future would be even greater. Arbor's big bright eyes stared straight at the man beside him. So you set up a trap and let Ronli walk right into it? Arbor couldn't help but blink curiously. Duanyu's message was vague, so how did Ronli know that I carried the spirit domain with me? Do you still remember Chen Baojia who escaped? Chen Baojia went to Songzhou? Chen Baojia was kidnapped by Bashu from the academy. Arbor was enlightened. No wonder I couldn't find this woman. The Chen family still insisted that I was the one who hit her. It's really strange. Chen Baojia reported me to Ronli, and Ronli came to arrest me? Arbor understood the course of events and said with a nod, so you and Duanyu attacked him first. But he looked perfectly fine when he attended the banquet just now. Mo Lian smiled faintly. The little guy suddenly opened his mouth wide with a look of realization on his face. I know. The Ronli we saw at night. Mo Lian gently covered her mouth. Alright. It's already very late tonight, so let's rest early. I'll take you somewhere early tomorrow morning. After the carriage arrived at the Eastern Palace, Missouri Lian carried the little fellow down and strode into the bedchamber. When Sir Jojo saw the door to the bedchamber, his entire body went limp for no reason, and he couldn't resist exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The little fellow reached out and wrapped her arms around her neck. Her expression was slightly unnatural, and she instantly wanted to change the topic. So you're saying that you and Duanyu planned this beforehand? What do you mean by premeditated? You make it sound like we're bad guys. Mo Lian frowned in dissatisfaction. This is called strategizing. Victory is decided from 1,000 miles away. If it weren't for the fact that he had to resolve Ron Lee's matter as soon as possible and that there were several people who secretly wished for nothing more than his misfortune, how could he have rushed to Heaven's St. Palace so late and caused his Jojo to suffer a bit of grievance? Don't think he couldn't find out which families were the culprits. Humph, when he settled down and freed himself, these people shouldn't even think about having an easy time in the future. Hubby, put me down. The little stoic said seriously, I made an appointment with Rotten Peach Blossom today to enter seclusion in Paradise Planet for a while. Mo Lian's eyes instantly narrowed dangerously as he looked down at his wifey. One moment it's Duan Yu, the next it's Rotten Peach Blossom. Wifey, you've been calling out another man's name today. Sir Jojo looked at her husband in bewilderment and closed her eyes, pretending to faint. Dizzy, hubby, I'm going to sleep. Haha. Hubby's laughter was a bit scary. What to do? It's fine, you sleep. Wifey, I'll carry you to take a bath first. The little fellow's face instantly turned bitter, and the word embarrassed was written all over her face. Hubby, it hurts. Mo Lian retracted his hand and cupped her small face. He looked at her seriously and said, It's right that it hurts. Because our movements last night weren't very standard, this kind of situation requires more practice in order to make long-term progress. We'll slowly torment each other for a while, and we'll definitely be able to enter the realm of being one with the heavens. Why did he make it sound like they were practicing martial arts? What kind of fallacious reasoning was this? Hubby always had a belly full of bizarre reasoning, so how could she break it? This time, the little stoic also couldn't keep up the act and opened her eyes. Under the moonlight, those eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. The dense moisture caused Mo Lian's heart to ripple endlessly. His fingers couldn't help but caress her small face, gently caressing it. It was so soft that it seemed like it could overflow with water. His gaze was glued to hers, as if they were going to be entangled for a long time. At this moment, their breaths were intertwined, and the heat from their bodies seemed to follow the air, completely evaporating and dispersing. The stars were shining brightly tonight. This feeling, this scene, and this heart, lingered and melted into one. Jojo. He gently planted a kiss on her forehead and said in a low and hoarse voice, Remember to block that star field. Reaching out, Mo Lian lifted the bead curtain that was constantly colliding under the starlight, and quickly carried her into the pool. Along with the sound of water that was neither fast nor slow, a soft moan that was mixed with heavy breathing blended into the night. The next morning, Mr. Jojo struggled to get out of bed with a sullen expression on his face. He was picked up by a refreshed man beside him. Jojo. Prince Mo rubbed against her face and said with a grin, Today's weather is really good. Look, the sun came out so early. Hubby will take you to a good place to stroll around. I guarantee you'll like it. Where are we going? The little fellow pulled a long face and glared at him in a huff. Hiking in the suburbs. The man stretched out his head and pecked her on the cheek. Although that guy had carried her away to soak her in a medicinal bath, she hadn't even moved her pinky. That guy had served her the entire time. However, Sir Jojo, who was slumped in the carriage, still felt sore all over. Every part of his body didn't belong to him. Get lost. When the little fellow saw him approach, she immediately narrowed her eyes vigilantly and swept a disdainful gaze at him. Mo Lian blinked and inched closer to her. He happily hugged his wifey as he shook his head repeatedly and said, I'll roll. I'll roll to your side, roll here and there, roll here and there. I won't go anywhere else. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. She secretly suppressed the urge to laugh and maintained her stoic expression as she snorted. Mo Lian pulled her little hand over with a grin and kissed it hard on the lips. Jojo, hubby hasn't seen you for a month. Don't you miss me? She did before, but seeing how noisy this person was now, she didn't miss him at all. Hubby missed you so much. I even brought you many, many gifts that you'll like. The little fellow didn't even bother to bat her eyelids. She leaned against the thick carpet and stared at him with her dark eyes. Prince Mo was overjoyed and simply reached out to carry this little one onto his lap. Without waiting for her to roll her eyes in protest, he swiped his hand and took out a black lingxi mushroom of excellent quality from his inner world. The little girl instantly forgot to struggle. Her large eyes sparkled as she stared at the lingxi mushroom. Her little hand involuntarily touched it. I found this in the underground valley after the array disc in Grey Ping village collapsed. Mo Lian hugged her and tilted his head to rub against her neck. Isn't it very good? It should be a god-rank medicinal ingredient. The little girl nodded vigorously. It was a god-rank medicinal ingredient, and the quality was quite good. It was really very good. This kind of black lingji mushroom could also be planted in Paradise Planet's 100 herb garden in the past, and it could also propagate very well. However, it had a better place to go now. In Forest Planet, with the blessing of time, this black lingji mushroom should be able to grow into a patch in no time. A hint of joy appeared on the little girl's face. Mo Lian was so good at reading people's body language. Noticing that his wife was happy, he immediately took advantage of the situation and turned the little fellow's small face to face him with a serious expression. Jojo, return the favor. The little fellow stared blankly for a moment, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. Crown Prince Mo instantly revealed a pitiful, "My heart hurts so much, my heart is broken, I can't take it anymore, Xiao, you've hurt me" expression. He clutched his chest and cried out in agony, Xiao, you're bad. In the past, whenever you gave me a gift, I would consciously give you a gift in return. Now that it's my turn to give you a gift, why aren't you giving me a gift in return? Really? Sir Jojo had a confused look on his face. What gift in return? Why do I feel like I've been trapped by this two-faced guy? You don't remember? The little fellow looked at him accusingly, making Jojo feel a little uneasy. It's not that I don't remember, the little fellow said stubbornly. Then return the favor. Mo Lian winked at him. Oh. Arbor was thinking hard about how to return the favor when Mo Lian suddenly hugged him and pressed him against her. You really forgot. Bad guy, then your husband will come and get it himself. Mo Lian muttered, his phoenix eyes shining. Arbor was taken aback. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, she finally remembered, this fellow's so-called return gift seemed to be an indecent kiss. When she was still a child, this fellow used this method to trick her into thinking that she was young and ignorant. God knows how many kisses he had cheated from her. Sir Jojo wanted to push his face away, but her small hand was immediately wrapped in his palm. Jojo, I still have a gift for you. This fellow was so mean, he took out one gift after another, then asked for a return gift. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the pile of herbs by his legs. Along the way, the two of them spent their time returning gifts back and forth. When they were about to reach the villa in the suburbs, Arbor threw the herbs into Forest Planet and let Little Two be responsible for planting them. Afterward, she hammered this indecent fellow and grumpily said, "Let me ask you something. You just said that there's a formation disc under Greyfield Village? A talisman array?" It's a talisman array. Mo Lian thought of the holy stone's location, and her phoenix eyes narrowed. I suspect that there's a holy vein in the valley I fell into. I plan to ask Huifeng to bring a bunch of brats from the Purple Forest Guard to dig there in 2 days. She originally wanted to send Huifeng to Mount Heaven Saint to mine, but now it seemed that Greyfield Village was the best place. In any case, the remaining zombies there had all been wiped out by them. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be a problem at all. Now that the problem of safety was resolved, the matter of the holy vein had to be settled as soon as possible. Knowing that there was such a large holy vein but not touching it didn't fit Mo Lian's personality. Our dear Huifeng, who was far away in Greyfield Village, couldn't help but sneeze and look up at the sky in confusion. Holy vein? It sounded a bit familiar. Sir Jojo blinked. You mean that you found a holy vein in the talisman array under Greyfield Village? Mo Lian nodded. Yes. I reckon that the holy vein is quite large. So the branch of the ball that was left by your side absorbed a large amount of holy stone, right? Mo Lian was stunned. She lowered her head and looked at Jojo from head to toe. Did it affect you? Arbor shook his head. It affected Little Tree. He went into seclusion and hasn't woken up yet. Oh. Mo Lian nodded. Then it shouldn't be a problem. After I shattered the formation disc in Grey Plain Village, I came out and met up with Huifeng and the others. After that, in order to save time, Little Seven and I returned to Dragon Flame City. However, we encountered a lot of resistance along the way. Mo Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin estate is adding fuel to the fire, as well as the Long and Gu families. I'm a little surprised that the Lin family's patriarch from Rong City is also involved in this matter. The Lin family wants to develop in Dragon Flame City, Arbor said coldly. This will depend on whether the lives of his disciples are tough enough. Mo Lian curled her lips mockingly and continued, we were ambushed by a large group of people on the 10-mile slope. In order to replenish my holy power, I took out the holy stones. Balls vine. Thinking of that scene, Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That thing was like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bowl. When it saw the holy stones, it desperately crawled over and stuck to them. In the end, it absorbed less than 3 holy stones on its own. The remaining dozens of holy stones all went into the vine's stomach. It made everyone speechless. This really is a sentient tree, Mo Lian ridiculed. It only has a vine branch, yet it knows how to snatch food from others. Arbor's eyes curved. Lian, while you were at Graping Village, I also did a lot of things. The little fellow was in the mood to talk for once. She recounted to Mo Lian everything that happened in the Mu family's Chaoyang pavilion without stopping. Then she blinked and said to him, I think that the sacred vein you found in Graping Village should have been left to me by Patriarch Chaoyang. Didn't you say that there were layers of talisman arrays left behind by a heaven-level talisman master outside? It should have been done by Patriarch Chaoyang. Mo Lian thought carefully and couldn't help but nod with a smile. It really is very possible. Then, do you want to go? Mo Lian rubbed his wife's head. If you want to go, let's go together. Arbor pondered for a few seconds and made a sound of agreement. She nodded. Of course I have to go. But I heard that the Academy's Tianyuan ranking is about to open. I want to find time to go back to the sect. Eldest senior sister has been awake for a few days. I should send her back first and reunite with second martial uncle and the others. The carriage suddenly shook and a cry of surprise came from outside. They had already reached the south of the city and the carriage was heading towards the capital's suburbs. The carriage abruptly came to a stop after a sudden movement. Mo Lian grasped the little fellow's hand and hugged her. Her voice faintly traveled out through the curtain. What is it? Arbor pursed her lips. This guy was one face in front of others and another in front of her. He was especially good at bewitching people. For example, he took off his clothes and turned into a beast. Put on clothes. Humph, he was well dressed, but he couldn't change the nature of a bad guy. Reporting to your highness, the road ahead is blocked. Change the road. Mo Lian ordered coldly. Your highness. The coachman hurriedly said, the outside is blocked by the crowd, and we can't turn into the left side road. Mo Lian lifted the curtain of the carriage with one hand and glanced outside. Sure enough, there was a sea of people in front of him. Even the crossroads were full of people. The two of them got off the carriage hand in hand. When they turned around, the road behind them was also blocked by the crowd and carriages. They were in a dilemma. What's up ahead? The little stoic asked curiously. I don't know. Why is the road suddenly so congested? Complaints could be heard from the crowd. A woman standing next to their carriage stealthily glanced at Xiao Mu and Mo Lian, and she was secretly speechless. Suddenly, she felt a chill on the back of her feet. The woman looked down and hurriedly took a few steps back. She cried out, oh my, where did such cold water come from? At this moment, the little stoic was currently standing on a stool. When she lowered her head to look, sure enough, she saw a layer of water flowing over from the direction of the city gates, mixed with a multitude of miscellaneous roars. Move aside, move aside, move aside, all of you move aside. Wow, aren't these people from the Long family? What are they doing? What are they transporting with so many carriages? This bunch of grandsons blocked the road ahead and behind. Everyone was grumbling, and the little stoic also jumped off the stool. However, before her feet touched the ground, she felt her small body being picked up by Prince Mo. The ground is very wet. Mo Lian looked down and disdainfully lifted her feet. The surface of his brocade boots was already wet from the water. Arbor lowered her head and looked in the direction of the Long family's carriages. Sure enough, she saw the Long family's dozens of guards, cursing and shoving the passers-by, trying their best to pull the carriages over. The main reason was that they had more than a dozen carriages. If they passed one by one, it wouldn't be blocked. But they had to line up, squeezing in front and back, taking up the entire road. The passers-by complained incessantly. The carriages on the other side and the pedestrians' carriages behind them couldn't pass at all. In addition, the Long family's carriage was like dragging a large coffin. The carriage was nailed all around with nails, not even a small window was opened. But there were rows of thin holes on the carriage walls, as if to let people breathe. Water flowed out from the holes. More than a dozen carriages were of the same design. Over time, the water flowing out from the holes gradually made the entire street wet. Arbor's eyes gradually narrowed. Her heart felt inexplicably heavy, as if her breathing was being suppressed. Looking at the carriage's design, her heart overflowed with a trace of a bad premonition. At this time, the Long family was negotiating with the carriages blocking the road in front, asking them to quickly move to the sides. The carriages and pedestrians were squeezed together. Everywhere, there were pedestrians shouting and crying. It was so noisy that it gave people a headache. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way." The Long family guard leading the group held a whip and rode his horse to Mo Lian and Arbor's side. Then, he was startled. He saw the symbol of a black clan dragon on the carriage's emblem. The Long family guard leader was so frightened that he almost rolled off his horse. This was the Mo royal family's emblem. This kind of emblem, other than the emperor, only the crown prince could be used as a symbol of identity. He didn't dare to be rash. He quickly flipped off his horse and rushed forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, greetings to your highness. The Long family is so imposing." Mo Lian coldly said, "The entire street in the South City is owned by your Long family?" No, it's a misunderstanding." The Long family's guard leader hurriedly shook his head and said with a smile, "It's this commoner and the others' fault. It's just that there were too many goods this time, which was why we were in the way." "Don't worry, your highness. I'll move the carriage over." The Long family's guard didn't dare to ask the crown prince's carriage to let them pass. He yelled at the guards behind him, telling them to quickly turn the carriage around and make way for the crown prince's carriage. Arbor looked coldly at this person's behavior and suddenly said, "Open the carriage." The guard leader couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before quickly shaking his head. No, Crown Princess, these dozen carriages of goods are extremely important. They're all seafood, and can't be exposed to the light. They've all been sealed by the Water Spirit Master's barrier. Once it's opened, it'll leak. Then, I'll give it to the guests. That way, it won't be too fresh. Seafood? Arbor's eyes coldly stared at the people in front of her. She waved her hand and said, "Open it." A group of purple forest guards immediately rushed forward, unsheathing the swords at their waists, and slashing down at the carriage. Bang! Crack! The carriage was split into two halves. The pieces fell to the ground. Large amounts of clear water gushed out of the carriage and rushed towards the crowd. Caught off guard, everyone revealed a dumbfounded expression one after another. Pft, pft. The people who were implicated all wiped their faces and wiped away the water droplets in their eyes and ears before spitting out several mouthfuls of saliva in succession. "Mama, are these the legendary merfolk?" A child's clear and melodious voice came from the side, and it carried a trace of curiosity as it rushed into Arbor's ears. This voice made Arbor return to her senses. At this time Mo Lian had already moved to her side and grasped her small hand. She asked with a somewhat anxious expression, "Jojo, what's wrong?" Arbor shook her head, and her icy gaze landed on the ground in front of her. 3 young women were washed out of the carriage along with the large amount of clear water. To be precise, it should be 3 merfolk women. They wore simple chest wraps on their upper bodies, but their lower bodies revealed fishtails that were covered in scars. At this moment, they were huddled together with ghastly pale faces, and their palm-sized pale faces clearly revealed traces of terror and nervousness. A ball of heat floated up in Arbor's chest and abdomen, burning like a raging flame. A wisp of nameless fire followed the little stoic's heart and lungs and burned all the way to the top of her head. Angry at their incompetence, every time she saw these merfolk, they would always be abused to the point that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. They simply disappointed her to the core. Arbor didn't know where this disappointment in her heart came from. Right now, she only felt that her chest was choked by a ball of air, so choked that she wanted to go crazy. She wanted to slaughter people and beat up this bunch of weaklings in front of her. Get up! Get up! The little fellow struggled free of Mo Lian's hand and angrily pounced to one of the merfolk women's side. She grabbed her arm and pulled the curled-up person up. Get up! She flung her heavily, causing that trembling merfolk girl to crash heavily into another person behind her. I told you to get up, did you hear me? At this time Arbor didn't care that her shoes were wet. She stepped on the water and walked up to that girl with a clatter. She glared at her and said, Stand up. Stand up by yourself. The three mermaids were simply scared silly by this fiendish little stoic, but they tactfully straightened their bodies while trembling. It was just that their lower bodies were fishtails, and at this moment, only their upper bodies were raised. However, their fishtails were very flexible and sturdy. Even if they were walking on flat ground, it was not much different from their legs. They swam very quickly as if they were walking on flat ground. The little stoic threw out a sword from her inner world. With a clang, she threw it in front of a mermaid and shouted sternly, Pick it up. The three girls stared at her with wide, frightened eyes, and then looked at one another. I told you to take it, the little stoic roared angrily. In an instant, the entire southern city street that was bustling with noise instantly quieted down. Kill him. Kill them. Arbor pointed at one of the Long family disciples and shouted. It frightened the Long family disciples who were originally standing to the side into taking a few steps back one after another. One of the three mermaids instantly burst into tears. How would she dare to pick up the sword on the ground? She trembled and retreated 2 steps back. A trace of fury burst out of Arbor's eyes. He rushed up and stretched out his leg to kick that cowardly thing, but the sharp-eyed and nimble Mo Lian hugged him from behind. Jojo, Jojo. Trash, trash. Arbor shouted angrily. No one can save you. No one can save you. In his rage, Arbor kicked the broken carriage on the ground. Look at what you've become. From your body to your soul, you're all weaklings, cowards. They didn't even have the courage to pick up their swords to fight back, let alone talk about the future. Mo Lian hurriedly reached out and pulled her over, gently patting her back as she said gently, All right, Jojo, all right, don't be angry. Don't be angry, Jojo, be good. Mo Lian saw that she was very agitated, and hurriedly raised her hand to rub the back of her head, whispering, Why are you angry with them? Truly a bunch of mud that couldn't be helped up to the wall, making his Xiao Xiao so angry, simply hateful. Mo Lian looked up, and her cold gaze shot towards the people of the Long family. Seeing this, all the members of the Long family took a few steps back with a strong desire to survive. A hint of vigilance appeared on their faces. What a joke, if they were really remembered by this master, it wouldn't be a good thing. What happened? A cold rebuke came from behind the crowd. As the people around them squeezed to the sides, a small path was formed in the middle. The woman in the lead was dressed in a pea-green robe, and under her faint crescent-shaped eyebrows, her smile was quite sweet. Arbor glanced over, and immediately recognized that this was the Long family's eldest young miss, Long Min, who had gone through the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm with them. When Long Min saw Qiao Mu, he was also slightly startled. Afterwards, he walked up with a smile and cupped his fists in greeting, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince Consort, apologies. Did some insensible juniors in the clan disturb you too? These words were said with a hint of flattery. After all, Long Min had seen Arbor's cultivation on the way here. If it wasn't necessary, she really didn't want to be enemies with this group of people. Going against the royal family was already a very unwise move. Sister, why are you so polite to them? A rude roar came from behind Long Min. Long Min turned her head to look, and her brows could not help but furrow slightly. She saw her younger brother, Long Chong, with more than a dozen manservants, roaring as they ran over. Without saying a word, they put on an appearance of wanting to fight. What are you doing? Long Min shouted angrily, a trace of annoyance in her eyes. This younger brother of hers was usually spoiled by his mother until he was out of control. He didn't have any other skills, but his ability to cause trouble was top-notch. They dared to be so rude to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Did they really think that the Long family could do whatever they wanted in Dragon Flame City? After all, the two people in front of him were at the top of the divine prefecture. Putting aside their own strength, just the elite forces under them were not something that a mere Long family could resist. Long Cheng glared at Xiao Mu indignantly with his bull-like eyes as he hooted, "The Crown Prince Consort can't be so unreasonable, right? What kind of logic is that to casually split open someone's carriage and check their goods?" Goods? Arbor's gaze instantly sharpened, and like an arrowhead, he shot unwaveringly at Long Cheng opposite him. When Long Cheng saw this, he reflexively took a step back. When he realized this almost reflexive action of his entire face suddenly flushed red. He actually retreated in fright from the little stoic's gaze. This was truly an extremely cowardly action. But at this moment, no one knew how much fear Long Cheng was feeling. He even felt a faint pain as he dragged one of his legs. He remembered that at the palace banquet, it was the little crown princess who ordered a golem to drag him out of the banquet and beat him up. It was this despicable woman who ordered the golem to break one of his legs. Therefore, even today, Long Cheng still felt a faint pain in the leg that he had once injured. Even, Long Cheng vaguely realized that from the moment he saw the little crown princess, this left leg that had been torn off by the golem began to hurt unbearably. Long Cheng was very clear that this was a physical defect that was reflected in a psychological illness. It was a reflexive feeling of fear. Although he hated this feeling, there was nothing he could do about it. Long Cheng roared fiercely. "Did I say something wrong?" Arbor turned his face and glanced at him indifferently. Long Cheng shouted angrily, "All Long family members, listen to my orders and bring the carriage back to the Long family." Mo Lian said indifferently, "Open the other carriages." As soon as he said that, countless figures emerged from the crowd and quickly surrounded the carriage. Along with a series of pung ping and pa chi sounds suddenly sounded. The remaining dozen or so carriages were all split open by the Purple Forest guards. The crowd moved back noisily to make way for him. But a lot of clear water gushed out of the carriage, and 30 to 40 mermen rolled out of the carriage along with the water. Arbor glanced at them and saw that most of these mermen were young women, and there were a few elderly and children. The wounds on the young merman's body were even more messy, and it was obvious that he had suffered even more severe abuse. Among these mermen, some had lacerations on their tails, and some had half of their tails broken. All of them appeared to be in a sorry state, and their faces were extremely pale. Now that they were suddenly able to see the light again, it was obvious that they were somewhat panic-stricken. Long Min looked at this scene with an unsightly expression, and she turned to say to Mo Lian, "Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince being too overbearing by doing this? These mermen were indeed captured by them from the coast. Since they were the prey that they had caught, they should belong to the Long family. Now that the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess had interfered, it was naturally overboard. Although the Long family is weak, we can't allow your highness to bully us like this. This is the prey that the Long family obtained. It makes sense no matter what you say." Long Min said coldly and bowed in the direction of the imperial city. "Even if we meet the emperor in the Golden Palace, tie her up." "Yes." At the young crown prince consort's order, the Purple Forest guards immediately surged forward without any hesitation. 2 Purple Forest guards jumped in front of Long Cheng's arms behind her back. 2 long swords were placed on the neck of the clamoring Long Cheng. Long Min's expression changed abruptly. She struggled against her arms and shouted, "The laws of the 3 states don't explicitly state that we can't hunt mermen." "Slap her mouth." The young crown prince consort interrupted Long Min's words with a stern shout. Without another word, a Purple Forest guard stepped forward and slapped Long Min's left cheek. Long Min was immediately slapped to the face, and a series of illusionary booms sounded in her ears. It was obvious how fast and ruthless this slap was. "Sister!" Long Cheng had a long sword pressed against his neck, and he shouted angrily, "Is there any law in Dragon Flame City? Can you dispose of human lives at will just because you hold a position of power? Human lives?" Arbor could not help but snort coldly. He struggled free from Mo Lian's embrace and pounced forward to kick Long Cheng in the chest. He kicked twice fiercely and roared angrily, "Do you have any law in your eyes? Human lives? You little beast, you have no ruler, no family, and no country. If you did, would you capture your own family members? would you do this to them? Arbor scolded angrily as he went berserk and kicked Long Chong in the chest 17 to 18 times. He kicked Long Chong until he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Chong. Long Min's expression changed as she roared angrily. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers could not help but mutter softly. So the Long family is really a branch of the merfolk race? I really didn't expect them to be so vicious. They actually captured their own family members. I heard that the little crown princess's mother, Long Chuyun, is a member of the Long family in the Sea of Forgetfulness. The Long family is the royal bloodline of the merfolk. In the Sea of Forgetfulness, Long is a common surname. All mermaids and mermen are subjects of the royal bloodline. Tisk tsk, I didn't expect this branch family to be so vicious. They can even do this to the people of their own family. That's right. Listen to what they said. It's as if these merfolk are goods that can be slaughtered and eaten at will. No wonder the little crown princess is so angry. Bah, those who can treat their own family members like this are really not good people. Crown princess. Long Min twisted her arms that were held behind her back and shouted angrily, "Don't go too far, Crown princess. Our aristocratic families and the royal family have always minded our own business. Don't even think about provoking a dispute between us. The fact that the Long family brought so many mermen into the capital is a malicious act." Mo Lian coldly interrupted Long Min's words. She raised her hand and said calmly, "Now, you're even slandering the crown princess. That's an even bigger crime. Men. Capture everyone from the Long family. This crown prince wants to have a good chat with the Long family's head. How did he teach his children to be so disrespectful to the crown princess?" Long Min's entire body quivered, and she hurriedly lowered her head in submission. She said in a small voice, "Long Min's words were too extreme, but I asked Crown Prince to see that Long Min is anxious for her younger brother, that's why, Your Highness, the Long family has no ill intentions. These mermen were actually captured by Patriarch Lin and my father. Mermen have mermaid pearls in their bodies, Your Highness. As long as we get the pearls, we will definitely offer them to His Majesty. We definitely won't dare to keep them for ourselves." Xiao Mu's two small fists tightly clenched together, and her large eyes brimming with hatred and fury glared in Long Min's direction with her pitch-black, round eyes. "Bastard! Jojo!" Mo Lian suddenly moved to the little fellow's side and hurriedly reached out to pull her into his embrace. He lowered his head with a frown. His slender fingers pried open her tightly curled little hands and stroked the red marks that her fingernails had left on her palm. "Jojo, don't hurt yourself because of some dead people." Mo Lian looked down at her in displeasure. "If you're this angry, I'll give the order to exterminate the Long family. It's not worth making you this angry over such a small matter." Sir Jojo only felt an unbearable stuffiness in his chest. At the same time, his chest seemed to be burning hot, making his blood boil. Not every mermaid has a mermaid pearl. Hundreds of thousands of mermaids might not even have a single mermaid pearl. "I know." Mo Lian looked down at the little girl whose eyes were red and said helplessly in a low voice, "But not everyone is as smart as my Jojo. There are so many idiots in this world. Aren't they all used to set off my Jojo's incomparable intelligence?" Sir Jojo blinked his large eyes and sniffed his little nose. He punched him neither lightly nor heavily. "I'm so angry. Angry that these mermaids were tortured so miserably each time. She had already handed them knives and given them a chance, but they didn't dare to retaliate. All right. My Jojo, what's there to be angry about?" Mo Lian turned to look in Long Min's direction, and his eyes, which were as gentle as spring, gradually faded away. A cold voice sounded faintly. "Just make them disappear." Long Min seemed to understand something. Looking at the Crown Prince's eyes, his entire body trembled. "Pass down this Crown Prince's order." The Long family brought a large group of outsiders into the capital without permission. They didn't obtain the Emperor's permission and didn't go through any formalities. They hid it from the capital magistrate and conspired against the law. In order to prevent them from being deceitful, all of them are now in prison and under strict supervision. Order the Ministry of Justice and the capital magistrate to investigate this case. We must investigate the truth. Yes. A large group of purple forest guards rushed over from all directions. Hundreds of longswords and thousands of longswords surrounded the Long family members present. How could the Long family resist when they saw the large group of people surrounding them? They raised their hands in surrender and looked at the surrounding soldiers with pale faces. Where are these people? Mo Lian nodded and pointed in the direction of the mermen. The little crown princess had a stoic expression on her face as she said in a fit of pique, I don't want to care. The crown prince didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With his intelligence, he knew that his wife was just angry at the moment. If he really didn't care about these people and casually drove them out of the city to fend for themselves, his wife would definitely regret it later. He hugged his wife with a smile and said softly, then I'll put them in a nearby mansion for the time being. When you're in a good mood, you can go and see them. How about that? No. Okay, I won't see you. Mo Lian lowered his head and nuzzled her small head as he grumbled, a bunch of weaklings. They didn't even bleed much after being slaughtered, and they even dirted Xianxia's small hands. Just let them fend for themselves in the resort. The little fellow puffed up her cheeks and turned her little face away in a huff. Mo Lian turned her head and looked in the direction of the mermen. She waved her hand and said to Xiaoyi, who was bouncing over, there's a small villa nearby. You know where it is. Arrange for them to stay there first. Okay, Your Highness. Arbor was still huffing and puffing, but she didn't turn to look at the mermen. Suddenly, she felt a slight chill on her leg. When she looked down, she saw a little merman about 3 or 4 years old, who couldn't even swim steadily, hugging her leg. An old woman hurriedly swam forward and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said respectfully and fearfully, esteemed Crown Princess of the Divine Prefecture, please forgive my grandson's rudeness. It's because you are filled with a fascinating water spirit power. The mermaid stammered as she explained. There was also a mysterious power that made mere people feel comfortable when they got close. The old woman did not dare to continue. She only looked respectfully at Arbor and sincerely lowered her head. Mermaids and mermen were proud by nature. Normally, they wouldn't even look at the humans on the land. They had always been peace-loving, and would not intentionally play with weapons. Except for the elite troops specially trained by the royal family, the other mermaids and mermen could be said to be powerless. They did not have much combat strength, but they had their own pride. Even when they were captured by the Long family, none of them would lower their noble heads. But now, the old mermaid willingly lowered her head in front of this esteemed crown princess whose name she could not name. She had a strange feeling. It seemed to be an instinct that made her submit to this crown princess in front of her. The 3 or 4-year-old little merman was wrapped around Arbor's leg. He suddenly raised his head and smiled at her, showing his teeth. Her 2 small canine teeth were very cute. Although her small round face was full of dirt and her cheeks were thin due to hunger, her eyes were very bright, so bright that it almost made the sky lose its color. The fury in Xiaomu's heart inexplicably faded away by quite a bit. She took out a handful of peanuts from her pocket and stuffed them into the little brat hugging her leg. She turned around with a cold expression. Prince Mo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly waved his hand at Xiaoyi and had them send the mermaid back to the villa. He held his wife's hand and boarded the carriage together. As the purple forest guards maintained order and separated the pedestrians, the carriage finally moved again and headed toward the city gate. Arbor turned and looked out the window. Under the urging of the purple forest guard, 30 to 40 mermen moved and swam in the direction of the southern courtyard. Although their fishtails were tough, they were still injured. When they rubbed against the uneven ground, they would occasionally leave a trace of blood. Arbor retracted his gaze and frowned. He pretended to be careless and muttered, I don't even know if the small villa can fit so many people. Mo Lian pursed his lips and suppressed the mirth in his voice as he said softly, I bought that courtyard in the past. It's quite big, and it's a courtyard that lives by the water. There's half a lake in the back, so it can accommodate quite a few people. The little fellow pursed his lips and rolled his big eyes. Then, he mumbled softly, why didn't I know? Mo Lian really couldn't help but want to laugh. She hurriedly reached out and hugged this funny and awkward baby into her arms. She pressed her little head against hers and laughed in a deep voice. You can't blame me for that. When the two of us were on Seacone Planet, I already gave you the title deeds to all the properties under my name for safekeeping. The little fellow humped awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Emolienne couldn't help but lower her head and kiss her a few times. She said with a smile, "Why are you so funny?" "You're the funny one. Your whole family is funny, humph." The little stoic glared at him before retracting her gaze and immediately changing the topic. "How much longer until we arrive?" "We'll arrive in 15 minutes after leaving the city," Emolienne replied with a smile. "Jojo," Arbor suddenly covered his mouth and pointed at the roof of the carriage, indicating for him to listen. Emolienne was startled, and within seconds, he heard a rather loud flapping of wings. He pulled down the curtain next to him and saw a machine-operated bird fly in from outside. It flapped its wings a few times before folding them up. The bird's face was wooden as it crouched on the tea tray placed on the side. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. They both recognized that this was the machine-operated bird that the Academy used to transmit messages. "Hello, Student Emolienne, Student Arbor." That messenger bird's mouth opened and closed, and Headmaster Yun's voice was transmitted from it. "In view of the fact that you've been wandering outside for a long time, this headmaster needs to remind you. This year's Heavenly Yuan ranking competition is about to begin. The preliminaries are set to begin on the 18th of this month. The preliminaries will last for 10 days. The preliminaries' content will be announced on the day of the preliminaries. In order to prevent you two from missing the competition, this headmaster's divine foresight has deduced your location and various, after a string of nonsense." Arbor looked at the frowning Emolienne and pursed his lips. He had already decided to punch this noisy machine-operated bird out the window. This Yin Piamiao finally entered his main topic. "The Royal Academy has given everyone a time limit of 3 days. You two must immediately return to the Academy within 3 days. Otherwise, your names will be removed. In addition, Emolienne, Duan Yu, Ming Yasi, and some other people's contribution points are already in the negatives. Arbor, your contribution points are almost reaching 0. The Royal Academy's rule is that people with 0 contribution points must go to the Great Forest alone and stay there for a month. Of course, people with negative contribution points must scram even more." Headmaster Yun's roar came from that machine-operated bird's stomach. The little stoic and Prince Mo silently looked at each other again and both pursed their lips. As the dean, was it really okay for him to be so agitated? Dean Yin calmed his breathing and said in a deep voice, 3 days. I want to see all of you back in 3 days. The Academy hasn't been very peaceful recently. You should know what's going on. My ethereal peak has welcomed 3 waves of people blessed by the heavens. It's all because of you two. Immediately, return within 3 days. The mechanical bird stopped abruptly. Sir Jojo exchanged glances with Prince Mo and snorted disdainfully. How immoral. Wasn't it just because he attracted some enemies? Wasn't it because he was strong enough? If they were ordinary people, Jojo wouldn't have bothered to cause trouble for them. If Principal Yun could hear Jojo's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely spit on her face and say to her, "Thank your ancestors for 18 generations. I reckon that the Academy isn't too peaceful these days." Emolienne coughed lightly and said, "Otherwise, the principal wouldn't be so agitated." "Forget it. Since the Heavenly Yuan ranking competition is about to start, let's set off the day after tomorrow." Arbor rolled his eyes. "The day after tomorrow?" Jojo has a transportation talisman matrix. We can make it in time." Emolienne nodded with a grin. "We can also make a trip back to the sect on the way. After returning to the Academy, we'll be separated from Jojo." Emolienne hugged her pitifully. "We've only been married for 2 days, so let hubby spend more time with Jojo." "You." The little crown princess's face inexplicably flushed red, and she punched him hard. "Scram. I did scram." Emolienne blinked and said with a grin, "Didn't I scram here?" Arbor couldn't resist chuckling and rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. The carriage rocked to a stop. Emolienne lifted the curtain and pulled Arbor out of the carriage before walking toward the court ahead. This court in the suburbs appeared to be unguarded, but in reality, there were hidden guards everywhere. There were no obstructions on the way in, and there was no one at all. The two had just stepped into the courtyard when they heard a displeased voice with a smile. Dawdling, did the journey take this long? Look how long I've been waiting for you too. Xiaomu looked over and saw a man in plain clothes sitting under a camphor tree in the atrium, his posture slender and graceful. He held a cup in one hand as he gazed at them with a beaming smile. Ripples rippled in his peach blossom eyes. Prince Mo immediately blocked his wife's line of sight. Sir Jojo poked his head out from behind him and continued to glance at Duanyu, who was in the courtyard. What's there to see? Naturally, it's because I'm good-looking. Duanyu appeared in front of them in a flash and ran to Arbor's side. Jojo, long time no see. Shouldn't you give me a hug first? Hug my ass. Mo Lian brusquely yanked this guy aside and pulled him toward the dungeon. You caught him? Humph. Duanyu pridefully brushed aside his hand. Why are you pulling me? My hand is only for Jojo to pull. Bah. Mo Lian glared at him, annoyed and amused at the same time. She poked him with her finger and said, let's go. Mr. Jojo tilted his head and stared at the two men who were messing around in front of him. Suddenly, he shouted, what are you doing? The two of them reflexively distanced themselves and simultaneously turned to look at the expressionless little stoic. Jojo, I've set a trap in the dark and captured that peak immortal venerable. We used up a lot of godstone cannons. Duanyu's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Arbor. He said with a grin, I'll take you to take a look. Mo Lian hurried over and pulled Jojo to her side. I was the one who provided the godstone cannons. Xiaomu walked down the dungeon. Rongli was previously imprisoned here by you? Both of them nodded at the same time. Then where is he now? Duanyu pointed here and there, pointing to the sky and then to the ground. They're everywhere. Mr. Jojo rolled his eyes exasperatedly. It meant that he was burned to ashes and blended into the air. Then since Rongli is dead, why did you capture that peak immortal venerable for? Rongli thought we would fall for his lies? Duanyu chuckled. If Venerable Immortal Jinsheng and those two spiritual venerables didn't receive enough benefits, how could they be willing to sell their lives for a mere Rongli? So? Arbor narrowed his eyes. They also know that you possess the spirit domain, the two of them said tacitly before glaring at each other. As long as we dispose of these three people, this matter will be considered over, Duanyu said with a smile. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of the wooden fenced cages imprisoning Venerable Immortal Jinsheng and those two spiritual venerables. Inside this cage, the person whose hands and feet were shackled was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. Seeing the three people approaching, that man fiercely struggled against the iron cuffs on his hands and hissed, despicable and shameless people. This Venerable Immortal really didn't expect that a transcendent god realm could be so shameless. These two transcendent god realm cultivators didn't play by the rules at all. First, they put on a hypocritical face and pretended to be friendly with them, even treating them as honored guests. Then, they poisoned them and used godly cannons to deal with them, mobilizing thousands of people to encircle and annihilate the three of them. Huh. Merely the experts at the god rank realm numbered over 1,000, let alone those spirit realm cultivators that covered the heavens and the earth like ants. As the saying went, even ants could freaking bite an elephant to death. It was precisely these three who were unlucky. This Venerable Immortal Jinsheng originally planned to use this opportunity to carry out Plan B and secretly kidnap the little girl, but who knew, humans were truly shameless and two-faced people. Sir Jojo's small face was taut as he looked at the middle-aged man who was roaring thunderously inside. What did you two do to anger him to this extent? Do you still need to ask? A light voice landed next to Arbor. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and little Taisui popped out of the star domain again and looked with amusement at the middle-aged man who suddenly looked up and glared at them. These two fellows are so wicked. They clearly knew that this person was secretly plotting to capture you, but they didn't do anything and even courteously invited them to eat, drink, and stay in the best residence. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal quickly pulled Sir Jojo's small hand to his side and said earnestly, Jojo, you can't win against these two two-faced fellows. Remember not to get too close to them in the future. They really were too wicked. Mo Lian quickly pulled his wife back, his phoenix eyes dangerously sweeping a certain Venerable Immortal who was slandering them. Shut up. Hey, Jojo, look. I hit the nail on the head with this person's wicked intentions, so he's flying into a rage out of humiliation. Mo Lian hastily hugged her wifey's waist and immediately declared, this idea was all Duan Yu's idea. This wasn't the first time he had betrayed his brother, Duan Yu angrily glared back. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but laugh. At this time, the middle-aged man who was detained in the cage shook the chains desperately, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The little girl really has a spirit domain. When the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and little Taisui came out, they did not avoid these three people. The other two late-stage spiritual supremacy realm cultivators who were being held in solitary confinement also looked sharply at the little stoic. So what if there is? In any case, it has nothing to do with you. Arbor glared at venerable immortal Xianxia and rolled his eyes. It hasn't been easy for the three of you to cultivate to this point. Do you want to die or submit? Make your choice. Venerable immortal Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. You want us to submit to you? D***MN girl, you. Splat. A pitch-black whip of light flashed into the cage and landed on venerable immortal Xianxia's body like a bolt of lightning. Venerable immortal Xianxia bellowed in pain, and he glared fixedly at Mo Lian, who was making a move. He shouted harshly, let me out if you have the guts. We'll talk after a real fight. Sir Jojo turned his small face. Sure enough, he saw that the other fellows behind him were rolling their eyes as if they were cut from the same cloth. Isn't your synchronized expressions a little too comical? Especially the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and little Taisui. Weren't the two of them looking down on Duan Yu and Mo Lian's despicable methods earlier? Why were they rolling their eyes at the same time now, completely disagreeing with venerable immortal Xianxia's idea of fighting with real swords and spears? Shameless fellows. To think that you're all transcendent realm experts. You actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. If we were in the holy domain, I would definitely teach you a lesson. All is fair in war. Duan Yu aloofly interrupted venerable immortal Xianxia's clamor. That Rongli was very funny, actually deceiving him. How many people did he tell about the spirit domain? Wouldn't everything be revealed after a soul search? Truly a naive person. Since they knew that Xianxia and the other two late-stage spiritual venerable realm experts knew about the portable spirit domain, then they naturally had to control them as quickly as possible. Therefore, the best way was to bide his time and treat him as an honored guest. It was also because venerable immortal Xianxia and the other two fellows were too careless. Moreover, they saw that Duan Yu and Mo Lian's cultivation levels weren't low, so they didn't dare to fall out with them on the spot. Hence, they wanted to secretly play dirty tricks. Who knew? Let the three of us go. We'll fight. So annoying. Little Taisui impatiently interrupted venerable immortal Xianxia. Hurry and hand over a strand of your soul. If they wanted to control a transcendent realm expert, they could only make them hand over a strand of their soul. There was no other way. However, this was also a very damaging method to their pride. When venerable immortal Xianxia and the other two late-stage spiritual venerable realm experts heard this, they instantly trembled in anger, their eyes bulging. Don't even think about it. Arbor turned around and disdainfully said, then kill them. So annoying. She also didn't want several inconsiderate subordinates by her side. She also had to guard against any tricks they might play in the future. The four men looked at each other, bewildered. The little girl was truly aloof enough. These were three transcendent realm experts, and they were finally captured alive. Didn't she feel reluctant to kill them just like that? What's the use? Arbor said coldly. You're not on my side, and you want to capture me, take my spirit realm, and keep me for the new year? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal nodded. Jojo is right. Let's kill him. Then he turned and ran in the direction of Arbor, waving his hand. I'll leave it to you. Mo Lian and Duan Yu looked at each other before raising their hands at the same time. The two spiritual supremacies in the cage hurriedly cried out, no, don't. Don't kill me. At this moment, they were really panicking. It was really not easy to cultivate to this level. But now, he was going to lose his life for no reason. Since that was the case, he might as well submit. I'm willing to give you a wisp of my soul, the two spiritual venerables said hurriedly. You guys. Venerable Immortal Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at his companions in the cage. As his hands moved, the sound of chains being pulled could be heard. Little Tai Sui quickly turned around and called out, "Lass, these two fellows agreed." Sir Jojo pattered back and pinched little Tai Sui's small face in passing. "Why are you pretending to be old?" Every time she saw this 8 or 9-year-old boy call her lass with a sullen face, she had the urge to beat him up. Little Tai Sui puffed up his bun face and looked at this rebellious little thing in displeasure. The little stoic took out an oath from her pocket and tossed it in front of the two. "Sign this oath too while you're at it." Although soul remembrance was important, with the heavenly Tao's binding power, Sir Jojo would be more at ease with this double guarantee. After all, they weren't on their side, so they had to be on guard. "Jiao Sheng, Liang Yi. You really want to submit to someone?" Venerable Immortal Xianxia looked at his two companions in astonishment. Back then, when they came down from the holy region, they were so high-spirited. They didn't expect to suffer such a huge setback when they returned to the tiny divine continent. The two spiritual supremacies were extremely intelligent people. Since they had already made up their minds, they wouldn't hesitate at all. They took the oath and pen with one hand and signed it. At least there was still hope if they were alive, but there was nothing if they were dead. Venerable Immortal Xianxia was silent for a while before lowering his head dejectedly. His head drooped almost to his chest, and he appeared extremely dejected. Arbor glanced at him through the wooden fence and then waved his hand, letting the two spiritual supremacies out. He knew her biggest secret, yet he couldn't submit to her, there was no helping it. Every man for himself. Before she was completely strong, she couldn't take any risks. Kindness couldn't save the world. Deal with them. Mo Lian held his wife's small hand and turned to walk out. Venerable Immortal Xianxia suddenly looked up with a struggling and exhausted expression. He nodded slowly and heavily. "I'm willing to submit." The young couple narrowed their eyes at the same time and glanced sideways at the figures behind the fence. After Venerable Immortal Xianxia, Jiao Sheng, and Liang Yi left the cage with Arbor's group, they went to the courtyard's living room and sat down. Arbor glanced at the three people and asked, "Now, can you tell me what you originally wanted to do when you came to the divine continent from the holy region?" Venerable Immortal Xianxia's expression was slightly bitter, and he said with a wry smile, "To tell you the truth, some time ago, someone spread the news that there's a mineral vein in the divine continent. We all came for this. So other than the three of you, there are actually other transcendent realm experts here?" Honored Immortal Xianxia and the other two nodded, "Yes." "What about these people?" "They are not on the same side as us. We are all moving separately and will not interfere with each other." Venerable Immortal Xianxia said, "Because of the existence of the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, our strength has been suppressed quite a bit." Xianxia Venerable Immortal suddenly lifted his head and looked at Mo Lian, the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others in confusion. "How did all of you?" The cultivation of these four people should be above the celestial venerable realm. Xianxia even felt that with his current cultivation, he couldn't tell how strong two of the young men were. This made him feel a little shocked, and his mind was also in a whirl. As a transcendent god, he was not restricted by the heavenly Tao. This kind of thing was really unbelievable. But the truth was right in front of his eyes, and he had no choice but to admit it. It seemed that these young men were all very strange. It was not an injustice for the three of them to fall into their hands. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. He turned to look at Mo Lian and said with a wry smile, "That's all we know. The news of the holy bloodline is very tempting to every transcendent god. You should know that." Mo Lian nodded and took out a holy stone from her inner world, tossing it in front of the trio. "The divine province does indeed have a holy meridian. However, you won't be able to find it at the moment. This holy meridian had completely collapsed following the earth's tremors. In that case, he still couldn't let Huifeng lead his men to mine. At least, he absolutely couldn't do so before he had enough assurance. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of those transcendent realm cultivators scattered all over the divine province, Huifeng's group wouldn't be enough to be slaughtered by them despite their numbers. Supremacy Immortal Xianxia and the others' eyes lit up as they landed on that holy stone. They subconsciously reached out to touch that bone-chilling stone. "Take this stone to absorb and recover first. Set off with us the day after tomorrow for the Royal Academy. Previously, in order to trick them, Prince Mo had used all sorts of methods to deal with them. Since the three of them were considered his people now, he naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. Supremacy Immortal Jinsheng was startled, and delight naturally surfaced in his eyes. This holy stone was palm-sized. After absorbing it, not only could it heal his injuries, but it could also advance his cultivation. It truly was a rare item. After this matter was settled, the young couple bid farewell to Duanyu. When they returned to the city, Arbor and Mo Lian went to the south of the city to settle down the group of mermen. Those miserable mermen had all been settled down at this time and were currently recuperating. Arbor found them, and a slightly older merman came forward and exchanged a few words. He learned that these mermen were captured by the Long family in a small coastal town. It was also because the environment of the River of Forgetfulness had worsened in recent years that a portion of mermen secretly went ashore and built a small village to rest in. As time passed, some small villages actually became small bases for mermen and humans to trade. And the coastal town that these mermen stayed in was such a situation. 10 days ago, those Long family members barged into our town and captured all the mermen. They indulged in the wildest fantasy, believing that a miracle like the merman pearl exists in our bodies. The old mermaid's tone contained a trace of fury when she spoke. These people didn't give us any chance to explain, they just escorted us to the capital. No matter how we explain, they won't listen to us. Crown Princess, is your mother really the first miss of our merfolk race's royal bloodline, Long Chuyun? Arbor didn't answer the old mermaid's question. He just looked at her and said, "What do you plan to do now?" The old woman looked at her awkwardly. "I hope you don't blame those young ladies. It's not that they're weak. It's just that they don't know how to fight with others. Our merfolk race has always been a peace-loving race. We have never been good at fighting with others." Arbor looked at her coldly. "When someone puts a knife to your neck, do you just obediently close your eyes?" Arbor stood up and said indifferently, "If you want to leave and go to a safe sea, you can inform the guards and I will let them escort you there. This is the greatest help I can think of right now." The old mermaid opened her mouth and looked at the back of the young crown princess coldly as she left. For a moment, she felt a sense of loss. The crown princess and His Highness the Crown Prince left for the academy early this morning. Upon receiving this news, Mu Jingxing of the Mu family's second branch was rather excited. Wouldn't the matter of the family head be left unsettled? The person in question had already returned to the academy, and who knew how many months it would be before she returned. Since that was the case, the Mu family couldn't be without a family head. The old man was bound to nominate another person to temporarily take over the family's affairs. And the person to take over the family's affairs would definitely be him, Mu Jingxing. Mu Jingxing was the one who knew the most about the family's affairs. The eldest son, Mu Jingfeng, was now in a half-dead state, and he was the only one who could continue to contribute in the family. However, it didn't take long for old Master Mu's order to come down. Before the new family head, Arbor, returned home, the third son, Mu Jingyuan, was ordered to temporarily take over the family's affairs, and the elders would assist him from the side. When Mu Jingxing heard this news, he was so angry that he smashed his own study into smithereens. The entire second branch was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere for several days. Of course, Arbor didn't know that old Master Mu insisted on leaving him such a big mess to take over. She used the transportation array to teleport several times, and then flew back to Red Cloud's Peak with Mo Lian on the Golden Dragon. At the same time, Yu Xiu led a group of purple forest guards, holding the Crown Prince's order, and surrounded the Long family from top to bottom. However, when they kicked open the Long family's door and entered, they found that the entire Long family was empty. It was as if they suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. From top to bottom, not even a single servant was left. That night, a group of mysterious deity realm cultivators entered the prison of Long Yen City's Ministry of Justice and rescued the two brothers, Long Min and Long Chong, from the prison. When the Crown Prince received this news, he was already in the Imperial Academy. He didn't care too much. The 3 continents were only so big, and the Long family that disappeared had to find a place to stay. The Divine Continent could no longer accommodate them. Song Province, Ming Province, could there be a place for them to hide? Eldest senior sister is back. Eldest senior sister is back. Little Cannon Fong Su's voice reverberated throughout the entire Red Cloud's Peak. A crowd of holy water sect sisters clustered around their excited second Ant Master, Xianxia, and ran out. The large group of people surrounded Xianxia and Arbor in the center. After a period of recuperation and cultivation, Xianxia's complexion had improved a lot. That day, after using the soul-gathering bell to retrieve eldest senior sister's soul, Arbor tried to use a secret method to help eldest senior sister directly reach the god realm when he was nursing her body. However, it was a pity that she was still half a step behind. Now, eldest senior sister had comprehended 80% of the spiritual water power, but she was still stuck at the half-step divine realm. After using the secret technique, eldest senior sister did not need to go through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation anymore. In other words, as long as she stayed at the holy water sect at Rosy Cloud's Peak and carefully entered seclusion for a year, she would definitely be able to naturally break through the threshold of the deity realm one day. Arbor exchanged a few words with his senior and junior sisters and left behind many pills to raise their cultivation. Afterwards, he rushed back to the Imperial Academy with Mo Lian. According to Yun Piamiao, that swindler, if they didn't hurry back to the Imperial Academy by today, she would erase their names. Fortunately, she had many sets of transportation talisman matrices in her possession. Even if the talisman energy was exhausted, she could just switch to another set and continue the transportation. In the evening, the two finally arrived at Wind Thunder City. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of Wind Thunder City, they found a secluded place and released Master Immortal Jinsheng and the 2 spiritual paragons from the storage talisman. They let the 3 of them and Mo Lian set up a defensive barrier to block the aura of the opening of the spirit region. Arbor then summoned Qi Xianxian, Duan Muqing and the rest of the 7 of them out of the star region. After a long period of closed-door training, using the spirit breakthrough pill to raise her realm, and taking a medicinal bath to stabilize her body, Qi Xuanxuan's cultivation had already broken through to the 10th level of the spiritual realm. Duan Muqing had entered the initial success stage of a level 15 spiritual master. Although his realm was higher than Arbor's, his actual battle strength was not much of a match. After all, Lady Jojo had a trump card in her hands. Even a transcending god stage would be defeated if they were not careful. Furthermore, Lady Jojo had never relied on medicine to raise her level. When she broke through, she did not even take the spirit breakthrough pill. Of course, this was also closely related to the sacred wood source, sacred water and sacred earth in her body. She did not need to take any spirit breakthrough pill and could easily break through the bottleneck of her realm. She never felt like she was stuck in the first half of a realm. When the 8 of them stepped into the Wind Thunder City, they saw a swarm of people running towards the Academy Street. Quick, quick! Place your bets in the last 3 minutes. Place your bets. Place your bets. Qi Xianxian grabbed an uncle who was running forward. Hey, uncle! What are you doing? Hey, little girl, did you just come to Wind Thunder City? The people from Tianhua Academy are here to challenge the Royal College again. Hee, the daughter of Tianhua Academy's vice principal is really a beauty, the uncle revealed a mesmerized expression, causing Qi Xianxian to hurriedly retract her hand and throw him a few steps back. Do you want to go over and take a look? Let's go back to Misty Peak first and report to Principal Yun. Arbor rolled his eyes and said, otherwise, he will deduct our contribution points for today. Yes, my contribution points are almost gone. Actually, when we went to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm this time, didn't we agree that our days would not be deducted? Why are you deducting our contribution points now? Maybe the dean's brain went haywire. Little Fatty concluded, and everyone looked at him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Little Fatty couldn't help but smile foolishly at them. Isn't that the case? The group of people entered the inner city and asked Honored Immortal Jinsheng and the other 2 to find a place to stay. The rest of them headed towards the Misty Peak. While they were still at the bottom of the floating peak, they heard Yun Piamiao's voice faintly float down. Come up. Without a word, everyone rushed up to Ethereal Peak and saw the dean sitting alone in the courtyard, sipping tea in a relaxed manner. Seeing everyone enter, Yun Piamiao stood up with a smile and said, everyone, welcome home. The little fatty could not help but mutter softly, this smiling fox, whoever believes him will be unlucky. Qi Xianxian represented her teammates and took a step forward. She placed her hand across her chest and bowed to Principal Yun. She immediately asked, "Principal, what's up with our contribution points? Why are they all deducted?" Yun Piamiao held the teacup calmly and nodded at her. "It's very simple, because you have been outside for too long. The academy will automatically take a portion of your contribution points and convert them into holidays. So now, other than Arbor, all of you have negative contribution points," Yun Piamiao said calmly as he sipped his tea. "Logically speaking, you should immediately head to the Great Forest in the north-facing forest for a month of individual training," Headmaster Yun said calmly. "However, in view of the fact that the Tianyuan ranking competition is starting in 7 to 8 days, this headmaster will make an exception and give you all a chance to turn over a new leaf." Headmaster Yun sipped his tea and said, "Recently, people from Tianhua Academy came to our school to cause trouble. You must have heard about this, right?" The little stoic, Mo Lian, Duan Muqing, and the others all shook their heads at the same time in tacit understanding, indicating that they were completely unaware of this matter. Headmaster Yun's expression stiffened. He coughed lightly and said, "You don't even know about such an important matter. People from Tianhua Academy set up an arena on Academy Street and challenged our Royal Academy's Divine Prefecture branch. Many students have already gone to accept the challenge. You guys, as outstanding students of our Royal Academy's Divine Prefecture branch, you should take the lead and set an example. This Tianhua Academy is an academy within the Underworld region. They came specifically to challenge your Divine Prefecture branch students. Headmaster, you summoned us back in such a hurry because no one can stop the Huatian Academy from kicking down the door, right?" Xiaomu interrupted him and voiced the suspicions in everyone's hearts. "Nonsense." Headmaster Yun coughed and stood up. He paced back and forth in front of them with his hands behind his back. "Our Royal Academy has produced many outstanding students. Who knows how many elite students there are among the seniors? How can we not handle the situation?" Everyone replied with an "oh." "What oh?" Headmaster Yun turned around and glared at the little stoic and the others. "Hey, in any case, I won't let you fight in the arena competition with Tianhua Academy students for free. As long as you win a match, you'll receive 1,000 contribution points. If you participate in a team battle, you'll receive 5,000 contribution points. How about it? This headmaster is very kind to you, right?" The little fatty, Xianxia, and the others said in unison, "This Tianhua Academy must be very troublesome for the headmaster." Little Noodles nodded his head in agreement. Based on his understanding of this stingy dean, it was impossible for him to be so generous. The reason why he was so generous must be because he had a request in mind. While Principal Yun was fuming with rage and glaring, he heard the little stoic say crisply, 2,000. 2,000 contribution points for every victory. 10,000 for group battles. I won't do it for less. You. Dean Yin really wanted to punch her in the face. Why don't you just go and snatch it? Since we can't come to an agreement, then forget it. Arbor turned around and led his team members to leave. Dean Yin gritted his teeth. We'll do as you say. F*CK, if not for the fact that the people from Tianhua Academy were all new students, he would not have had to stop the seniors from coming out to battle just to save his face. Also, how about we reduce the deduction of contribution points by half? The little stoic shuffled next to Headmaster Yun and used her small elbow to nudge Yun Piamia's sleeve. All of you, scram. Dean Yun's roar reverberated down from Ethereal Peak and shook the entire inner city. The hearts of the students who were cultivating in the academy trembled for no reason. When the little stoic and her companions returned to Donglin Court, Duan Yu was already sitting under the pear tree in the middle of the hall with a grin. He had brewed a pot of spirit tea and had been waiting for them for a long time. Everyone was feeling thirsty. When they saw the dozen or so small teacups on the table, they all picked them up and poured tea for themselves before pouring it into their mouths. It was 10 o'clock at night. The setting sun slowly shed its gorgeous robes and changed into a dark outer garment. A night breeze brushed past their faces, and the young men and women under the pear tree couldn't resist chattering after drinking their tea. Why is Dean Yin so angry? Duan Yu was curious and looked directly at his Jojo. His intuition told him that it was most likely the little stoic's credit that the dean was so angry. Oh, Jojo is so annoying. Xianxia was full of admiration as she chattered. Jojo negotiated with Dean Yun and had him reduce the contribution points deducted from us during this holiday by half. Xianxia drew a circle with her finger, indicating that everyone present would have their contribution points reduced by half. The dean told you to scram in the end. Duan Yu exclaimed with a wink. That's right. The little fatty smiled honestly. That's why we scrammed down. Everyone, Lu Yu twitched her mouth and kicked the fatty. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Let's go and prepare some ingredients. We'll eat roast beef tonight. That's right, Tianhua Academy came from Ming Province and specifically said that they want to have 100 matches with the Divine Province branch. Do you know about this? The little stoic nodded. The dean promised us that we can earn 2,000 contribution points for every match we win. We can win 10,000 contribution points if we win the team battle. Duan Yu looked dumbfoundedly at Lian, who was beside Jojo. When he saw the latter throw him a imagine-it-yourself look, he couldn't help but cough silently. This is also the result of Jojo's negotiation with Dean Yun? The little stoic's expressionless face was taut as she turned to walk towards her room in her court. She grumbled as she walked, so stingy. He's already so old, but he's still so calculative with a child. What's wrong with reducing contribution points by half? What's wrong with raising the price after winning? He was the one who racked his brains to call us back to save the day. Shouldn't you treat us better? He even said that I'm stingy. He's the stingy one. Everyone watched her leave, speechless. Cough, cough. Chow is actually quite stingy. Little fatty said honestly. Xianxia kicked his butt again. This guy really wants to die. The little fatty was dragged away with an aggrieved expression. That night, the group of people had a lively dinner in Donglin Garden to celebrate their first day back at the academy. After Prince Mo returned to his room, he hugged his wife lovingly. Jojo, let's go to the arena tomorrow and earn a few million contribution points. You won't have to worry about not having enough contribution points when you apply for leave in the future. The little stoic also thought the same. Contribution points weren't of much use to her. They were just used to offset her vacation. We can go together tomorrow. Our dear Mo rubbed his wife's head in satisfaction. He thought that he would immediately return to the weapon refining hall to refine weapons after returning to the academy and would be separated from Jojo during the day. Just thinking about it made him sad. They were just newlyweds, and he could no longer stick to his Jojo. Being forced to separate from one's spouse, that kind of feeling was really unbearable. Sir Jojo punched him on the head in annoyance. You're only separated during the day, but at night, you still have to return to Donglin Court together. Previously, she had thought that this guy was overthinking things. Mo Lian pursed his lips, and grabbed her little hand that was hitting him. Jojo, you hit your husband, and your husband's heart hurts. Arbor was angry and amused at the same time. She reached out and pinched his cheeks, making him make a funny face. You're so annoying. No, if you find me annoying now, what will happen in the future? Mo Lian reached out and rubbed her little face as he nagged. Xiaomu couldn't resist snickering before bursting into laughter. Mo Lian supported his chin with one hand, and looked at his little wife with a smile. How happy, I feel that this little girl's smile is gradually becoming more frequent. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, the long-awaited sound of a broken basin rang out again. Students, the morning is the golden time of the day. It's time to wake up and train. Students. It takes about an hour to travel from Donglin Court to the Academy District. It's time to wake up, time to wake up, time to wake up. Xianxia wore a nightcap and wandered out of the room like a ghost. She stared blankly at the kitchen maid for a long while before she could not help but shout, "There are no classes today." To be exact, there were no classes for the past few days. Since the dean had arranged for them to challenge, trample, Tianhua Academy, why would he be so stupid as to arrange classes for them to waste their time? The kitchen maid served up a big bowl of sumptuous food and continued to shout. No classes? That's great, quickly finish your breakfast and go into seclusion to train. Could this kitchen maid be the dean's secret spy, lying in ambush here to supervise their training? Why did it feel like he was so excited in the morning? He was even more excited than students like them. Little Fatty yawned as he walked out of the room. He moved a stool and sat beside Xianxia. Xianxia, we're going to the arena today. She was so sleepy. She didn't know if it was because of the change of environment, but she felt that she didn't sleep well last night. In the past, when he rested in the little stoic spirit domain, it was a small space of its own without any noise to disturb him. When he woke up, he would feel that his spirit energy was abundant. Yesterday, when he slept in the side room, he felt too tired. Outside, the sky was full of noise. Early in the morning, he was knocked awake by a broken basin. After washing up, they felt a little better. After eating breakfast, his soul finally returned to its original position. Duanyu had already changed into a neat school uniform in his room. When he pushed open the door and walked out, he was met with the gazes of his little companions. I'll go with you guys to take a look today. There was nothing to do in the room anyway, so it would be great to go over and watch the fun. He walked to the courtyard and sat beside the little stoic and Mo Lian, eating breakfast with them. Little Fatty and his group all wore the same white school uniform, and each of them appeared to be in high spirits. The little stoic took out a large red cloak from her inner world and put it on. She raised her hand and shouted, "Let's go," taking the lead to walk out the door. Everyone, Jojo put on a large red combat cloak. This was the prelude to causing trouble. The little friends stared at Sir Jojo's back as he left, and their eyes lit up. Their Jojo was going to battle. What were they waiting for? At the same time, on the ethereal peak, a circle of bare stones was formed, forming a small courtyard. Principal Yun was sipping tea with a satisfied expression on his face. He was enjoying the spiritual tea that he had dug out from the little stoic girl when he suddenly looked up. He saw an old man with white hair and a long beard walking towards him with a smile on his face. Elder Ko, what brings you here for a chat today? Principal Yun raised his hand and invited the old man to sit down. Elder Ko stroked his beard and said with a smile, I have a lot of free time every day and there hasn't been much going on in the cultivation hall recently. Most of the matters are taken care of by the teachers and there is no need for me to step in. On the other hand, Dean, shouldn't you be very anxious? Why do you look so calm and collected? Why, has the matter with the Tianhua Academy been resolved? Yun Piamiao snorted, although it hasn't been resolved, it's not far from being resolved. Oh? You're so confident. The old man muttered in a low voice and sized up Yun Piamiao again. So, you found someone to deal with the Tianhua Academy students? Don't blame me for reminding you. The new batch of students from the Tianhua Academy are all top-notch. To be honest, the Tianhua Academy has really put in a lot of effort this time. I don't know where they got such a monstrous group of students to specially come and challenge our royal school. Among the seniors in the royal school for the past 2 years, I have never seen such outstanding students. Alright, stop praising others and diminishing our own morale. Principal Yun waved his hand and said, just wait for a good show later. The past few days had been terrible. Principal Yun had been extremely sullen, ever since the bunch of bastards from the Tianhua Academy had come to challenge them. The principal had been extremely depressed. It was impossible for the royal school to not have any students who were not good enough to deal with their students. But the problem was that the other party's tutor had made it clear to them from the very beginning that this batch of new students were the freshmen that Tianhua Academy had just accepted this year. If Principal Yun had sent some older students who had been in the academy for 3 to 4 years to deal with this batch of new students, he would have already lost. Regardless of whether the Huatian Academy's teacher was speaking the truth, since the other party had said that they were new students from their academy, the royal school's team of new students naturally could not admit defeat. Dean Yen stood up in high spirits and walked out of the courtyard in large strides. Alright, it's time to go over and watch a good show. Today's weather was very good, so it was time for this Dean to hold his head high. Elder Ke chuckled. With a hint of doubt and curiosity in his heart, he followed Dean Yun's footsteps and left Ethereal Peak, heading towards the arena area in the outer city. Today was the same as the previous 2 days. The betting area of the arena was already packed with people early in the morning. However, after a few consecutive matches where it was all one-sided, most of the people who had come to place their bets had bet on Tianhua Academy. Hence, even if they won the match, they would not earn much money and would only be able to join in the fun. Get out of the way. A large fat palm pushed the burly man who was blocking the way to the side as if he was carrying a chicken. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with astonishment. The burly man who was being lifted up single-handedly had a large build. Based on his weight alone, he should be over 180 kgs. However, it looked like this person lifted him up effortlessly as though he was lifting a small chick. How could this not be shocking? It's His Excellency Gago. Waves of worshipful exclamations came from the crowd. The way ordinary people looked at high-level cultivators was truly as reverent as a god. With reverence on their faces, they subconsciously retreated to the sides, leaving a path in the middle that could allow 3 people to walk side by side. The man who was respectfully addressed as His Excellency Gago looked to be in the prime of his life. His muscular body was bulging with muscles. When he stood in the crowd, he was like a small hill that was several times wider and thicker than ordinary people. This Vice Captain Gago came together with a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman with a snake-like figure was Tianhua Academy's captain, Xianxia. Her seductive figure was delicate and boneless. The two of them had the highest cultivation levels among Tianhua Academy's new students. Xianxia was a level 15 great spiritual master who possessed a 9th level wood spirit. Meanwhile, Gago was a level 15 great spiritual master who possessed a 9th level spiritual fire. These two people's cultivation levels could be said to have reached the peak of the spiritual realm. They were definitely among the top figures among the new students. Who will the Royal Academy send out to accept the challenge today? Following the captain and vice captain were 15 Tianhua Academy students. The one who spoke was a youth with a head of glossy black hair and a disdainful gaze. Most of their cultivations were level 10 great spiritual masters and above. Even if they were placed in the Royal Academy, they would be considered dazzling rising stars among the new students. Biao Liang was a level 12 great spiritual master with an 8th level spiritual fire. His strength was second only to the two captains, and he held the position of a small strategist in the new students' team. The Royal Academy's people are here. Someone shouted loudly, and the crowd instantly became rowdy. It's the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of the Divine Province is here. The eyes of the Duan family's third young master, Duan Tianya, brightened. He turned to look at the path that the crowd had opened up. Sure enough, he saw the Crown Prince's party walking over. The little stoic student expressionlessly walked at the front. Her academy uniform paired with a bright red ostentatious cape instantly attracted everyone's attention. Xinjiu hastily squeezed out of the crowd and excitedly bounced around Duanyu. Duanyu, you're finally back. Hey, let me tell you, these 2 days, the people from Tianhua Academy have been really arrogant. We must teach them a lesson later. The robust man like a small mountain, Gaoxiu, turned his head, and his gaze landed on the delicate little stoic. He furrowed his brows for no reason. Tianhua Academy's new student team will not bully the weak and bully a little girl. Get a few sturdy ones to fight. Everyone looked at each other and subconsciously glanced at the sturdy Gato. If this guy looked down on the stoic-faced little crown princess like this, he was probably going to be in trouble later on. While he was thinking, he saw the little stoic, Prince Mo, Qi Xianxian, and the other 8 people had already leaped onto the stage. 9 people from the Divine Prefecture branch challenged Huatia Academy's new student team, the little stoic said coldly. Enough nonsense. Send someone out and begin. What a joke. If they didn't beat up the 17 people from Tianhua Academy, how could they earn those 2,000 contribution points per round? Back then, they had agreed with the dean that they would get an additional 2,000 contribution points if they won a round. That was for all the team members. The little stoic looked at the 17 people as if she was looking at 34,000 contribution points. This gaze carried a hint of naked judgment, causing Jie Su, who was opposite him, to feel his hair stand on end. He actually felt that the young lady in front of him was behaving strangely. How was that possible? This young lady looked like a little girl in her teens. Her hair was not even fully grown and she actually dared to challenge the Tianhua Academy. She was truly a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Arbor had just finished his sentence when Ma Ta took a step forward and said with a smile, "Weren't the Tianhua Academy so full of themselves these past 2 days? Why are none of them daring to come up the stage to fight now?" One of the Tianhua Academy's students immediately stepped forward. but he was stopped by a middle-aged man with a green scar on his face. "Hey, don't be so anxious. Before the competition, let's set the rules first." This middle-aged man with a green scar was the teacher who had brought the students from the Tianhua Academy to the royal school to cause trouble. His slender eyes were shining with a cunning light. He squinted his eyes and carefully sized up Arbor, Mo Lian and the rest. These few people gave him a feeling that something was not right. It was as if there was an invisible pressure surrounding them. But looking at their age and the spiritual energy that they exuded, they did not seem to have a high level of cultivation. "My little friends from the Divine Academy, how do you intend to compete? Is it a one-on-one battle or a group battle?" The teacher with the green scar on his face laughed and said, "If it is a group battle, the Tianhua Academy will not take advantage of you. We will send out people with the same number of people as you to battle." Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the others looked at each other and winked at each other. The little fatty, Ko Hongwen, took a few steps forward and gave a kind and friendly smile, saying, "Fellow students from the Huatian Academy, you have come from afar and are trying your best to invite us to a friendly spar. The new students from the Divine Academy of the Royal School will naturally do our best to cooperate." Everyone rolled their eyes at the same time. Fatty's words were quite funny. Everyone knew that the Tianhua Academy had come to provoke the Royal School. What did Fatty want to cooperate with them for? Should we work together to beat them up? The scarred instructor was obviously very satisfied with the Fatty's compliments. He smiled and said, "Since both of us don't have any big problems, let's have a friendly one-on-one challenge. What do you all think?" "All right." The students of the Tianhua Academy roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens as they eagerly responded to their mentor. The little stoic impatiently rolled her eyes. "A load of nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense before fighting?" Mo Lian could not help but chuckle. "Be patient, Jojo. They won't have a chance to talk later. Let's be considerate of others." Arbor thought that was right. He secretly took out the storage talisman in his inner world and prepared to fight at any time. "Let my husband take the first round." Mo Lian patted her little head and said. Arbor blinked and nodded reluctantly. "All right, then be careful." Xianxia, Ma Ta, and the rest instantly looked at Arbor and Mo Lian strangely. The little crown princess actually asked His Highness the Crown Prince to be careful, they understood. Wasn't she just asking His Highness the Crown Prince to hold back his strength and not kill them all at once? Since it is a one-on-one match, for the sake of fairness, we will send out the same 8 members as your Royal Academy's Divine Lands team. No need. Ma Ta immediately waved his hand and rejected the leader's words. He laughed and said, "The Tianhua Academy is a guest from afar. As the host, we must do our best to let our guests come happily and leave satisfied." What a joke, with 9 less people, wouldn't they lose a lot of contribution points? Of course they couldn't just let them pass. The leader with the scar on his face was taken aback, but he laughed and nodded. Since the students of the Divine Lands Academy are so confident, then all right. Let our Tianhua Academy's 17 people experience your skills one by one. Don't cry when the time comes. He had wanted to leave them some face, but after a battle, their spiritual power would be almost completely depleted. These people actually dared to challenge 17 people with just 9 people. That meant that 8 of them would have to fight twice. The leader with the scar on his face looked at the little fatty and the rest, a cold smile on his face. Since the rules of the competition are a one-on-one fair duel, you are not allowed to summon your spiritual beasts, use poisons, hidden weapons and other supplementary items. During the competition, you are allowed to use elixirs such as spiritual rejuvenation elixirs. Do you have any objections to this? The little fatty and the rest shook their heads in unison. The leader with the scar on his face smiled. Before each round, there are 3 minutes to choose the members. After 3 minutes, if no decision is made, it will be taken as a forfeit. Everyone nodded again. The leader with the scar on his face smiled satisfactorily. These are the rules for now. Do you have anything else to add? After the one-on-one match, we will proceed to a group battle. Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. You can choose 8 members from the 17 who are in the best condition to battle with us. What a joke, 10,000 contribution points per person. It would be a waste not to earn it. This time, they had to earn as much as they could to prevent their contribution points from going into the negatives every few days. They also had to face the ridiculous mission of going to the Great Forest to train for a month. A strange look appeared on the scarred face leader's face. After pondering for a moment, he exchanged glances with the enchanting beauty leader. After exchanging glances, they nodded and said, "All right. Let's do as this young friend says." Arbor, Little Fatty, and the others jumped off the stage one after another, leaving a large space on the stage. Prince Mo stood there expressionlessly, waiting for the Tianhua Academy students to arrive. This guy did not have the shame of a transcendent god bullying a small fry at all. His face was indifferent, and no one could tell from his expression at all. Duanyu glanced at him and couldn't resist silently spitting at this guy. In terms of the level of shamelessness in the world, if this guy claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim first. That old fool with a scarred face from the Tianhua Academy kept saying that for the sake of fairness, he wanted to have a fair one-on-one match with the Divine Prefecture Branch Academy. Who knew that the person in front of them was not a spirit realm or deity realm freshman, but a transcendent realm? Even Duanyu had to admit that this guy's strength was probably just a smidgen higher than his. If he was not mistaken, this guy's true strength was about to break through to the late hierarch realm. This guy's cultivation speed was truly very strange and abnormal. Previously at the Red River Canyon, he was probably only at the late stage of the venerable immortal realm, possibly not even at the peak stage. That was why they were somewhat helpless against the temple master of the Temple of the Gods at that time. However, they didn't expect that this guy's cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds in just a few short months. This was definitely related to the Emolian seal in his body. It was just that this guy usually hid it rather well and didn't say anything. Although Duanyu didn't say anything, he already sensed that this guy's Emolian seal might be the type that would become stronger in the later stages of undoing it. Once the seal was undone, his cultivation would increase even more rapidly in the later stages. However, this would also cause his cultivation to be unstable and his cultivation to be false. This guy would probably have to enter seclusion for a while to stabilize his cultivation. At this time, a female member of the Huatian Academy had already leaped onto the stage. Her gaze was somewhat blatantly sizing up Emolian, and her eyes revealed some interest. The man in front of her was very outstanding, so she really couldn't bear to be ruthless. This female member smiled coquettishly at Prince Mo, and there seemed to be a faint glow blossoming from the corners of her eyes. "Little big brother, you have to be careful. This little sister also doesn't want to hurt you." The woman threw Prince Mo a tender and sweet look. However, what annoyed her was that this young man in front of her didn't even look at her out of the corner of his eye. He just stood there nonchalantly, and his entire body was full of openings. It was as if the moment she made a move, the other party would immediately collapse. This woman's brows creased slightly, and she immediately summoned a tasseled feather fan from her inner world. Raising her body, she pounced towards Prince Mo at a speed comparable to a streak of light. This punk was so arrogant, so she would let him suffer a little so that he wouldn't always be so condescending. The feather fan in the woman's hand instantly transformed into a sharp blade, aiming straight for Emolian's chest. With a slash of the spirit weapon, the woman was confident that she could leave a mark on the man in front of her. A mark. The woman who attacked suddenly widened her eyes in midair. There was no other reason. The man who was standing upright slightly raised his hand and waved his sleeve. Her body flew out uncontrollably, and the feather fan in her hand flew out of her hand and landed in the man's hand. Everyone below the stage couldn't help but gasp. Under Prince Mo's gentle pinch, the feather fan turned into a pile of scrap metal and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. To be able to crush a spirit weapon with just one hand, what kind of cultivation was this? Everyone looked at the man in the ring with fear in their eyes. To be honest, this was the first time they had seen the Crown Prince display his true strength in front of others. Normally, there would be no chance for the Crown Prince to do this. Whoever dared to cause trouble in front of His Highness had already been dealt with by the Shadow Guards. Moreover, in the Academy, other than those in Dragon Flame City who were more familiar with the Crown Prince, a portion of people only knew that the Crown Prince was brilliant in weapon refinement, but they didn't know that his cultivation had also reached an unparalleled level. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent that female member flying out like trash. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the flustered female member with a flushed face. The pitiful woman was smashed into the arena with her body, creating a human-shaped crater. After a long time, the woman finally crawled out of the crater. Her face was a mix of green and black, white and yellow, and was extremely beautiful. Damn it, I didn't even manage to touch the corner of the other party's clothes before I was directly swatted away like a fly. Facing such a delicate and beautiful woman, this man actually dared to do such a cruel thing. What an unromantic guy. That female team member supported her waist and groaned as she climbed up from the ground. Her pair of seductive eyes were red as she opened her mouth. This little brother, you're too ruthless. Prince Mo still did not even look at her. From the moment this woman went up on stage and used her lousy seduction techniques on him, Mo Lian had already thought of how to deal with her. Seeing that she was struggling to stand up, Prince Mo directly stretched out a finger and tapped the air in the direction of the woman's head. Bam! The female team member from Tianhua Academy only felt a majestic and mighty aura rush towards her, instantly sending her flying. The woman once again fell into the human-shaped pit that she had formed earlier. She was a little dumbfounded after being smashed. For a long time, she didn't realize that she had been sent flying again. Furthermore, she had been sent flying with just a lift of a finger. What did this mean? This meant that she could not even withstand a lift of a finger from the opponent. The faces of the teachers and students from Tianhua Academy all changed as they looked sharply at the young man in the middle of the arena. From the start to the end, this person did not even take half a step. He only waved his sleeves and lifted his finger. The female team member from Tianhua Academy was smashed into the crater and could not crawl back up. Scarface's expression changed as he raised his head to look in Mo Lian's direction. He opened his mouth several times but did not say anything. In the end, it was Tianhua Academy's team leader, Xianxia, who waved her hand and had two team members go up to the arena to pull out their own team member from the crater. Only then did this one-sided farce come to an end. When everyone saw the female team member being pulled out of the pit, their eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of sorrow. This unlucky woman's entire face was almost flattened. Her nose and mouth were crooked, and saliva was dripping from her mouth uncontrollably. She was completely crushed to the point that her eyes and mouth were crooked. Xianxia glanced at Mo Lian gravely, her eyes throbbing with fury. The first battle between Tianhua Academy and the Royal Academy had ended in such a bizarre manner. It had to be said that the faces of the teachers and students of Tianhua Academy had been completely disgraced. But in reality, if they knew Mo Lian's true cultivation level, they probably wouldn't feel embarrassed. They would only look down on Prince Mo for bullying the weak. Shameless to the extreme, Mo Lian jumped down from the arena and walked to his wife's side with a grin. "Wife, isn't your husband awesome?" Arbor nodded her little head. Her husband had used such an effortless method to crush the people from Tianhua Academy. In that instant, the atmosphere of the battle had reached a boiling point. The Royal Academy students who had been sullen for the past few days were now clamoring for Tianhua Academy to quickly send their second team member up to the arena. The leader with the scarred face chuckled and waved his hand with a cold face. Deputy Captain Gagu's sturdy figure that resembled a small mountain shuffled forward a couple of times. Suddenly, his entire body flew into the air like a mountain and crashed into the center of the stage with a loud rumble. Thankfully, this outer city stage was built with limestone and was very sturdy. Even if it was pressed down by this mountain, it didn't budge at all. Gagu patted the bulging muscles on his arms and roared at the Royal Academy students below the stage. This roar was like the roar of a beast, causing the Royal School students who were in an uproar to immediately shut their mouths. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling that this Deputy Captain Gagu was especially like a wild beast. Everyone's gazes landed on Prince Mo and company again, anticipating that Prince Mo would go on stage and crush him again, making this roaring brat piss his pants in terror as he scurried off the stage. Mo Lian couldn't be bothered with those people's gazes. He lowered his head to look at his wifey and asked with a grin, "How about it? Do you want to go up and fight, or will hubby do it for you?" Arbor rolled up his small sleeves and turned his small head to glance at him. "I'll go meet him." "Younger sister. Younger sister." Mu Xingchen impatiently squeezed through the crowd and came to the little stoic's side. "Eldest brother, you're back too." Arbor glanced at Mu Xingchen and didn't mention the Mu family's lousy matter at all. That old geezer Chaoyang still wanted to push the blame for the mess to Sir Jojo. Bah, he was dreaming, Mu Xingchen nodded and then glanced at the small mountain man on stage. He frowned and said, "Younger sister, you're going up to fight this person? His cultivation is a level 15 great spiritual master, and it looks like his 5 spirits aren't weak either. You look pitiful with your small arms and legs. It's simply too heart-wrenching for you to go up and fight with this iron tower-like man." As he spoke, Mu Xingchen kept glancing at Mo Lian, Duan Muqing, and company. His gaze was filled with eerie disdain. What he meant was, you men actually didn't volunteer to fight, and actually wanted your sister to deal with such a burly man? Big brother, don't worry. This guy looks huge, but Jojo will send him flying with a slap. Xiaomu patted her eldest brother's arm and solemnly raised her small chin, gesturing with her pinky finger. Isn't it just a little mosquito? Everyone looked at Motzi Gapo, who was standing on the stage, and looked at each other speechlessly. Can Jojo really send that Naga flying? Mu Xingchen looked at Duan Yu and Mo Lian in confusion. Both of them gave him a helpless look at the same time. 2 minutes later, everyone saw Lord Jojo's slender figure fly up into the sky with a whoosh. After Gago's punch, the little guy was sent flying backward like a small cannonball. With a bang, he was sent flying by someone. After seeing this scene, the scarred instructor's expression became slightly better. It seemed that he could regain all the face that he had lost in the previous match. However, just as this thought formed in his mind, the scarred instructor's expression instantly changed. Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he looked at Arbor, who appeared in front of Gago in a second. What was going on? With the distance this guy flew, it was impossible for her to reach this lightning-like speed even if she leaped down from such a high altitude. Without another word, the little stoic also followed up with a punch, directly colliding with Gago's thick and solid fist. Jojo is mighty. As Jojo's loyal fan and #1 bestie, our dear Qi Xianxia selectively ignored the fact that Jojo was sent flying earlier. She instantly jumped up in excitement and raised her fists as she roared, cheering for her Sir Jojo. In the next second, this little thing flew out again at a very bizarre speed and shot up into the sky. Everyone only saw this fellow's figure skimming through the clouds before disappearing with a whoosh. Duan Yu pursed his lips and couldn't resist covering his handsome face. Sorry, Sir Jojo. He wanted to laugh a little. Mu Xingchen, earlier, younger sister, had solemnly vowed that Gaia was merely a mosquito and that she could send him flying with a casual slap. In the end, the one who was sent flying twice in a row was younger sister, Mo Lian. Prince Mo had nothing to say about his wife's actions. He had to use all his strength to stifle his laughter, only then could he prevent himself from bursting into unrestrained laughter in front of everyone. He absolutely couldn't laugh at his wife, especially not in front of Duan Yu. Otherwise, he would be in trouble when he got home. With Duan Yu's vile character and his ability to take advantage of every opening, he would definitely make up all sorts of bad things about him in front of Sir Jojo. Humph, he wasn't stupid, so how could he make this kind of mistake? At this time, a discordant burst of laughter instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qi Xianxian and the others simultaneously glared at the laughing fellow with angry gazes. After the little fatty warrior laughed fearlessly, he even added, Jojo is so funny. Don't you all laugh? It was indeed funny. Every time this little thing was sent flying, she would use a teleportation talisman to teleport in front of Gaia. Then she would be sent flying with a punch. Mu Xingchen twitched his mouth and glared at the little fatty. What's so funny? It's not funny at all. No, he had to hold it in. On the other side, after Sir Jojo was sent flying 3 times in a row, Gaia's expression also changed in shock. Wasn't this little girl a little too abnormal? With his speed and gravity, even if someone weaker than him wasn't seriously injured, they would at least spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. However, there was no change in expression on the little girl's stoic face, as if nothing had happened. He had clearly seen her being punched into the air by him time and time again, so why was she able to appear in front of him in the blink of an eye with such a strange and abnormal speed? He didn't know that someone had used the teleportation talisman several times in a row. Every time, he would teleport in front of him at the speed of light to receive the next strike. This was because Lord Jojo was a little excited to find that every time their fists collided and she was sent flying, the spiritual energy in her body would surge violently. When outsiders couldn't see it, the bones inside her body were cracking. Her body had already reached the peak of the half-step immortal bone state, so she was almost completely immune to the attacks of a level 10 spiritual master and below. Now, she was transforming into the immortal bone state. As long as she entered the immortal bone state, even if a level 5 or level 6 god master came, it would be difficult to hurt JoJo, let alone a level 15 spiritual master in front of her. When Lord Jojo was sent flying by Gaia for the first time, he discovered this shocking change. As long as she circulated her spiritual energy in accordance with this force, her body would gradually undergo a rapid transformation. Not only was she transforming into an immortal bone, what was even more comical was that her previously stagnant minor realm was also starting to loosen. She seemed, perhaps, to be advancing towards the peak of level 14 Great Spiritual Master Realm. It didn't take long for her to advance from level 14 Great Spiritual Master Realm to gradual accomplishment, initial accomplishment, and phenomenal accomplishment, but she was now inexplicably about to step into the peak realm. Sir Jojo suddenly stood in front of Gappo and shouted at him, "Continue." "Continue? Continue what?" Everyone couldn't resist glaring at this oddball in front of them. Continue to be beaten? Continue to ascend? How much did he deserve a beating? Gappo's complexion was also terrible to the extreme. He continuously punched out 3 times, and each punch consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. It wasn't like he was just punching for fun, big sister, this was going to consume spiritual energy. Alright, after 3 punches, he felt that he didn't have enough energy to continue, so he could only pause on the spot and pant slightly. His body was like a small hill, and his bulging muscles were exposed. At this moment, it seemed as if they were drenched by the rain, as beads of sweat seeped out. The little stoic started to get impatient after waiting for 3 seconds. Why wasn't this guy attacking? Hurry and continue to punch. Her immortal bone transformation was only a few steps away. According to her conjecture, she would definitely advance if she punched him 3 more times. Roar! Gappo bellowed angrily, his tiger-like eyes glaring as he concentrated his energy into his dantian. He tightly clenched his fists that were the size of copper alms bowls, and he suddenly roared, "Take this." Everyone watched as his bulging body rose from the ground, and the bulging muscles on his arms bulged. His 2 punches directly struck out, forming a blazing hurricane. As if a storm had descended, the world spun, and it crashed toward the little stoic. "Jojo!" Xianxia cried out in alarm, and her eyes instantly widened. She wanted to rush onto the stage with a step. The little fatty was sharp-eyed and deft, and he hastily pulled her back. "Little great aunt, don't mess things up." He kept feeling that Sir Jojo was probably holding back and brewing some big move. Otherwise, how could he be beaten to the sky time and time again? Little fatty clearly felt that he had guessed the truth, especially when he saw Emo Lien, Mu Xingchen, and the others beside him. They were calm and did not look like they were going to rush forward to help. He was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. With His Highness the Crown Prince's protectiveness of the young Crown Princess, if the little stoic was truly in danger, how could the Crown Prince sit idly by? On the other side, Jojo was instantly enveloped by the fiery dragon-like hurricane. His entire body was shrunk in a ball of fire. After being hammered by Gato, he was once again sent flying into the sky. Her slender body was so small and pitiful in front of Gato, who was as strong as a mountain. The onlookers couldn't bear to look and covered their eyes. Someone even let out a long sigh. During the freshman's opening ceremony, the Crown Princess beat the barbarian tribe like a dog. Sure enough, it's because her spiritual beast is powerful. That's right. Several people nodded and discussed in low voices. Back then, the Crown Princess was truly frightening. She relied on a giant sand scorpion king to beat the crap out of that barbarian tribe student. But now, putting aside the spiritual beast's might, the young Crown Princess was at her wit's end against this iron tower of a man. Gato also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this little lady didn't appear in front of him like a ghost again. To be honest, every time she appeared beside him like a ghost, he felt a lot of pressure. Earlier, he had used 100% of his strength to envelop her with 9 layers of spirit fire and flung her away. From the looks of it, he should be the winner of this match. Gaia turned to look below the stage and said to his scarred mentor, "Mentor, you should be able to announce the results of the match." The scarred mentor nodded in satisfaction and said with a beaming smile, I announce that in the second round of the one-on-one finals between the Royal Academy and Tianhua Academy, my Gaia from Tianhua Academy wins. Did you win? A voice suddenly sounded behind Gaia. Everyone was shocked. Gaia also hurriedly sucked in a breath and turned around to see the little stoic who had suddenly appeared behind him. How did you? Gaia looked at the little girl in front of him in shock and looked up at the sky. A golden sun was faintly discernible above the blue sky. He had clearly sent her flying. Alright, why did this girl appear beside him without a sound every time? You used a teleportation talisman. The scarred mentor belatedly exclaimed. You used a talisman. What a joke. Mu Xingchen coldly interrupted the mentor and said, we are from a talisman patrician family. Could it be that we can't even use talismans? You are a young lady from the Mu clan of the Divine Province? The scarred mentor exclaimed in shock. What, this Tianhua Academy mentor, you aren't going to say that our Jojo used a talisman to cheat, right? Xianxia harumphed and preemptively said, I'm telling you. The previous series of rules were all set by you guys. At that time, you didn't say that talismans couldn't be used. You only said that poison couldn't be used, right? The scarred mentor was only slightly shocked and didn't mean to say that Arbor used a talisman against the rules. Now that he was reprimanded by Xianxia, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. I didn't mean it that way. Since we have already agreed on the rules, there is naturally no reason to change them now. The mentor coughed awkwardly. Tianhua Academy still cared about their reputation and couldn't go back on their word under the noses of the outer court students. Arbor glanced at the black-faced Gatto, raised his small fist, and said expressionlessly, it's my turn. You were very happy when you punched this Lord Xiao into the sky, right? Now, I'll let you take 3 punches from Jojo-sama. As soon as Arbor's words fell, a small fist immediately smashed towards Garbo's chest. Previously, every time he was sent flying, he could feel the spiritual energy in his meridians circulating vigorously. That was why he was given the opportunity to hit her. Now, it was time to get back at them. Arbor's fist landed and spirit force surged out. This caused Jie-su, who was already a bit exhausted, to be shocked. He subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his chest and welcomed the little girl's heavy blow. Bang! After a muffled sound, Gahe felt his entire body tremble slightly. His body was pushed by a fierce force, and his feet brushed against the ground of the arena as he moved backwards. In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was simply a bit comical. It was as if they were looking at a small, sturdy mountain that was suddenly pushed back several meters with a punch. Gahe's body was so strong, but he actually moved back a distance of more than 3 meters from the little stoic's punch. And it wasn't over yet. After the little stoic punched him, she flew forward again with a trace of excitement on her face. She gathered spiritual energy in her left hand, clenched her fingers into a fist, and punched Garu's chest again. Boom, boom, boom. After 5 fierce punches, Garu, who only had the strength to defend himself, was pushed to the edge of the stage by the little stoic's repeated punches. The audience was already dead silent, and everyone stared dumbly at this scene. The stoic face was truly formidable. Looking at her hammering Gakuo, it was as if she was looking at a small ant pushing up a large mountain. This kind of visual contrast really made people curse in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the little girl suddenly leaped into the air and flew behind Garu, punching him toward the center of the stage. Originally, if the little girl punched him again, Garu would fall off the stage and lose without a doubt. Unexpectedly, the little girl punched him to the other side of the stage. This stage was very large, with a distance of more than 50 meters from the left side to the right side. This way, Garu would have to suffer more than a dozen punches from the little stoic. The spectators couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy for Garu. Just how much did the little girl dislike him that she would treat him like a doll and beat him here and there on the stage? With this in mind, everyone looked at Garu with sympathetic gazes. Yet at this moment, everyone suddenly discovered a strong light burst out from the little girl's body, connecting heaven and earth, practically blotting out the sun. The spiritual energy in the surroundings converged from all directions. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely pure and seemed to emit an endless power. It wrapped around Arbor and encircled her entire body. The entire venue sunk into a dead silence. Even the little stoic's teammates couldn't resist opening their mouths, but they immediately shut their mouths in silence. Mu Xingqian's eyes lit up as he looked at his younger sister on the stage. He really didn't expect that his younger sister would advance just by purely competing with someone in spiritual energy, because it was only a small realm advancement. Arbor advanced very quickly this time. Moreover, she was already prepared beforehand and followed the method of advancing quickly. As for stabilizing her realm, it wouldn't be too late to do it later. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaomu slowly walked out from a spiritual energy vortex. Her clear eyes gazed coldly at Garu. Although the latter was a bit surprised, he still steadied his emotions and stared at her with a complicated gaze. I only lost because I underestimated my opponent. Garu stubbornly finished this sentence. Suddenly, he discovered that countless green vines had sprung out around him and surrounded him at an extremely terrifying speed. The vines suddenly hugged together, and dozens of vines that were as thick as the mouth of a bull instantly hugged GA2 in the center. Gato was taken aback. He couldn't help but roar. Countless flames rose around his body. He wanted to use the power of fire spirit to tear the vines around his body into ashes. However, it didn't have the slightest effect. His fire spirit actually didn't have the slightest effect on the vines around him. Garu abruptly turned his head, and his eyes widened to the size of copper bells. He shouted almost hysterically, what did you do? Ignorant and ill-informed. Arbor coldly swept that man a glance with a hint of mockery in her expression. Gato, you've lost. Hurry and admit defeat. Captain Yaoyao said indifferently as she twisted her body slightly. As an outsider, she clearly knew that Gato had lost completely. Don't underestimate the little girl's slender arms and legs. Her wood spiritual energy was actually able to restrain Gato's 9th level spiritual fire. What did this mean? This meant that the little girl's wood spiritual energy was clearly higher than the 9th level. What would a wood spiritual energy higher than the 9th level be? When she thought of this, Nia Yarao couldn't help but look apprehensively at the stupefied little crown princess, and her gaze involuntarily flickered. She took a step forward, twisted her waist, and curtsied. Crown princess, your wood spiritual energy is very powerful. I want to compete with you in the next round. Are you willing? Nia Yarao asked this to seek Arbor's opinion. After all, under normal circumstances, Arbor could reject her challenge. After all, he had just gone through a battle and logically should rest for a while. There was no reason to accept your challenge of a tag team battle, right? However, Arbor glanced at this female captain and suddenly nodded. Come. She agreed. This time, even the beautiful captain couldn't help but be somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this little crown princess was so conceited about her own strength that she thought she could win consecutive battles and crush the entire Tian Academy? In reality, Nia Yarao was really overthinking things. The little stoic didn't think that much at all. The little stoic was willing to accept the challenge because she could tell that this Tian Academy female captain also had a fresh and refined wood spiritual energy on her. The wood spiritual energy that this female captain possessed probably wasn't of a low level. The little stoic was a bit interested in the wood spiritual energy in this female captain's body and wanted to compete with her. That was all. Nia Yarao gazed deeply at Arbor before flying onto the stage. Meanwhile, the blue-scarred instructor's expression was already extremely unsightly. He reached out to say something to Nia Yarao, but he didn't manage to do so in time. Nia Yarao had already entered the stage, so the blue-scarred instructor could only silently close his mouth and frown slightly. Crown Princess, be careful. Nia Yarao muttered in a low voice, and the wood spirit in her hand rose sharply. Countless vines instantly drilled out from under her feet and coiled around her as they rushed towards Arbor. Arbor's eyes lit up. This guy's control of the wood spirit was very skillful. If it wasn't for him, he would have had a good chance of winning. With a thought, Nia Yarao's figure rapidly moved, and she quickly closed in on her. She pulled on the vines with one hand and shot in front of Arbor in a matter of minutes. Her fist was wrapped in dense wood spirit intent, and she punched directly in front of Arbor. While Nia Yao was still in midair, a powerful force swooped down, bringing with it the sound of the wind. Arbor raised his head to look at her. A thin layer of transparent, watercolored spirit armor instantly covered her entire body. A full-body spiritual armor was formed in 0.01 seconds. This caused an uproar below the ring. Scary, this is a full-body spiritual armor? Seeing Niaoyao's attack being effortlessly blocked by Qiao Mu's full-body spiritual armor, everyone was flabbergasted at once. The blue-scarred instructor instantly jumped up and yelled with all his might, "Yaorao! She has wood and water dual attributes." Niaoyao clearly already knew. Why did the instructor need to remind her? When Niaoyao saw Arbor generate a water-colored transparent full-body spiritual armor in an instant, she knew that the little girl's water spiritual power was probably not low. Her expression instantly turned grave, and tiny beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. Since joining Tianhua Academy, this was the first time she felt pressured by an opponent to the point that she almost couldn't breathe. Moreover, the opponent was such a young little girl. Niaoyao took a deep breath and abruptly clenched her fist, summoning a flying sword from her inner world. Wrapped in wood spiritual power, it shot straight towards Arbor. However, it was blocked by Arbor's startled swan in an instant. Everyone's eyes flickered as they saw the tiny startled swan fighting inextricably with Niaoyara's flying sword in midair. Furthermore, startled swan was extremely ferocious and clearly understood its master's intentions. It practically didn't need to be controlled, and with a thought, it would bore out from a tricky angle and directly attack Niaoyara's flying sword. Clang clang, clang clang clang. Following the collision of the two short blades, a crisp sound rang out. Arbor abruptly moved again. However, she suddenly summoned a treasured sword brimming with purple light and flashing with lightning. She held it in her hand and lightly leaped up. Niaoyara's eyes flashed with shock, and she retreated almost reflexively. She didn't expect that the little stoic could actually divide her attention to summon a treasured sword to continue fighting with her while using her spiritual conscience to control the startled swan dagger, Niaoyao questioned herself. With her spiritual conscience, it was simply impossible for her to reach this level. Controlling a flying sword required her full concentration and all of her spiritual conscience, so how could she possibly have the time to fight with someone in actual combat? Just in terms of spiritual conscience, she was already far too inferior to the other party. It was simply impossible for her to contend with her. Niaoyao simply didn't know that the little stoic wasn't using spiritual conscience to control startled swan dagger, but divine conscience. Level 5 divine conscience was the state that the little stoic had just attained. Therefore, she also really wanted to try out what benefits it would bring to her battle after her divine conscience advanced. The little girl had completely treated Niaoyao as an evenly matched opponent, and had completely forgotten that Niaoyara's spiritual sense was several times weaker than her own. When she used her divine sense to mobilize graceful grace to intercept her opponent's flying sword, she very decisively took out the thunderclap sword. He planned to try out the second move of the 9 Heavens Lightning Sword technique, 1000 Lightning Phantoms. 9 Heavenly Lightning Sword technique second move, 1000 Lightning Phantoms. After this move was used, it automatically generated 1000 lightning rays which transformed into sword images. These sword images carried the power of lightning that couldn't be penetrated by 10,000 men as they swooped down from the sky and directly chopped towards Niaoyao in the center of the stage. The scarred instructor below the arena jumped up on the spot and shouted, "Please show mercy." At this moment, Niaoyao also sensed great danger approaching. Her entire body instantly tightened, and a layer of wood spirit defensive cover wrapped around her body. However, the might of the 9 Heavens Lightning Sword technique was simply too great. On top of that, the thunderclap sword was a sacred artifact. Effortlessly breaking through Niaoyara's defenses was practically completed in an instant. When this sword strike landed on Niaoyara's body, not to mention a mere level 15 great spiritual cultivator like her, even if there were 3 to 5 level 6 or level 7 divine cultivators, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. Niaoyao was finished. This thought simultaneously popped up in everyone's minds in fright. If such a sword's might landed on the body of a rank 15 great spirit master, wouldn't he be thoroughly finished? Just as everyone looked regretfully at Niaoyao, thinking that she was about to turn into ashes, the 1000 lightning bolts suspended in the air suddenly paused. Just like that, they paused in midair under everyone's gazes. Niaoyao reflexively stretched out her hands to block in front of her. At this moment, when he raised his head slightly, he saw that the dense illusory sword lights were right in front of him. It was as if they had been frozen, and they were all hanging outside his defensive barrier. The little stoic expressionlessly clenched her fist, and all of the spiritual energy she released was obediently under her control. This scene would be extremely shocking to anyone who saw it. Xianxia never knew that sword moves and spiritual energy could actually be stopped after they were released. And in the blink of an eye, under Sir Jojo's forceful clench, these thousand sword shadows actually turned into faint starlight fragments and abruptly disappeared into the air. Whoosh! At this moment, the crowd below the arena erupted into a series of roars at almost the same time. Heavens, what did I see just now? The crown princess pushed aside the sword intent she released. Jojo's sword art is truly too impressive, Xianxia muttered to herself. It's more than impressive. The little fellow's grasp of the sword art has simply reached the point of perfection, and she can release and withdraw it as she pleases. Duan Yu praised with a faint smile. The comprehension of the sword art was ever-changing in the blink of an eye. Sir Jojo could actually make the thousand sword shadows, which were so powerful, stop in midair and even make them vanish like bubbles in an instant. This kind of control over the sword and spiritual energy, among all the people present, probably only those at the transcendent god realm and above dared to claim that they had such godlike control. The cheers inside and outside the stage didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone's breathing quickened, and their complexions flushed. They felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Watching the little lady fight truly made people feel too contented. From the little lady's attack to the end of the battle, it was actually merely a matter of 15 minutes. It was over, the battle was completely over. Xianxia slightly opened her eyes and slowly put down her hands that were blocking in front of her eyes. The woman's pupils shrank as she looked at the ground around her. Although the thousands of sword shadows did not penetrate her body and extinguish her soul remembrance, she was still able to control her soul. However, the frightening thing was that these sword intents had already pierced through the ground beneath her feet. At this time, other than the flat ground where she was standing, the ground around her had already become riddled with holes and spider web-like marks. If this sword really came down, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine. The difference between him and the little girl was like heaven and earth. Xianxia took a deep breath. When she looked at the little stoic before her, her gaze changed slightly, and her expression was extremely solemn. At this time, the little stoic had already landed lightly on the ground. She put away the startled swan dagger that had suddenly returned to her hand after a long cry in the air. The entire dagger was enveloped in a faint halo of light, and it clanged restlessly in Xiaomu's hand. Arbor's eyes brightened slightly, and he suddenly fed it a drop of blood with a flick of his finger. The entire dagger immediately released a strong light in her hand, and it seemed to break through the day in an instant. It suddenly slashed open the horizon with a fierce force. The little stoic was slightly shocked. At this moment, the crowd had sunk into a deathly stillness. The startled swan dagger had always existed in her conscious in the form of a spirit weapon. However, it was very intelligent and had always been able to communicate with her mind. She didn't expect that after so many years of experience, a drop of her blood would actually break open the seal on its surface, causing it to suddenly advance into a divine weapon. What was originally a faint layer of silver light had now transformed into a faint golden light, instantly blinding the eyes of everyone present. Haha, the little girl advanced in the battle just now. This wasn't strange at all. What was strange was that the spirit weapon the little girl summoned from her conscious also advanced along with the little girl's advancement in this instant. Right, this was the logic, right? Arbor stood in the center of the arena with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, a giant veil of light emerged from her body. The spectators felt that they might have gone crazy, right? Otherwise, why would the little girl look like she was about to advance again? Xiao has advanced. Xianxia, who was expressionless, suddenly said. Little Fatty turned around and glanced at her. He felt like laughing. He felt that when Xianxia said this, her expression was very similar to Jojo's stoic face. That kind of lifeless expression made the little fatty think that Xuan's current mood definitely wasn't as tranquil as she appeared on the surface. Mei Chem, Luyu swallowed her saliva. Jojo advanced twice in a day. She's very impressive. I think she's already at the level of a monster. Xianxia expressionlessly rolled her eyes. Although spirit energy gathered from all directions, it was very obvious that it was running out of energy. It couldn't be helped. When she advanced to peak level 14 Great Spiritualist, the little girl had absorbed a lot of spirit energy into her body. Now, it was clearly insufficient. In order to break through the level 15 Great Spiritualist barrier, she couldn't immediately return to Paradise Planet to advance under everyone's watchful eyes. Arbor could only take out the large pile of spirit stones stored in her inner world. She simply sat cross-legged on the spot and spat out spirit stones one by one. Every time the spiritual energy from the spirit stone entered her body, the spirit stone would shatter into powder in her hands. Thus, the group of people directly saw that the large pile of spirit stones that was originally piled up at the little girl's feet was rapidly being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the little stoic set up a spirit-guiding talisman formation with a flick of her finger in order to gather the spiritual energy within a radius of 50 kilometers as quickly as possible, absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy as much as possible in the shortest time possible. Thus, everyone soon saw a spectacle. The spiritual power within 100 miles surged in the direction of the Wind Thunder City and gathered around the little crown princess, wrapping her in it. The scarred instructor from Tianhua Academy looked at the stoic-faced lady in shock. After a long while, he finally shut his mouth in silence. What kind of outstanding talent was this? The royal school was indeed full of talents. The Tianhua Academy was still too ignorant. He had originally thought that by recruiting such an outstanding batch of students this year, they would be able to compete with the royal school, but in the end, things didn't go as planned. The Tianhua Academy was viciously slapped in the face by someone else's child. Although it was painful, he couldn't yell at the top of his lungs, or else it would be even more embarrassing. At this moment, Principal Yun, who had been watching the show for a while, finally walked out from the crowd with a wretched look on his face. He smiled and greeted the scarred teacher. "Teacher Shiman, how are you? How is it? Our Royal College's students are still considered worthy of your attention, right?" The crowd could not help but laugh. Seeing their principal's smug look, no matter how they looked at him, he looked like a villain. The scarred teacher, Shiman Chang, glanced at Principal Yin awkwardly. His two most outstanding freshmen in Tianhua Academy, Yarao and Gato, had lost to the Royal College. And they had lost without any suspense. In addition to the female students' loss, they had lost 3 matches in a row. With such strength, challenging the Royal College, it was no wonder that the sly old principal would smile thoughtfully. The strength of the Royal College's students is really not to be underestimated. Teacher Shiman smiled stiffly and said, "Shiman Chang and the entire Tianhua Academy are sincerely convinced. Sigh, it's just a spar between students." Principal Yun chuckled as he waved his hand, putting on a face as holy as an expert's. The Tianhua Academy can be considered one of the top academies in the underworld region. It is very normal to have thoughts of moving forward. Yes, of course, with Tianhua Academy's current strength, it is not possible to use our Royal College as a stepping stone and step on our academy. Principal Yun smiled. Even Elder Ku, who was standing beside him, could not help but want to roll his eyes. The principal's villainous look was a little painful to the eyes. It was probably because the principal had been too aggrieved and uncomfortable these few days. Now that he finally had a chance to hold his head high, he quickly grabbed hold of Shiman Chang and ruthlessly ridiculed him. Ahem, ahem. Elder Cook coughed dryly and reminded the principal, "Principal, Teacher Shiman is a guest from afar. Ahem, let's be a little more courteous to him." Elder Cook lowered his voice when he said the last sentence, and Yin Piamiao heard it. Soon after, she let out an "oh" sound, and said with a chuckle, "How about this, Instructor Shiman? Everyone must be tired from the competition these few days. Why don't you all follow us back to the academy and have a good rest?" "No." Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, he was immediately opposed by the little fatty. Xianxia immediately nodded her head as well. She looked as if she had a common enemy. "Of course not. The competition isn't over yet. Didn't we agree that there will be 9 matches plus the team battle? Not a single match less. What a joke, one less match would cost 2,000 contribution points." The corners of Dean Yun's eyes twitched, and then he pretended to look regretful. He raised his hand and patted Shiman Chang's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Instructor Shiman. The students are very focused on this inter-school competition. Since the students have the intention to fight, we, as deans and teachers, should also fully support them. Shimenchong nodded speechlessly. Yes, yes, but the arena now. Halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly widened like a bull's. At the center of the stage, the little stoic, who was sitting cross-legged, had already finished absorbing all of the surrounding spiritual energy. At this moment, she was sitting upright in midair. Using her feet as the starting point, countless vines drilled out and swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was as if all living things were growing. Everyone lowered their heads to look at their feet, only to see the weeds growing at an insane speed, leaving them speechless. Within minutes, the weeds had grown past the soles of everyone's feet, growing straight towards their calves. It was so fast that it was hair-raising. What an exuberant and terrifying life force. Everyone took a deep breath, and their gazes fell on the ring one after another. Their gazes were somewhat complicated as they looked at it. The little girl's life force was unparalleled. It could be seen how powerful her wood spiritual energy was. Arbor opened his eyes slightly, floating in the air as he slowly landed. In the blink of an eye, he saw his husband moving to his side. "Jojo, how do you feel?" Mo Lian smiled as he looked at her, sizing her up. He felt that his Jojo's skin was even more lustrous than before, so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. It should be due to the endless life force in her body. Now, the little girl did not need to consume anything like the beautifying pill. Her life force was enough to maintain her youthful appearance. Lord Jojo raised his little arm and waved it, his expression changing slightly. Very good. She felt that her body was so strong that it could smash a mountain. That Gaia, who previously needed 10 punches to send him to the edge of the stage, now only needed 1 punch to send him out of the competition. Mo Lian was very happy to hear that. Lowering his head to look at the little girl, he smiled. That's great, let's continue the competition. He winked at her, then looked towards the crowd from Tianhua Academy. Arbor regained his senses and nodded. The contribution points were right in front of him. He had to get them all before he could end the competition. At this moment, Tianhua Academy's Nya Yaorao also walked forward, bowing towards Arbor, expressing her gratitude. Crown Princess, thank you. Just now, at the critical moment, I had nowhere to hide. If it weren't for the Crown Prince Consort controlling those 1,000 sword lights and letting me live, I'm afraid that Yaorao would already be dead by now. Nya Yaorao glanced at Xiaomu gratefully. They had come here to provoke the royal school, so even if they were to die here, there was nothing to say. Because who told you to overestimate yourself and cause trouble? If he died, who could he blame? He could only blame himself for being weak. Arbor faintly swept a glance at Nya Yaorao. This woman's appearance is very enchanting, but her character is relatively calm. No wonder she became the leader of the new student team. It's just a spar. There's no need to put your life on the line. These students from the Tianhua Academy were all gifted. The fact that they had come to challenge the royal school was, in fact, a decision made by the higher-ups of the Tianhua Academy. Sir Jojo had no enmity with these people, so there was no need for him to kill them. He just wanted to scare them a little and earn some contribution points. Nya Yaorao nodded gratefully at Arbor. Thank you very much. Mata jumped onto the ring and said with a smile, hey, you don't have to thank me. But when we do things, we have to finish what we started, right? So, let's continue with the competition. Nya Yaorao and her team members looked at each other, then turned to see teacher Shimen nodding at them, so she said, okay. Mata immediately laughed and summoned a long spear from his conscious. With a boom, he planted it on the ground. Fellow students of the Tianhua Academy, please enlighten me. Tianhua Academy had lost 3 matches in a row and they were all holding back their anger. Seeing Ma Ta standing arrogantly on the stage with an arrogant look on his face, some of the Huatian Academy students were naturally unconvinced. Thus, the level 12 great spiritual master Biao Liang leaped onto the stage and cupped his fists in Mata's direction. Little brother, please enlighten me. Mata's eyes lit up and he was eager to give it a try. One had to know that before this, Xiao Xiao had given each of them a cultivation technique that suited them very well in Chaoyang restaurant. Ever since he had learned the spiritual technique, he had not had the chance to use it. Now that he had met this unlucky Biao Liang, he finally had a target to practice on. Mata, this guy, had always been a playboy. At this moment, he actually grinned at Biao Liang. Speaking of which, it would have been better if he did not smile. But once he smiled, Biao felt his hair stand on end and raised his guard for no reason. His eyes were fixed on Mata and he did not dare to move an inch. Biao was a level 12 great spiritual master and had 8 levels of spiritual fire. His strength was not weak. Mata had improved quite quickly recently and had already broken through to become a level 12 great spiritual master. Logically speaking, the two of them should be evenly matched. But as everyone knew, their spiritual techniques were different. Even if the 5 spirits were at the same level, the effects they could bring out would be vastly different. Mata had learned the Misty Mist spiritual technique from the Morning Sun restaurant. It was a heaven-level spiritual technique and was extremely rare. It was already considered good for a small family to have a high-level spiritual technique. Just like the Broken Book Spirit Division record that Jojo had obtained from the Maple Pavilion, it was a Supreme Saint-level technique. Different levels of spiritual techniques would bring about a world of difference in the effects of spiritual energy. Mata's Empyrean spear danced around him without any openings. Biao, who was fighting against him, could not even get close to the corner of his clothes. After a long time, Biao mood began to become gloomy. He mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and formed a fireball, smashing it towards Mata's chest. Mata laughed, and with a wave of water spirit in his hand, he easily dispelled the fireball he sent out. At the same time, wisps of misty water spirit power rose from Mata's body. They were densely distributed, like strings of tiny water droplets scattered around his body. Shimin Chang and the other Huatian Academy students, who were watching from below the arena, could not help but narrow their eyes. Biao, who was standing in the ring, didn't notice it, but everyone below the ring noticed it. At this moment, Biao seemed to be surrounded by a misty mist, completely enveloped by the opponent's water spiritual energy. Mata raised his hand and thousands of small water droplets turned into a dense cluster of hidden weapons that shot towards Liang's body. When Biao was attacked by the first round of water droplets, his skin immediately became red and swollen. He hurriedly activated his defensive ring to increase his defense. At the same time, countless tiny water droplets rose up and smashed against his defensive barrier. Biao face changed and he quickly retreated. He was hit by the seemingly unintentional water droplets and was complaining incessantly in his heart. Just as the water droplets were about to break through his defensive barrier, a silver spear that was moving swiftly towards him suddenly flicked the sharp blade in his hand and threw him off the arena. Biao, admit defeat. Biao was not a sore loser. He felt that if he continued to fight with his opponent, his body would be pierced by the water droplets. Hence, he immediately shouted loudly and admitted defeat. Mata chuckled and cupped his hands in Biao direction. "Brother, thank you for letting me win." He had also benefited from Sir Jojo. If he had not learned excellent spiritual techniques in the past month, he would not have won so easily. Lady Xiao glanced at the two people fighting on the stage, then turned her head to the smiling Principal Yun and said, 8,000 contribution points. Principal Yun's lips twitched. The members beside the little stoic could not help but facepalm. Xiao, you're being too straightforward. This is not good. It's easy to make people laugh. In the following matches, the Huatian Academy students lost more and more confidence. They were originally proud prodigies. Before they stepped out of the underworld state, they thought that they were the cream of the crop among the youths at their age. In the end, they suffered defeat after defeat in the Royal Academy and lost so many matches. No one had the confidence to continue. When the little fatty entered the arena and cupped his hands in the direction of the Huatian Academy students with a smile. In the Huatian Academy, no one wanted to enter the arena to continue fighting. If this went on, they would lose whatever little confidence they had left. The demons from the Royal Academy had left an indelible and terrifying mark in their hearts. The little stoic turned around and sneered, "What, you can't afford to lose? If your heart is not firm enough, then what's the difference between you and a salted fish? In the future, we will become an inner demon in your training. As long as you think of how powerful we are, you will be so scared that you won't be able to close your eyes and your mind will be filled with our tall figures." Mata and the others, Jojo was too sharp-tongued. Although what he said could possibly become the truth, it was too strange for him to tear apart their brutalized hearts and say it directly. The woman who had previously fought with Mo Lian and was then beaten to a pulp by Prince Mo with a single finger couldn't help but shriek, "You, who are you calling a salted fish trash? I'm talking about you guys." The little stoic's small face was cold as she said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if your body is crippled. You'll still have a chance to fight after you get up." If his will was crippled, then he would really be crippled. "Are you all trash?" "No." The group of Tianhua Academy students stared angrily at the stoic face in front of them. Then continued the previously agreed upon battle. The little stoic's apathetic gaze swept past their faces. "Don't let other people look down on you." A student from the Tianhua Academy who had backed off earlier gritted his teeth and jumped onto the stage with all his might. "I'll fight." "That's more like it." Sir Jojo glanced at them expressionlessly. "Wife, you're so nice." Crown Prince Mo grasped his wifey's paw with a grin, his eyes brimming with adoration. "You even encouraged them, making them pull themselves together again and strive to improve themselves." It had to be known that if it weren't for Jojo's provocation earlier, these trash would have already been mentally defeated by this group of genius little monsters in front of them. Once an inner demon really formed, it wouldn't be beneficial to their cultivation in the future. Moreover, after the mental demon's influence expanded, it might even cause the spiritual ruin realm to shatter, leading to the terrifying consequences of destroying one's cultivation for life. This was naturally something that Arbor did not wish to see. They had no enmity with the Huatian Academy group, and it was only a sparring match. There was no need to harm them to that extent. Lady Jojo expressionlessly glanced at her husband and harumphed. She proudly turned her head away. "Who's encouraging them? I just can't bear to part with those contribution points." After saying that, she turned to look at Dean Yun and grumpily shouted, "Did you remember it all? 30,000 contribution points." If it was possible, Yun Piamiao really wanted to slap this imp to death. This fellow's words really made one's teeth ache. It was extremely uncomfortable. "What's with that look?" Arbor cast a sidelong glance at Dean Yun and suspiciously peered at him. "You can't be trying to trick us, right? We can't be short of contribution points." Dean Yun instantly blew his beard and glared. He resisted the urge to slap the imp and squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. "Don't worry, you won't be short of a single contribution point." "Not me, it's us." The little fellow pointed at the people around her. "You guys." Dean Yin was so angry that he wanted to send this little brat flying with a kick. Arbor looked at him strangely. "You can't be thinking of kicking me, right?" Pfft. This time, Mu Xingchen really could not hold it in anymore because he had been holding it in for quite a while. He really could not hold back his laughter. At the same time, he was completely convinced by Prince Mo and Duan Little Four. These two obviously had a chance. Their eyes were about to go crazy from laughing, but on the surface, they could still pretend to be so indifferent and calm. This skill was definitely not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. "Eldest brother, you're laughing at me." Lady Jojo immediately turned her head, and her gaze landed on her eldest brother. Dean Yin immediately rolled his eyes at the back of her head. "Please, you're so funny. How long can you hold it in and not laugh out loud? Eldest brother, how can you laugh at Jojo?" Mo Lian immediately began to dutifully condemn Mu Xingchen. At the side, Duan Yu also quickly coughed and said, "Eldest brother, you really shouldn't have done that. This is not funny at all." Mu Xingchen, Duan Little Four, don't think that I can't hear the laughter in your voice when you coughed to cover your laughter. Mu Xingchen pursed his lips and quickly said, "Chow chow, big brother didn't smile just now." Everyone, Mu Xingchen, you're too funny. Who did he learn this habit of lying through his teeth? Amidst the laughter and laughter, the 17 battles of the Huatian Academy's 17 participants finally came to an end. The Royal Academy's was the final victory. What was different from before was that although the 17 people from the Tianhua Academy had lost 17 matches in a row, they had fought until the end. The group battle ended with the Tianhua Academy admitting defeat. Xianxia and the rest saw that the Tianhua Academy students were indeed exhausted and did not force them to continue with the group battle. Spiritual, they to you, and the to spiritual. How could they compete with Xianxia and the rest when their spiritual elixir could recover 10% of their spiritual in one go? Forget it, let them off whenever possible. Anyway, the contribution points were already in their hands. Everything else did not matter. Arbor turned to look at Dean Yun. Hurry up, we'll return to Winter Forest Court first. Hurry up my ass. What a worrisome little girl. Principal Yun fumed with rage as he watched her turn around and leave with Mo Lian's group. What else could this fellow ask him to hurry up? Wasn't it just to hurry up and transfer the contribution points to his account? Dean Yun rolled his eyes disdainfully at the little stoic's departing figure. Elder Ke chuckled and said, Dean, this batch of children is rather outstanding. Fortunately, you're used to planning ahead and recruiting talents from all over the 3 continents. That's how you were able to escape by a fluke this time. Dean Yun chuckled at Elder Ke. Fluke? Which eye of yours sees fluke? The little stoic's team had a crushing victory. All right, Fluke, your whole family is Fluke. Elder Ke rubbed his nose resentfully. He turned around and smiled at the group of students. Everyone, go back to your studies. Do whatever you need to do. Everyone had watched more than 10 very exciting battles, and their minds were still excited at the moment. Thus, they left in groups, still talking about the previous battles, and the beautiful and colorful scenes of the competition of spiritual techniques. Arbor's group returned to Winter Forest Court. After eating a simple meal, they returned to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, someone came to report that the Huatian Academy group had already bid farewell to the dean and were returning to their own academies. When Arbor heard this news, she felt a little regretful. Didn't the Huatian Academy say that they had to fight 100 battles before they would stop provoking them this time? She originally thought that she could continue to perform in the arena today and earn some contribution points. In the end, the contribution points left early in the morning. How disappointing. When Arbor was eating breakfast, her little face was still puffed up with anger. Xianxia and the others glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, Jojo, what's wrong? You didn't sleep well yesterday? Sir Jojo said unhappily. The contribution points ran away. Xianxia stuffed a bun into her mouth and opened her mouth in a daze. She said vaguely, contribution points? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jojo means that the Huatian Academy students who came to challenge the Royal Academy left early in the morning. Big brother, you're laughing at Jojo. Mo Lian and Duan Yu exclaimed in unison. Their small, accusatory gazes made it seem as if Big Brother Mu had done something wicked beyond redemption. Mu Xingchen was speechless. Jojo-sama looked at his big brother sternly. Big brother, is Jojo very funny? No, it's not funny. As Mu Xingchen said this, he grumpily glared at Mo Lian and Duan Yu. The 2 boys were clearly laughing like crazy in their eyes, but in their hearts, they kept saying, Jojo is so funny. However, their expressions were extremely serious. They were simply 2 perverts with a sharp contrast. For the next 2 days, we will cultivate well in the court. I heard that the preliminaries of the Heavenly Yuan ranking contest will be held on the 18th. There are only 2 days left. Mu Xingchen skillfully changed the topic and said with a smile, let's conserve our energy and store up our energy. When the time comes, we'll be in an especially good mental state to deal with this abnormal preliminaries. Big brother, is the preliminaries of the Heavenly Yuan ranking very difficult? Sir Jojo blinked. I heard that the Academy also has a team competition for the Earth Yuan ranking. Could it be that it doesn't require preliminaries? Mu Xingchen swept a strange glance over the curious crowd. The Earth Yuan ranking contest doesn't require preliminaries. Because those who participate in the Earth Yuan ranking contest must be within the top 500 of the Heavenly Yuan ranking. Xiao Mu and the others nodded upon hearing this. The prerequisite for participating in the Earth Yuan ranking competition was to be in the top 500 of the Heaven Yuan ranking. If that was the case, then there was no need to participate in the Earth Yuan ranking competition. Big brother Xingchen, does that mean the Heaven Yuan ranking competition this time is very important? Little Fatty asked with a smile. Mu Xingchen nodded. It's very important. The dean didn't make it clear when he sent us the last time. We don't know what the competition is about. Xianxia frowned slightly. Do you know what it is? What do you think it will be? Will it be a one-on-one elimination competition, or will it cause some trouble? Don't worry. A voice came from the door. Everyone looked up and saw the third young master of the Duan clan, Duan Xianxia, walking in with a smile. It will definitely cause some trouble. Third young master Duan gave everyone an affirmative answer. Xianxia and the rest, why did they feel more and more uncertain? What did he mean by it will definitely cause some trouble? Couldn't the academy treat their students well? Why did they have to torture them to death? Why do I feel so uneasy? Xianxia muttered to herself. Third young master Duan, you're an old member of the academy. Tell us, how did the Heaven Yuan ranking competition last year go? It's simple. Third young master Duan shrugged calmly. Throw the students into the Great Forest of the North, the Sea of Forgetfulness, or the Frozen Sky Snow region. Let them survive for 10 days without an inner world, water, food, or clothes. Everyone, no clothes? Are you King kidding us? No clothes? Are you telling them to run around naked in the Great Forest of the North? Xianxia and Little Fatty looked at each other. They crossed their arms over their chests and stared at each other silently. They couldn't imagine running around naked in front of their teammates. Duan Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Why are your thoughts so funny? When I said no clothes, I meant throwing you into a place like the Frozen Sky Snow region to freeze. Without an inner world, you can't take thick clothes. Oh. Xianxia and Little Fatty sighed at the same time and nodded at the same time. So that's how it is. Isn't that just setting them up? The Little Fatty's face was bitter as he hurriedly clutched his stomach and said, I can't not eat. If I don't eat for a day, I might starve to death. Duan Xianxia, can't your awning be more promising? You're a level 12 great spiritual master, yet you say you'll starve to death if you don't eat for a day. Why do I feel like you're asking for a beating? Alright, stop competing. Ma Ta sat up straight and looked at the indifferent Duan Xianxia with a pair of sparkling eyes. Third young master Duan, can you tell us more about last year's preliminaries? Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. Then we can't bring anything? 10 days without eating or drinking is barely enough, but it's impossible to meditate without sleeping, right? That's right. Third young master Duan, how did you do it? You can't even bring a spoonful of soup with you? Duan Xianxia looked at the group of strange children and couldn't help but roll his eyes. You want to bring soup? You can only bring a small bag with you. All the items you bring cannot exceed 3 liters. What? Everyone's little faces immediately turned bitter. Sir Jojo frowned as he sized up Duan Xianxia. Where did you go last year? The Frozen Snow region. Duan Xianxia rolled his eyes. He felt incomparably desolate when he recalled his miserable state of being frozen like a dog that year. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you guys. When we throw you there, we'll seal your cultivation and turn you into ants like normal people. What? This time everyone, including Jojo, simultaneously revealed dumbfounded expressions. Was the Royal Academy such a scam? Not only did they throw people into a world of ice and snow, but they also freaking sealed their cultivation? Their inner worlds were sealed, but they weren't allowed to bring any food or water. Their small bags couldn't weigh more than 3 liters, and they weren't even allowed to bring an extra piece of clothing, Duan Xianxia cheerfully nodded at them. Every time he introduced the preliminaries to his juniors, he could hear howls and cries from the audience. But don't worry, as long as you concoct the antidote, you can recover your cultivation. If you cultivate properly, you can even break free from the restriction on your spiritual conscious and successfully open your inner world. Everyone chuckled. They didn't need to think with their butts to know that it wouldn't be simple. According to the Royal Academy's nature of scamming students, this step would definitely be very complicated, and the path would definitely be very bumpy. Duan Xianxia patted Ma Ta and Lu Yu's shoulders to encourage them. Don't worry, we'll use special crystals to scan your entire bodies before we leave. Even if you have a storage talisman or storage bracelet on you, it will still be confiscated. Why did they freaking feel more and more uneasy? Everyone looked at each other in dismay and simultaneously felt like their vision was gloomy. The preliminaries will definitely maintain fairness and impartiality. It will definitely make everyone feel very hopeless. Duan Xianxia said with a smile. Everyone suddenly had the urge to beat the person in front of them to death. Jojo, we're in the same team. Duan Yu, Xianxia, and the others all said in unison. What a joke. If he couldn't even bring a storage talisman with him, he would have to follow Jojo to prevent himself from starving to death. Jojo had a portable spirit domain, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiaomu's gaze was unfathomable as she glanced at everyone. Her heart was beating like a drum. She did not know whether she should tell them that she felt that if Headmaster Yun decided to scam her, he might seal away her spiritual domain as well. Impossible, impossible, the little girl comforted herself silently. Third brother Duan, where do you think the dean will arrange for us to go this time? Qi Xuanchuan's entire body trembled. She felt that the next 10 days would not be easy for her. Duan Tianya looked at everyone with a strange gaze and said faintly, no one knows what kind of crazy things will happen to the dean's head that day. Everyone burst out in laughter, and then their faces turned bitter. But don't worry. Fine. Third brother, don't say that word anymore. It makes me anxious. Ma Ta waved his hand at him with a wry smile. From the moment they entered until now, student Duan Tianya had said don't worry several times, but the contents of his words were the complete opposite of don't worry. The dean definitely won't let us have an easy time. 5 days later, in front of the garden auditorium in the East Living area of the Royal College. More than 13,000 students were standing there, looking like they had nothing left to live for. All of the students lined up in a row, each of them wearing the same uniform. However, some of the clothes were new, and some were old. Many of the senior students were wearing clothes that looked quite old. Dean Yin stood in front of the pool in front of the garden auditorium with a smile on his face. He was giving an impassioned speech. Dear students, the Heaven Yuan ranking competition that you have all been waiting for is finally going to start today, June 18th. A war without gunpowder has begun. For our honor, for the honor of our country and our family, everyone must strive hard and strive to improve. Everyone let out an "oh" sound, which attracted Arbor's attention. In order to ensure the fairness, impartiality, and openness of the Heaven ranking competition, this time, we will adopt the previous model. We will activate the portable recording array and record everyone's situation in the competition at any time. Arbor lowered his eyes silently. In addition, in order to make the competition more interesting, our school's instructors will add some bumps in the road and increase the difficulty of the competition. They may rob you of your food and water, or pretend to be masked men to attack you. They may even steal your last bit of food when you are exhausted, so that you will have no choice but to withdraw from the competition. Everyone, instructors, you really don't need to be so generous, this is just to add some fun to yourselves, right? Now, I will announce to everyone that the venue for this preliminary competition is the Phoenix Forest of the Divine Land. The target items are the Phoenix Flower and the Phoenix Wood. If you obtain 100-year-old Phoenix Wood, you will gain 1,000 points. If you obtain 1,000-year-old Phoenix Wood, you will gain 5,000 points. If you obtain a Phoenix Flower, congratulations! You will be the first winner of this preliminary competition. Everyone, before the competition, I will give everyone an identity card and a pure and flawless ruby. If you lose your identity card, you will be forced to withdraw from the competition. If you lose your ruby, although you can continue to move around in the Phoenix Forest, but if you can't find your ruby before the end of the competition, you will be eliminated and become a failure, losing the qualification to participate in the final competition. In addition, during the preliminaries, you are not allowed to seriously injure your fellow students, nor are you allowed to kill your fellow students. If you are found to have committed serious crimes, you will be disqualified from the competition. You can take rubies from others. 1 ruby is worth 10 points. Before the end of the preliminaries, all students who do not reach a total score of 2,000 will be mercilessly eliminated. Do you understand? Everyone slowly nodded with a wooden expression. What he meant was that not only did he have to guard against those F*King instructors who would appear at any time to steal his things, he also had to guard against his own classmates. If his ruby was snatched away by someone else, if he couldn't get it back before the competition, he would be finished. However, the worst thing would be if his identity card was taken away by someone else. He would immediately scram and no longer have the qualifications to continue playing. The preliminaries of the Heavenly Yuan ranking in the Royal School was a huge trap. Now, let the elders distribute the identity cards and rubies to everyone. These 2 things are extremely important. Everyone, remember not to put these 2 items into your inner worlds after you take them. The dean will tell you the reason later. Seeing this villain principal hopping around in front of the pool and speaking cutely and maliciously, Xiaomu had the urge to fly over and kick him directly into the pool so that he couldn't pull himself out. Mo Lian held back his laughter as he reached out to hold his wife's hand and stroked it comfortingly. Sir Jojo had already painted her violent side on her face. Her expression now was, "I want to give Yun Piamiao a good beating. Keep your identity cards and rubies well." Elder Ke looked kindly at the students. "After leaving the academy and going to Phoenix Grove, remember to take good care of yourselves. Poor children, your future will be miserable." Elder Ke passed the rubies and identity cards to Mata, who was queuing up. Mata scoffed as he took them and muttered, "Don't think that I can't tell that you're gloating just because you're smiling kindly." Elder Ke gave the fatty more identity cards and rubies with an innocent expression. "Do I have any? It's too obvious." Xianxia and the fatty said in unison. The two of them took the identity cards and rubies one after the other and walked back to their original positions angrily. A quarter of an hour later, the high-spirited villainous dean stood in front of the pool again with a smirk on his face. He said with a smile, "Students, you must be looking forward to this unique combat trip." "Sorry, my whole family isn't looking forward to it. No need to panic, I will send everyone to the outskirts of Phoenix Grove very soon." Dean Yin smiled deeply as he looked at the group of hopeless students. "Here's the main point I want to announce. To ensure that everyone participating in the Heaven ranking preliminaries can train together in a fair and just environment, grow together, support each other, and improve together. We will work together with many teachers to temporarily seal your spiritual sense. You will become ordinary travelers who can't open your inner worlds." The new students who didn't know about this were dumbfounded. The older students who already knew about the academy's character continued to look hopeless. In addition, each of you must take a sealing pill before you set off. It will seal your cultivation base and spiritual energy. The freshmen below were in an uproar. What kind of preliminaries was this? Do you still want me to live? Roar. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. Principal Yun said calmly, "Everyone knows that in our academy, other than the combat department, there are also many auxiliary department people who don't even know martial arts. What I want to say now is that the number of people in each team cannot exceed 8. There had to be an alchemist and an ordinary student in the team. You can choose anyone you like from the Zither Hall and the Learning Society. The role of an alchemist is extremely important. It's used to remove the seal. The faster the sealing pill is removed, the more secure you will be in the Phoenix Wood Forest. As for the students without cultivation, your team must protect them with all their might. If you injure him, 1,000 points will be deducted from each of you. We can make a judgment based on the severity of the injury. Now, I'll give you half an hour to form your team and prepare your belongings. We'll depart in an hour." Of course, students who want to give up on this round's preliminaries can also immediately hand over your identity tablet and ruby. This way, you can automatically be eliminated. Dean Yin said cheerfully. This competition is an extremely fair competition. No one can cheat. I hope that talisman practitioners will take note. Before leaving the auditorium, I hope that every talisman practitioner will throw the storage talismans you carry on you into your inner worlds. Once you are discovered to be using storage talismans during the competition, haha, you know what I mean. Everyone, when Dean Yin said this, his small eyes scrutinized Sir Jojo for a long time before calmly retracting his gaze. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomu was surrounded by Mata's group of 7. "Jojo, let's go together." Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at them. Just now, the cheater said that there must be a normal person in the 8-man team. Woo, Xianxia and the others all revealed bitter expressions. This meant that one of them was unlucky enough to be kicked out of the team. Freaking out, at this time, Dou Fengwo walked over with a smile and nodded at Mo Lian with a gentle expression. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, may this humble one travel with you?" Dou Fengwo was a physician and also knew how to refine pills. Although her attainments in pills were not as good as Sir Jojo's, she should still be able to concoct the medicine to remove the seal. Mo Lian nodded to express his welcome, but his gaze was somewhat aggrieved as he glanced at his little wife. His wife was too popular, causing him, the husband, to be ostracized by them. How pitiful. My condolences, Mata. Little Fatty raised his paw and patted Mata's shoulder as he said this incongruously. Xianxia resisted the urge to burst out laughing and coughed lightly. Mata, don't panic. You won't lose out by following the Crown Prince and Prince Jin. What kind of combat strength did these people have? Was there still a need to compete after entering Phoenix Grove? Mata, this fellow, didn't need to worry about him at all. Arbor nodded and said to the pitiful Mata, follow Lien, Duan Yu, and my eldest brother and do a good job. We still need to find an ordinary person to join our team. Big brother Ollie, can I join you guys? Commandery Princess Xianxia exclaimed as she ran over and stared at Duan Yu aggrievedly. Duan Yu's hair instantly stood on end. This fool always looked like she was on the verge of tears every time she saw him, making it seem like he didn't know how much he had wronged her. It was simply baffling. I'm sorry, but we already have an alchemist, Mu Xingchen rejected directly. Then, he said to Mo Lien, go find an ordinary person. Little Fatty was an extremely smooth and slick person. He did not even need 3 minutes to immediately find an ordinary person for Lady Jojo and the others. This person was a bookworm from the Learning Society. His name was Chao Chi. Arbor asked him 3 times and unexpectedly found out by accident that this Chao Chi was actually the eldest nephew of the governor, Chao Jieto. You, then. The little crown princess made the final decision. She raised her hand and punched Chao Chi's shoulder. As a result, Chao Chi staggered and almost fell to the ground from the young crown prince consort's punch. The little fatty speechlessly reached out to support him. Are you all right? Chao Chi shook his head with an awkward smile and curiously sneaked a glance at the little crown princess. Of course, he had heard of this crown princess before. All right, an hour is up. Everyone should be ready, right? As soon as Principal Yun finished speaking, the crowd, which had originally dispersed, hurriedly lined up in a line again. Principal Yun swept a glance at student Qingjiu, who was standing at the front of the line, only to see that this student's entire body was covered in food and water tied to his shoulders with a rope. Principal Yun suppressed the smile on his lips and said expressionlessly, everyone can't carry more than 3 liters of food. Store all excess items in your inner world. Wails rang out from below. Arbor glanced around and saw several senior students carrying several blankets. Could it be that they were frightened by last year's freezing to death in the ice and snow domain? Now, everyone will pass through these 3 doors. It's fine, it's the same no matter which door you choose. After taking the sealing pill, everyone's spiritual senses were also sealed when they passed through the door illuminated by the special crystal. After losing their spiritual senses and spiritual energy, everyone felt a bit unwell. In addition, instructor, this storage talisman only has 3 cubic meters of space, let me bring it with me. Instructor, woo-woo. Confiscated. Don't worry, the instructor will return it to you on the day you return. When it was Arbor's turn to pass through the door, the special crystal that was as large as the top of his head scanned Arbor's body back and forth like a searchlight. You didn't smuggle a storage talisman, right? What's that on your hand? A space bracelet? A storage ring? Do you still need the principal to teach you? Stuff it all in your inner world. Principal Yun shouted at the expressionless little stoic. Don't hide the storage talisman in your hair. Don't worry, the entire academy's 5,000 plus instructors will all move out and enter Phoenix Grove to secretly observe everyone. You can fight, but you can't kill your fellow students. The little stoic stepped through the special crystal's ostentatious arched door with a bang and expressionlessly turned around to shout at Principal Yun, enough nonsense. Be on your way. Pay close attention to the stoic face. Principal Yun instructed, don't let her have any extra items in her bag. Xianxia and the others instantly complained incessantly. What to do? Even if the little stoic had food and water in the star domain, she wouldn't be able to take them out. Everyone, be careful when passing through the teleportation glyph array. The teleportation glyph array in the academy is already very old and doesn't have much glyph energy left. I don't know if it can last until the Phoenixwood Forest. If it's too far from the Phoenixwood Forest, everyone can only rely on their own abilities to get there. Because everyone's spiritual senses have been sealed, you can't even summon your beasts. When the time comes, you can only walk. Why did he want to beat up this villainous principal so badly? why did it feel like the villainous principal's tone carried a strong sense of teasing and boundless excitement? How infuriating. What should I do? The array flashed continuously as all the students and instructors of the royal school came out in full force. After the first batch of students came out of the array glyphs, a series of people stepped on cow dung, their faces full of disgust and despair. Where the hell was he teleported to? Was this Feng Mulan? She didn't look like one at all. At the same time, Dean Yun, who was sipping his tea in a relaxed manner, chuckled and looked across him. The children have already set off. Wow, you also want to go? This time, we must find the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. Remember to vote for the monthly vote, my dear copywriter who has left me far away. Don't worry, the academy has 13,000 students and 5,000 plus instructors. They won't disappoint you. The slender figure with his back facing Dean Yun turned his head slightly and nodded at him slowly. Dong 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 dong. Right at this moment, an instructor rushed in and reported, Dean, it's bad. What are you panicking for? Yun Piaomiao looked at him snappily. The academy left behind 10 or so new instructors, responsible for staying in the academy to control the overall situation and observe the situation of the students along the way. This young instructor was one of them. The recording glyph array would display the various experiences of the students along the way. The academy had set up 3 large viewing screens, specially used to observe the movements of these students. Every day, there would be people watching continuously, so if the students wanted to smuggle something to cheat, the instructors would see through it at a glance. What's wrong? Yun Piaomiao glanced at the young instructor snappily. What's the point of being so flustered? And at this moment, the slender figure opposite Dean Yun had long disappeared. Therefore, when the young instructor entered, he only saw Dean Yun drinking tea alone. Dean, it's really bad. That young instructor wiped off his cold sweat and chattered, there's a small problem with the teleportation glyph array, and it teleported the students to Oxhead Mountain. Dean Yun, the distance between Oxhead Mountain and Phoenix Grove was a freaking 3-day journey. This teleportation glyph array was too unreliable. There was actually such a huge deviation in the teleportation, it was definitely sick. Although he sympathized with the students in his heart, the villainous Dean didn't show anything on the surface, and even scolded the young instructor. What's the panic for? Isn't it just teleporting to Oxhead Mountain? Do you want me to teach them how to overcome such a small setback? Find someone to inform the students, of course it's to quickly leave Oxhead Mountain and set off for Phoenix Grove. Dean Yun coughed lightly. As long as these students weren't idiots, they would definitely be able to find a way to get to Phoenix Grove. On the other side, the unlucky students who were teleported to Oxhead Mountain by the damned array were currently experiencing a very miserable escape. There was nothing they could do. Who asked the place where they landed to happen to be where the herd of bulls gathered? In the end, they were chased by a large herd of wild bulls, scaring them so much that they pissed their pants. If it was in the past, these wild bulls would not be in the eyes of these practitioners at all. But now, everyone's spiritual sense and spiritual power were all sealed. They were simply a group of trash running wildly on the mountain. Lady Xiao Xiao and her team members used their fastest speed to climb up a few of the nearby trees with dense branches. The herd of cows ran over and occasionally bumped into tree trunks. The shadows of the tree swayed and the leaves swayed. Arbor's teammates climbed up the trees and tried to stabilize themselves. Seeing that they were safe for the time being, the others followed suit and hurriedly climbed up the tree. For a time, it was truly a situation where everyone was stepping on everyone else. The group of idiots was in a mess. The little fatty hung on a branch and saw countless hands tugging at his trousers, wanting to climb up the tree as well. He hurriedly kicked his fat legs and shouted, don't pull, don't pull. My pants are about to be ripped off by you bunch of bastards. This bunch of bastards, of all things, why did they have to pull my pants? He really wanted to slap their faces. Jojo expressionlessly turned her head to look. A student from the academy was sent flying by an old bull's head, and his limbs were stretched out as he was flung away. Sir Jojo, after this bunch of weaklings lost their cultivation and spiritual energy, each and every one of them became peerless cripples. Even their brains seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. When such a large herd of bulls charged over, of course they would scatter and run. In the end, they were a bunch of fools who were running together. Wasn't this giving the herd a target? The herd of bulls charged over and hit them accurately. they didn't need to choose at all. Mommy. The students were crying for their mommy and daddy when they turned around and saw the little stoic pulling out a shiny black crossbow from her bag. She then released an arrow behind them. With a bang, a ferocious bull that was galloping over was sent flying. With a moo sound, that dumb bull was instantly sent flying by the crossbow arrow and ruthlessly smashed into another wild bull that was charging over. Instantly, a chain reaction was set off, and the dozen or so charging wild bulls crashed into each other and smashed into a pile. Arbor jumped down from the lush tree and lightly tapped his feet on the ground. He waved at his teammates and said, "Go." Little Fatty and the others naturally jumped down from the tree in a hurry. The only funny one was stubborn Chow's eldest nephew. He hugged a tree trunk and stammered as he said hoarsely, "Be brothers, help me up." Little Fatty's mouth twitched. He stretched out two hands and waved at Chao Chi. "Jump." Chao Chi closed his eyes and abruptly jumped down from the tree. Little Fatty, Lu Yu, and the others who were originally standing under the tree all scattered with a whoosh. Our dear Chao Chi landed on the ground with his butt blooming. He groaned as he covered his butt. Xianxia ran a few steps forward and held back the smile on her face. She hurriedly pulled Chao Chi up and took out a bottle of ointment from her pocket. She stuffed it into Chao Chi's hand and said, "Remember to find a place where there is no one around to apply this. It should be fine in an hour." Chao Chi looked at everyone with a bitter expression, but he saw that the little crown princess had already started running forward. "Go, go, go, go." Xianxia waved his hand to greet everyone. The team of 8 hurriedly followed Arbor's pace and rushed up the mountain. The Ox Head Mountain had 3 peaks, each of which looked like a huge ox head. Xiaomu led her team to dash out first, not caring about the group of idiots behind her. The herd of bulls was still chasing after the crowd. Arbor led his teammates and scurried around the mountain. It didn't take long for them to lose sight of the large group of people behind them. It was quiet again. Without the threat of the bison herd, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their heads were covered in cold sweat. Chao Chi was even more panting. He sat down on the ground and wished he could lie down with his arms and legs spread out. This experience really isn't for a human to do. Arbor glanced at him and rolled his eyes. "Does anyone know where this is?" "This, looking at the terrain, it should be the Ox Head Mountain without a doubt." Chao Chi wiped the sweat off his head and sat up straight. "The distance between the Ox Head Mountain and the Phoenixwood Forest is about 3 days on foot. But I remember that there is a small post house at the foot of the Ox Head Mountain. We can find the way down the mountain earlier and rent a carriage to get there." Chao Chi patted his bulging pocket. "I brought money." Everyone rolled their eyes at him speechlessly. This guy didn't bring a pile of money when he went out, right? "With money, we can buy things anytime." Chao Chi explained to them, "I've done my research, there are a total of 3 small fortifications in Phoenixwood Forest. When the time comes, we can go there to replenish our supplies. As long as we don't carry more than 3 liters, we can replenish our supplies at any time." "Alright, Bookworm Chow." Xianxia raised her hand and slapped him hard, grinning as she said, "So you've done your research? How about it, which way is the fastest way to get down the mountain to the relay station?" Chao Chi said, "I know a shortcut to the bottom of the mountain. We have to hurry, that small relay station may not have many carriages. If it's rented by others, I'm afraid we'll have to run there on our own 2 legs." Everyone nodded in unison. Don't joke, they were all ordinary people now. If they ran for 3 days and 3 nights to reach Phoenixwood Forest, even if they didn't die, they would be half dead. Chao Chi glanced at them. "The preliminary round lasts for 10 days, the countdown starts now." Chao Chi took out his identity token. Everyone leaned over to take a look, only to see a big red number 119 on the back of the token. "What does that mean?" Xianxia was confused. "Chao Chi, it means 10 days, 2 hours have already passed." Everyone, this was AF*King countdown, excellent. "Then let's hurry." Little Fatty shouted with a face full of urgency, "If we waste too much time here, we won't have time to earn points in Phoenixwood Forest." Everyone hurriedly nodded, their gazes shifting to Chao Chi. Chao Chi nodded slightly, immediately following the mountain path, leading everyone to a small path. "Chao Chi, you know where we are now?" Duan Muqing asked with a surprised gaze. After they were transported to Oxhead Mountain, they were attacked by a herd of bulls, then everyone fled in panic. In the process of running, they didn't look at the road, leaving everyone behind to run here. There were no villages ahead, no shops behind, and no landmarks, but Xiaoqi seemed to have a card up his sleeve, clearly recognizing the place. Xiaoqi nodded, his expression matter-of-factly saying, "I remember. We ran from the place where we were attacked by the bulls, took 3 turns, and reached the 6th narrow path on the 3rd peak of Oxhead Mountain. If we follow this path now, we will soon reach the small relay station. Don't worry, it will take at most an hour." Everyone looked at Bookworm Chow in surprise. They didn't expect a bookworm that the chubby boy had randomly picked up to have such a good memory. Indeed, everyone who entered the royal school, regardless of whether they had a cultivation base or not, were all geniuses with some skills. Bookworms had 0 cultivation talent, but they had significant advantages in other aspects. Everyone immediately had more admiration for this new member of the team. Although little fatty wasn't very reliable, he had a good eye for people. Apparently, the little fatty also felt that Bookworm Chow had made him proud. He happily reached out and patted Bookworm Chow's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Little cheesy, follow us from now on. I guarantee that you'll get to eat and drink." Chow Shu's face was bitter as he pitifully said, "Let's get through this crisis first." Under the lead of Chao Chi, who had a strong memory, the group quickly descended from the 3rd peak of Oxhead Mountain and found the small post house at the foot of the mountain. After going in and inquiring, everyone couldn't help but heave a huge sigh of relief. There were a total of 3 horse carriages in this small relay station. One had already been lent out in the morning, and the other had been driven out 2 days ago by someone from the relay station. Chao Chi and the rest were just about to borrow the last horse carriage. Thank goodness they had arrived earlier, or else they would have been dog-tired. After discussing with the steward of the relay station, they borrowed the horse carriage along with the coachman for a total of 300 spirit coins. Chao Chi counted the spirit coins in the pouch and handed it over to the smiling steward. Little Fatty was the first to jump onto the carriage, rolling around in it. "Oh my, I can finally rest my legs." After running for such a long time, he was almost at his physical limit. Among the group, only Sir Jojo's breathing was steady, and his expression did not change at all. Even Duan Muqing's forehead was sweating, and his face was flushed red. The coachman smiled and invited everyone to board the carriage. He raised his whip and was about to lash it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Wait. We will buy this horse carriage." The coachman's hand paused, and Arbor ordered, "Ignore it, let's go." "Yes, Mississippi," the coachman nodded, and with a lash of the whip, the horse carriage began to move. "Hey, the carriage in front! What's going on?" After a few shouts, 2 to 3 spirit stallions galloped and caught up. The leader was a tall and thin girl. She frowned and coldly glanced at the coachman, and grabbed his arm. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Bang! There was a sudden movement of air. A man beside her shouted, "Be careful, Junior Lin." Lin Junior was slightly shocked, and hurriedly retracted her hand, only to see a black gold arrow shoot out from the carriage, aiming for her left hand. This black gold arrow almost cut off her finger. If she had not retracted her hand quickly, she would have been in big trouble. Arbor's cold voice came from the carriage. "Don't stop. Damn it." Lin Junior was furious, and just as she was about to explode, she heard the screams of a few senior brothers. "Junior Lin, be careful of that arrow." The black gold arrow made a turn in the air and once again flew towards its target. Clang! A feather arrow pierced through the air and struck the black gold arrow to the ground. The black gold arrow trembled on the ground for a moment. Just as it was about to jump up, it was stepped on by a large foot. "Stop the car." Arbor's cold voice sounded. Duan Muqing quickly reached out to hold her little hand and shook his head at her. "Jojo." Right now, they were all useless trash. Hey, the black gold arrow was hers, and had been with her for many years. She would never allow her things to fall into the hands of others. The little girl lifted the curtain and came out of the carriage with a cold expression on her pretty face. Her eyes were cold as she looked straight at the people on the other side. Among the 4 people, there were 3 men and 1 woman. They were all riding horses, and behind them was a broken carriage. From the looks of it, their carriage was broken, and they wanted to change at a small relay station, but they did not expect Arbor and the others to cut them off first. They were unwilling to give up, so they tried to stop them. Lin Jin'er looked at Arbor from head to toe and sneered. "We want this carriage, and leave the coachman behind. We'll pay you 10 times the amount of spirit coins you paid for it." Her tone was arrogant, as if she was giving Arbor a huge favor. "Give me back my black gold arrow." Arbor looked coldly at a stranger. That person stepped on her black gold arrow and looked at her provocatively, laughing. "Little girl, you have quite a temper. How about it? Call me brother and I'll lift my leg." He had already felt it when he stepped on it. Although the arrow looked fierce, it did not have any spiritual energy attached to it. And now that he looked at the little girl, she looked like an ordinary person. Without any cultivation, he could crush this group of weak ants with a single finger. Why would he, Wang Quan, care about Arbor? Arbor smirked and looked coldly at the man in front of her. "You will die." Wang Quan's body trembled for no reason other than the fact that the little girl's eyes were too cold. When she looked at him, he felt as if all the blood in his body had been frozen. "Senior, why are you wasting your breath on this girl?" Lin Jin'er shouted. "A few useless people without any cultivation dare to speak to us cultivators like this? You're seeking your own death." As she spoke, 4 people rushed down from the mountain, all wearing the royal school uniform. When they saw this scene, they were slightly stunned. Another man who rode forward came to Wang Quan's side and whispered to him. Wang Quan frowned and looked at the 4 students coming down from the mountain, then looked at Arbor and the others. "You're from the royal school?" Were the royal school students here for training? However, why would the royal school only send ordinary people who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? Training for what? Training for what? Seeking death. Thinking of this, Wang Quan could not help but laugh mockingly. He crossed his arms and taunted Arbor. "How about it, little girl? Have you thought it through? You won't lose out by calling me brother." Lin Jin'er spat at him and said, "Senior, we still have important things to do, don't waste time. Come here." With Arbor's order, the 4 royal school students who were originally standing behind Lin Jin'er and the others suddenly understood the meaning of the order. He hurriedly ran over and rushed to the side of the carriage. At this time, Little Fatty and the others also got out of the car. They looked coldly at Wang Quan and the others who were courting death. "Are you looking down on people without cultivation?" Arbor looked at them coldly and said indifferently. "Without cultivation, I can still beat you like dogs." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jin'er's eyes suddenly shrank. She suddenly realized that the soil and rocks in front of them were strangely rising from the ground and smashing towards them one by one. Bang! 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 Lin Jin'er, Wang Quan, and the other 2 men cried out in shock, as they threw out their palms and punched out at the rocks flying towards them. After piercing through a dozen rocks, Wang Quan was already forced to move his feet. The black gold arrow under his feet instantly flew up and returned to Arbor's hands. "Go to hell." Arbor shouted coldly and threw out a round spiritual energy ball. The level 15 spiritual energy ball exploded among the 4 of them. After a loud bang, the 4 wheels of the carriage were immediately shaken and flew up, crashing onto Wang Quan and the others. Wang Quan, who bore the brunt of the impact, was immediately shaken by the spiritual energy and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell to the ground in defeat. All of a sudden, he felt his hair stand on end. "Senior brother!" Lin Jin'er screamed as a black gold arrow flew towards her senior brother's chest. Puff! Blood spurted out of his chest as he was pierced through, and flew out from his back. Wang Quan's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground with a bang. "You overestimate yourself." Arbor's black hair flew in the wind as he looked coldly at Wang Quan like a demon from hell. Then, he jumped onto the carriage and said coldly to the coachman, "Let's go." The coachman did not dare to delay as he quickly whipped the horse and drove the carriage away. Luckily, the carriage was spacious enough to accommodate the 8 people from Arbor and the other 4 students from the royal school. The 4 students from the royal school who had hitched a ride and witnessed the exciting scene of Miss Chiao killing people immediately behaved themselves. After a long while, no one in the carriage dared to say anything. Everyone saw the cold expression on the little girl's face as if she was not in a good mood and could only look at each other. No one dared to open their mouths and provoke the little girl. The little fatty pretended to cough and then said in a low voice, "Chow, chow chow. The person who was hit by the black gold arrow just now, he will die." Arbor said coldly. "The black gold arrow has the poison of the death flower on it. Just a little bit of flesh will cause his nerves to atrophy and die." Arbor looked back coldly. "He will die a very painful death." Everyone, Duan Muqing and the rest, looked at Xianxia and gestured with their chins. Xianxia moved her small body and stealthily approached Xiao Qiao, who was covered in cold air. She carelessly touched the back of her hand. "Xiao Qiao, don't be angry." They all knew why Sir Jojo was so angry and wanted to kill. It was because those people saw them as ants. They felt that ordinary people were ants that could be bullied and humiliated as they wished. Although their family's Lord Xiao Qiao had a cold exterior, her heart was extremely soft. What she despised the most was those unruly people who relied on their high cultivation to bully ordinary people. If you have that kind of free time, wouldn't it be better for you to train and strengthen yourself, even if you bully a group of powerless ants? So what? Can you show off your loftiness? It was too low-end. Someone spoke up, and the atmosphere in the carriage became slightly better. One of the 4 royal school students stammered, Crown Princess, you, just threw a level 15 spiritual energy ball?" That's right, Jojo had just thrown a level 15 spiritual energy ball. Everyone's gaze shifted to her backpack. Arbor took out a few divine power balls from his small bag and showed them to everyone. "I brought a lot. Don't worry, I can send anyone who wants to die back to their hometown." Everyone was speechless. Jojo-sama was indeed a ruthless person. He brought a bag full of spiritual energy balls and divine power balls. Whoever came would be unlucky. At the same time, the figures of 2 royal school teachers appeared where Arbor had left. Looking at the mess in front of them, the 2 teachers looked at each other. Wang Quan's nerves had already atrophied, and his entire body was curled up in pain. However, after a few seconds, he stopped breathing. His companions were shocked. In the chaos, they did not notice the sympathetic looks from the 2 teachers. "Is the little crown princess cheating?" One of the instructors could not help but mutter. "The dean didn't say that she couldn't bring spirit energy balls or godly energy balls." The other instructor snorted heavily. "As long as the weight doesn't exceed 3 liters, why would you care what she brings?" "That's true." The instructor thought that it made sense. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then, Instructor Zhong, should we report this to the dean?" "Report my ass. They all have recording glyph arrays on them. Can't the instructors in the academy check and report it themselves?" They had been wandering around aimlessly outside the academy. It was already very tiring for them. Alright, this Instructor Zhong was obviously a hot-tempered person. Whenever there was a disagreement, he would lash out at his partner. The other instructor nodded. Then, he could not help but say, "But I feel that the way the little crown princess attacked him just now was a little strange. Wasn't her spiritual power sealed? But when the earth and rocks tumbled just now, the ground trembled along with it. There was no fluctuation of spirit energy." Instructor Zhong pondered for a moment. Then, he said with certainty, "It's definitely not against the rules." Even though the 2 of them had exceptional eyesight, they still couldn't figure it out. What had the young crown prince consort used to move the earth and rocks to attack people? "Help, help." Lin Zhan'er was completely panicking now. She shook Wang Quan, who was curled up on the ground, with all her might. She kept calling out, "Senior brother, senior brother." But Wang Quan was no longer breathing. Why would he bother with her? Lin Zhan'er looked up at her companions. Zhao Yi and Chi Fa walked up with the same solemn expression. Zhao Yi lowered his head and reached out to turn Wang Quan over. Everyone looked at him with a shocked expression. Wang Quan's eyes bulged strangely. His entire body was twisted into a fried dough twist. He seemed to have suffered a great deal of pain. The way he died was very tragic. Lin Zhan'er screamed and stumbled back a dozen steps. Her eyes were burning with hatred. She shouted, "It's her. It's that woman who killed senior brother Wang Quan. Immediately report this to the sect and ask them to send more people over. We must avenge senior brother Wang Quan. Junior sister Lin, don't act rashly." The fact that she was able to kill junior brother Wang in such a short period of time means that she is definitely not an ordinary person. So what if he's different from ordinary people? Lin Zhen'er shouted in exasperation. Don't tell me you're not going to take revenge? Are you all scared out of your wits? She was a cripple without any spiritual energy. He only managed to escape by throwing a level 15 spiritual energy ball at us. If it weren't for the fact that we were completely defenseless against her, how could she have succeeded? Lin Zhen'er said angrily, I don't care. Send a message to the sect right now and ask them to send more people over. That woman and that group of people, I won't let any of them off. Oh, there's a smell of blood. Someone died here. A slow voice came down from the mountain path. Lin Zhen'er and the others were stunned when they heard this and turned their heads to look. 8 men dressed in the uniform of the Royal Academy were slowly walking down the mountain path. The 3 men in the lead were tall and handsome. At a glance, they looked like handsome men who had walked out of a painting. Lin Zhen'er's shifty eyes looked at their faces. She grinned and was about to step forward. Among them, a young and handsome man suddenly flashed and came to the edge of the pit created by the explosion of the level 15 spiritual energy ball. Zhao Yi, there's something wrong with this situation. Xianxia creased his brows and whispered to his companion, Zhao Yi, the Imperial Academy is renowned throughout the 3 provinces. Why are the Imperial Academy students we encountered today all people without spiritual energy cultivation? Zhao Yi wasn't a fool and had already noticed a clue. A glint flashed across his eyes. It seemed that the students of the royal school were going through a very special training. They weren't insignificant ants with meager strength. Their cultivations were only temporarily sealed, right? Otherwise, which normal person could casually take out such a thing? That level 15 spiritual energy ball and that Krogold arrow weren't ordinary items either. It appeared that they were blind and had brought trouble upon themselves. Zhao Yi creased his brows and exchanged glances with Xianxia. Both of them were a bit depressed and stifled inside. If that girl who attacked them had informed them earlier that they were merely cultivators undergoing a special training, how could there have been such a huge commotion? Now, they even had to pay with their junior brother Wang's life. Simply abominable. Interesting, you guys actually fought with Jojo before? After Duan Yu finished inspecting the large pit, he glanced at Wang Quan, who was dead on the side, and curled his lips mockingly. They understood Jojo's personality the best. If you ignored her, she would ignore you for a year. If these people weren't courting death, Sir Jojo probably wouldn't even spare them a glance. Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, and the others slowly descended from the mountain path and walked to Duan Yu's side. They indifferently glanced at Lin Zhen'er and the others. Zhao Yi's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and he glanced at Xianxia guardedly. The 2 of them swiftly retreated a few steps and vigilantly looked at Duan Yu, Mo Lian, and the others. Zhen'er, Zhao Yi, don't get into a conflict with others anymore. A gentle voice called out from inside the carriage. A young maidservant with a red scar on her face was respectfully supporting a frail and boneless young girl out of the damaged carriage with downcast eyes. That young girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a timid smile on her delicate face and a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Anyone who saw her would involuntarily feel tender affection for her. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. Lin Zhen'er, Zhao Yi, and the others quickly went forward. Lin Zhen'er impatiently held her hand and smiled fawningly. Little junior sister, why did you get off the carriage? Xiao Shui greets everyone. The girl weakly curtsied towards Mo Lian's group of 8. Everyone glanced at them indifferently, and no one said anything. As if she felt insulted, Lin Zhen'er angrily glared at Mo Lian and the others. She was infuriated, as if saying how could they treat her little junior sister like this. Xiao Shui tugged on Lin Zhen'er's hand and nodded gently at Mo Lian and the others. Because our carriage broke down along the way, Zhen'er and the others were in a hurry to change it for me. That's why we had a small conflict with your academy students. Now that my senior brother lost his life because of this matter, I hope you won't pursue this matter further. Duan Yu pursed his lips noncommittally. Lian is leaving. Mo Lian glanced at the corpse on the ground and naturally didn't say anything. She turned around and left with Duan Yu. Lin Zhen'er couldn't help but tremble in anger when she saw their perfunctory attitude and extreme disrespect for her little junior sister. Just as she was about to berate them, junior sister Xiaoxue forcefully tugged at the corner of her clothes. Senior sister Lin, you can't. Don't quarrel and fight with others because of me. Proper business is more important. When Xiaoxue's gentle voice entered Lin Zhen'er and the others' ears, it successfully soothed the flames of fury in their hearts. Preposterous. Lin Zhen'er harumphed. Those men were all people who didn't know what was good for them. So what if it was the Imperial Academy? Could the Imperial Academy be nobler than their sex? Don't let me meet them again. Lin Zhen'er snorted. Next time, I won't let them off so easily. Ah. As Lin Zhen'er moved, she suddenly felt her foot step on something soft. The moment she lifted her foot, she was instantly sent flying by a huge force. With a loud bang, Zhao Yi, Qi Fa, and the others were also sent flying by the force of the explosion. While junior sister Xiaoxue's pupils contracted, the scar-faced maidservant beside her suddenly pressed against her body and firmly protected her in her arms. All of the force of the shock landed on that scar-faced maidservant and didn't affect Xiaoxue at all. Xiaoxue cried out in panic, Xiao Rou, are you okay, Xiao Rou? I'm fine. The moment Xiao Rou opened her mouth, she quickly turned her head and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Only then did it not affect her Mrs. Clean Clothes. Xiaoxue became even more alarmed, and her pupils constricted repeatedly. You're fine, 4th Mississippi. Xiao Rou hastily comforted this delicate and lovely 4th Miss and helped her up from the ground. On the other side, Mo Lian and the others, who were already far away, stopped in their tracks. Ma Ta turned around to look at the blazing flames behind them and couldn't help but be speechless. Your Highness Prince Chen, what did you throw there? Earth-fire grenades. Duan Yu blinked and pursed his lips. Who doesn't know how to pretend to be weak? It's annoying just looking at it. The little stoic was more comfortable to look at. It was comfortable no matter how he looked at it. If pretending to be weak could brush things off, then he wouldn't be Duan Yu, and that person wouldn't be Mo Lian. What did you do? Duan Yu poked Mo Lian's arm. What did I do? Mo Lian looked back at him innocently. I didn't do anything. Save it. Duan Yu harumphed in disbelief. Mo Lian turned around and took out a sealing orb from her inventory and threw it on the ground. A flying spiritual artifact instantly appeared in front of everyone. Let's go. Everyone's spirits were roused, and they hurriedly dove into the air transportation spiritual tool. Don't tell me you're carrying a sack full of spirit and divine weapons? Duan Yu looked curiously at the bundle Mo Lian was carrying. Did you give it to Jojo? What did Jojo bring? Mu Xingchen asked anxiously. Jojo has more spiritual and divine weapons than I do. Mo Lian rolled his eyes before saying, she seems to have brought a bag of spiritual energy balls and divine energy balls. Everyone was speechless. Was this the rhythm of ascending to heaven? This little girl really wasn't easy to get along with. After the air transportation spiritual tool ascended to the sky, Mentor Zhong and the other mentor silently crept out of the forest and speechlessly watched the departing air transportation spiritual tool. This batch of students seems to have a lot of private property. Heh. Mentor Zhong shook his head exasperatedly. The dean didn't say we can't bring concealed weapons and spirit weapons. MHM, it shouldn't be considered cheating. Mentor Zhong, why do I feel like those people are a bit miserable? The two mentors looked at Lin Zhen'er and the others and speechlessly rubbed their noses. Encountering Arbor's group and being taught a lesson instead, Lin Zhen'er and the rest were already unlucky enough. Who knew that they would bump into Mo Lian's group? Seeing Lin Zhen'er and the rest crawling on the ground like bedbugs and unable to stand up, the two teachers couldn't help but look at them sympathetically. Who said that those without cultivation would be useless? In this world, as long as one had some assets, it was not impossible to rise up. I know what's going on. Teacher Zhong's eyes widened and he suddenly let out a low growl. His face actually had traces of a surprised smile. He finally understood how the little girl launched the earth attack. This problem that had troubled him for more than 2 hours suddenly solved itself. Look at them, their faces are flushed red and their bodies are sore. It's obvious that they couldn't get up even after crawling for a long time. It's not entirely because they were attacked by hidden weapons and were heavily injured. Then why is that, Teacher Zhong? It's the effect of the medicine. The medicine has seeped into their veins and they are temporarily unable to recover. The Crown Prince and the rest are not a group of people who have no battle power at all. Teacher Zhong said excitedly, among them, there is a hidden weapon master and a pharmacist hiding among them. Just like the little Crown Princess is also a person with special abilities. The rolling earth just now was caused by her special ability. After the other teacher heard Teacher Zhong's analysis and explanation, he suddenly understood. No wonder. That's why sealing the little Crown Princess's spiritual power and consciousness is far from enough to make her lose all her battle power. She's a psychokinesis special ability user. The two teachers exclaimed. The little Crown Princess and the rest who were being nagged by the two teachers were now heading towards the direction of the Phoenix Forest. With the spirit stallion pulling the carriage, although it could not be compared to a flying spirit weapon, it was still many times faster than walking. In the afternoon of the next day, the group finally reached the outskirts of the Phoenix Forest and heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 royal school students who had hitched a ride jumped off the carriage and hurriedly went forward to thank them. Students, thank you for hitching a ride with us. Everyone, let's part ways here. We still need to wait for our other companions. You guys can go ahead first. Duan Muqing nodded and bid farewell to little Fatty and the others as well as his 4 schoolmates. Then, he turned around and asked the driver to drive the carriage back. Chachi took out his identity card and showed it to everyone. The time on his back had now become 1:08. F***CK, this countdown. Little Fatty muttered. Let's enter the forest now. Xianxia turned her head and looked at the 4 students standing at the entrance of the forest. She sighed sadly, these 4 are indeed very smart. Arbor smirked. Little Fatty asked blankly, what do you mean? Jiang Shaoxin laughed heartily. He raised his hand and patted the little Fatty on the head. What I mean is, if these 4 guys follow us into the Phoenix Forest, we can immediately rob them of their rubies and get 40 points. As long as he stepped into the Phoenix Wood Forest, he would be able to embark on a great career of robbery. However, these 4 guys obviously had brains. They purposely found an excuse to wait outside the Phoenix Wood Forest for a long time, waiting for them to leave before entering the forest. At that time, in the huge Phoenix Wood Forest, if they wanted to meet again, it would depend on luck and luck. Little Fatty looked at them in shock. His gaze turned away from Arbor and the others. End of chapter 3750. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.